Section 32 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Sherman, Jr., Washington, D.C. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea, Book 8, Spheres of Action, Chapter 1, Jews, Part 4. Since May 1547, Ugolino waited in daily expectation of orders to start, but it was not until December 1st that he left Rome with the bulls that decided the fate of Portugal. It was probably in January 1548 that he reached Lisbon, where fresh delays occurred in settling details, and only on March 24th was the agreement respecting Silva's temporalities signed. João grumbled at the assignment of the accrued revenues to the fabric of St. Peter's. He had not agreed to surrender them and did not intend to do so, but he finally submitted. The pardon was published in Lisbon, June 10th. The prisons were emptied and the abjurations, we are told, for the most part were private. Thus, after a contest lasting through 17 years, the Inquisition was fastened upon Portugal and, in reviewing the kaleidoscopic vicissitudes of the struggle, we cannot trace, in any act of the Holy See, a higher motive than the sordid one of making, out of human misery, a market for the power of the keys and selling it to the highest bidder. The New Christians promptly sought to save a fragment from the wreck by obtaining the publication of the names of witnesses, based on the canonical provision that they were to be suppressed only in the case of powerful delinquents who could wreak vengeance on accusers. With this view, they procured from Paul III a brief of January 8, 1549, defining that New Christians and others could only be deemed powerful men in respect to the communication of witnesses' names, provided they were nobles exercising jurisdiction over vassals, public magistrates, or officers in the royal palace. There seems to have been some delay in the publication of this, but, when it came to the knowledge of the king, he sent, August 13, 1550, a copy of it to Julius III, with an urgent request for its revocation as it would prove the total destruction of the Inquisition. A long struggle ensued between the Portuguese ambassadors and the New Christians, in which, for some time, the latter were successful. Into these details it is not worthwhile to enter, but the final incidents are too illustrative of the course of business in the papal court to be passed over. Paul IV succeeded to the pontificate May 23, 1555. While yet a cardinal, he had expressed opposition to the brief, and the ambassador, Afonso de Lencastre, with the assistance of the Grand Inquisitor, Cardinal Alessandrino, the future Pius V, had not much difficulty in winning him over. The brief of revocation was drafted and approved and sent to the Detaria for dispatch. The deputy there chanced to be a Castilian New Christian, and, when the ambassador's secretary called for the brief, he was told that Paul III had done a just and holy thing, and that in Portugal the inquisitors wanted to burn everybody. The brief was withheld, and, when complaint was made to the Pope that his Datary refused to obey orders, he promised to look into it. Nothing more could be got from him at the time, and his reckless war with Philip II gave him ample occupation for the next few years. Lencastre, however, continued his efforts until replaced, in April 1559, by Lourenço Pérez de Távora, who brought urgent instructions to procure the brief of revocation. Peace with Philip was proclaimed April 5, 1559, but Paul IV, in his 84th year, was broken and was moreover engrossed with his prosecution of Cardinal Marón. Lencastre and Pérez, however, labored with the Congregation of the Inquisition, which, on July 22nd, approved of the revocatory brief. They carried it at once to the Pope and, with the aid of the Cardinal Alessandrino, obtained the promise of his signature. To their dismay, they learned the next day that it had not been signed. Paul had called for his signet ring, had drawn it from its bag, and was about to append it, when he glanced over the brief. The preamble did not suit him, for it was not easy to give a reason for revocation without inferring blame. He laid it aside, and this was almost his last act, for he died August 18th, and for 3 weeks no briefs had been expedited. The conclave was prolonged, and Pius IV was not elected till December 26th. Pérez lost no time, and, on his visit of congratulation, January 2, 1560, before the coronation, he urged the matter on the Pope. Cardinal Alessandrino was sent for and gave his approval. The secretary Aragonia was instructed to draft the brief, and it was, as Pérez thought, the first one signed after the coronation. Perez attributed his success to the profound secrecy which kept the measure from the knowledge of its opponents, and, in the midst of his self-congratulation, he twice solemnly warned Cardinal Henrique to use his powers with moderation, for, under the brief, it would be easy to burn the New Christians. It was in vain that they sought to obtain its revocation. Their agents and their memorials were alike disregarded, and the suppression of the names of witnesses became the established practice in Portugal as in Spain. All hope of relief, moreover, was extinguished when, in September, Prospero de Santa Croce was sent as nuncio. Cardinal Henrique was reappointed legate a latere in all matters concerning the faith, thus cutting off all appeal and all interference with the Holy Office. The earnest persistence with which permission to withhold the names of witnesses was sought shows how great a hindrance to condemnation their publication proved, and this probably explains the fact that, during the continuance of the prohibition, the activity of the Inquisition was restricted. A list of autos de fe, as complete as research could compile, indicates that of the 3 established tribunals, Lisbon celebrated no auto prior to 1559, nor Coimbra until 1567. There may be some defect in the archives to account for this, and they may have been better preserved in Evora, for there we find autos recorded in 1551, 1552, 1555, and 1560. After this, they became more frequent and increased in severity, but, up to the time of the conquest by Philippe II in 1580, the whole number of autos recorded in the 3 tribunals was only 34, in which there were 169 relaxations in person, 51 in effigy, and 1,998 penitents. The insignificant number of relaxations in effigy, when compared with the multitudes that figure in the early Spanish autos, would seem to indicate that they were merely those who escaped from prison or died during trial, and that, in the absence of confiscation, the Portuguese inquisitors were not earnest in tracing the heresies of ancestors or in following up the records of fugitives. The question of confiscation, in fact, had been left by Paul III in the hands of the king, who found in it a financial resource for his bankrupt treasury by granting, for a consideration, decennial periods of exemption, a practice continued by the Regency after Joao's death. Probably in 1568, the New Christians hesitated to pay the price demanded, for a brief of Pius V, dated July 10th of that year, recites that the last term had expired on June 7th, and that King Sebastian had not renewed it, finding that it served as an incentive to heresy, and that he had asked the Pope not to listen to appeals. This Pius willingly promised and withdrew all privileges which the New Christians might enjoy. Doubtless this induced them to come to terms, for the exemption was renewed. After this decennium, Sebastian again granted it in his efforts to provide for his ill-starred African expedition. But Henrique, on succeeding to the throne, felt his conscience much disturbed at this concession to apostasy. He applied to Gregory XIII, who, by a brief of October 6, 1579, renewed the one of 1568, and permitted Henrique to revoke the grant made by Sebastian. As Portugal the next year passed into the hands of Philippe II, we hear nothing more of exemption from confiscation. It is somewhat remarkable that Joao neglected to extend to his colonial possessions the blessings of the Inquisition. The New Christians had largely availed themselves of the opportunities presented by the colonial trade, and had established themselves in Goa and its dependencies. The comparative freedom there had doubtless encouraged them to observe less caution than at home, for St. Francis Xavier had scarce begun his missionary labors when he was scandalized by what he saw, and, on November 30th, 1545, he wrote urgently to the king as to the necessity of an inquisitorial tribunal. No response was made to his appeal. Joao died June 11, 1557, leaving the crown to his grandson Dom Sebastian, a child in his 3rd year, under the regency of the Dowager Queen Catalina, who resigned it, in 1562, in favor of Cardinal Henrique. The regency was more mindful of the spiritual needs of the Indies than the late king, and in March 1560, Henrique sent to Goa as inquisitor Aleixo Diaz Falsao, who, by the end of the year, founded a tribunal which in time earned a sinister renown as the most pitiless in Christendom. When Lorenzo Perez, the ambassador at Rome, learned through Egypt of this establishment, he expressed to the Regency his apprehension that this zeal for religion would prove a disservice to God and to the kingdom, for it would drive to Bassorah and Cairo many who would aid the enemy in both finance and war.
His prevision was justified more fully than he anticipated, for to the activity of that tribunal was largely attributable the decay of the once flourishing Indian possessions of Portugal. After exhausting the new Christians, it turned its attention to the native Christians, who rewarded so abundantly the missionary labors of the Jesuits, for Portugal did not follow the wise example of Spain in exempting native converts from the Inquisition. It was impossible for these poor folk to abandon completely the superstitious practices of their ancestors, and any relapse into these, however trifling, was visited with the rigor with which were treated similar lapses by the conversos of the peninsula. Even Philip II recognized the impolicy of this, and, in 1599, he procured from Clement VIII a brief empowering the inquisitors to commute the penalties of relaxation and confiscation for relapse, up to a third relapse but no further, and the faculty was limited to the term of 5 years. It is not a little remarkable that no tribunal was established in Brazil, although the new Christians who abounded there proved a very troublesome element, from the encouragement which they gave to the Dutch in their efforts to obtain a foothold. There was a commissioner there, but his powers were limited to collecting evidence and transmitting it with the accused to Lisbon, where they were tried and punished. It may be worth noting that, in the Treaty of 1810 with England, Portugal bound itself never to establish the Inquisition in its American possessions. In general, it may be said that the Portuguese Inquisition was modeled on that of Castile. A series of edicts issued by Dom Sebastian and Dom Henrique, and confirmed by later kings, granted to officials and familiars the privileges, exemptions, and immunities which they enjoyed in the sister kingdom. This gave rise to similar quarrels and competencias, and to a multiplication of the privileged class even greater than in Spain. In 1699, we find Dom Pedro II endeavoring to enforce a decree of 1693, which limited to 604 the familiars allowed in the larger towns, while small places were to be reduced to 1 or 2 each. They were required to possess qualifications entitling them to promotion as inquisitors. They performed such duties as might be assigned to them, and, in the consulta de fe, they replaced the Spanish consultores, with the distinction that they cast decisive and not merely consultative votes. To render a sentence legal, at least 5 votes were required besides that of the ordinary. There was no appeal from a definitive sentence, for the reason that it was not made known to the culprit before the auto in which it was pronounced. But all interlocutory sentences and intermediate proceedings were subject to appeal, and the Supreme Council came to exercise minute supervision over every act of the tribunals, even earlier than we have seen was the case in Spain. The minuteness, indeed, of the details prescribed in the Regimento of Inquisitor General de Castro, printed in 1640, left little to the discretion of the inquisitor, and their systematic arrangement in an authoritative code of procedure affords a strong contrast to the cumbersome and often contradictory cartas acordadas which lumbered up the secreto of the Spanish tribunals. Although the object of the Inquisition was the purification of the land from Judaism, it was not confined to this, and it early proved that it could exercise its blighting influence on the intellectual development as well as on the material prosperity of Portugal. Among the learned foreigners whom André de Gouveia, at the request of João III, brought to Portugal in 1547 to found a college of arts in his University of Coimbra, was George Buchanan as professor of Greek. Gouveia died within a year, and soon afterwards the foreigners were driven out to be replaced by Jesuits, who were becoming the dominant power in the land. The process was a simple one. Buchanan and 2 others were prosecuted by the Inquisition and thrown in prison. The accusation against the former was that he had written a poem against the Franciscans, that he had spoken disrespectfully of the friars, that he had eaten meat in Lent, that he had said that St. Augustine's views on the Eucharist were akin to those condemned by Rome, and generally that he was thought to be ill-affected towards the Holy See. After incarceration for 18 months, he was sentenced to reclusion in a monastery for instruction by the monks, whom he describes as good-natured enough but wholly ignorant. On his liberation, João offered to retain him, but he took the earliest opportunity to escape to England. A still more effective deadening of intellectual aspiration was the persecution of Damião de Goes, the foremost scholar of Portugal in the 16th century. When a youth of 22, he had been sent to Flanders as secretary to the Portuguese factory. It was not until 1528 that his thirst for learning was awakened. He studied Latin, went to Padua, and speedily made himself known to scholars throughout Europe. In 1545, João recalled him to Portugal, where rivalry arose between him and Simon Rodrigues, the Jesuit provincial, who had met him in Padua and now accused him to the Inquisition for heretical utterances made there 9 years before, the details of which he could not remember, but had a general impression that they were Lutheran. Nothing came of this, and in 1550 Rodrigues repeated his accusation with the same result. Goes made enemies in his literary career and, in 1571, the denunciation of Rodrigues, made 26 years before, was resuscitated. He was now 70 years old, he had been an invalid for 20 years, and was scarce able to stand, but he was cast into a dungeon April 4, 1571, while his trial dragged on. No further evidence of any account could be found against him, but he freely confessed that, when he went to Flanders, he fell into the errors of considering indulgences of little value, and that general confession sufficed. That after learning Latin and studying, he had abandoned these errors and had since been strictly orthodox. At the request of Cardinal Sadoleto he had written to Melanchthon, in hopes of winning him over, and he had given a letter of introduction to Luther to Fray Roque de Almeida, whose object was to acquire a knowledge of the heresy so as to confute it. On this confession exclusively was based the sentence, which declared him to be a Lutheran heretic, but considering that it was when he was an ignorant youth of 21 and that, on learning Latin, he had abandoned his errors, he was mercifully condemned only to reconciliation, confiscation, and perpetual prison, the abjuration to be private in view of his quality and his reputation abroad. The monastery de Batalha was assigned as his prison, and the certificate of his delivery there is dated December 16, 1572. On the 9th, the Juez de Fisco had already received the certificate of confiscation. The perpetual prison of the Portuguese Inquisition must have been temporary, like the Spanish, for Goes is said to have died in his own house, either by apoplexy or killed by his own servants, at a date which is not known. If 40 years of orthodoxy could not atone for a youthful vacillation on 1 or 2 points of faith, it can readily be estimated how potent an instrumentality was the Holy Office in stunting the development of Portuguese intellect. When, in August 1578, Cardinal Henrique succeeded to the crown of his grandnephew Sebastian, he did not resign the Inquisitor Generalship for 15 months. He had previously, however, on February 24, 1578, on account of age and infirmity, procured the appointment as coadjutor, with the right of succession, of Manuel Bishop of Coimbra, but the latter disappeared with his sovereign in the disastrous rout of Alcazar Quibir, and it was not until December 27, 1579, that, at Henrique's request, Gregory XIII replaced him with Jorge de Almeida, Archbishop of Lisbon. Henrique's death soon followed, January 31, 1580, when he passed away, universally detested and only regretted because, in the rivalry of claimants to the throne and in the exhaustion of the land through famine and pestilence, the way was opened to the easy conquest by Philip II. In the reorganization under the Spanish crown, the Inquisition was not merged with that of Castile, but was left as an independent institution under the Archbishop of Lisbon, for Gregory XIII refused the request of Philip II for a brief adding it to the jurisdiction of the Spanish Inquisitor General. The nomination, however, accrued to the Spanish crown, and, in 1586, on Almeida's death, the post was given to the Cardinal Archduke Albrecht of Austria, who was also governor of Portugal. With his advent, the activity of the Inquisition increased. In the 20 years 1581 to 1600, the 3 tribunals held in all 50 autos de fe. Of these, the records of 5 are lost, but in the other 45, there were 162 relaxations in person, 59 in effigy, and 2,979 penitents. As the penitents, for the most part, must have suffered confiscation, we can estimate the severity of the persecution in a population so limited. Large as must have been the receipts, from the beginning, derived from the confiscations of the wealthy New Christians, they were insufficient to satisfy its exigencies, diverted as they had been by the compositions paid to the crown. Sebastian, in continuing this practice, satisfied his conscience by representing to Gregory XIII that the income of the Inquisition did not exceed 5,000 cruzados, which was insufficient for its support, wherefore the Pope granted to it 2/3 of the fruits of the first prebend falling vacant in each of the cathedrals of Lisbon, Evora, and Coimbra, and 1/2 of one in each of the other sees of the kingdom. It is probable that this evoked a sturdy resistance on the part of the churches, for it was never carried into effect and, when Philip II became master of Portugal, although the confiscations were no longer compounded for, he renewed the request, stating that 14,000 cruzados a year were requisite while the revenues did not exceed 10,000 ducats. Gregory responded with a brief of June 28, 1583, in which he renewed the grant, at the same time reducing it to 1/2 of a prebend in Lisbon, Evora, and Coimbra, and 1/3 in the other sees, nor is it likely that, under the stern rule of Philippe, the grant was allowed to be nugatory.
End of section 32. Recording by Robert Sherman, Jr., Washington, D.C., www.nyckidd.com. Section 33 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Sherman, Jr., Washington, D.C. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 8, Spheres of Action, Chapter 1, Jews, Part 5.
It is not difficult to apprehend the impulses which led to a wholesale emigration to Spain of those who felt themselves aliens in the land of their birth. Under Spanish rule, the condition of Portugal was deplorable, as described in 1595 by the Venetian envoy Francesco Vendramini. Lisbon, which had been a rich and populous city, was almost uninhabited. It formerly owned 700 ships, but 500 had been captured by the enemy, mostly by the English, and but 200 remained. All this was not, he says, displeasing to the king, who desired to keep them impoverished, because they were unwilling subjects. Thus the rewards of commercial enterprise were more promising in Spain, and the emigrant might hope that, in the absence of knowledge of his antecedents, the danger of persecution would be less. The immigration thus was large, and before long its effects began to show themselves in the records of the Spanish Inquisition. Convictions for Judaism, which had become comparatively few, increased rapidly and, where the nativity of the delinquents happens to be specified, the term Portuguese occurs with ominous frequency. In 1593, Toledo had 7 Portuguese on trial, but, as there was but a single witness and they did not confess under torture, their cases were suspended. The next year, the same tribunal held an auto in which appeared 5 Portuguese in person, and 9 effigies were burnt of others, either fugitive or dead. In 1595, at Seville, there was an auto in which were punished 89 Judaizers, besides 4 burnt in effigy, and soon afterwards, in Quintanar del Rey, Cuenca, there were 30 discovered, of whom the obstinate ones were burnt and the rest were reconciled. The Portuguese New Christians, both at home and in Spain, were growing restive under increasing pressure. They were wealthy and could afford to pay for a respite in the shape of a general pardon for past offenses, including cases on trial. In 1602, negotiations were opened with Philip III for a papal brief to that effect. Portuguese orthodoxy took the alarm, and the archbishops of Lisbon, Braga, and Evora hastened to Valladolid, where the court lay, to present remonstrances. Spanish piety, to which such transactions were a novelty, was no less exercised, and direful predictions were made as to the evils that it would bring upon the land. Philippe and his favorite Lerma, however, were desperately in need of cash, and all scruples were overcome by the dazzling bribe of 1,806,000 ducats to the king, besides 50,000 cruzados to Lerma, 40,000 to João de Borja, and 30,000 to Pedro Alvarez Pereira, members of the Suprema Council, and 30,000 to its secretary Fernão de Matos. The papal brief was issued August 23, 1604, but, at the last moment, the bargain came near being wrecked by the demand of the New Christians to have 8 years in which to raise the sum. A threat, however, to suspend the execution of the brief sufficed to bring them to reason. It empowered the Portuguese Inquisitor General, the Archbishop of Lisbon, and the Papal Collector, or any two of them or their deputies, to reconcile all Portuguese New Christians, wherever they might be settled, with the injunction only of spiritual penances. It included all who were on trial or who had been condemned, provided their sentences had not been published. It released all confiscations that had not been covered into the fisc, and it gave to the Portuguese in Europe a year and to those outside of Europe 2 years in which to come forward and avail themselves of its provisions. The reconciliation thus obtained was not to entail relaxation in case of relapse, and all inquisitors were forbidden to interfere. The brief was received in Valladolid about October 1st, but was not published in Lisbon until January 16, 1605. A royal cedula, however, was obtained, prohibiting the publication or execution of any sentences until this brief should take effect, thus including in its benefits all Portuguese who were in the hands of the Spanish tribunals, as well as in those of Portugal. The effect of this was dramatically exhibited without delay. On October 20th, the Seville tribunal announced a great auto de fe for November 7th. The stagings erected were on an unusually large scale. On the evening of the 6th took place the procession of the Green Cross, in which more than 500 familiars participated. The people flocked in from the country in numbers beyond the capacity of the city to accommodate them. At night, the confessors were introduced in the cells of those condemned to relaxation and, after completing all the preparations for the solemnity, the junior inquisitor, Fernando de Acevedo, sought his bed about 11 o'clock. Suddenly a courier arrived, armed with an order to admit him to the inquisitors, wherever they might be, whether in their houses or their beds, in consulta de fe or on the staging at the auto. He had left Valladolid at midnight on the 3rd and, at breakneck speed, had made the distance to Seville in 72 hours, getting through the closed gates of the towns on the road, and arriving in time to serve on the inquisitors a royal cedula forbidding the celebration of the auto. Some there were who held that a royal decree was not to be obeyed unless rubricated by the Suprema, but this was an opinion not as yet established, and, after a brief consultation, measures were hurriedly taken to suspend the celebration, to the blank astonishment of all Seville. Surmises were various. Some explained it by the recent treaty with England, under which Englishmen in Spain were not to be troubled on account of heresy. Others attributed it to the planets. Others thought that among the condemned there was someone of lofty station and influence, whose friends had been able to save him, but the suggestion which found the widest acceptance was that it was due to the Portuguese New Christians, numerous and wealthy, who had offered large sums, estimated at 800,000 ducats, to stave it off, and this was supported by the fact that the midnight horsemen, before going to the Inquisition, had stopped at the house of Heitor Otanes, a wealthy Portuguese merchant, who had given him 50 ducats for his good news. Under this perdón general, the 3 tribunals in Portugal liberated 410 prisoners simultaneously on January 16, 1605. And there can be no doubt that the great body of Portuguese Judaizers in Spain obtained valid absolution for all past sins during the 12-month of its duration, although the Inquisition threw what obstacles it could in their way. In 1605, at Toledo, Antonio Fernandes Paredes, a Portuguese on trial with 3 witnesses against him, was obliged to insist on his right under the pardon, and to argue that his wife, Isabel Diaz, had been released at Coimbra in virtue of it, until the tribunal referred the matter to the Suprema, which ordered his discharge, although subsequently, during the same year, 6 other Portuguese were tried and sentenced without any reference being made to it. Still, the hands of the Inquisition were tied, and it lent its energies to detecting the Portuguese in new delinquencies. It sent out the brief to the tribunals April 15th, and on April 20th, 1606, it called their attention to the fact that the year had expired on January 16th, wherefore they were immediately to examine their records as to the Portuguese who had been discharged in virtue of the brief, and to proceed against all who had not taken advantage of it, as well as against those who had been guilty of heresy after its expiration. Notwithstanding this, there must have been for some years a marked interruption of persecution. A writer remarks in 1611 that in Seville the castle of Triana was used as a penitential prison, for there was no one on trial, the Judaizers having all been pardoned, the Moriscos expelled, and the Protestants suppressed. This episode, however, could have no permanent influence, and its chief interest lies in its manifestation of the numbers and wealth of the new class of offenders coming forward to replace the expelled Moriscos, in furnishing material for autos de fe and in stimulating activity with the prospect of fines and confiscations. After this, we hear little of the old Spanish conversos. Nearly all Judaizers are Portuguese, and all Portuguese are presumably Judaizers, suspects who existed only on sufferance. In 1625, at Salamanca, the corregidor, in his nightly round, entered a tavern to arrest a priest who had committed murder. He had words with a party of Portuguese, and forthwith arrested them all, charging them with being fugitives from the Portuguese Inquisition. He reported this to the Suprema, which communicated with the Tribunal of Coimbra, and they were all sent to it for trial. When, in 1633, an effort was made to remove the disabilities under which the New Christians labored, the licentiate Juan Adan de la Parra, in an argument against it, urged as his principal reason the obstinacy of the Portuguese neophytes. Even the advocates of the measure admitted that it would be inapplicable to them, and Parra pointed out the impossibility of distinguishing between them and the Castilians. Some efforts were made to check this influx and to prevent transit through Spain to France and Holland, where the refugees were of material assistance to the national enemies. In 1567, during the minority of Dom Sebastian, the old laws were revived forbidding new Christians to leave the kingdom, or to seek the colonies, or to sell real estate without a special royal license. Sebastian subsequently repealed this, but it was renewed by Philippe II in 1587, and remained at least nominally in force, though difficult of execution. Partial relief was obtained in 1601, when they paid Philippe III 200,000 ducats for an irrevocable free permission to go to the colonies of both crowns, and to sell landed property, but, with the faithlessness customary in dealing with the proscribed race, this irrevocable permission was withdrawn in 1610, and, in 1611 and 1612, the Suprema forwarded to the Viceroy of Goa a royal provision ordering him to expel all of Jewish blood, to which he refused obedience, saying that all commerce was in their hands, and the colonies would be ruined by their expulsion. Another decree of Philip III, April 16, 1619, called the attention of the Inquisitor General to the evils resulting from the multitudes of Portuguese passing, with their families and property, to France. All who could not show a license under the Portuguese crown to leave that kingdom were to be seized and their property sequestrated without further orders, in accordance with which the Suprema promptly issued the necessary instructions to its commissioners in the seaports and frontier towns. This doubtless led to increased restrictions in Portugal on emigration, and to it we may probably attribute an eloquent memorial, without date, from the Portuguese New Christians, asking for the removal of all limitations. Gentlemen of the noblest houses, they stated, had intermarried with them, both in Portugal and the colonies, and they had lavished their substance in the good work of founding churches, embellishing confrarias, endowing chapels, and liberal almsgiving. Free permission to enter Spain would work no harm to religion, for the Inquisition was everywhere, and the benefit arising from unrestricted intercourse was manifested in the revenues derived from the frontier towns, which were formerly farmed out for 13 millions of maravedis, irregularly paid, and now were farmed for 36 million, attributable to the spices, perfumes, porcelains, stuffs, and other wares brought in by them. It was the same with the Spanish manufactures exported through Biscay, the wools and cloths of Segovia, the silks and other goods. The only objection to free intercourse was that they might take advantage of it to seek other prohibited lands, and this was sufficiently answered elsewhere, in addition to the fact that Portugal had so many ports that emigration could not be prevented, as 2 hours sufficed to reach the sea and embark, while land travel was slow and expensive, and could be stopped at the frontier towns. The New Christians had greatly enriched the kingdom and the colonies by their labors. In Brazil, where they could hold real estate, nearly all the sugar plantations were in their hands, and these they were constantly increasing, to the great profit of the colony and of the revenue. As by law they were excluded from all offices and dignities, commerce was their only resource. Possibly these representations may have been convincing, for the prohibition was withdrawn, to be subsequently renewed as we shall see. If they desired to escape from Portugal, Portugal was quite as anxious to get rid of them, by extermination or otherwise. The pious intensity of hatred towards them finds expression in 1621 in a ferocious work by Vicente de Costa Matos, of which the declared object was to drive them from the land. All the old stories of their malice to Christians were raked together and set forth as uncontradicted truths. They were enemies of mankind, wandering like gypsies through the world and living on the sweat of others. They had possessed themselves of all trade, farming the lands of individuals and the royal patrimony, with no capital but industry and lack of conscience. They live only for the perdition of the world. Of old, God punished those who ill-treated them, but now he punishes those who endure them. The decline of the Spanish kingdoms was the punishment sent by God for tolerating them. They were all idolaters and sodomites, and wherever they went, they infected the land with their abominations, and were constantly seeking to convert Christians to their foul belief. Luther commenced by Judaizing. All heretics were either Jews or descendants of Judaizers, as was seen in England, Germany, and other parts where they flourished. Calvin called himself the father of Jews, like many other deniers of the Trinity, and Bucer in his will declared that Christ was not the Savior promised. Their perverse obstinacy was sufficiently proved by the numbers who were every day burnt, and the still greater numbers who escaped by penance after conviction. This crazy ebullition of ignorant hate accorded so well with the prejudices of the time that a second edition was called for in 1633. In 1629, it was translated into Castilian by Fray Diego Galvan Vera, and this was reprinted in 1680. The hatred, indeed, was quenchless which was not satisfied with what the Inquisition was doing. In 1623, we chanced to hear of the Tribunal of Evora arresting 100 new Christians of the little town of Montemar al Novo. The autos de fe were frequently conducted on a scale unknown in contemporary Castile. The Tribunal of Coimbra held once, August 16, 1626, with 247 penitents and relaxados, another on May 16, 1629, with 218, and another on August 17, 1631, with 247. The statistics between 1620 and 1640 are not complete, for there were 10 autos of which the details have not been preserved, but, even without these, the fearful aggregate is 230 relaxed in person, 161 in effigy, and 4,995 penanced. And this is in addition to several hundred prisoners discharged under 2 pardons granted in 1627 and 1630, which no doubt were heavily paid for. Besides these pardons, an Edict of Grace was published in 1622, but, as we have seen, such mercies were burdened with intolerable conditions, and only 16 persons came forward under it, 12 in Lisbon and 4 in Evora, and all these had already been testified against. In 1630, the royal confessor Sotomayor reported that, in interviewing the deputies of the New Christians, he found that they wanted no more edicts of grace. The last one, they said, had done them no good but much harm, as it brought infinite denunciations against them and filled the prisons. There is very likely exaggeration, but nothing more than exaggeration, in the assertion of Lois de Milo that in this period the activity of the Inquisition had virtually depopulated the cities of Coimbra, Oporto, Braga, Lamego, Braganza, Evora, Beja, and part of Lisbon, and the towns of Santarém, Tomar, Trancosa, Aveiro, Guimarães, Vinay, Villaflor, Fondan, Montemar al Velo, and Onovo, and many other places, while the prisons of the 3 tribunals were always full and the autos so frequent that each tribunal celebrated one almost every year. One in Coimbra occupied 2 days, there being more than 100 each day, and among them professors, canons, priests, curas, with cure of souls, vicars general, frailes, nuns, knights, including some of the military orders of kin with the highest of the land, and there was even a discalced Franciscan so pertinacious that he was burnt alive. Notwithstanding these superhuman exertions, the inquisitors complained that their labors were unavailing. Judaism was steadily increasing. The misfortunes of the land were attributable to the idolatry of this evil rabble, and they clamored for more drastic measures. The Supreme Council, January 17, 1619, addressed to Philip III a consulta urging that prompt action was necessary in view of the contamination, and of the infinite sacrileges committed, to the scandal of the faithful. The king, it said, did not want vassals only, but good vassals, and it therefore suggested that, when a penitent was condemned to confiscation, he should also be banished. He would thus be stripped of everything, and would not take wealth to enrich the enemy, as now was the case. It also said that a general visitation was on foot, which had already produced much result. Presumably there were many in Madrid who should be investigated, and the king was asked to order a visitation there. One member of the council, Mendo de la Mota, went even further, and wanted banishment for all required to abjure for vehement suspicion. Philippe responded to this with chilling indifference. If those who abjured for suspicion were banished, they would take their money with them. It was a doubtful measure, and he wished the council to consider it further. As regarded the Portuguese and Castile, if a list was furnished, with notes as to grounds for suspicion, he would have them investigated. The list was duly supplied, but the investigation was not made. The effort was resumed the next year. On April 30, 1620, the tribunals of Lisbon and Evora sent to Philippe relations of the autos held by them on the previous September 29th, so that he might see the large numbers punished on those occasions, and recognize the necessity of more active measures of repression. Among them were 3 canons of Coimbra, 3 frailes, and several lawyers. 6 canons of Coimbra, all new Christians, had been arrested. They were all appointees of the Pope, and the king was prayed to ask him to close the door on all applicants for benefices of that race. Also to order that none should be admitted to the church, either as seculars or regulars, and none to public office, which indicates how little the prohibitory laws were respected. End of section 33. Recording by Robert Sherman, Jr., Washington, D.C., www.nyckidd.com. Section 34 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Sherman, Jr., Washington, D.C. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 8, Spheres of Action, Chapter 1, Jews, Part 6. The youthful Philip IV was scarce more than seated on the throne when, in 1622, Fernando Mascarenhas, Bishop of Faro, urged him to provide some remedy for the political dangers apprehended from the new Christians. It was in evidence, he said, that they were all secretly Jews, and the state was in great peril from them, as they were very numerous. There was no city in which they were not powerful through their wealth and the important positions held by them, while the danger of detection and punishment might lead them to cause serious trouble through alliance with enemies. It was found that they secretly invested their capital in dealings with the Dutch, and in Dutch commercial companies, and, if they ventured their wealth with these rebels, they would conspire with them, especially as the Inquisition was pushing them hard, arresting them all, and they had no other remedy. Israel has rarely had a more flattering tribute to its intellectual superiority than the fears excited by this remnant surviving through nearly a century of pitiless persecution. Doubtless there were other urgent warnings which have not reached us, and, in 1628, Philippe called for a formal expression of opinion from his Portuguese prelates. By his order they assembled at Tomar, and summoned to their aid all who were most distinguished in the kingdom for learning and virtue. After prolonged debates, they submitted to him a series of suggestions to which he replied seriatim. In view of the failure of all previous efforts to abate the evils wrought and threatened by the new Christians, the remedy they preferred was the thorough expulsion of the whole race. If this were not practicable, at least those who were full-blooded Jews, excepting such as could prove their Christianity, should be banished, and their property confiscated. As for those of half or quarter blood, all should go who had been, or who in future should be reconciled, or sentenced to abjure de vehementi, unless inquisitors were satisfied of their true repentance and conversion. To this Philippe replied, proposing delay in the case of the full-blooded conversos, and assenting to the exile of the reconciled and vehemently suspect. For the further relief of the kingdom, the bishops proposed that all who desired could, within a year, irrevocably expatriate themselves, selling their property and taking with them the proceeds, but not in jewels or the precious metals. To this, the royal answer was that already there was unrestricted liberty to go, but as evils had arisen from their return, in future it should be prohibited. The next suggestion was significant, to check the spread of Judaic infection. By intermarriage, which was destroying the luster of the nobility, no dower in such union should exceed 2,000 cruzados, and the husband should be disabled from holding positions of honor and dignity. To the first clause the king assented. To the latter he said that the existing laws in favor of the nobility should be enforced. To prevent the constant profanation of the sacraments, it was proposed that papal briefs should be procured prohibiting all entrance into the church of all who were new Christians, even in the 10th degree. To this the king promised to apply for such briefs, and meanwhile the bishops should refuse to install persons bearing dispensations and report to him, and also represent to the Pope, the evils attendant on such preferment. The next suggestion was that the king should ratify and enforce the prohibition to hold secular offices and dignities, to which he replied that it should be strictly enforced. Finally, the bishops proposed that the new Christians should be wholly excluded from trade and commerce, or, if this was not possible, at least from that which concerned the royal revenues, but to this Philippe answered rather curtly that it was none of their business. Such were the views of Christian prelates, and even the partial concessions of the king seemed sufficient to threaten the new Christians with virtual extinction. But the whole portentous transaction served only to put on record the extremes to which bigotry could reach. As Luis de Mello suggestively says, after giving the documents in full, the orders issued by the king were not executed, and it would be superfluous to explain the cause of this to anyone acquainted with the methods of government of the period. Yet it had one result, for the new Christians, in fear of the threatened consequences, paid to King Philippe 80,000 ducats for the privilege of leaving Portugal, and, under this, some 5,000 families emigrated to Castile, besides a countless number of individual stragglers, so that it would be a wonder to find any place in Spain not filled with Portuguese Jews. They felt themselves in perfect safety, for the Castilian tribunals refused to honor requisitions from those of Portugal. Efforts were also made to obtain modification of procedure, but in vain. By a cedula of December 20, 1633, Philippe expressed his approbation of the existing rules and refused all change. Moreover, he gave to Inquisitor General de Castro all the memorials, petitions, and arguments presented to him, thus furnishing to the Inquisition the names of those upon whom to wreak its vengeance. The question of transit to France came up again in 1632, when the Suprema notified Philippe that the commissioner at Pampeluna reported that troops of Portuguese families were passing into France, many of them people of wealth, with litters and coaches, and the Inquisition did not interfere with them, as the last instructions were that they should not be impeded. The result of this representation was that the orders of 1619 were repeated. Not content with retaining those who wished to expatriate themselves, when the Admiral of Castile, in 1636, captured Saint-Jean-de-Luz, and there were hopes of conquering Guyenne, which was ripe for revolt, the Inquisition took steps to seize the refugees who might have settled there, though it had no evidence that they were Judaizers. It assumed that they were apostates and as such not included in the promises held out to the inhabitants at large, and that anyhow the cause of the faith was privileged. The king was therefore asked to order the admiral to send to the border all whom its agents might designate, so that they could be seized without attracting attention. It is possible that some victims may thus have been procured during the brief time in which the Spaniards held their advantage. The refugees, however, mainly bent their steps to Holland, where they enjoyed free toleration and could work for their advancement and the detriment of their oppressors. This was the leading cause of the effort to prevent emigration, and it was a matter of much concern. Luis de Mello says that there had passed to Holland more than 2,000 families and, in those rebel states, they had purchased the right to establish synagogues. Those who publicly Judaized there were the same as those who, quitting Portugal as Sanbenitados, published that their confession of Judaism was under coercion of the Inquisition. Many who had lived in misery in Portugal were rich in Holland. They paid contributions to those rebel states and assisted to maintain their fleets and armies. They invested largely in the East India Company, and thus were absorbing a great part of Spanish commerce and, under feigned names and in vessels of the United Provinces, they did a large trade in contraband goods. In short, their commercial aptitudes were impoverishing Spain and enriching her enemies. The writer unconsciously points out how large a part intolerance played in the decadence of the state. Nor was this the only mischief wrought by their hostility to the land that had driven them forth. In 1634, the Capitan Esteban de Aras Fonseca, in a memorial to the Suprema, represents the refugees in Holland as aiding actively the enemies of Spain, and as holding constant correspondence with spies residing there in the guise of merchants. The Dutch West India Company, he says, was controlled by Jews, who were large stakeholders, and its chief profits were derived from piracy in the colonies, especially those of Portugal on the Brazilian coast, where the New Christians were numerous and were in correspondence with the enemy. It was two Jews, Nuno Alvarez Franco and Manuel Fernandez Drago, residents of Bahia, who planned and executed the capture of that place by the Dutch in 1625. Franco, he adds, now lives in Lisbon as a spy under orders from Holland, and his brother Jacob Franco carries intelligence back and forth disguised as a Fleming of Antwerp. Drago is still in Bahia. He is a great rabbi and teacher of the Jews, and moreover is a spy who last year sent word to the Dutch to return there. The capture of Pernambuco was the work of the Jews of Amsterdam, chief among whom was Antonio Valles Henriquez, known as Cohen, who had lived there, who arranged the plans and accompanied the expedition. He is now residing in Seville as a merchant, but is nothing but a spy. Last year he went to Amsterdam with a plan for the capture of Havana, where he has a correspondent named Manuel de Torres. At present, a large fleet of 18 sail is fitting out for the relief of Pernambuco, under command of David Peixoto, a Jew, who proposes to call at Moriscos and penetrate to Coimbra, where the Inquisition is to be burnt and the prisoners are to be liberated. It was a Jew of Amsterdam, named Francisco de Campos, who took the island of Fernando de Noronha. It could readily be recaptured, as it has a garrison of only 34 men with 4 cannon. In San Sebastian there is a Jew named Abraham Gur, who calls himself Juan Guilles, under Dutch pay. He works much mischief to Spain and keeps a man named Rafael Mendez, who is constantly traveling back and forth. We need not accept all this as literally true, but it had an undoubted substratum of fact. In 1640, the tribunals of Lima and Cartagena de las Indias reported that in recent autos de fe, it had been discovered that many Judaizing Portuguese in the colonies had correspondence with the synagogues in Holland and the Levant, assisting the Dutch and the Turks with information and money. To verify this, orders were given to open, on a certain day, all letters addressed to Portuguese throughout Spain. The information was found to be true. A cipher was discovered, used in correspondence with the synagogues of Holland, and further, that $1.5 million of money had been pledged from Spain. The matter was appropriately referred for investigation to the Inquisitor General and 2 inquisitors. What was the result we have no means of knowing, but we may be reasonably sure that the rumors, which attributed to the New Christians of Portugal a share in the rebellion of 1640, were not wholly without foundation. They certainly benefited at first by the change of masters. It is true that João IV conciliated the Inquisition by intervening in its favor in a quarrel which it had, in 1643, with the Jesuits of Evora, and by attending, with his family and court, 2 autos de fe held in Lisbon April 6, 1642, and June 25, 1645, in one of which there were 6 relaxations in person and 4 in effigy, with 75 penitents, and in the other 11 relaxations in person and 2 in effigy, with 61 penitents. But this we may assume to have been a matter of policy rather than of conviction, for his tendencies were towards liberality. He is even said to have contemplated granting freedom of conscience and liberty of residence to Jews, but to have been forced to abandon the purpose by the stubborn resistance of the Inquisitor General Francisco de Castro, Bishop of Guarda. But this is probably a Spanish exaggeration of an intention to modify the rigor of inquisitorial procedure, which he was obliged to forego through the impossibility of obtaining the requisite papal confirmation. Spanish influence in Italy sufficed to prevent the Holy See from recognizing or holding relations with the House of Braganza, until, by the Treaty of Lisbon in 1668, Spain abandoned her futile efforts at reconquest. a position which resulted in the vacancy of the Portuguese sees, as the bishops dropped off, until there was but one left, Francisco de Sotomayor, a Dominican who chanced to be Bishop of Targa in partibus, and who was made Bishop of Lamego in 1659. This impossibility of negotiating with Rome rendered necessary an indirect method of accomplishing his desire to abolish confiscation, which he recognized as a serious impediment to commercial credit and prosperity, especially through the sequestration of property at arrest. As it was provided by the canons, it could only be abrogated by a papal rescript, and to evade this difficulty, in his decree of February 6, 1649, he disclaimed all intention of interfering with the functions of the Holy Office, which should continue to include confiscation in its sentences, but, after this declaration, he made to the culprits a free gift of their forfeited property, which they could dispose of at will, provided it was in favor of Catholics, and he also abolished sequestration at arrest. But this was not only a free gift, but a binding contract, under which the merchants engaged to form a trading company to enrich the country with colonial commerce and to provide, at its own expense, 36 warships to serve as convoys for the merchantmen, all of which was impossible so long as the capital of the company was liable to be imperiled by sequestration and confiscation imposed on the shareholders. The Inquisitor General was ordered to have this decree filed in the secreto of the tribunals, and to enforce its observance, while João obligated himself never to revoke it. The Inquisition subsequently boasted that it had excommunicated all who advised the king to this measure, and it actually succeeded in obtaining from Innocent X a brief of October 25, 1650, thanking God for what it had done and urging it to persevere. Notwithstanding this, the Campagna de Bolsa was organized and, through its means, Pernambuco was recovered from the Dutch. There was flattering prospect of restoring Portuguese commerce, but when João IV died in 1656, leaving the kingdom of the regency of his widow Lucia de Guzman, during the minority of Afonso VI, the Inquisition not only resumed confiscation, but proceeded to collect the arrears since 1649. Altogether, Padre Vieira tells us about 1680 they had gathered in up to that time some 25 millions, of which not more than 500,000 cruzados reached the royal treasury. When Bishop de Castro died in 1653, the attitude of the Holy See towards Portugal precluded the appointment of a successor, and the General Council acted from that date until 1672. When D. Pedro de Lencastre, Archbishop of Cide in partibus, was appointed. The lack of a head seems rather to have stimulated than to have repressed its energies, and one can scarce comprehend how, after a century of such earnest work, so small a territory can have furnished so unfailing a supply of victims. Autos were held in each tribunal nearly every year, with so copious a number of culprits that occasionally they occupied 2 days, and one at Coimbra in February 1677 required 3 days to dispatch its 9 personal relaxations and its 264 penitents. Peace or war seems to have made no difference. Evora celebrated an auto, June 23, 1663, with 142 penitents, although Don John of Austria, with a hostile Spanish army, was occupying the city. The explanation of this exhaustless reservoir of material for autos is to be found in the strictness with which the infection of blood was reckoned, without limit of generations. All who had the slightest admixture were reckoned as new Christians and were held to be Jews at heart. Intermarriages had been frequent, and so a large portion of the population was thus contaminated that foreigners generally regarded the Portuguese as all Jews. Thus the field of operation of the Inquisition was almost unlimited, and everyone whom it penanced became a source of stronger infection. The death of João IV removed what little restraint he may have ventured to exercise, and, in 1662, the oppressed population, comprising so large a portion of the wealth and intelligence of the kingdom, made an attempt to purchase alleviation of suffering. A new Christian named Duarte, who had been penanced, in the name of his fellows made a liberal offer of money and troops for the defense of the land, in return for a general pardon, the publication of witnesses' names, and permission to found a synagogue in which professing Jews might worship. Considering that in Rome there was a synagogue, there is some inconsistency in the energetic brief of Alexander VII, February 17, 1663, denouncing the project and urging the Inquisition to resist it to the utmost. Of course, the attempt was abortive. Then, in 1671, the New Christians were suddenly threatened with a catastrophe. In the Church of Odaveas, a pyx with the consecrated host was stolen. We have seen with what equanimity the Roman Inquisition regarded this offense, but in Portugal the whole kingdom was thrown into consternation. The regent Pedro and the court put on mourning. An edict ordered that for some days no one should leave his house, so that everybody might be compelled to give an account of himself on the fatal night. All efforts to identify the sacrilegious thief proving fruitless, it was assumed that the new Christians must be guilty, and the regents signed an edict banishing them all from Portugal, a measure opposed by the Inquisition, doubtless because its occupation would be gone. Before the expulsion could be enforced, however, it happened that a young thief near Coimbra, named Antonio Ferreira, was arrested, and in his possession was found the pyx with its contents. The most searching investigation failed to discover in him a trace of Jewish blood. He was duly burnt, and the new Christians were saved. End of section 34. Recording by Robert Sherman, Jr., Washington, D.C., www.nyckidd.com. Section 35 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Sherman, Jr., Washington, D.C. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 8, Spheres of Action, Chapter 1, Jews, Part 7. After this narrow escape, there came a gleam of promise. Few members of the Society of Jesus at that time were more distinguished than Antonio Vieira, who had earned the name of the Apostle of Brazil. He had long regarded the new Christians with compassion, and had urged João IV not to only abolish confiscation, but to remove the distinctions between them and the old Christians. He had made enemies, and the Inquisition readily undertook his punishment. His writings in favor of the oppressed were condemned as rash, scandalous, erroneous, savoring of heresy, and well adapted to pervert the ignorant. After 3 years of incarceration, he was penanced in the audience chamber of Coimbra, December 23, 1667, and his sympathy for the victims of the Holy Office was sharpened by his experience of its unwholesome prisons, where he tells us that 5 unfortunates were not uncommonly herded in a cell 9 feet by 11, where the only light came from a narrow opening near the ceiling, where the vessels were changed only once a week, and all spiritual consolation was denied. Then, in the safe refuge of Rome, he raised his voice for the relief of the oppressed, in numerous writings in which he characterized the Holy Office of Portugal as a tribunal which served only to deprive men of their fortunes, their honor, and their lives, while unable to discriminate between guilt and innocence. It was known to be holy only in name, while its works were cruelty and injustice, unworthy of rational beings, although it was always proclaiming its superior piety. The Society of Jesus could scarce fail to resent the affront put upon one of its most distinguished members. It was still a power in Portugal, and it made its influence felt. The new Christians took heart, and, in 1673, they made an organized effort to gain relief. They asked to have the procedure of the Inquisition modified to that of Rome, and, in order that the new system might have a fair start, that a general pardon be granted to those under trial. The extent of the considerations offered for these very moderate concessions shows how desperate was the condition of the sufferers, for they proposed to place within a year 4,000 troops in India, and then yearly to send 1,200 men, or 1,500 in case of war, besides an annual payment of 20,000 cruzados and various other considerable contributions, including some important matters which there were reasons for keeping secret. Against this proposal the Inquisition protested in 2 elaborate remonstrances, revealing the temper in which it habitually exercised its powers. It could find no words too strong to describe the wickedness of the new Christians, whose invincible adherence to their errors showed that punishment and not pardon was the only means to be employed. In place of mitigating the laws, they should be sharpened, as heresy was steadily increasing, and to ask for the Roman procedure was scandalous, and in itself worthy of punishment. The regent was told that he had no power to overthrow the laws, and he was threatened, on the one hand, with an uprising of the people, and on the other with an appeal to the Pope. In fine, the proposed reform would bring desolation on the land and result in Portugal becoming a Judea. On the other side, the arrangement was warmly supported by many ecclesiastics, to which Jesuit influence doubtless contributed. Not only did the Archbishop of Lisbon favor it, but also 30 masters and doctors of theology, the professors of the University of Coimbra, 7 ministers of the Inquisition, and many men of high position among both the regular and the secular clergy. The regent and his council gave it their approval, and the matter was referred to the Pope for his decision. The debate was thus transferred to Rome, where, in 1674, both sides submitted their arguments to the commission of cardinals formed for the purpose. The advocates of the New Christians presented a scathing indictment of the Inquisition, doubtless one-sided and exaggerating, and yet affording an insight into the abuses inevitable when secret and irresponsible power fell into unworthy hands. The great mass of victims, they asserted, was fervent and loyal Christians, who either were burnt for denying Judaism or obtained reconciliation by falsely confessing. A case occurring only the year previous, 1673, at Evora, was that of 2 nuns burnt as negativas. One of them had lived for 40 years in her nunnery, with unblemished reputation and filling all the official positions in turn. The confessors who heard her before the auto were overcome by the fervent piety which she manifested, and, when the procession was formed, she recognized among the penitents her own sister and nieces, who had saved their lives by denouncing her. She pardoned them and made a most exemplary end, invoking Christ with her last breath as the garrote was applied. Indeed, it was the evidence of many confessors that the greater part of those to whom they ministered at the autos were true and fervent Christians, and this was confirmed by the University of Evora by Padre Manuel Diaz, S.J., confessor of the Crown Prince, and numerous ecclesiastics of high standing. The trade of false witness was a thriving one, both for gain and the gratification of enmity. There were regular associations of perjurers, who made a living by levying blackmail on rich new Christians, accusing those who refused their demands, so that the unfortunate class lived in perpetual terror and purchased temporary safety by compliance. The matter was reduced to a fine art. The accusing witness would give a fictitious name and address, so that the accused could never recognize and disable him. Sometimes, indeed, when additional evidence was necessary, a witness would change his name and garments and give the required corroborative testimony. As an illustration of the arbitrary abuse of power, allusion was made to a notorious case occurring at Evora in 1643. According to custom, a student of the Jesuit college was appointed to superintend the market. The servant of an inquisitor desired to buy a load of honey, in order to retail it at an advance, but the student interposed because it had already been purchased for the use of the college and would only let the servant have enough to supply his master's table. For this he was imprisoned, tried, required to abjure, and penanced as unsound in the faith. When the sentence was read in the presence of a number of ecclesiastics, the professor of theology, a Jesuit of high standing, appealed to the Holy See, to which one of the inquisitors replied that, from that holy tribunal, the only appeal was to the Holy Trinity, and the unlucky appellant was gaoled and severely handled. Jesuits were not accustomed to such treatment. The matter was laid before Urban VIII, who summoned the inquisitors to appear before him, but, in the confusion of the war with Spain, the affair blew over. The statements as to confiscation explain the tenacity of the Inquisition in maintaining its position. The Crown supported the Inquisition and was entitled to the results of its industry, but obtained little. The sequestrations were in the hands of the tribunals during the trials, which were protracted for 5, 10, or 12 years to the intense distress of the prisoners. During this time, the management of the property was irresponsible. No accounts were rendered and, of the immense sums received, only occasional trifling payments were made to the state. The Inquisitor General had authority to make donations to the inquisitors, and this was liberally exercised in granting them sums of 6 or 8 or even 14,000 crowns at a time. Commerce was most disastrously affected, for, when a merchant with foreign correspondence was arrested and his property was sequestrated, his foreign consignors or creditors clamored in vain for the goods or debts belonging to them, and, as this was a fate overhanging every man, Portuguese trade suffered accordingly. In short, while we may not accept literally the assertion that the Inquisition brought irreparable ruin upon Portugal, we cannot but regard it as one of the largely contributing factors to the rapid decadence of the kingdom. The contest in Rome was stubborn, but the New Christians gradually gained the advantage and, on October 3, 1674, Clement X, as a preliminary, issued a brief reciting their complaints, in view of which he evoked to himself all pending cases and committed them to the Roman Inquisition, inhibiting further action in Portugal, under pain of deprivation of office and other penalties, for all officials, including the Inquisitor General. Coimbra treated this as a general pardon and, on November 18th, discharged all those under trial, but the other tribunals seem to have detained their prisoners. It was probably with the object of releasing them that, in 1676, Innocent XI instructed his nuncio to permit the inquisitors to finish the trials, but not to inflict sentences of relaxation, confiscation, or perpetual galleys. If this was the object, it was unsuccessful. The Inquisition was sullen and celebrated no auto de fe between the years 1674 and 1682, save 3 private ones in the Lisbon audience chamber, in each of which there was but a single penitent. The inquisitorial agents in Rome denied the assertions as to the arbitrary injustice of procedure and the coercion of good Christians to confess Judaism by the terrible alternative of relaxation as negativos. In the conflict of statement, it was proposed that the truth could be ascertained by the examination of the records, and Innocent consequently ordered the transmission to Rome of the papers in some specimen cases of convicted negativos. The Inquisitor General, Verissimo de Lancastre, Archbishop of Braga, refused obedience on the ground that it would reveal the secrets of procedure. The Pope naturally pronounced the reason to be frivolous, and treated this imitation of Arce y Reynoso's course in the Villanueva affair with greater decision than his predecessor. After meeting repeated refusals, he peremptorily ordered, by a brief of December 24, 1678, that, within 10 days after notice, 4 or 5 of the prescribed cases should be delivered to the nuncio Marcello, under pain of ipso facto suspension of the Inquisitor General and all his subordinates. If they continued to act, the Inquisitor General was interdicted from entering a church, and the others incurred excommunication removable only by the Holy See, while, during suspension, the episcopal ordinaries were restored to their jurisdiction with full powers. Even this did not break down inquisitorial contumacy, and, on May 27, 1679, another brief formally suspended them, while letters of the same date to the nuncio instructed him to prosecute them and report the result. This decisive action at length brought the partial submission that the 2 processes were sent to the Portuguese ambassador to be delivered to the Pope, but evidently this was deemed insufficient, for the suspension was not removed until 1681, when a brief of August 22 gave as a reason that the episcopal ordinaries, owing to various impediments, had not been able to exercise jurisdiction and the prisoners were suffering through the delay. The raising of the suspension, however, was conditioned on the future observance of numerous modifications of procedure, under threat of reincidence of the penalties previously prescribed. The New Christians had especially asked for a change in the rule respecting negativos, but this, as we have seen, was unfortunately an essential part of the system and their desire was ungratified. The changes granted were of minor importance, and are interesting only as evidence of some specially iniquitous practices against which they were directed, and better treatment of prisoners was enjoined. Whether these modifications were observed and mitigated the rigor of procedure, whether the Inquisition was humbled and weakened by its defeat in the struggle with the papacy, or whether the material for its autos was becoming exhausted, it would be impossible now to determine, but there is no question that, after its resumption in 1681, the number of its victims diminished notably. The renewal of operations was celebrated by autos de fe held in the early months of 1682, with processions and illuminations and other demonstrations of rejoicing, but, in the 19 years including 1682 and 1700, there were but 59 relaxed in person, 61 in effigy, and 1,351 penanced, an aggregate deplorable in itself, yet encouraging in comparison with its predecessors. End of section 35. Recording by Robert Sherman, Jr., Washington, D.C., www.nyckidd.com. Section 36 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain.
For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Sherman, Jr., Washington, D.C. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 8, Spheres of Action, Chapter 1, Jews, Part 8. From this sketch of the Portuguese Inquisition, we can readily estimate its efficiency in keeping the Spanish institution supplied with material as the native stock grew Christianized. Not the least unfortunate effect of this was its influence in maintaining the prejudice that might otherwise have subsided, and that consequently became one of race as much as of religion. The venom which we have seen in the work of Da Costa Matos was, if possible, exceeded in the Centinela contra Judíos of Padre Fray Francisco de Torrejoncillos, published as late as 1673 and reprinted in 1728 and 1731. In this popular exposition of Christian rancor, no story is too wild and unnatural to be unworthy of credence, if it illustrates the innate and ineradicable depravity of the Jew and his quenchless desire to work evil to the Christian. The fables of the Fortalicium Fidei are repeated as incontestable truths, and new ones are invented to prove that the virus is as active as ever. It makes no difference if the Jew is baptized, for this does not change his nature and his faith, and he remains the same implacable enemy. The same temper is manifested in a memorial, drawn up about this time by an inquisitor, in answer to a proposition for moderating the harshness of inquisitorial procedure. The writer was evidently a man of learning and culture, but his paper is a bitter tirade against the Jews, insisting upon their diabolical nature and asserting them to be much worse now than when they crucified Christ. The evil is in their blood, forcing them to hate and rage against Christ, the Virgin, and all who profess the Christian faith. Popular beliefs that they had tails, and that they were distinguishable by a peculiar odor which they exhaled, and that, as physicians, they killed 1 out of 5 of their Christian patients, were persistent outgrowths of the hatred thus inculcated. Even to call a man a Jew was an offense justiciable by the Inquisition, for when, in 1646, Padre Boyle, a royal preacher, in a sermon stigmatized as a Jew Fray Enriquez, of his own mercenarian order, the tribunal of Toledo promptly sent for him and, after detaining him for 6 months, sentenced him to 2 years' exile from the court, during which he was forbidden to preach. When, about 1632, the New Christians made an effort to procure a removal of their disabilities, Juan Edan de la Parra, who, though an inquisitor, was a poet and a man of culture, opposed it in an elaborate essay, cautiously couched in Latin, for the matter was too delicate for popular discussion. He did not pander to vulgar prejudice, but addressed himself to arguments of state policy, which are a curious illustration of what, on such a subject, an intelligent man regarded as conclusive. He deplores the decline of population, of agriculture, of shipping, and of the mechanic arts, which he attributes to the insidious practices of the Jews, their avoidance of manual labor, and their addiction to usury. Look at Portugal, he says, where this traitorous race stimulated the ardor of foreign conquest, until it embraced the East and the West Indies, and then cunningly corrupted the native virtue with the wealth and luxury thus acquired, until they have succeeded in eliminating the heroes and destroying the heroic spirit which rendered Portugal so formidable. It is this craving for oriental luxuries, shrewdly stimulated by the New Christians, which is undermining the robustness of Spanish virtue. The useful is neglected for the superfluous, and thus agriculture declines. He scarcely seems to recognize the tribute which he pays to the superior endowment of the Jew, which he winds up by foretelling that, if the restrictions and disabilities imposed on the New Christians are removed, they will acquire such power that they will reduce the Old Christians to subjection. There was some foundation for the fear that the barriers between the races would be removed. In the exhaustion of Spanish finance, Olivares, in 1634, opened negotiations with the Jews of Africa and the Levant, and royal licenses were granted for the admission of individuals. In 1641, relations were resumed. They sent representatives whom he received and kept with him for a considerable time, silencing the remonstrances of the Suprema with the assertion that they were there on the service of the king. It was proposed that they should be allowed to reside in the suburbs of Madrid, in a separate quarter, with a synagogue as in Rome.
He won over some members of the royal council and some theologians, but the Inquisition was inexorable, and Cardinal Monti, the nuncio, told the king in public audience that Olivares must be dismissed if the harvest of the Lord was to be cleansed of tares and the risk be averted of ruining the faith of Spain. Incidentally, Olivares interfered with the Inquisition by demanding the papers in certain cases. Inquisitor General Sotomayor refused, but, finding himself powerless to resist, placed the documents at the foot of a crucifix, whence they were carried to Olivares, who burnt them and released a number of prisoners. It is even said that he contemplated abolishing the Inquisition, but Philip IV was too profoundly convinced of its necessity to both church and state to entertain the project, and there may well be truth in the assertion that his quarrel with the Holy Office was contributory to his downfall. This put an end to all negotiations, and in 1643 we find the Suprema instructing the Valencia tribunal to forbid the landing of the Jews who were coming from Oran. Some stir was caused in 1645 by two Jews, Salmon Zaportas and Baal Zaportas, who presented themselves in Valencia with a royal license dated in 1634, and one from the Marquis of Viana, governor of Oran. They applied to the tribunal for permission to attend to their business in the city and to wear Christian garments so as not to be mobbed. The tribunal was puzzled and ordered them not to leave the city under pain of 200 pesos while it consulted the Suprema. The latter represented to the king the danger impending on the faith from this disregard of his orders by ministers who issued licenses, to which he responded with instructions to send them back to Oran. The causes leading to the cedula of 1634 no longer existed. If in future their coming was considered necessary, the governor of Oran must report and await the royal decision and a special license. There is no reason to suppose that the venturesome Israelites had anything more important in view than private business. One of the most prominent reasons urged for the establishment and perpetuation of the Inquisition was the zeal of the crypto-Jews in proselyting and the danger to which the purity of religion was thus exposed, an argument which served its purpose, however discrediting to the firmness of Spanish faith. Cases, however, were never cited in proof, nor could they be, for Judaism is a matter of race as much as of dogma. The Jews have never sought to convert the Gentiles, and, in Spain of all lands, it was clearly preposterous that men, who could only exist by concealing their belief, would incur the certainty of detection and of pitiless punishment by the unpardonable offense of seeking the apostasy of their Christian neighbors. What conversions there were spontaneous, and these served to intensify the horror of Judaism and to keep alive the sense of danger arising from the presence of those suspected of cherishing the ancient faith. Fray Diego de Assumpção, burnt in Lisbon in 1603, as a convert to the law of Moses, is said to have been led to this fatal step by witnessing the constancy in martyrdom of those who suffered for their belief. A more remarkable case was that of Lope de Vera, which aroused universal interest throughout Spain and pointed the moral that the safety of religion lay in the ignorance of the faithful, thus justifying the prescience of Valdez when he placed on the first Spanish index a translation of Josephus's Antiquities of the Jews. Lope de Vera was the son of a gentleman of San Clemente, of gentle blood and limpieza. At the age of 19, he was a student at Salamanca, so deeply learned in Hebrew and Arabic that, in July 1638, he competed for a chair of Hebrew. His studies led him to embrace Judaism, and, with the zeal of a convert, he sought to win over a fellow student, who denounced him to the Inquisition. There was a second witness, and yet the Consulta de Fe of Valladolid was not unanimous in voting his arrest. It had to be ordered by the Suprema, and was executed June 24, 1639. He freely admitted the truth of the accusation and much more, but denied intention, assuming that what he had said was for the sake of argument, and asserting that he went to confession and communion and carried a rosary. There was variation and equivocation in his successive audiences. There was delay and doubt on the part of the Inquisition, and the trial dragged on. On April 16th and May 23, 1641, he revoked all that he had confessed, and then suddenly, on May 29th, he announced that he wished to be a Jew and to hold all that the Jews believed, for this was the truth revealed to them by God, which he would defend with his life. Hitherto he had believed what the Church taught, but now he adhered to the law given by God to Israel. The religion of Rome and all other religions were false. He had never practiced the Jewish observances, but would do so in the future. No one had taught him this, but God, in his mercy, had brought him to the truth. Learned men were called in to wean him from his errors. But they declared his pertinacy to be terrible and that, with his knowledge of Hebrew, he would be most dangerous. He refused to have an advocate or to make defense, persisting that he was a Jew and would die for the law of Moses. On August 8th, the alcalde reported that he had circumcised himself with a bone, and the physician sent to examine him verified this, and reported that he said he hoped to be burnt alive, for he sought the honor of martyrdom and would go to paradise. Earnest and protracted efforts were made to reclaim him, but in vain. Then he was asked to set forth the Hebrew texts on which he relied, so that the calificadores could confute them. To enable him to do this he was furnished, December 23rd, with a Bible, paper, ink, and a goose quill, but the latter he rejected, saying that it was forbidden by the law of Moses, and a bronze pen, plume de bronce, was given to him. Further conferences followed, and much patience was manifested, until he refused absolutely to speak in the audiences. The baffled tribunal appealed to the Suprema, which ordered 50 lashes. He endured them unflinchingly on June 17, 1642, and maintained his unbroken silence. This was not obstructive, for his ratification of his confessions was necessary, but, when they and the evidence were read to him, he closed his ears with his fingers and refused even to listen. It was proposed to torture him, but the Suprema humanely discarded formalities and ordered the case to be closed and voted upon. The vote was taken January 27, 1643, to relax him with confiscation, but in confirming it the Suprema ordered further efforts for his conversion. There was no haste in executing the sentence. In January 1644, he was still persisting in silence, except that, when the inquisitors made their weekly visits, he would cry, "Viva la ley de Moisson," after which not another word could be extracted from him. At length, on June 25, 1644, he was burnt alive, maintaining to the end his unalterable constancy. The inquisitor Moscoso, in a letter to the Countess of Monterey, declared that he had never witnessed so ardent a desire for death, such perfect assurance of salvation, or such unconquerable firmness. His fate made a profound impression on his co-religionists. Some years later, Juan Pereira, a youth on trial before the Valladolid tribunal, referred to him repeatedly and declared that he had seen him after death, riding on a mule and glistening with the sweat that was on him when he was taken to the quemadero. Lope de Vera was a most undesirable convert, for his case could not fail to arouse afresh the dread of infection and to stimulate the Inquisition to increased activity. Yet such stimulus was scarce needed, for it was incessantly vigilant and was troubled with few scruples when on the track of a suspect. An illustrative case offers itself when, in September 1642, the Tribunal of Galicia wrote to Valladolid that a prisoner on trial testified that Antonio Lopez, in Manzaneda de Tribes, had practiced Judaism, and it asked for his arrest. And Antonio Lopez was readily found in Valladolid and was promptly thrown in prison September 16th. He denied the accusation. No other testimony could be found against him, and his trial dragged on until, February 3, 1644, there was a vote in discordia. The case went to the Suprema, which ordered further inquiry to be made of the Galician tribunal, when it was discovered that the prisoner had never been in Manzaneda. This should have been conclusive, but, when another vote was reached, August 13th, it was again in discordia, and the Suprema again ordered investigations which proved fruitless. A third inconclusive vote was taken in 1645, and then the Suprema ordered the arrest of a second Antonio Lopez, a painter, who had been discovered in Sanabria. He was arrested in December 1645, and easily proved himself to be an old Christian of strict observance, but to no purpose, for the blundering Consulta de Fe voted in discordia April 30th, 1646, and the Suprema ordered him to be exposed to threatened torture. He was stripped and bound on the trestle, but his nerves did not give way, and he steadily asserted his orthodoxy. The resources of the baffled tribunal were now exhausted, and, on July 14th, the Suprema ordered the cases to be suspended. When the two Antonio Lopez were released, not acquitted, after one had been in prison nearly 4 years, and the other had been subjected to the agony of impending torture, merely because they bore a name which chanced to be mentioned in a distant tribunal as that of a Judaizer. Not quite so hard was the case of Gaspar Rodriguez, arrested by the Tribunal of Valladolid October 4, 1648, on the strength of advices from Cuenca, and discharged October 2, 1649, because it was tardily recognized that he did not correspond with the description of the real culprit. How slender was the evidence required when a Portuguese was concerned is seen in another case at Valladolid. When the Inquisitor Pedro Munoz made a visitation of Oviedo in 1619 to 1620, 2 women testified that Lucia Núñez, a Portuguese settled in Benavente, put on clean chemises on Saturdays. When March 5, 1620, the tribunal voted on the cases brought in by Munoz, this was suspended, but the Suprema ordered the papers to be sent to it, and, on August 17, 1621, it instructed the tribunal to arrest Lucia and sequestrate her property. She was accordingly brought to Valladolid October 30, 1621, and thrown into the secret prison. On her first audience, in reply to the ordinary question whether she knew the cause of her arrest, she said that it was because she changed her linen on Fridays and Saturdays, as she did every day, for the sake of cleanliness, especially when she was suckling her children, and she did not know that she was committing any offense. It was true that she was born in Portugal, but both her parents were Castilians and Old Christians. The trial went through its regular course. Nothing else could be found against her, and, on March 15, 1622, the Consulta de Fe voted to acquit her and lift the sequestration, which was done accordingly the next day, after nearly 5 months of incarceration. When this kind of work was on foot throughout Spain, it is easy to realize how the unfortunate Portuguese were tracked, from one refuge to another, by the implacable vigilance of the Inquisition, with its network of tribunals, in constant correspondence, and its commissioners and familiars everywhere on the watch. That vigilance was kept alive by the frequent discovery of communities of Judaizers, more or less numerous, whose trials revealed the names of abundant accomplices. The Tribunal of Llerena was busy from 1635 to 1638 with the Complicidad de Badajoz, a group of Portuguese whom it had unearthed at Badajoz, and, when the Suprema called for a list of those inculpated by the prisoners whom it had not been able to arrest, they amounted to 150. In 1647, Juan del Cerro of Ciudad Rodrigo was a prisoner in the royal jail of Valladolid. Apparently hoping for release, he denounced himself to the Inquisition and told the story of a congregation of Jews at Ciudad Rodrigo, which met every Friday in the house of the president, Pablo de Herrera, paymaster of the army on the Portuguese frontier, when the ceremony of scourging images of Christ and the Virgin was performed, and then, during Holy Week, they were burnt. Numerous arrests were made, and the trials dragged on until 1651. Torture was employed, parents and children, brothers and sisters testified against each other, but there were no pertinacious impenitents or negativos, and none were relaxed. That Juan del Cerro's story of the outrages on the sacred images was recognized as fictitious is evident from the suspension of 10 of the cases. Juan del Cerro made nothing by his device, for, though he was not prosecuted for false witness, when the trials were over in 1651, he was handed back to the royal court. Toledo was equally active, for, in an auto held the same year, it had 32 Judaizers in person and 30 effigies of fugitives. Nearly the whole of these were Portuguese, for, by this time, Castilian Judaizers were of comparatively rare occurrence. In the Great Seville auto of 1660, out of 81 Judaizers, nearly all Portuguese, a group of 37 were from Osuna and another of 8 from Utrera. There were 47 reconciled, 7 relaxed in person, and 27 in effigy. The numerous effigies which figure in the autos indicate those who were compromised in the confessions of the penitents, and who succeeded for a time in eluding arrest. As a rule, it may be said that this was but a temporary reprieve from the all-pervading vigilance of the Inquisition. Sooner or later it gathered them in despite change of residence and name, and all the precautions of the hunted against the hunter. This is well illustrated in the vicissitudes of a colony of Portuguese, some 20 or 30 in number, in the little town of Beas, Jaén, which throw a vivid light on the miseries of these unfortunates. They had succeeded in living there obscurely for 10 years or more, supporting themselves by such industries as they could follow, when some imprudence or the watchfulness of some neighbor drew upon them the attention of the Tribunal of Cuenca, which arrested 13 of them. From these, the names of 9 others were obtained, for whom warrants of arrest were issued, but, when these were sent for execution in April 1656, it was found that they had left Beas secretly in February, abandoning their property. 5 of them were traced to Malaga. The other 4 were said to have gone to Pietrabuena, but there the track was lost. All were duly prosecuted in absentia, and their effigies formed part of the Seville auto of 1660. The party that went towards Portugal was a family group of 5, Diego Rodriguez Silva, his wife Ana Enriquez, her father Antonio Enriquez Francia, and her brother and sister-in-law, Diego Enriquez and Isabel Rodriguez. They pushed through without stopping to Rio Seco, where they rested 4 days, and then, hiring a guide, they traversed the mountains of Portugal, traveling only by night. Settling in Villa Pinel, they tried to mend their broken fortunes, Ana Enriquez by keeping a shop and Diego Rodriguez by turning his hand to whatever he could find to do. At one time we hear of him as driving 1,000 sheep to Lisbon for sale. Apparently by way of precaution, they appeared spontaneously before the Tribunal of Coimbra, which treated them mercifully, imposing no fines but ordering them not to leave Pinel without permission. Misfortune pursued Diego, and, in 1671, he returned to Spain, stopping at Talavera de la Reina, whence he sent for his wife and children and father-in-law, telling the rest to remain. He took the name of Del Aguila for himself and de los Rios for his wife, and settled for 2 years in Seville, where his father-in-law died. Thence they removed to Daimiel, where the Inquisition found them at last and arrested them February 18, 1677, some 17 years after they had been burnt in effigy in Seville. As 2 or 3 of the Beas fugitives, who had gone to Malaga, were on trial at Toledo in 1667, it is probable that none escaped save those who remained in Portugal. 2 years and a half were spent on the trials of Diego and Ana, ending with a sentence of irremissible prison and San Benito. Ana had broken down under this wandering life of incessant vicissitudes and anxiety. She had become the victim of epilepsy, melancholia, and hypochondria, when her pitiless judges sent her to prison for life in vindication of a religion of infinite love and charity.
End of section 36. Recording by Robert Sherman, Jr., Washington, D.C., www.nyckidd.com. Section 37 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Sherman, Jr., Washington, D.C. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 8, Spheres of Action, Chapter 1, Jews, Part 9. An even more pitiful illustration of the miseries endured by these unfortunates, under the implacable vigilance of the Inquisition, is afforded by the case of Isabel, wife of Francisco Palos of Ciudad Rodrigo. In 1608, when 22 years of age, she was tried by the Valladolid tribunal. Subsequently, she was tried twice in 1621 and 1626 at Llerena, twice at Cuenca in 1653 and 1655, and finally in 1665 at Toledo. Altogether, about 18 years were spent in these trials. The last one, in which she was thrice tortured, continued until 1670, when she was in her 84th year and eluded her tormentors by dying in prison, to be burnt in effigy with her bones as a defunta. Little colonies of Portuguese, like that of Beas, were frequently discovered. Simon Munoz of Pastrana, on trial at Toledo, in 1679, gave the names of 29 accomplices residing there, nearly all of whom figured in an auto particular of December 21st, 1680. They had long succeeded in eluding inquisitorial vigilance, for one of them, Maria Enriquez, then 60 years old, testified that she had been brought thither from Lisbon by her parents when a little child and had always lived there. A similar group of Portuguese, in the little town of Berin, Orense, were tried between 1676 and 1678 by the Tribunal of Santiago, and furnished to the Madrid auto of 1680 2 victims relaxed as pertinacious Jews, Baltazar Lopez Cardoso and Feliz Lopez his cousin. There were more than 20 of them in all, and they had long been settled there.
Antonio Lopez, one of them, said in 1677 that he was 32 years old and had been born in Berin. It was only by the most stringent caution that existence could be maintained under these conditions. Gaspar de Campos, one of the Pastrana group, gives, in his confession, some account of the devices adopted for concealment. On the Sabbath, the mother and girls would sit with reels or spinning wheels before them and, if anyone came in, would pretend to be at work. On fast days, the servant girl would be sent out on an errand. During her absence, food would be taken out of the olla, and plates and spoons would be greased. They would then go to the house of a neighbor Jewess, and, when the servant followed them, she would be sent back to get her dinner, telling her that they had dined, and then the neighbor would do the same. Even in the closest family circle, the utmost reserve was often practiced. Children were not allowed to know anything of Judaism until of an age at which their discretion could be trusted. Parents, indeed, frequently brought up their children as Catholics, and left it to others to convert them fortuitously. Pedro Núñez Marquez, tried in Madrid in 1679, testified that he had been inducted into Judaism in Villaflor, Portugal, by Maria Pinto, wife of Alvaro de Morales. After he returned to his father's house in Torre de Moncorvo, he hesitated for months to let his parents know of his conversion. At last, in 1653, he told his mother, when she approved of it and said that both she and his father, Francisco Núñez Ramos, were Jews. There were 8 children of them. He knew them all to be Jews, but could give no details except as to 3 sisters. They all assumed each other to be so, but each one attended to his own affairs, to earn a living, and to live with the utmost precaution. As his sister Angela Núñez Marquez expressed it, they all knew each other to be Portuguese. That was sufficient, and further confidences were superfluous. As a matter of course, punctilious regard was paid to all Catholic observances, Mass, confession and communion, feast days, and fasts. The dying were duly shriven and had the viaticum. The dead had Christian burial in the churches. Living thus scattered in small groups or isolated families, concealing their secret faith with the utmost care, and in perpetual dread of betrayal, it is not surprising that distinctive Jewish observances were gradually reduced to a minimum, and were becoming to a great degree forgotten. They had no rabbis to keep them instructed in the countless prescriptions of the oral law and the incidents of days of observance. Circumcision, of course, was out of the question. It was too compromising, and there was no one to perform it, unless some specially zealous youth might betake himself to France or to Italy for the purpose. We hear nothing in the trials of abstinence from pork, or the removal of fat from meat, or the mortuary laying out of the dead. There was an attempt to fast on the day of Queen Esther, when that was known, and perhaps on other days of no special note, as a spiritual exercise. We hear of washing the hands before meals and giving thanks to the God of Israel. Lamps might be lighted on Friday night, but it sufficed to light one and let it burn till it went out. The Sabbath was to be kept by cessation from work, but even this was not always observed, and the changing of body linen is rarely alluded to. Angela Núñez Marquez said that Ana de Nieves and Maria de Murcia had taught her the law of Moses and its ceremonies, which were to rest on the Sabbath and to observe fasts of 24 hours without food or drink, yet, during the 20 years of her residence in Pastrana, she had kept only 15 Sabbaths, for fear of discovery by her husband and servants. Isabel Mendez Correa, who appeared in the Madrid auto of 1680, when sick some years before, had vowed that, if she recovered, she would rest on Saturdays and light lamps on Fridays, for she deemed her illness a punishment for neglecting the law of Moses. In short, Judaism seems to have resolved itself into Sabbath-keeping with occasional fasting, and into hoping to be saved in the law of Moses and denying Christ and Christian doctrine. All this increased the difficulty of detection and vexed the souls of the inquisitors in both Spain and Portugal. An exhortation addressed to the new Christians in 1640 in Granada by Maestro Gabriel Rodriguez de Escobillas, denounces them roundly for thus betraying their faith. So at the Lisbon auto of September 6, 1705, where the sermon was preached by Diago de Anunciacion, Archbishop of Cranganor, he commenced by addressing the 66 penitents before him. Miserable relics of Judaism, unhappy fragments of the synagogue, last remains of Judea, scandal of the Catholics and detestable objects of scorn even to the Jews themselves. You are the detestable objects of scorn to the Jews, for you are so ignorant that you cannot observe the very law under which you live. a truly Christian welcome to repentant sinners, which was deemed worthy of perpetuation by the printing press. Yet in this duplicity, so reprehensible in inquisitorial eyes, there was promise of the final success of the work so unremittingly prosecuted for 2 centuries. The hammer was gradually wearing away the anvil, only the marvelous constancy of Judaism had enabled it to maintain itself under such conditions, and eventually the Portuguese Judaizers were to be incorporated in the Church as, for the most part, their Spanish brethren had been already. Still, the activity of the Inquisition continued to be rewarded with abundant success, and indeed we may say that but for Judaism it would have found little to do. In the public autos of Cordova, from 1655 to 1700, out of 399 persons and effigies brought forward, 324 were for Judaizing. In Toledo, from 1651 to 1700, there were 855 cases tried of every kind, trivial and important, of which 556 were for the same offense. Towards the closing years of the century, there seems to be a decided falling off in the numbers, as though vigilance were becoming relaxed, or the efforts of the tribunals were being crowned with success. But, in a report of pending cases in Valladolid, made July 8, 1699, out of 85, 78 were Judaizers. This activity, however, seems to be largely confined to Castile, as though the Portuguese had not found the kingdoms of Aragon attractive. Reports of cases pending in Valencia in 1694, 5, and 6 show in all but 16, among which there is not a single Judaizer. It is perhaps worthy of passing remark that, in the Treaty of 1668, by which Spain recognized the independence of Portugal, Article 4 provides that the subjects of each power, in the territories of the other, shall enjoy the privileges and immunities granted to British subjects by the treaties of 1630 and 1667. These guaranteed them against molestation for matters of conscience, so long as they gave no occasion for scandal, but, from what we have seen above, it does not appear that the Inquisition of either country paid any attention to this, nor is it likely that either government complained of infraction. During this period, the laws restricting the emigration of the new Christians seem to have been mostly in abeyance, but when, in 1666, the false messiah, Zabbathia Tzivi, appeared in Palestine and drew a large following of misguided Jews, the Suprema took the alarm. The seaport tribunals were warned that some of the Portuguese would seek to join him, so that if any Portuguese should come and endeavor to embark, they were to be detained under some pretext, their property was to be seized and examined, and a report be sent to the Suprema. Some 4 months later, Barcelona forwarded the testimony taken in the case of 4 Portuguese thus detained, when the Suprema ordered their release, and that in future, when the evidence showed that they were not fugitives or bound for some suspicious place, they should be allowed to proceed. In this same year, a muleteer named Francisco Núñez Redondo was punished at Toledo as a Judaizer, and for conducting Judaizers out of the country, the 200 lashes added, in his sentence to reconciliation and prison, being evidently the penalty for this special offense. In 1672, there was another similar alarm. The Suprema informed the tribunals that many families of Portuguese were arranging to pass by way of Bayonne to France. All the roads and paths were therefore to be guarded, and all Portuguese who seemed to be seeking to leave the kingdom were to be seized with their property. Each individual was to be closely examined, his genealogy taken, his past life recorded, his destination and the motives of his journey to be stated, with all other details necessary for a thorough knowledge of his antecedents and purposes, and this information was to be forwarded to the Suprema with the opinion of the tribunal. Similar precautions were ordered at the Mediterranean seaports, but the object of this action was not stated. Valladares, who was Inquisitor General from 1669 to 1695, seems to have taken a different view of this curiously perverse policy of preventing the emigration of disaffected apostates. August 12, 1681, he sent to someone near the king an anonymous memorial setting forth the invincible obstinacy of the Jews. Penance and punishment left them as wicked as before, resulting in many evils, such as the engagement in noble houses of Jewish wet nurses, who infect the children with their milk, the employment by conversos of young children whom they pervert, the sacrilege of the sacraments administered to them, and the like. The remedy for this was the immediate exile of all who were penanced or, if they were allowed to remain, the branding of them on the forehead with the arms of the Inquisition. Valladares was probably the author of the memorial, for he makes this hideous suggestion his own, urging it with all the authority of the Inquisition, and invoking the judgment of heaven on his correspondent if he fails to lay the paper before the king. Carlos sent it to the Suprema for its opinion, and the matter went no further, but the document is not without interest as a revelation of the methods which persecutors were willing to adopt to escape from the consequences of their own acts. Although it was the Portuguese immigration which supplied the apparently inexhaustible harvest of culprits throughout the 17th century, there was one corner of Spain which escaped the influx and where the old conversos continued to cherish their secret faith with little or no molestation. Allusion has more than once been made above to the Majorca catastrophe of 1691 and, as an episode of Spanish Judaism, its details deserve consideration. In the massacre of 1391, some of the Mallorquin Jews escaped to Barbary, but the majority remained. The governor, Francisco Sagariga, had been wounded in endeavoring to protect them. They were won over to conversion by the terror of death, and the promise of the authorities to give them 20,000 libras wherewith to pay their debts, a promise which seems never to have been fulfilled. They continued to inhabit the Call, or Jewish quarter, and, although the Alhama came to an end in 1410, its members remained as a separate community. The conversion was as superficial as was to be anticipated, and though, as nominal Christians, they were not affected by the expulsion of 1492, when the Inquisition was introduced we have seen, from the numbers who came in under edicts of grace, that they must all have been Jews at heart, for between 1488 and 1491, there were no less than 568 reconciliations, besides those who, by special mercy, were reconciled twice. After this, for a while the tribunal was fairly active. Between 1489, when it commenced operations, and 1535, it sentenced 164 to reconciliation, 99 to relaxation in person, and 460 to relaxation in effigy, all of whom were presumably Judaizers except, in 1535, 5 Moriscos who were relaxed. After this, the persecution grew inert, relaxations disappear, and reconciliations become few. So insignificant had the tribunal become that when, in 1549, the offices of fiscal and receiver fell vacant, Valdez wrote to ask what was the necessity of filling them. He might well ask the question. Between 1552 and 1567, the tribunal had but 2 reconciliations to show, and, during the remainder of the century, only 30, together with a single relaxation, and of the few culprits the majority were not Judaizers. In the 17th century, the record was even slenderer. Engaged, for the most part as we have seen, in unappeasable conflicts with the ecclesiastical authorities, the duties of persecution were neglected, and heretic and apostate breathed in comparative peace. The reconciliation of Maria Diaz, September 6, 1571, was followed by a century in which not a single Judaizer was reconciled, although, in 1675, one from Madrid was relaxed. The inhabitants of the Call might well deem themselves secure, especially as the churchmen were free in their denunciations of the tribunal. In 1668, the Inquisitor complained to the Suprema that the priests of the episcopal party talked of the Inquisition as a secret heresy, and that it was a den of robbers which should be abolished, all of which led to much license of speech among the suspected persons who dwelt in the separate barrio. From this sense of security there was a rude awakening. In 1677 or 1678, a meeting, held in a garden outside of the city, attracted the Inquisitor's attention. It was designated as a synagogue, and doubtless there was some imprudence. Secret investigation developed evidence justifying wholesale arrests, and the prison was soon crowded. The result appeared in 4 autos celebrated in 1679, in which there were no less than 219 reconciliations. There was no spirit of martyrdom. In all cases it was a first conviction, and when all confessed and begged for mercy there was no opportunity for relaxation. A noteworthy feature was the absence of prosecutions of the dead, which could have been numerous had the tribunal been disposed to take the trouble. But this is doubtless explicable by the fact that as the whole community of new Christians was involved, all its property was confiscated, and there would have been no profit in looking up ancestral heresies. The confiscations were enormous. The culprits were merchants and traders and bankers whose houses and lands, censos, and merchandise and credits were swept away. The sum realized is stated at 1,496,276 pesos, which is probably far below the real value of the assets seized. We have seen how the king was gradually shouldered out of his share of the spoils. The tribunal secured a goodly portion with which it rebuilt the palace of the Inquisition in a style so sumptuous that it passed for one of the finest in Spain, until it was demolished in 1822 and its site converted into a public plaza. The tribunal ordered all new Christians to dwell in the call and required them, on all feasts of precept, to attend Mass in the cathedral in a body, preceded by a minister of the Inquisition and in charge of an alguazil. Impoverished, dishonored, and watched, the position became intolerable. A number resolved to expatriate themselves and secretly made arrangements with an English ship lying in the harbor to carry them away. The passage money was paid and they succeeded in embarking, but rough weather detained the ship. They had not procured the necessary licenses to leave Spain. They were seized and cast into prison with the members of their families. This occurred in 1688, and 3 years were consumed in their trials. The result was seen in the 4 autos held in March, May, and July 1691. For those who had been reconciled in 1679 and were now convicted of relapse, there could be no pardon. A huge brasero, 80 feet square and 80 feet high, with 25 stakes, was prepared on the seashore, 2 miles from the city, in order that the people might not be incommoded by the stench. In all, 37 were relaxed in person, of whom only 3 were pertinacious to the last and were burnt alive. 8 were relaxed in effigy, of whom 4 were fugitives and 4 were dead, 3 of the latter having died in prison. There were 15 reconciliations in person and 3 in effigy. Finally, there were 24 who, although among the reconciled of 1679, escaped with abjuration de levi and fines amounting to 6,400 libras. This shows that the little community had already begun to repair its shattered fortunes, and renders it probable that the confiscations of the relaxed and reconciled rewarded the tribunal abundantly for its labors. The lesson seems to have been sufficiently severe to serve its purpose. We hear nothing more of Judaism in Majorca. During the height of the persecution elsewhere, the tribunal celebrated 2 autos, May 31st, 1722, and July 2nd, 1724, in which 9 penitents appeared, but none of them were Judaizers. Although the new Christians were still confined to their separate quarter, in time, as we have seen, they became thoroughly Catholic. End of section 37. Recording by Robert Sherman, Jr., Washington, D.C. www.nyckidd.com. Section 38. Of a History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Sherman, Jr., Washington, D.C. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 8, Spheres of Action, Chapter 1, Jews, Part 10. With the opening of the 18th century, it looked as though the victory over Judaism had been virtually won. The War of Secession must of course have interfered with the operations of the Inquisition, but this does not suffice to explain the marked falling off in the numbers of Judaizers in the autos, so far as manifested by the records before me. In Catalonia, which held out long after the rest of Spain was pacified, the Inquisition was fairly re-established in 1715, after which, for 3 years, the Barcelona tribunal, out of a total of 25 cases, had but 3 of Jews, a mother and 2 daughters who had fled from Seville and had been traced to Catalonia. In Cordova, the records are imperfect, but, as far as they go, from 1700 to 1720, they show but 5 cases. In Toledo, during the same 21 years, out of a total of 88 trials, only 23 were for Judaism. The fires of persecution, however, were only slumbering and broke out again suddenly with renewed fierceness. Possibly this may be attributable to the discovery in Madrid of an organized synagogue, composed of 20 families who, since 1707, had been accustomed to meet for their devotions and, in 1714, had elected a rabbi, whose name they sent to Leghorn for confirmation. Comparative immunity had brought recklessness, and we are told that they observed the Christian fast days with dancing and guitar playing. 5 of them were relaxed in the auto of April 7, 1720. It was probably this discovery that aroused the other tribunals to renewed activity, which was abundantly rewarded, for there seems at this time to have been little concealment by Judaizers. In the Toledo auto of March 19, 1721, Sebastian Antonio de Paz, administrador del tabaco, is asserted to have married the daughter of his wife, and Francisco de Mendoza y Rodriguez his first cousin, according to the law of Moses. For some years this revival of persecution raged with a virulence rivaling that of the earlier period. In a collection of 64 autos held between 1721 and 1727, there were in all 868 cases, of which 820 were for Judaism, nor did the tribunals err on the side of mercy. There were 75 relaxations in person and 74 in effigy, while scourging, the galleys and imprisonment were lavishly imposed. The geographical distribution of the culprits is worthy of note. The kingdoms of the Crown of Aragon show few traces of Judaism. Valencia contributed but 20 cases, Barcelona 5, Saragossa 1, and Majorca none, or 26 in all. Among the tribunals of the Crown of Castile, Logroño held no auto during these years. Santiago furnished only 4 cases, while Granada had 229, Seville 167, and Cordova 78. The years 1722 and 1723 were those in which persecution was most active, the number diminishing rapidly afterwards. It still, however, continued at intervals. In Cordova there were autos in 1728, 1730, and 1731, in which there were in all 26 cases of Judaism. Then there was an interval until 1745, when only 2 cases occurred. In Toledo, after 1726, there was no case of Judaism until 1738, when there were 14. This seems to have exhausted the material for prosecution, for until the Toledan record ends in 1794, there was but a single subsequent case, which occurred in 1756. In Madrid, there were several Jews relaxed in 1732, charged with scourging and burning an image of Christ, in a house of the Calle de las Enfants. In Valladolid, at an auto, June 13, 1745, there was 1 Judaizer relaxed and 4 reconciled, while in Seville, July 4th, although there were 4 Muslims, there was not a single Jew. At Llerena, in 1752, we hear of the relaxation of 6 effigies of fugitives and 1 of a dead woman, which must evidently have been cases of Judaism. These scattering details can make no pretension to completeness, and yet they suffice to show that Judaism at least was substantially rooted out of Spanish soil, after a continuous struggle of 3 centuries. How complete was this eradication is manifested by a summarized list of all cases of every kind, coming before all the tribunals, from 1780 until the suppression of the Inquisition in 1820, embracing an aggregate of over 5,000. In these 40 years, the whole number of prosecutions connected with Judaism was but 16, and of these 10 were foreigners who had evaded the laws prohibiting entrance to Jews, while, of the 6 natives, 4 were prosecuted for suspicions and propositions. The latest case was at Cordova in 1818 of Manuel Santiago Vivar for Judaizing acts, the final scene in the long tragedy which had secured uniformity of faith at the cost of so much blood and suffering. During this later period, the exclusion of foreign Jews was exercising the Holy Office much more than the detection of native ones. The savage law will be remembered by which, in 1499, Ferdinand and Isabella prohibited the return of the expelled Jews or the entrance of foreigners under pain of death and confiscation. Although this law was retained on the statute book, it probably was not enforced in all its ferocity, but the maintenance of the exclusion was inevitable when such unremitting pains were taken to exterminate Judaism. When the Visita de Navios, or examination of all ships arriving at Spanish ports, were organized, the keeping out of the Jews was held in view as much as that of Lutheran heretics and books. If a Jew were found on board, he was to be examined. If he admitted baptism, he was to be seized and his goods were to be confiscated. If unbaptized and he made no attempt to land, he was to be allowed to depart with the ship. Still, the indefatigable mercantile energy of the Jews and the venality of officials, to a limited extent, neutralized these precautions. In 1656, the trial at Murcia of Enrique Pereira, whose domicile was in Lucca and who was arrested while trading at Beas, shows that there was intercourse between the Portuguese in Spain and their brethren in Italy. Those of Spain would go by sea to Nice or elsewhere to enjoy freedom of worship, while Italian Jews came to Spain to trade in spite of inquisitorial vigilance. These furtive attempts, with their perils, were but tantalizing to those who looked with longing on the tempting Spanish market. Licenses to come were much more desirable, and we have seen that, in 1634, under Olivares, they were sometimes issued. More unlucky in 1679 was Samuel de Jacob, who was thrown in prison, although he held a license, and we are told that, although those who held licenses could not be prosecuted as heretics, still, if they blasphemed or derided the faith, they could be chastised with fines, scourging, or the galleys, according to the resultant scandal, while attempts to proselyte incurred capital punishment. In 1689, special orders were issued to disregard an agreement which Don Pedro Ronquillo, under powers from the king, had made with an English Jew, enabling him to land at any port in Spain. Such care was exercised to avert any danger of polluting the Spanish soil by a Jewish foot that when, in 1713, by the Treaty of Utrecht, Gibraltar was ceded to England, it was under the condition that no Jews or Moors should be permitted to reside there. The inobservance of this by England was a subject of complaint, but it is not likely that many intruders risked the dangers that attended an attempt of a foreign Jew to enter Spain. In January 1697, Abraham Rodriguez, traveling from France to Portugal under the name of Antonio Mazado, was arrested at Ledesma and brought to the tribunal of Valladolid. 2 years and a half later, his trial was still in progress, but, though we do not know the result, the experience was not such as to invite imitation. When, in the general relaxation of the 18th century, the sternness of these laws was tacitly abandoned, embarrassing precautions rendered sojourn uninviting. In 1756, Abraham Salusux, a Jew of Jerusalem, ventured to Valencia with a lion for sale. The shipmaster reported him, and a familiar was deputed to accompany him day and night, on board and on shore, never to let him out of his sight or to communicate with anyone. The Count of Almenara bought the lion, and Salusux was permitted to be in the Count's house for a few days, until a cage was constructed for the beast, after which he re-embarked. The same course was followed in 1759, with a Jew who came with merchandise from Gibraltar. A familiar never left him till his goods were sold and he departed, while his books and papers were carefully scrutinized to see that they contained nothing prejudicial. There were others who came in 1761 and 1762 who were treated in the same fashion. Then, in 1795, a royal order was issued through the Suprema, to the effect that a Jewish subject of the Bey of Morocco would come to Valencia and remain for 8 or 10 days, who was not to be troubled in any way. The tribunal consequently took no notice of his coming and going. These were all the cases that search through the records of Valencia could find, from 1645 to 1800, and their paucity shows how rarely Jews braved the dangers of visiting Spain. Those who tried to do so in secret took the chances of detection. In 1781, Jacobo Pereira landed at Cadiz under a false name and concealing his faith, but he was found out, arrested, and the Seville tribunal at once commenced his prosecution. It is true that a royal order of April 25, 1786, permitted the entrance of Jews who bore license from the king, but these were sparingly granted and only on special occasions. The question of greater liberality came up in 1797 when the finance minister, Don Pedro de Varela, as a means of reviving the commerce and industry of Spain, proposed that Jews might be allowed to establish factories in Cadiz and other ports, but the Council of Ministers rejected the project as contrary to the laws. Apparently, the discussion continued and, in 1800, the Suprema called on all the tribunals for reports as to their treatment of Jews seeking admission, and the result appears in a royal cedula of June 8, 1802, declaring in full force all laws and pragmaticas therefore issued, and ordering the rigorous execution of the penalties therein provided, while any default in lending to the Inquisition due assistance for this holy purpose was threatened with the royal indignation. The confusion of the Napoleonic Wars afforded opportunities for enterprising Jews, which were not likely to be overlooked, and Fernando VII deemed it necessary, August 16, 1816, to issue a decree renewing and confirming the cedula of 1802. It was easier to publish the decree than to enforce it. The Tribunal of Seville, June 12, 1819, represented to the Suprema its perplexities arising from the influx of Jews at Algeciras, Cadiz, and Seville, who came to the tribunal begging for baptism. They were indigent beggars and probably fugitive criminals, but, as occasionally there might be one whose object was really salvation, to deprive him of this would be a heavy burden on the conscience, and consequently the tribunal asked for instructions. This resulted in an order of the Inquisitor General, July 10th, to all the tribunals, insisting on the strict enforcement of the decrees of 1786 and 1802. Such Jews as obtained a royal license were to be vigilantly watched and, if the secular officials manifested lack of zeal in cooperation, the Inquisitor General was to be notified. At the same time, orders were sent to the commissioners at all the ports to observe strictly the old instructions as to the visitas de navios and to report as to the current practice. Barcelona replied that the visits were made only when there were Jews on board. Alicante reported that the disuse of the visits had led to a rapid immigration of Jews into Murcia. Cartagena said that no visits were made, but that, if suspicious persons arrived, the custom house officers notified the commissioner. Cadiz and Algeciras answered that the health officer notified the commissioner of the arrival of Jews, renegades, and other forbidden persons, when he took the necessary steps to avert the evil. Motril said that visits were made only when there was a Jew on board. Santiago merely responded that it had the royal decrees of 1786 and 1802 and the recent instructions of the Suprema. Evidently, there was little attention paid to the enforcement of the laws by both the royal and inquisitorial officials, but the government was determined to enforce the exclusion of Jews, and an order was promptly sent to all the royal officials that no Jew was to be allowed to set foot on Spanish territory unless he bore a royal license. If he had one, he was to present himself to the Inquisition or its commissioner, so that a record could be made of him, and the tribunal was instructed to keep him under strict supervision. The Ministry of Gracia y Justicia communicated this August 31st, 1819, to the Suprema, which in turn forwarded it September 6th to all the tribunals with orders for its strict observance. The Inquisition came to an end a few months after this, but the prejudices which it had done so much to foster postponed the removal from the statute book of the laws representing the fierce intolerance of the earlier time. In 1848 we are told that, although unrepealed, they were not enforced and that Jews could travel and trade in Spain without molestation, but when, in 1854, constitutional Cortes were assembled to frame a new constitution, and the German Jews sent Dr. Ludwig Philippson, rabbi of Magdeburg, on a mission to procure free admission of their race, his eloquence was unavailing. It was not until 15 years later, when the revolution, which drove Isabella II from the throne, called for a new organic law, that the Constitution of 1869 proclaimed freedom of belief and guaranteed it to all residents in Spain, and this was likewise applicable to natives professing other religions than the Catholic. This principle was preserved in the Constitution of 1876, which forbade all interference with religious belief, while not allowing public ceremonies other than those of Catholicism. It was a remarkable proof of conversion from ancient error when, in 1883, the Jewish refugees from Russia, sent by the organizing committees of Germany, were enthusiastically received, although the experiment ended in disastrous failure. The ancestral antipathy which they had to encounter was, however, still active, as expressed by a pious Franciscan, who declared that bringing them was a sin of moral and political treason, and that they would devour the whole Spanish nation. End of section 38. Recording by Robert Sherman, Jr., Washington, D.C., www.nyckidd.com.
Section 39 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 8, Chapter 2, Spheres of Action, Moriscos, Part 1. We have seen that, in the progress of the Reconquest, as Moorish territories were successively won, the inhabitants were largely allowed to remain under guarantees for the free enjoyment of their religions and customs. These mudejares, as they were called, formed a most useful portion of the population, through their industry and skill in the arts and crafts. When, in 1368, Charles Le Mauvais of Navarre granted to the mudejares of Tudela a remission of half their taxes for 3 years, in reward of their assistance during his wars, especially in fortification and engineering, it shows that the conquering race depended on them not merely for manual labor but for the higher branches of applied knowledge. As a rule, they were faithful in peace and war during the long centuries of internal strife between the Christians and of struggles with their co-religionists. It was the Jews against whom was directed the growing intolerance of the 15th century, and, in the massacres that occurred, there appears to have been no hostility manifested against the Mudéjars. When Alfonso de Borja, Archbishop of Valencia, afterwards Calixtus III, supported by Cardinal Juan de Torquemada, urged their expulsion on Juan II of Aragon, although he appointed a term for their exile, he reconsidered the matter and left them undisturbed. So when, in 1480, Isabella ordered the expulsion from Andalusia of all Jews who refused baptism, and when, in 1486, Ferdinand did the same in Aragon, they both respected the old capitulations and left the Mudéjars alone. The time-honored policy was followed in the conquest of Granada, and nothing could be more liberal than the terms conceded to the cities and districts that surrendered. The final capitulation of the city of Granada was a solemn agreement, signed November 25, 1491, in which Ferdinand and Isabella, for themselves, for their son the Infante Juan, and for all their successors, received the Moors of all places that should come into the agreement as vassals and natural subjects under the royal protection, and as such to be honored and respected. Religion, property, freedom to trade, laws, and customs were all guaranteed, and even renegades from Christianity among them were not to be maltreated, while Christian women marrying Moors were free to choose their religion. For 3 years, those desiring expatriation were to be transported to Barbary at the royal expense, and refugees in Barbary were allowed to return. When, after the execution of this agreement, the Moors, with not unnatural distrust, wanted further guarantees, the sovereigns made a solemn declaration in which they swore by God that all Moors should have full liberty to work on their lands or to go wherever they desired through the kingdoms, and to maintain their mosques and religious observances as heretofore, while those who desired to emigrate to Barbary could sell their property and depart. It was the wise traditional policy of incorporating the conquered population in the state on an equal footing with other subjects, and trusting to time to merge them all into a common mass, holding one faith and owing allegiance to one country. Whether it was distrust of Christian good faith that impelled them, or a natural desire to leave the scene of their defeat, a large portion of the Granadan Moors, including most of the nobles, promptly availed themselves of the right of expatriation. Before the year 1492 was out, it was reported to the sovereigns that the Abencerrages had gone, almost in a body, and that, in the Alpujarras, few were left save laborers and officials. The emigration continued, and in 1498, a letter of Ferdinand indicates that he was inclined to stimulate it. While there might be good reasons for diminishing the large population of those recently vanquished, who presumably might cherish hopes of independence, and had not forgotten the bitterness of unsuccessful struggle, this was accompanied with a readiness to increase the number of Mudéjars who had adapted themselves to the situation, and who were regarded as in every way a desirable element in the community. When Manuel of Portugal expelled the Moors who refused baptism, Ferdinand and Isabella welcomed them to Spain. Royal letters were issued, April 20th, 1497, permitting their entrance with all their property, either to settle or in transit to other lands. They were taken under the royal protection, and all molestation of them was forbidden. Up to this time, at least, there was no recognition of the political necessity of unity of faith, which subsequently served as jurisdiction for cruel intolerance and unwise statesmanship. Yet the statesmanship of the day, if not yet prepared to regard unity of faith as a political necessity, considered it politically advantageous, while pious zeal inevitably sought the salvation of the multitudes of souls thus brought under Christian rule. The third king of Spain, González de Mendoza, Cardinal Archbishop of Toledo, and other prelates at the court, urged upon the sovereigns that gratitude to God required them to give their new subjects the alternative of baptism or exile. Ferdinand and Isabella, however, turned a deaf ear to this advice, either not caring to break the faith so recently pledged, or to provoke another war. The work of conversion had already been commenced with fair prospects of success, and it could safely be left to time. Isabella's confessor, the saintly Hernando de Talavera, had been made Archbishop of Granada. He was devoting his revenues and his tireless labors to missionary work, inculcating Christianity by example more potent than precept. He relieved suffering, he preached and he taught all who would listen to him. He required his assistants to learn Arabic, and he acquired it himself. He won many converts, and there was a flattering prospect that his apostolic methods would bring the mass of the population into the fold. The process, however, was too slow for the impatience that looked for immediate results. Ferdinand and Isabella were in Granada from July until November 1499, and called in Jimenez to the aid of Talavera. His extraordinary energy and imperious temper soon made themselves felt. With liberal presents he gained the favor of the principal Moors. He held conferences with the alfaquies, whom he induced to instruct their people, and it is said that, on December 18th, 3,000 were baptized, and the mosque of the Albacin, or Moorish quarter, was consecrated as the Church of San Salvador. The stricter Moslems became alarmed and endeavored to check the movement by persuasion, whereupon Jimenez had them imprisoned in chains. He summoned the alfaquies to surrender all their religious books, of which 5,000, many of them priceless specimens of art, were publicly burnt. The situation was becoming strained, the Moors were restive under the disregard of their guarantees, and Jimenez grew more and more impetuous. Rupture, under these conditions, was inevitable, and Jimenez soon brought it about. Christian renegades, known as the Elches, were protected under the capitulations, but he argued that this did not extend to their children who, if not baptized, ought to have been, and who thus were subject to the Inquisition. From the Inquisitor General Deza he procured a delegation of power to deal with them and used it for their arrest. It chanced that a young daughter of a renegade, thus arrested, while being dragged through the plaza of Bib el Bonot, cried out that she was to be forcibly baptized in violation of the capitulations. The crowd collected, and from words soon came to blows. The alguazil was slain with a paving stone, and his companion escaped only by a Moorish woman conveying him away and hiding him under a bed. The agitation increased, the Moors flew to arms, skirmished with the Christians, and besieged Jimenez in his house. He had a guard of 200 men who defended the place until morning, when the Captain General Tendilla came from the Alhambra with troops and drove away the mob. For 10 days Talavera, Jimenez, and Tendilla parleyed with the Moors, who urged that they had not risen against the sovereigns, but in defence of the royal faith, that the officials had violated the capitulations, the observance of which would restore peace. Then Talavera, with his chaplain and a few unarmed servants, went to the Plaza Bib el Bonot, where the Moors kissed the hem of his garments as of old. Tendilla followed and promised pardon if they should lay down their arms, as it should be understood that they were not in revolt, but had only sought to maintain the capitulations, which should be strictly observed in the future. The city became quiet. Those who had slain the alguazil were surrendered, and 4 of them were hanged. The Moors cast aside their arms and returned to work. With such a population, kindness and fair dealing alone were required to accomplish the desired results, but the inflexible temper of Jimenez had been aroused, and he was resolved on the forcible accomplishment of his purpose. The rumors of the disturbance had greatly alarmed the court at Seville, and Jimenez was bitterly reproached. But he hurried thither, gave his own version of the affair, and pointed out that the Moors had forfeited life and property by rebellion, so that pardon should be conditioned on accepting baptism or expatriation. With fatal facility his arguments were accepted, Tendilla's promises were ignored, the capitulations were cast aside, the Moors were taught how little reliance was to be placed on the Christian faith, distrust and hatred were to be rendered ineradicable, and a religion was to be forced upon them which could not be but odious, as the visible sign of their subjection. From this false step sprang the incurable trouble which weakened Spain until statesmanship could devise no remedy, save the deplorable expulsion of the most useful and efficient portion of her population. It was not without reason that the admiring biographer of Jimenez admits that, so imperious was his temper that he sometimes acted through fury rather than through prudence, as was seen in the conversion of the Granadan Moors and in the attempt to conquer Africa. He returned to Granada, armed with full powers, and offered to the people the alternative of baptism or punishment, while a royal judge, sent for the purpose, sharpened their apprehension by executing or imprisoning the more active of the rioters. The choice was readily made, and they came forward in thousands for the saving waters of baptism. Instruction in the new faith was impossible, nor was it wanted. When they asked for it in their own language, and Talavera had the offices and parts of the Gospels printed in Arabic, Jimenez objected. It was, he said, casting pearls before swine. It was in the nature of the vulgar to despise what they could understand, and to reverence that which was mysterious and beyond their comprehension. He cared little for heartfelt conversion so long as he could secure outward conformity. The number thus rudely inducted into the faith, in the city and the Vega, was estimated at from 50 to 70,000, and the process which converted them could result only in undying hate for the religion thus forced upon them. Although no outbreak occurred during this forcible missionary work, the discontent which it excited was threatening, and Ferdinand returned to Granada, where he made no secret of his displeasure at the imprudent zeal of Jimenez, especially as it interfered with his designs on Naples. These had to be postponed to meet the imminent danger at home, for although emigration had been large, many had taken refuge in the Alpujarras and were exciting the mountaineers to revolt. To meet this he wrote, January 27, 1500, to the leading Moors, assuring them that all reports that they were to be Christianized by force were false, and pledging the royal faith that not a single compulsory baptism would be made. To reconcile those who had been baptized and to attract others, he issued, February 27th, a general pardon to all new Christians for crimes committed prior to baptism and renouncing his claims to confiscation. Meanwhile, he had been engaged in raising an army as large as though the conquest was to be repeated, and with this he was engaged, during the rest of the year, in quelling the revolts which broke out in one place after another, supplementing military operations with friars dispatched through the mountains to instruct the converts. Massacre and baptism went hand in hand until the Alpujarras were pacified, and the army was disbanded January 14, 1501. Then there came trouble in the western districts of Ronda and the Sierra Bermeja, where the mountaineers rose, in dread of enforced conversion. Another army was raised, which suffered a severe defeat at Caladui. This brought a pause, during which the insurgents asked to be allowed to emigrate. Ferdinand drove a hard bargain with them, demanding 10 doblas for the passage money, and requiring those who could not pay this to remain and submit to baptism. The baptized lowlanders, who had taken to the mountains, were allowed to return home, surrendering their arms and suffering confiscation. Large numbers escaped to Africa, but more remained to curse the faith thus imposed on them. To these new Christians, as we have seen, expatriation was forbidden. Baptism imposed an indelible character, and incorporation with the Church subjected them to a jurisdiction which could not be shaken off. It was vitally important that these new Christians should be interfused with the rest of the population, with the same rights and privileges, so that in time they might form a contented whole. But this was not to be. One wrong always breeds another. The disregard of compacts and the violent methods of conversion inevitably rendered them objects of suspicion, and an edict of September 1st, 1501, prohibited the new converts from bearing or possessing arms, publicly or secretly, under penalty, for a first offense of confiscation and 2 months' imprisonment, and of death for a second, an edict which was repeated in 1511 and again in 1515. Not only was this a bitter humiliation, but a serious infliction, at a time when weapons were a necessity for self-protection. There was, however, another distinction between the classes favorable to the new Christians, for it was provided that, for 40 years, they should not be subjected to the Inquisition, in order that they might have full time to acquire knowledge of their new faith. Yet, like all other promises, this was made only to be broken. It was thus in less than 10 years after the capitulation that the Moors of Granada found themselves to be Christians in defiance of the pledges so solemnly given. Such a commencement could have but one result, and we shall see its outcome. Something might be urged in palliation of this forcible propaganda, in that it was unpremeditated and brought about in the turbulence of a settlement between hostile races and religions, and that those who rejected conversion were allowed to depart. All this was lacking in the next step towards enforcing unity of faith. We have seen how the Mudejares of Castile were loyal and contented subjects, living under compacts centuries old, which guaranteed them the full enjoyment of their religion and laws. To disturb this and convert them, by a flagrant breach of faith, into plotting domestic enemies, without even a colorable pretext, would appear to be an act of madness. Yet it was this that Isabella was led to do, under the influence of her ghostly counselors, among whom Jimenez can probably be reckoned as the most influential. In bringing about the conversion of Granada, he had cared for little beyond outward conformity, and this could be secured among the scattered and peaceful Mudejares without encountering the risk attending the attempt among the mountaineers of the Alpujarras, while subsequently the Inquisition could be depended upon for what might be lacking in religious conviction. God should no longer be insulted by infidel rites in Spain, and the land could not fail to be blessed when thus united in the true faith. Such we may assume to have been the reasoning which led Isabella to a measure so disastrous. That Ferdinand's practical sense disapproved of it may be inferred from the fact that, when he talked of similar action in Aragon, he readily yielded to the remonstrances of his nobles. Persuasion, backed by threats, was first essayed. Instructions were sent to the royal officials that the Mudejares must adopt Christianity, and, when the corregidor of Cordova replied that force would be necessary, the sovereigns replied, September 27, 1501, that this was inadmissible, as it would scandalize them. They were to be told that it was for the good of their souls and the service of the king and queen, and if this proved insufficient, they could be informed that they would have to leave the kingdom, for it was resolved that no infidels should remain. But 4 years had elapsed since the refugee Moors from Portugal had been invited to settle in Castile, and this sudden change of policy shows what influences had been brought to bear on Isabella during that brief interval. This tentative measure seems to have met with success so slender that more stringent methods were recognized as necessary, and on February 12, 1502, a pragmatica was issued, shrewdly framed to give at least the appearance of voluntary action to the expected conversion. It alluded to the scandal of permitting infidels to remain after the conversion of Granada, to the gratitude due to God, which would fitly be shown by the expulsion of his enemies, and to the protection of the new Christians from contamination. All Moors were therefore ordered to leave the kingdoms of Leon and Castile by the end of April, abandoning their children, the males under 14 and the females under 12 years of age, who were to be detained. The exiles were allowed to carry with them their property except gold and silver and other prohibited articles. There was nothing said as to an alternative of baptism, but the conditions of departure rendered expatriation so difficult that it was self-evident that there was no intention of losing so valuable a portion of the population. Under pain of death and confiscation, exiles were to sail only from ports of Biscay. They were not allowed to go to Navarre or to the kingdoms of Aragon, as there was war with the Turks and with the Moors of Africa. They were not to seek refuge with either, but were told that they might go to Egypt or to any other land that they might select. They were never to return, nor were Moors ever to be admitted to the Castilian kingdoms, under penalty of death and confiscation, and anyone harboring them after April was threatened with confiscation. One exception was made in favor of masters of Moorish slaves, who were not deprived of them, but they were to be distinguished by the perpetual wearing of fetters. The involuntary character of the conversion which ensued is revealed in the fact that when zealous Muslims, in spite of almost insuperable obstacles, preferred to risk the perils of emigration, they were not allowed to do so, but were forced to become Christians. During the brief interval allowed, there was some pretense of preaching and instruction, and, as it neared its end, the Mudejares were baptized in masses. A report from Avila, April 24th, to the sovereigns, says that the whole aljama, consisting of 2,000 souls, will be converted, and none will depart. In Badajoz, we are told that the bishop, Alfonso de Manrique, the future Inquisitor General, won them over by kindness, so that they were all baptized and took his name of Manrique. Thus, externally at least, the kingdoms of the crown of Castile enjoyed unity of faith, but this was not accompanied with the desirable assimilation of the population. The new converts continued to form a class apart and came to be known by the distinctive name of Moriscos. End of section 39. Section 40 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 8, Chapter 2, Spheres of Action, Moriscos, Part 2. The nominal Christianity thus imposed upon those reared in the tenets of Islam was only the beginning of the task assumed by the state. The more difficult labor remained of rendering them true Christians, if the advantage was to be secured of molding discordant races into a homogeneous community, which alone could justify the violent measures adopted. The unity of faith, which was the ideal at the time of both churchmen and statesmen, means more than mere outward conformity. It means that all should form a united nation, animated with the same aspirations and the same hopes, here and hereafter, and conscientiously sharing a common belief. In a land like Spain, populated by diverse races, this was an object worth many sacrifices. If it could not be attained, the enforced baptism of a powerful minority only exaggerated divergence and perpetuated discord. To secure the desired result by the employment of force, through the Inquisition, could not fail to intensify abhorrence of a religion which, while professing universal love and charity, was known only as an excuse for oppression and cruelty. Yet the only alternative was the slow and laborious process of disarming the prejudices already aroused, and winning over the reluctant convert by gentleness and persuasion, by kindly instruction and demonstration that the truths of Christianity were not mere theological abstractions, of no vitality in practical life. We have seen the embodiment of the two methods in Jimenez and Talavera, and it was the fatal error of those who ruled the destinies of Spain that they had not patience and self-denial resolutely to follow the latter. Haltingly and spasmodically they tried to do so, with only persistence enough to put themselves in the wrong and deprive of justification the concurrent employment of the easier process of coercion. From one cause or another, as we shall have occasion to see, the intermittent and ineffective attempts at persuasion failed miserably, while the perpetual irritation of persecution led inevitably to chronic exasperation. 5 years had elapsed since the coercive baptism, which, under the precepts of the Church, should have been preceded by competent understanding of the mysteries of the faith, when Jimenez attained, in 1507, the Inquisitor Generalship. One of his earliest acts was a letter to all the churches prescribing the deportment in religious matters of the new Christians and their children, including regular attendance at the Mass, instruction in the rudiments of the faith, and avoidance of Judaic and Mahometan rites. Presumably this accomplished little, and in 1510 Ferdinand addressed all his prelates, pointing out the neglect of Christian observances by the conversos, and ordering the bishops to enforce their presence at Mass and to provide for their instruction, matters to which the parish priests must devote special attention. The Council of Seville, in 1512, responded to this by calling attention to the number of new converts who greatly needed religious instruction. The prelates, who were responsible for the salvation of souls, were ordered to depute for that purpose learned men, who should specially investigate their manner of life and their commission of sins pertaining to their old faith. All parish priests were ordered to make out lists of the converts and see that they conformed to the mandates of the Church, and special lists were to be compiled of those who had been reconciled by the Inquisition, with orders to attend Mass on Sundays and feast days, so that their fulfillment of their sentences could be enforced. From what we know of the failure of subsequent measures of this kind, we may safely assume that these received little attention from those who would have been obliged to expend money and labor in their execution. Simultaneously with his letters of 1510, Ferdinand had applied to Julius II, representing that, since 1492, there had been converted many Jews and Moors who, through insufficient instruction, had been led to commit many heretical crimes. He had ordered their instruction, but it would be inhuman to visit them with the full rigor of the canons, and he therefore asked faculties to publish an Edict of Grace, under which those coming in could be reconciled without confiscation and public abjuration, so that in case of relapse they could escape relaxation. The conditions appended to the Edicts of Grace so reduced their effectiveness that this has importance only as an indication that Ferdinand, as we shall see elsewhere, was rather disposed to check inquisitorial ardor in the prosecution of the Moriscos, but he atoned for this on his deathbed by a clause in his will commanding his grandson Charles to appoint inquisitors zealous for the destruction of the sect of Mahomet. This was superfluous, for, as the stock of Judaizers became reduced, Moriscos supplied their place, and the Inquisition required curbing rather than stimulation. That Charles recognized this is seen in various edicts of grace issued in their favor, for certain districts, between 1518 and 1521, edicts which relieved them from confiscation and the San Benito, but did not protect from relapse or exempt from denunciation of accomplices. There was little practical relief to be expected from such measures, but at least they indicate the conviction of the rulers that it was both unjust and impolite to visit with the rigor of the canons those who had been forced into the Church and had no spiritual instruction. Still, the canon law was a positive fact. An elaborate machinery had been instituted for its enforcement, with no corresponding organization to render the new religion attractive instead of odious, and a situation had been created for which there was no radical cure. Alleviation was the only resource, and this was attempted, although the fluctuating policy adopted only intensified the evil for the future. In pursuance of this, Cardinal Adrian, August 5, 1521, issued orders that no arrests should be made except on evidence directly conclusive of heresy, and even then it must be first submitted to the Suprema. This seems to have received so little obedience that Archbishop Manrique, April 28, 1524, repeated it in more decisive fashion. He recited the conversion of the Moriscos by Ferdinand and Isabella, who promised them graces and liberties, in pursuance of which Cardinal Adrian had issued so many provisions in their favor, ordering the tribunals not to prosecute them for trifling causes, and, if any were so arrested, they were to be discharged and their property be returned to them. In spite of this, the inquisitors continued to arrest them on trivial charges and on the evidence of single witnesses. As they were ignorant persons, who could not readily prove their innocence, these arrests had greatly scandalized them, and they had petitioned for relief, wherefore the Suprema ordered inquisitors not to arrest them without conclusive evidence of heresy, and where there was doubt, it was to be consulted. All who were held for matters not plainly heretical were to have speedy justice, tempered with such clemency as conscience might permit. How completely these instructions were ignored is manifest in the trials of the Moriscos, where, as in those of the Judaizers, any adherence to customs, which for generations had formed part of daily life, was sufficient for arrest and prosecution. It was not merely the fasting of the Ramadan, the practice of circumcision, the guadak or bath accompanied with a ritual, or the tayor, another kind of bath used prior to Zala, or certain prayers uttered with the face turned to the east, at sunrise, noon, sunset, and night. These were well-defined religious ceremonies, admitting of no explanation. But there were numerous others, innocent in themselves, which implied suspicion of heresy, and suspicion was in itself a crime. Under skillful management, including the free use of torture, arrest for these simple observances might lead to further confessions, and the opportunity was not to be lost. Abstinence from pork and wine was amply sufficient to justify prosecution, and we hear of cases in which staining the nails with henna, refusing to eat of animals dying a natural death, killing fowls by decollation, the zambras and the leilas, or songs and dances used at merrymakings, and nuptials, and even cleanliness, were gravely adduced as evidences of apostasy. In pursuance of this policy, elaborate lists of all Moorish customs were made out for the guidance of the inquisitors. Abstracts of these were included in the Edicts of Faith, where everyone who had seen or heard of such things was required under pain of excommunication to denounce them. The Moriscos were subjected to perpetual espionage, and any unguarded utterance, which might be construed as inferring heretical leaning, was liable to be reported and to lead to arrest and probable punishment. It is true that from these slender indications the inquisitorial process frequently led up to full confession, but this did not render the position of the Morisco less intolerable, and constraint and anxiety contributed largely to intensify his detestation of the religion which he knew only as the cause of persecution. Bishop Perez of Segorbe, in 1595, when enumerating 15 impediments to the conversion of the Moriscos, included their fear of the Inquisition and its punishments which made them hate Christianity. At all events, it secured outward conformity, at least in Castile, where they were gradually assimilating themselves to the old Christians. They had long since abandoned their national dress and language. They were assiduous in attendance at Mass and Vespers, the confessional, and the sacrament of the altar. They participated in processions and interments, and were commonly regarded as Christians, whatever might be the secrets of their hearts. Doubtless, as time wore on, many were won over and became sincerely attached to their new faith, but every now and then little communities of apostates were brought to light. Thus, in 1538, Juan Yanez, Inquisitor of Toledo, included Daimiel in a visitation. It had a Morisco population, which had been baptized in 1502, and had apparently been overlooked for so long that it had grown somewhat careless. A woman reported to Yanez that she had lived with Moriscos for 12 years and had observed that they did not use pork or wine, on the plea that these things disagreed with them. This sufficed to start an investigation which so crowded the secret prison that we hear of 9 women confined in a single cell, and of the hall of the Inquisition being used as a place of detention. Yet this vigorous work did not extirpate the evil, for in 1597 the Toledo tribunal was busy with heretics from Daimiel. More shocking was a case in which Maria Paez, daughter of Diego Paez Limpati of Almagro, figured, for she accused all her kindred and friends. Her father was burnt in 1606 as an impenitent negativo. Her mother, who confessed, was reconciled and imprisoned, and in all 25 Moriscos of Almagro suffered, of whom 4 were relaxed. In the Toledo record, from 1575 to 1610, there are 190 cases of Moriscos as against 174 of Judaizers and 47 of Protestants, showing that, notwithstanding the influx of Portuguese, the Moriscos were the most numerous heretics with which the tribunal had to deal. The old Mudejares of Castile had fallen upon evil times, but worse were in store for them. Granada presented a more difficult and dangerous problem, requiring the most sagacious statesmanship to reconcile political safety with the demand for unity of faith. Yet this delicate situation was treated with a blundering disregard of common sense characteristic of Philip II. The population was almost wholly Morisco, and the country was rugged and mountainous, offering abundant refuge for the despairing. The so-called conversion of 1501 had worked no change in their belief. They were hard-working, moral, honorable in their dealings, and charitable to the poor, but they were Moslems at heart. If they went to Mass, it was to escape the fine. If they had their children baptized, they forthwith washed off the chrism and circumcised the males. If they confessed during Lent, it was merely to obtain the certificate. If they learned the prayers of the Church, it was in order to get married, after which they were forgotten with all convenient speed. They had been promised 40 years' exemption from the Inquisition, but they were rendered disaffected by the abuses of judicial avarice and the insolent domination of the officials, secular and ecclesiastical. In 1526 Charles V was in Granada, where, in the name of the Moriscos, 3 descendants of the old Moorish kings, Fernando Vinegas, Miguel de Aragon, and Diego López Benejara, appealed to him for protection against the ill treatment by the priests, the judges, the alguaziles, and other officials, whereupon he appointed a commission to investigate and report. Fray Antonio de Guevara, shortly to be Bishop of Guadix, was one of the commissioners, and, in a letter to a friend, he describes the Moriscos as offering so much that required correction that it had better be done in secret rather than by public punishment. They had been so ill-taught, and the magistrates had so winked at their errors, that remedying it for the future would be enough without disturbing the past. This shows the spirit in which the commission performed its work. The incriminated priests and officials had turned the tables on their accusers, who were now defendants. The report of the commission confirmed the complaint of ill usage, but stated that among the Moriscos there were not to be found more than 7 true Christians. This was submitted to a junta, presided over by Inquisitor General Manrique, and the result was an edict known as that of 1526. It granted no relief from oppression, but concerned itself with the apostasy of the Moriscos, which it sought to cure, not by instructing them, but by rendering their condition still more intolerable. In violation of promises, the Inquisition of Jaén was transferred to Granada. Amnesty for past offences was granted, and a term of grace was provided for those confessing voluntarily, after which the laws against heresy were to be rigorously enforced, although for some years fines were substituted for confiscation, and time was allowed in which the penitents could earn them. This was supplemented with a series of most vexatious regulations, prohibiting the use of Arabic and of Moorish garments and of baths. Christian midwives were to be present at all births. Disarmament was enforced by a rigid inspection of licenses. The doors of Moriscos were to be kept open on feast days, Fridays, Saturdays, and during weddings, to prevent the use of Moorish ceremonies. Schools to train children in Castilian were to be established at Granada, Guadix, and Almeria. No Moorish names were to be used, and Moriscos were not to keep gassis, or unbaptized Moors, whether free or slave. This naturally caused great agitation. The Moriscos held a general assembly and raised 80,000 ducats to be offered to Charles for a withdrawal of the edict. His advisers were doubtless propitiated, and before leaving Granada he suspended it during his pleasure and permitted the carrying of a sword and dagger in the towns and of a lance in the open country. A special tax, known as harda, probably dates from about this period, under which the use of Moorish garments and language was permitted, and in 1563 we chanced to learn that this amounted to 20,000 ducats per annum. It would seem that, for a while, the Inquisition troubled the Moriscos but little, for in its first general auto, held in 1529, out of 89 culprits there were 78 for Judaism, but there were 3 for Mahometanism, and one of these was in effigy. Still it provoked disquiet, and in 1532 Captain General Mondahar suggested to Charles its suspension, since it had done nothing and could find nothing against the Moriscos. This was unfortunate, for it stimulated the tribunal to greater activity against them, leading to numerous offers on their part to Charles, and after his abdication to Philip II, of liberal payments for relief. Charles's necessities prompted him to listen to these propositions, but the Inquisition managed to prevent their success, while Philip, of course, turned a deaf ear to them. Even Inquisitor General Valdez, in 1558, during his disfavor at court, seems to have taken a hand in these negotiations, for we find himself promising a subsidio of 100,000 ducats from the Moriscos of Granada. The condition of the Moriscos was steadily growing worse, and the situation in Granada was becoming dangerously explosive. The Inquisition was more active than ever. All the old oppressions by the priests and judicial officers continued unchecked, and a new source of intense irritation was the progressive spoliation of their lands by judges of boundaries, who, in the name of the king, deprived them of properties inherited or purchased. In short, they were gente sin lengua y sin favor, friendless and defenseless. Then, in 1563, an old order to present to the Captain General all licenses to bear arms was revived, under a penalty of 6 years of galleys. In 1565, a fresh source of trouble was created by extending the royal jurisdiction over the lands of the nobles, in which many Moriscos, who in years past had committed crimes, had sought asylum. Eager for fees, the notaries and justices searched the records and made arrests, until there was scarce a Morisco who did not live in daily fear. Many took to the mountains, joining the bands of Monfiés, or outlaws, and committing outrages, while the measures taken for their suppression only increased the disorder. The condition of Granada was one which required firmness and conciliation, but infatuation prevailed in Philip's court, and the occasion was seized to aggravate irritation beyond endurance. Guerrero, Archbishop of Granada, and returning from Trent in 1563, had tarried in Rome, where he lamented to Pius IV that his flock was Christian only in name. Pius sent by him an urgent message to Philip, reinforced by orders to his nuncio, the Bishop of Rossano, to the same purport. Guerrero, on reaching home, assembled a provincial council in 1565, in which he endeavored to restrain the oppression of the Moriscos by the ecclesiastics, but his chapter appealed from the conciliar degrees, and the effort was nugatory. He had more success in inducing the bishops to join in urging upon the king the adoption of measures to prevent the Moriscos from concealing their apostasy, and he wrote to Philip, begging him to purify the land from this filthy sect. It could readily, he said, be found who were really Christians by prohibiting the things through which their rights were kept from view. Philip referred Guerrero's memorial to a junta presided over by Diego de Espinosa, recently made President of Castile and soon to be Inquisitor General. It reported that, presuming the Moriscos to be Christian by baptism, they must be compelled to be so in fact, to which end they must be required to abandon the language, garments, and customs of Moors, by reviving the Edict of 1526, and this was solemnly charged on the royal conscience. Philip thereupon consulted privately Dr. Oradui, professor of theology at Salamanca, and shortly to be Bishop of Avila, who, in his reply, told the king that if any of the lords of the Moriscos should recite the old Castilian proverb, the more Moors, the more profit, he should remember an older and truer one, the fewer enemies the better, and combine the two into the more dead Moors the better, for there will be fewer enemies. Advice which, we are told, greatly pleased the monarch, in place of opening his eyes to the policy which was converting his subjects into his enemies. A pragmatica was speedily framed, embodying the most irritating features of the Edict of 1526, and Pedro de Deza, a member of the Suprema and of Espinosa's junta, was appointed president of the Chancellery of Granada and sent there, May 4th, 1566, under orders to publish and enforce it without listening to remonstrances. It illustrates Philip's method of government that Captain General Mondahar, although at the court, was not even apprised of the measure, until an order was conveyed to him through Espinosa to return to Granada, and to be present at the publication. He was captain general by inheritance, being grandson to the Tendilla placed there at the conquest. He had lived in Granada from his boyhood. He had been captain general for 30 years and was thoroughly familiar with the situation. He represented that Granada was destitute of troops and of munitions, and he begged either that the measure be suspended or that he be furnished with forces to suppress the revolt that he foresaw to be inevitable. It was in vain. Espinosa curtly told him to go to his post and mind his own business, and, although the council of war supported him, he was given only 300 men to guard the coast, where he was ordered to reside during certain months and to visit frequently. End of section 40. Section 41 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 8, Chapter 2, Spheres of Action, Moriscos, Part 3. Deza reached Granada, May 25, 1566, where he at once assembled his court and had the Pragmatica printed to be in readiness for publication on January 1, 1567, the anniversary of the surrender of the city, as though to create additional exasperation. Its provisions were sufficiently exasperating in themselves. After 3 years, the use of Arabic was absolutely prohibited, in speech and writing. So were Moorish garments after 1 year for silken and 2 years for woolen. House doors were to be kept open on Friday afternoons, feast days, and marriage celebrations. Zambras and Laylas, though not contrary to religion, were forbidden on Fridays and feast days. The use of henna for staining was to be abandoned. Moorish names were not to be used. All artificial baths, public and private, were to be destroyed, and no one in future was to use them. Provisions for instructing the Moriscos in the faith were conspicuous by their absence. All this could only be seen to them a wanton interference with habits that had become a second nature, and when, on January 1st, 1567, the edict was published, it created indescribable excitement. As an earnest of its enforcement, all baths were forthwith destroyed, commencing with those of the king. The aljamas throughout the kingdom consulted with the leaders of the Albaycin, or Morisco quarter of the city, and it was agreed that if relief was not to be had by entreaty, resort must be had to rebellion, for life was insupportable under such tyranny. Even Deza recognized the threatening prospect and wrote to the court that precaution should be taken against a rising. During 1567 he mitigated in some degree the enforcement of the law and inflicted no punishment under it. The Moriscos appealed to Philip, but when he referred the memorial to Espinosa, the latter replied that no suspension could be considered. Religious men had charged the king's conscience, telling him that he was responsible for the souls of the apostates. In the Council of State, the Duke of Alva and the Comendador of Alcantara were in favor of suspension, and the council suggested the gradual enforcement of 1 article a year, but Espinosa and Deza had more influence than soldiers and statesmen. It was a religious question with which the latter had nothing to do. On January 1st, 1568, orders were issued to abandon all Moorish silken garments, and the priests were instructed to take all Morisco children between the ages of 3 and 15 and place them in schools, where they should learn Castilian and Christian doctrine. This increased the agitation, and a deputation was sent to remonstrate with Deza, who gave assurances that their children were not to be taken from them, but that the king was resolved to save their souls and enforce the Pragmatica. The naked alternative was before them of submission or rebellion. Desperate as rebellion might seem, it was not wholly hopeless. The Moriscos estimated that they could raise 100,000 fighting men, lamentably deficient in arms, it is true, but hardy and inured to privation. They counted largely on aid from Barbary, hoping that the rulers there would not miss the opportunity of striking a deadly blow at their traditional enemy. Their brethren, too, in Valencia, who were equally oppressed, might reasonably be expected to rise and throw off the Spanish yoke. They could not, moreover, be ignorant that the imposing Spanish monarchy was in reality exhausted, that its internal strength in no way corresponded with its external appearance. All the Venetian envoys of the period, in fact, described the absence of military resources in Spain, the difficulty of raising troops, and the unfamiliarity with arms of those who made such splendid soldiers when disciplined and trained. It was in this very year that Antonio Tiepolo, when commenting on the strange neglect which exposed the southern coast to the ravages of the Barbary corsairs, expresses apprehension that an invasion from Africa, supported by the Moriscos, might expose Spain to the fate which it experienced of old. It had been bled to exhaustion by Charles V, and Philip was continuing the process. As with men, so it was with money. Charles had left such an accumulation of debt that Philip, on his accession, seriously contemplated repudiation, and he staggered under an ever-increasing burden, from which the treasures of the New World afforded no relief. His revenues were consumed in advance, and during the rebellion it was with utmost difficulty that moderate sums could be furnished for the most pressing necessities. It was most fortunate for the monarchy that the hopes of the insurgents as to external aid were disappointed, for a united effort of the Crescent against the Cross might have changed the destiny of the peninsula. As it was, the Moriscos of Valencia were kept quiet, the Sultan held aloof, the Barbary princes only gave permission for adventurers to go as volunteers, and some 500 or 600 straggled in small bands across the sea. Yet the resources of Spain were strained to the utmost in subduing the isolated rebellion thus heedlessly provoked. Arrangements were made for a rising on Holy Thursday, April 18, 1568, but the secret was betrayed and the design was postponed. Even this failed to induce the precaution of placing Granada in a state of defense, and when the rebellion broke out, December 23rd, it found the Christians wholly unprepared. Mondejar met the crisis with great vigor and ability. Raising a hurried force of a few thousand men, he marched out of the city on January 2, 1569, and in a difficult winter campaign amid the mountain snows, by the middle of February he had virtually crushed resistance. Deza, however, backed by those who thirsted for rapine and plunder, poisoned the mind of the king. Mondejar's agreements for the submission of the insurgents were set aside. Philip sent his half-brother, Don John of Austria, then an inexperienced youth, to take command, assisted by a council of war, each member of which had his own plan of campaign, while no action was to be taken without approval of the king. This opera bouffe method of making war had its natural result. The rebellion revived and grew stronger than ever, making raids on the Vega, almost to the gates of the city, in which Don John and his council were virtually beleaguered. The details of the war that ensued do not concern us here except to say that it was carried on with ferocious greed and cruelty. Military expeditions were frequently mere slave hunts, in which the men were massacred, while women and children were brought in thousands to the auction block and were sold to the highest bidders. Nor were the Moriscos the only sufferers, for the Cortes of 1570 complained bitterly of the rapine and excesses of the troops on their way to the scene of the action. Hostilities were prolonged until the opening months of 1571, and when resistance was finally suppressed, Spain was well nigh exhausted. The pacification was as ruthless as the prosecution of the war. In advance it had been proposed at the court to remove the whole population to the mountains of northern Spain, and Deza, the evil genius of Granada, never lost sight of the suggestion. At his earnest solicitation it was commenced with the Albaycin as early as June 1569. No distinction was made between loyalists and rebels. The men were shut up in churches and then transferred to the great Hospital Real, a gunshot from the city, where they were divided into gangs, with their hands tied to ropes like galley slaves, and were marched off to their destinations under guard. The women were left for a time in their houses, to sell their effects and follow. Some 7,000 or 8,000 were thus disposed of, and even the chroniclers are moved to compassion in describing the misery and despair of those thus torn from their homes without warning, and hurried off to the unknown. Many died on the road of weariness, of despair, or of starvation, or were slain or robbed and sold as slaves by those set to protect them. It relieved Christians of fear, we are told, but it was deplorable to see the destruction of prosperity and a vacancy left where had been so much life and industry. This policy was carried out everywhere, as one district after another was reduced. Final instructions from Philip to Don John, October 25, 1570, ordered the deportation of all, and designated the provinces to which they were to be taken, some of them as far as Leon and Galicia. Families were not to be separated. They were to move in bands of 1,500 men, with their women and children, under escort of 200 foot and 20 horse, with a commissioner who made lists of those under his charge, provided them with food, and distributed them in their respective destinations. These orders were carried out. Don John writes, November 5th, from Gaudí to Ruy Gomez, that the number removed from that district had been large. The last party had been sent off that day, and it was the most unfortunate thing in the world, for there was such a tempest of wind, rain, and snow, that the mother would lose her daughter on the road, the wife her husband, and the widow her infant. It cannot be denied, he added, that the depopulation of a kingdom is the most pitiful thing that can be imagined. It was more pitiful than in some districts, where the undisciplined soldiery, entrusted with the task, converted it into pillage, massacre, and the enslavement of the women and children. Such was the outcome of the pledges given, 80 years before, by Ferdinand and Isabella, but the object of clearing Granada of its Morisco population was measurably accomplished. In an auto de fe celebrated there, in 1593, there appeared 81 delinquents convicted of Judaism and only one charged with Mahometanism. The suffering of the exiles did not end with the deportation. Leonardo Donato, the Venetian envoy, who was an eyewitness, tells us that many perished through miseries and afflictions, which in fact was inevitable under the conditions. Their distribution was entrusted to a special Consejo de Poblaciones and an elaborate edict, in 23 sections, issued October 6, 1572, specified the regulations under which they were permitted to exist. These scattered them among Christians, kept them under close and perpetual surveillance, and reduced them almost to the status of predial serfs, bound to the soil. No weapons were permitted save a pointless knife, and savage punishments were provided for the enforcement of the prescriptions. Children were to be brought up as far as possible in Christian families, and were to be taught reading, writing, and Christian doctrine. The Pragmatica of 1566 was declared to be in force, with added penalties for the use of Arabic. Anyone writing or speaking it, even in his own house, incurred, for a first offense, 30 days' prison in chains. For a second, double; for a third, 100 lashes, and 4 years of galleys. The severity of this latter provision shocked even the town council of Cordova, which had shown itself by no means favorable to the exiles. It represented to the alcalde that God alone could enable them to speak a language of which they were ignorant, especially as the alguaziles were constantly arresting and punishing them, and it begged that action should be suspended until schools could be organized for their instruction. But the alcalde replied that he had no choice and must execute the edict. In spite of these restrictions on exiles suddenly cast adrift, penniless in strange places, their indomitable industry and thrift soon carved out careers which aroused the envious hostility of the indolent populations among whom they were thrown. Cervantes, in his Colloquio de los Perros, stigmatizing them as a slow fever which slew as certainly as a violent one, gives expression to the feelings with which the Spaniard, whose only ambition was a position in the army, the church, or the service of the state, and who was a consumer, looked upon the producer and grudged him the product of his toil. Already in 1573 the Cortes took the alarm and petitioned Philip that they should not be allowed to act as architects or builders, or to hold public office or judicial positions. In truth, only 10 years after the exile, an official report complains that the numbers of the deported Moriscos are increasing, because none go to war or enter religion, and they are so hard-working, that after coming to Castile 10 years before, without owning a hand's breadth of land, they are now well off, and many are rich, so that, if it continues at the same rate for 20 years, the natives will be their servants. This grievance only increased with time. In 1587, Martin de Salvatierra, Bishop of Segorbe, in an enumeration of the evil deeds of the Moriscos, includes the fact that the exiles from Granada have already become farmers of the royal revenues in Castile, depositing cash as security in place of giving bondsmen; that there were individuals worth more than 100,000 ducats in Pastrana, Guadalajara, Salamanca, and other places, and that, if the king did not devise some remedy, they would soon greatly surpass the old Christians in both numbers and wealth. This jealousy found official utterance in the Cortes of 1592, which represented to Philip that previous ones had asked him to remedy the evils of the Granadan exiles scattered through Castile. Those evils were constantly increasing. They had obtained possession of trade, and were becoming so rich and powerful that they controlled the secular and ecclesiastical tribunals, and lived openly in disregard of religion. The response to this was an edict ordering all magistrates to enforce rigidly the restrictive legislation of 1572. This effected nothing, for in 1595 the Venetian envoy describes them as constantly increasing in numbers and wealth, as they never went to the wars, and devoted themselves exclusively to trade. In 1602, Archbishop Ribera bears the same testimony. They were hard-working and thrifty, and as they spent little on food or drink or clothing, they worked for what would not support an old Christian, so that they were preferred by employers and consumers. They monopolized the mechanic arts and commerce as well as daily labor. The envious prejudices which thus found expression were a factor not unimportant among the causes leading to the expulsion. All the exiles, however, were not thus peacefully laborious. About 1577 there arose complaints of 7 or 8 bands of Moriscos who lived by robbery and murder and terrorized the districts in which they operated. There was also a noted center of lawlessness in Hornachos, near Badajoz, populated by Moriscos. For 30,000 ducats they bought from Philip the privilege of bearing arms. They had a regular organization and a treasury and a mint employing 13 operatives for the coinage of counterfeit money, while, by judicious bribery of the courts, they protected their criminals when caught. In 1586, the Llerena tribunal made a raid on them with such success that it was obliged to hire houses to accommodate its prisoners. But the effect of this was temporary, and in October 1608, an alcalde of the court, Gregorio Lopez Madera, was sent there to investigate and punish. Alcaldes of the court were noted for unsparing justice, and Madera did not belie this reputation. His inquest resulted in finding 83 dead bodies in the vicinity. He hanged 10 members of the town council and its executioner. He sent 170 men to the galleys, scourged a large number, and left the place peaceful for the short interval before it was depopulated by the expulsion. End of section 41. Section 42 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 8, Chapter 2, Spheres of Action, Moriscos, Part 4. In the kingdoms of the Crown of Aragon, the position of the Moriscos was different from that in Castile. They were mostly vassals of the nobles, settled on lands of which they held the dominium utile, while their lords owned the dominium directum. For these lands they paid tribute in money, in kind, or in service, and we are told that these imposts amounted to the double of what could be exacted from the Christians. It is easy to appreciate the old proverb, "The more Moors, the more profits," and also that the nobles were vitally interested in protecting their vassals from external interference. Their ability to do this was largely owing to the sturdy independence with which the ancient fueros and privileges were maintained. Alarm was taken early, for in 1495 the Cortes of Tortosa obtained from Ferdinand a fuero that he would never expel or consent to the expulsion of the Moors of Catalonia, and, after the occurrences in Castile, the Cortes of Barcelona in 1503 represented the destruction which it would cause and obtained a repetition of the pledge. At the Cortes of Monzon in 1510 he renewed this, with the addition that he would make no attempt to convert them by force, nor throw any impediment in the way of their free intercourse with the Christians, and, to the observance of this, he took a solemn oath, a repetition of which was exacted of Charles V on his accession in 1518. Under these guarantees, both the Moors and their lords might well imagine themselves secure. As we have seen, the jurisdiction of the Inquisition did not extend to the unbaptized so long as they committed no offences against religion. It had little scruple, however, in disregarding its limitations, and in Valencia as early as 1497 it undertook to prevent the wearing of Moorish costume, and sent officials to Ceará to arrest some women for disobedience. They were not recognized and were maltreated, while the women were conveyed away. We have seen how the tribunal arbitrarily avenged itself by arresting all residents of Ceará who chanced to come to Valencia, and that, when appeal was made to Ferdinand, he expressed his displeasure and ordered greater moderation in future. Yet the leaders in the resistance at Ceará were imprisoned for 3 years and suffered confiscation and banishment, leading to considerable correspondence in which Ferdinand sought to mitigate the harshness of the tribunal. He showed the same disposition towards the Moorish Aljama of Fraga, which was concerned in the confiscation of a certain Galceran de Abella, and also towards the Moors of Saragossa, when involved in trouble with that tribunal by reason of harboring a female slave who had escaped from Borja. After the enforced conversion of the Castilian Moors, the Tribunal of Aragon overstepped its powers by endeavoring, indirectly if not directly, to compel submission to baptism. The Duke and Duchess of Cardona, the Count of Ribagorza, and other magnates complained, in 1508, to Ferdinand, who reprimanded the inquisitors sharply for exceeding their jurisdiction, with much scandal to the Moors and damage to their lords. No one, he said, should be converted or baptized by force, for God is served only when confession is heartfelt, nor should anyone be imprisoned for simply telling others not to turn Christian. In future, no Moor was to be baptized unless he applied for it. Any who were imprisoned for counseling against conversion were to be released at once, and the papers were to be sent to the Inquisitor General Enguera for instructions, nor were arrests to be made without his orders. As it was reported that others had fled in fear of forcible conversion or imprisonment, steps must be taken to bring them home with full assurance against violence. In the same spirit, in 1510, when some Moors in Aragon had been converted and had consequently been abandoned by their wives and children, Ferdinand ordered the inquisitors to permit them to return and not to exert pressure on them or to baptize them forcibly. Ferdinand understood his Aragonese subjects and had learned when to respect their fueros. These incidents indicate that there was a movement on foot which sometimes overstepped the limits of persuasion. There was, in fact, a process of voluntary conversion, affording hope that in time the wished-for unity of faith might be accomplished without coercion. A Catalan alfaqui named Jacob Tellez was baptized and brought several aljamas to embrace Christianity. When Ferdinand, to aid him, granted him license to travel everywhere and to have entrance into all aljamas, whose members were required to assemble and listen to him. The Moors of Caspe sought baptism in 1499. In the district of Teruel and Albarracin in 1493, a mosque was converted into the Church of the Trinity, and in 1502 the whole population embraced Christianity. Wholesale conversions such as these were apt to furnish backsliders, and, when the Inquisition undertook to punish those of Teruel and Albarracin, Charles V interposed in 1519. He understood, he said, that many of the children of the conversos, who had lapsed, desired to return to the faith, but were deterred through fear of punishment. Wherefore he granted them a term of grace for a year, during which they could come forward and confess without incurring confiscation, and similar concessions were made in Tortosa and other cities. Valencia, which had the largest and densest Moorish population, was also the scene of considerable proselyting and of vigorous inquisitorial action. An influential alfaqui, named Abdallah, was converted, took orders as a priest, under the title of Maestro Mosén Andrés, and devoted himself to winning over his brethren. He wrote a work controverting the Koran chapter by chapter, which was printed and circulated. The little town of Manassés must have been converted almost in mass, for we happen to have a sentence uttered in the church there, by the inquisitors of Valencia, April 8, 1519, on 230 Moriscos, then present, who had come in under an edict of grace, confessing and abjuring the errors into which they had relapsed. They were received to reconciliation, apparently without confiscation, and the penances prescribed were purely spiritual, although in addition they were subjected to the customary severe disabilities. There must not have been a little cruel preliminary work, for, in the list of these penitents, no less than 32 women were described as the wives or daughters of men who had been burnt. It is easy for us now to recognize how powerful an impediment was this method of preserving the purity of the faith by obstructing the wished-for conversion. For the mudejares who refused baptism could congratulate themselves that they were not subject to a jurisdiction which visited with such severity the adherents to ancestral habits that had become a second nature. The missionary work thus impeded received an unlooked-for impulse from the insurrection known as the Germania, or Brotherhood, which suddenly broke out in 1520. This was a revolt of the people against the oppression of the nobles, which, in its peaceful beginning, won the approval of Charles and of his representative, Cardinal Adrian. It speedily developed into civil war, in which the nobles had the aid of their Moorish vassals. These formed a large portion of the forces with which the Duke of Segorbe won the victories of Oropesa and Almenara, early in July 1521, and they constituted a third of the infantry under the Viceroy Mendoza in the disastrous rout of Gandia, July 25th. To cripple the nobles, the leaders of the Germania conceived the idea of baptizing by force the Moors, thus giving them the status of Christians and releasing them from vassalage. Urgelles, the chief captain, mortally wounded at the siege of Jativa, which surrendered July 14th, was already busily engaged in compelling the baptism of the Moors in the places under his control, and his successor, Vicente Peris, who won the decisive victory of Gandia, adopted the same policy. Full particulars as to proceedings in the different towns and villages were obtained by a commission formed in 1524 to ascertain whether the baptisms were voluntary or coerced, and the evidence in its report shows that bands of agermanados traversed the territory between Valencia and Oliva, terrorizing the Moors and offering them the alternative of baptism or death. A few homicides punctuated their commands, and the helpless infidels flocked to the baptismal font for safety. Of course, there was no pretense of instruction or of ascertaining what the neophytes knew of the religion thus imposed upon them. They were baptized by sprinkling them in batches and squads, and when holy water was not at hand, that from running streams was employed. The only redeeming feature in the evidence is the frequent allusion to friendly relations between Christians and Moors, and to the refuge and protection willingly given to the terrified victims, showing how the antagonism of race was gradually subsiding, and how its extinction might have been hopefully anticipated if matters had been allowed to develop naturally. Attempts were also made to convert the mosques into churches. In a few places they were consecrated, in some others only a paper picture of Christ or the Virgin was hung up, or attached to the door. Occasionally divine service was performed, which the neophytes attended with more or less regularity, but their adhesion to their new faith lasted only while the impression of terror continued. In some places they felt safe to recur to their old religion in 3 weeks, in others they remained nominally Christian for a few months, but everywhere, as soon as they felt the danger to be past, they resumed their Moslem rites and worshipped in their mosques as before. In this, for the most part, they were encouraged by their lords, who assured them that the coercive baptism was invalid, that they were free to revert to their faith. Others more prudently seized the opportunity to escape to Africa, and it was estimated that no less than 5,000 houses were left vacant, inferring an immigration of some 25,000 souls. The suppression of the Germania in 1522 enabled the Inquisition to commence action against those who had been brought under its jurisdiction by baptism. Inquisitor Chorruca of Valencia entertained no scruple as to the validity of the sacrament, but there was difficulty in the fact that the hurried proceedings had precluded the making of records that would identify individuals. When the officiating priests had made lists, he demanded their surrender, and, toward the close of 1523, he was busy in obtaining evidence from eyewitnesses. Some fragmentary documents show that he was partially successful, and that he was prosecuting those whom he could prove to be apostates, but there was no disposition to treat them harshly. It would appear, indeed, that Cardinal Adrian adopted a policy of toleration, which after his elevation to the papacy enabled the advocates of the Moriscos to claim that they had the benefit of a dispensation. The situation, in fact, was perplexing. In Castile, enforced conversion had been universal, under the threat of expulsion. All were constructively baptized and could legally be held to the consequences. In Valencia, however, the Germania had occupied but a portion of the territory, and even there the work had been partial, and so irregularly executed that identification was impossible save in isolated cases. As soon as the pressure was removed, all had reverted to their pristine belief, and the sovereign was under a solemn oath that no compulsion should be employed. The simplest solution that offered was to complete the work and to convert the whole Moorish population, after securing the assent of the nobles by conceding that their rights should not be affected and that converts should not be permitted to change their domicile. Missionaries were therefore sent to try the effect of persuasion. Prominent among them was Fray Antonio de Guevara. In a letter of May 22, 1524, he says that for 3 years he had labored at the task, doing nothing but dispute in the aljamas, preach in the morerias, and baptize in the houses. Well meant as was this effort, its success was not commensurate with its merits. The question refused to be solved, and the claims of the Inquisition to exercise jurisdiction over the so-called apostates inevitably provoked discussion as to the validity of enforced baptism, the degree of coercion by the agermanados, and the sufficiency of the rite so irregularly performed. We have seen above, Volume 1, page 41, that, when the Goths coerced their Jewish subjects to baptism, the Fourth Council of Toledo enunciated the principle that, while the act was wrong, the baptism was indelible and the baptized must be forced to remain in the church, a principle which became embodied in the canon law. Still there was a question as to the degree of coercion, and Boniface VIII, while assuming to exempt those whose coercion was absolute, took care to define that the fear of death was not such coercion. In the refinement of scholastic theology, 2 kinds of coercion were distinguished, conditional or interpretive, and absolute. It was decided that coerced volition is still volition, and absolute coercion was reduced to the proposition that, if a man tied hand and foot were baptized while uttering protests, the rite would be invalid. Such was the received practice of the Church, although a few schoolmen of high repute denied the validity of the sacrament under coercion, rather as an academical question. For the Church assumes consent and compels the so-called convert to the observance of the faith imposed on him. It was inevitable that the converts of the Germania were to be held to their responsibilities as Christians. Charles V had already resolved on his policy and had applied to Clement VII to be released from his oath not to impose Christianity on the Moors, but the proceedings of Inquisitor Churruca were exciting murmurs, and a decent show of preliminary investigation was advisable. Charles at first ordered this to be done by the governor of Valencia, in conjunction with the inquisitors and some theologians and jurists, but this was not a sufficiently authoritative body to justify the far-reaching measures in contemplation, and Manrique suggested, January 23, 1524, the formation of a junta under his presidency, in view of the opposition of the nobles and gentry, who dreaded the loss accruing to them from the Christianization of their vassals. That this was merely to save appearances is evident from the fact that when Charles, on February 11th, gave orders for the assembling of the junta, he wrote on the same day to Germaine, Vice-Queen of Valencia, instructing the inquisitors and vicar general to take due action with the apostate Moriscos. 9 days later, Manrique issued a commission to Churruca and his assessor, Andres Palacio, to make a complete investigation into all the circumstances of the conversion and backsliding of the Moriscos, a selection which indicates the foregone conclusion, as they had already committed themselves on all the questions involved. 2 other commissioners, Martin Sanchez and Juan de Bas, were added to them when, in November, they started on their work, and meanwhile the inquisitors had been taking testimony on their own account. The investigation lasted only from November 4th to the 24th, as the commission moved from place to place in the little district between Alcira and Denia. 128 witnesses were interrogated on a series of questions drawn up by Manrique, and their evidence established beyond doubt that the submission to baptism was under the influence of mortal terror. The report of the commission consisted simply of the testimony as taken down by the secretary, but it was supplemented by a learned argument in scholastic form by the fiscal of the tribunal, Fernando Loazes, the future Archbishop of Valencia. In this he made no pretense that the baptism was voluntary. The violence he admitted to be a crime, for which the actors should be punished, but the effect was good and should be maintained. It was the way in which God evokes good out of evil. The Moors had been saved from perdition and from slavery to the demon, and, as this was a public benefit, the converts must be compelled to adhere to the Catholic faith, and those who upheld them in apostasy must be prosecuted as fautors and defenders of heresy. All doctors agree that when there is danger of infecting the faith, the prince can compel uniformity or can expel the unbelievers. It was an imposing assemblage to which the report was submitted, consisting of a reunion of the councils of Castile, of Aragon, of the Inquisition, of military orders, and of Indies, together with eminent theologians, and it was under the presidency of Manrique. There evidently was not unanimity, for the discussion occupied 22 days, and some of the theologians, with Jaime Benet, the most eminent canonist of Spain, at their head, denied the validity of the baptisms. Still the inevitable conclusion was that, as the neophytes had made no resistance or complaint, they must adhere to the faith, willingly or unwillingly. On March 23, 1525, the emperor attended a meeting, in which Manrique announced to him the decision, which he confirmed and ordered measures to be taken for its enforcement. In pursuance of this, a royal cedula on April 4th, after reciting the care bestowed on the question, and the unanimous conclusion reached, declared the baptized Moors to be Christians, and ordered their children to be baptized, while churches in which Mass had been celebrated were not to be used as mosques. It would be difficult to exaggerate the importance of this action on the fate of the Moriscos, for all that followed was its necessary consequence. Without loss of time, an imposing inquisitorial commission was organized, with Gaspar de Avalos, Bishop of Gadou, at its head, and a retinue of councillors and familiars. On May 10th they arrived at Valencia, and on Sunday the 14th the bishop in a sermon ordered the publication of the royal cedula, with an edict granting 30 days within which apostates could return with security for life and property, after which they would forfeit both. It could scarce have been intended to execute this atrocious threat, and no attempt seems to have been made to do so. The apostates were not easily distinguishable among their unbaptized brethren, among whom they constituted perhaps 10%, but the commissioners endeavored to identify them, traveling through the land, making out lists, and confirming all whom they could discover, as a preliminary to prosecuting the backsliders. Their numbers suggested moderation, for which papal authority was requisite. It was obtained, for a brief of Clement VII, June 16, 1525, recites that Charles had applied to him for a remedy. The multitude of delinquents called for gentleness and clemency, wherefore they were to be prosecuted with a benignant asperity. Those who should return to the light of truth, publicly abjure their errors, and swear never to relapse, could be absolved without incurring the customary infamy and disabilities. Threats and promises availed little. The 10 or 15,000 Moriscos who had passed through the hands of the Agermanados did not wait to experience the benignant asperity of the commission, but took refuge in the Sierra de Bernia, and the nobles, so far from attempting to dislodge them, favored them, in hopes that their resistance might lead Charles to abandon his purpose. He had been moved to indignation on hearing that the magistrates of Valencia had begged the commission not to ill-treat the alfaquies, as the prosperity of the land depended on the Moors, and he now rebuked the nobles, ordering them to go to their estates and teach their vassals to be good Christians. Preparations at length were made to attack the refugees of Bernia, who had held out from April until August. They surrendered under promise of immunity, and were taken to Murla, where they were absolved and kindly treated. End of section 42. Section 43 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 8, Chapter 2, Spheres of Action, Moriscos, Part 5. The commission, wearied with its fruitless labors, was about to abandon the field, when it received a letter from Charles, stating that as God had granted him the victory of Pavia, he could evince his gratitude in no way more effective than by compelling all the infidels in his dominions to submit to baptism. They were therefore ordered to remain and to undertake this new conversion, in conjunction with a fresh colleague, Fray Calcena, afterwards Bishop of Tortosa. We have seen that, in preparation for this, he had, near the end of 1523, or in the early part of 1524, applied to Clement VII to absolve him from the oath taken in 1518 not to expel or make forced conversions, and Clement is said to have at first refused the request, declaring it to be scandalous. The persistence of the ambassador, the Duke of Sesa, however, prevailed over Clement's scruples, and the brief was issued May 12, 1524, though for a time it was kept secret. It commenced by reciting the papal grief on learning that, in Valencia, Catalonia, and Aragon, Charles had many Moorish subjects with whom the faithful could not hold intercourse without danger, and who served as spies for their brethren in Africa. He was therefore exhorted to order the inquisitors to preach to them, and, in case of obstinacy, he was to designate a term after which they should be expelled, under pain of perpetual slavery, to be rigorously enforced. The tithes, which they had never paid, should in future accrue to their lords, in recompense for the damage caused by the expulsion, under condition that the lords should supply the churches with what was requisite for divine service, while the revenues of the mosques should provide endowments for benefices. The fateful brief concluded by formally cleansing Charles from his oath of 1518, absolving him from all penalties and censures for perjury, and granting him whatever dispensation was necessary for the due execution of the foregoing, and it further conferred on the inquisitors ample faculties to suppress oppression, notwithstanding all apostolical constitutions and all laws of the land. Charles was thus set free to work his will, in despite of oaths and of laws. Yet for 18 months he held the brief without using it, waiting perhaps for the settlement of the question of baptism and for the agitation in Valencia to subside. At length, on September 13, 1525, he addressed letters to the nobles, informing them of his irrevocable resolve not to allow a Moor or an infidel to dwell in his dominions except as a slave. He recognized that expulsion would affect their interests, and consequently he urged them to go to their estates and cooperate with the commissioners in procuring the conversion and instruction of their vassals. Accompanying this was a brief letter to the Moors, informing them of the determination to which he had been inspired by Almighty God that his law should prevail throughout the land, and of his desire for their salvation. Wherefore he exhorted and commanded them to submit to baptism. If they did so, they should have the liberties of Christians and good treatment. If they refused, he would find other means. The next day a proclamation was addressed to the Moors, emphatically repeating these threats and promises, and forbidding any interference with conversion or insults to converts, under penalty of 5,000 florins and the royal wrath. The same day a letter to Queen Germaine tacitly admitted the futility of depriving the Moriscos of their religion without providing a substitute. He had learned, he said, that in many villages of the converts there were no priests to give instruction or to celebrate Mass, and he ordered her to see that they were instructed and ministered to, thriftily adding that, in lands of royal jurisdiction, care must be taken to reserve the patronage of the new churches to the crown. The commissioners, armed with the full powers as inquisitors, lost no time in announcing to the Moors the irrevocable resolve of the emperor, with a term of grace of 8 days, after which they would execute the decrees. The frightened aljamas deputed 12 alfaques to supplicate of Charles the revocation of the edict. Queen Germaine granted them a safe conduct, and they were received at court, carrying with them 50,000 ducats to propitiate persons of importance, and, although at the moment they accomplished nothing, eventually, as we shall see, they secured a concordia which, as usual, was granted only to be violated. Meanwhile, on November 3rd, Charles enclosed the papal brief to the inquisitors, with instructions to enforce it without delay. At the same time he notified the authorities, secular and ecclesiastical, that it invalidated all the fueros, privileges, and constitutions to which he had sworn, that he had instructed the Inquisition to enforce it, and that the local magistrates, under pain of 10,000 florins, must execute whatever the inquisitors might decree. Having thus made the Moors understand the fate in store for them, on November 25th he issued a general decree of expulsion. All those of Valencia were to be out of Spain by December 31st, and those of Catalonia and Aragon by January 31st, 1526. As in 1502, there was no exemption promised for conversion, but similarly the obstacles thrown in the way of expatriation showed the real intent of the edict. The Valencians were ordered to register and obtain passports at Siete Aguas, on the Cuencan frontier, and then plod their weary way to Coruña, where they were to embark under pain of confiscation and slavery, while the nobles were threatened with a fine of 5,000 ducats for each one whom they might retain. At the same time was published a papal brief ordering, under pain of excommunication, all Christians to aid in enforcing the imperial decrees, and all Moors to listen without replying to the teachings of the gospel. Still another edict, which ordered that all Moors must be baptized by December 8th or be prepared to leave the country, showed by implication that conversion would relieve from exile. Then the Inquisition gave notice that it was prepared to act, and it published tremendous censures, with a penalty of 1,000 florins, against all failing to aid it against those who obstinately resisted the sweetness of the gospel and the benignant plans of the emperor. When the alfaquies reported the failure of their mission, the great bulk of the Valencian Moors submitted to baptism. Fray Antonio de Guevara, who was foremost in the work, boasts that he baptized 20,000 families. But the Moriscos subsequently asserted that this wholesale conversion was accomplished by corralling them in pens and scattering water over them, when some would seek to hide themselves and others would shout, "No water has touched me." They endured it, they said, because their alfaquies assured them that deceit was permissible and that they need not believe the religion which they were compelled to profess. Many hid themselves. Some took refuge in Benaguacil, which surrendered March 27th, after a 5 weeks' siege, but the Sierra de Espadan was the scene of a more formidable revolt, which was not subdued until September 19th, with considerable slaughter. Others again betook themselves to the Sierra de Bernia, to Guadalete, and Confridas, but these mostly succeeded in escaping to Africa. Thus was Valencia converted and pacified. The Moriscos, as we may now call them, were disarmed. The pulpits of their alfaquies were torn down, their Korans were burnt, and orders were given to instruct them competently in the faith. Orders, as we shall see, perpetually reissued and never executed. In Aragon, before the edicts, premonitions of the future had aroused much agitation. The Moors ceased to labor in the fields and shops, causing great anxiety as to impending famine. The Diputados were called upon to act, and while preparing to send envoys to Charles, they gave to the Count of Ribagorza, who chanced to be at the court, a memorial addressed to him. This appealed to the solemn oaths taken by him and Ferdinand. It represented that the whole industry and prosperity of the land rested upon the Moors, who raised the harvests and produced the manufactures, while the incomes of churches and convents, of benefices and the gentry, of widows and orphans, were derived from their censos or loans. They were practically the slaves of their feudal lords, to whom they were obedient, and they had never been known to pervert a Christian or cause scandal. They lived at a distance from the coast, so that they could hold no intercourse with Barbary, and the law punished by enslavement all attempts to leave the kingdom. Their expulsion would cause ruin, while if converted they would be enfranchised and enabled to go abroad. As they had ceased to sow their lands, immediate relief of their fears was necessary to avert a famine. Ribagorza's influence procured a brief delay, but Charles's practical reply was a proclamation, published in Saragossa, December 22nd, forbidding any Moor to leave the kingdom, prohibiting all purchases of property from them, closing their mosques and abolishing their public shambles. This increased the alarm, and risings occurred in some places, followed by others after the publication of the Edict of Expulsion, but they were not serious. The date of expulsion was postponed until March 15, 1526, and as it approached there were other risings, but they were readily suppressed. The Moors were disarmed, and as a whole they submitted to baptism. The whole Morisco population was now at the mercy of the Inquisition, but every consideration, both of policy and of charity, dictated a tolerant exercise of power until they could be instructed and won over to their new faith. This the Suprema recognized by ordering that they should be treated with great moderation. Possibly this may explain the absence of trials for heresy by the Valencia tribunal in 1525 and 1527, but in the intermediate and subsequent years there is no abatement in its activity, which was not only in disobedience of the commands of the Suprema, but a direct violation of the Concordia, agreed to January 6, 1526, although not published until 1528. This Concordia was the result of the labors of the alfaquies sent to the court in 1525. It was granted with the consent of Inquisitor General Manrique, It was solemnly confirmed by Charles in the Cortes of Monzon in 1528, when it was declared to comprehend all the kingdoms of the crown of Aragon, but when it was published by the Bail General of Valencia under orders from Charles, Manrique rebuked him for so doing. Its main provisions are worth reciting if only to show the questions arising and as an instance of the faithlessness habitually shown to the Moriscos, for scarce one of the articles favorable to them was observed. It set forth that the new converts could not at once abandon the Moorish ceremonies, which they observed rather through habit than with intention, and that prosecution by the Inquisition would be their total destruction, wherefore the Inquisition should not proceed against them for 40 years, as had been granted to the Moors of Granada. As for their garments, they might wear out those existing, but new ones must be made in the Christian fashion. As most of the men and all the women could speak only Arabic, they could use it for 10 years, during which time they must learn Castilian or Valencian. New cemeteries were to be constructed for them near the mosques now converted into churches. Dispensations were to be granted by the legate or the pope for all existing marriages and betrothals within the prohibited degrees, but future ones must conform to the canons. To the request that their arms should be restored to them, the answer was that they should be treated like other Christians. To the argument that they could not pay the old tributes and imposts if they were forbidden to work on feast days, nor was it reasonable that they should be prevented from changing domicile, the equivocal reply was that they should be treated like other Christians, but without prejudice to third parties. There was also permission to continue as corporations the old morerias in royal territory. All this Charles guaranteed for himself and for Prince Philip, and ordered its strict observance by all officials, from the highest to the lowest, under the pain of royal wrath and a fine of 3,000 ducats. In a few months after the promulgation of the Concordia, the Suprema published everywhere a declaration that it referred only to trivial customs and did not condone the use of Moorish rites and ceremonies, and that those who performed them or lapsed from the faith were to be duly prosecuted, to all of which it stated that the emperor acceded. When, therefore, the Aragonese nobles, in 1529, presented remonstrances to Charles and to Manrique, the latter replied that it was their salvation and not their injury that was sought, and that he hoped that God might lay his hands upon them, so that all would eventuate well. The hand of God, as laid upon them through the Inquisition, was not merciful, for in 1531 the Valencia tribunal had 58 trials for heresy, with some 37 burnings in person, most of whom presumably were Moriscos. Saragossa was somewhat milder, for in 1530 it reported that in the last auto it had reconciled a number of Moriscos, commuting confiscation and prison into fines, and in some cases to scourging, that the fines had been assigned to a cleric who should instruct the penitents, but the receiver had refused to surrender the money, whereupon the Suprema suggested a separate collection of fines and their payment to instructors. Thus the Inquisition went imperturbably on its way, and when the Cortes of the three kingdoms complained that it was notorious that there had been no attempt to instruct the Moriscos or to provide churches for them, and that it was a great abuse to prosecute them as heretics, Cardinal Manrique unctuously replied that they had been treated with all moderation and benignity, and that for the future provision would be made, with the assent of the emperor, as best comported with the service of God and the salvation of their souls. Even more defiantly self-willed was the conduct of the Inquisition with regard to confiscations. We have seen that these were the property of the crown, and that, when the Inquisition was allowed to retain the proceeds, it was a concession dependent upon the will of the sovereign. Yet it sturdily set aside the laws of the land and the commands of the emperor, and persisted in confiscating the property of its penitents. The earliest fuero of Valencia, granted by Jaime I after the conquest, provided that in capital cases of heresy and treason, allodial lands and personal property should accrue to the king, while feudal lands and those held under rent charge or other service should revert to the lord. The new Inquisition disregarded this, and in 1488 the Cortes of Orihuela demanded its observance, to which Ferdinand assented. Still the Inquisition persisted, and he agreed to the demand of the Cortes of 1510 that he should compound for all lands thus illegally obtained. This was equally fruitless, and in 1533 the Cortes of Monzon repeated the complaint. It was the lords and churches that suffered by the confiscations inflicted on their vassals, and some compromise should be reached as to past infractions of the fuero. To this the answer was equivocal, There was no confiscation, and please God, with the efforts on foot for the instruction of the converts, there would be no necessity for it in the future. But if there should be, provision would be made to protect the lords, and meanwhile a commission could decide as to what would be just for the past. Charles, in fact, the next year, at Saragossa, issued a pragmatica ordering that, when the new converts incurred confiscation, the property should be made over to the legal Catholic heirs, without prejudice to the lords of the delinquents. The Inquisition, however, was equal to the occasion. It obeyed the law in the letter but not in the spirit, for in 1547 the Cortes complained to the Inquisitor General that in lieu of confiscation the Saragossa tribunal imposed fines greater than the wealth of a penitent, who, to meet them, were obliged to sell all their property and impoverish their kindred. To this the contemptuous answer was returned that if anyone was aggrieved he could apply to the Inquisitors or to the Suprema. In Valencia the contest was more prolonged. The Cortes of 1537 reiterated the old complaints and asked Charles to order the tribunals to obey the law, which he promised to do. The Suprema rejoined, in a consulta, that confiscation was the most efficient penalty for the suppression of heresy. The culprit could escape burning by reconciliation, and without confiscation heresy would be unpunished. The Inquisition accordingly went on confiscating, and in 1542, under urgent complaints by the Cortes, Charles assented to a law that the dominium utile of the culprit should revert to the dominium directum of the lord, and that the royal officials, under pain of 1,000 florins, should put the lord in possession. The Pope seems to have been appealed to make the Inquisition obey, for in a brief of August 2, 1546, which virtually suspended it, he decreed that for 10 years, and during the pleasure of the Holy See, there should be neither fines nor confiscation in the case of Moriscos. Royal and papal utterances were alike in vain. In 1547 the Cortes renewed the complaint of the persistence of the Inquisition and introduced the new feature of asking that the Inquisitor General should join in the signing of the fuero, thus recognizing him as an independent power in the state. Prince Philip promised to obtain his signature, but it was not done. Again in 1552 and 1564 the same comedy was acted, but Philip's promise in the latter year was neutralized by the specific instructions of the Suprema to the Valencia tribunal to confiscate Morisco property without regarding what the people might say about having a privilege against confiscation. At length a compromise was reached. In 1537 the Cortes had suggested a payment to the Inquisition of 400 ducats per annum in return for Morisco impunity from pecuniary penance, but the Suprema had refused the proposition as inadequate and as a disservice to God. In 1571 negotiations were renewed, resulting in a royal cedula of October 12th, reciting that the Inquisitor General Espinosa had condescended to grant the Moriscos of Valencia the articles presented by them. These provided that in consideration of an annual payment of 50,000 sueldos, or 2,500 ducats, to the tribunal, the property of those contributing to it should be exempt from confiscation. Warning, moreover, was taken from the experience of Aragon, and fines were limited to 10 ducats, but the aljamas of the culprits were responsible for their payment. It rested with the aljamas whether or not to come into the arrangement, but so many of them did so that thenceforth it was spoken of commonly as in force throughout Valencia. This suited the Inquisition as assuring it a settled income. It relieved the Moriscos from the ever-present dread of pauperism and the miseries of sequestration, and it gratified the nobles and churches by securing them from the alienation of their lands and the impoverishment of their vassals. To the rigid churchmen, however, it was a compact with evil and an encouragement of heresy. Archbishop Ribera of Valencia protested against it, and Bishop Perez of Segorba in 1595 advocated its revocation, but Philip II resolved that it should continue during the period agreed upon for the instruction of the Moriscos. The tribunal naturally took care to increase its assured income by exploiting to the fullest its remaining power of inflicting fines, and it did so with little regard to the limitation. In 1595 the aljamas complained of these infractions. That such a complaint continued to be justified would appear from the auto de fe of January 7, 1607, alluded to above, volume 2, page 395, where there were 20 fines of 10 ducats each on Moriscos, of whom only 8 were reconciled, besides other fines, one of 20, one of 30, and one of 50. End of section 43. Section 44 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3 by Henry Charles Lea. Book 8, Chapter 2. Spheres of Action, Moriscos, Part 6. The table in the appendix shows that while the activity of the Inquisition seemed to diminish somewhat after the Concordia, towards the close of the century it increased greatly, there being 291 cases in 1591 and 117 in 1592. The record furnishing these figures ends with 1592, and we have no means of ascertaining the work in the years which immediately follow, but the rigor of persecution continued. In the auto of September 5th, 1604, there were 28 abjurations de levi, 49 de vehemente, 8 reconciliations, and 2 relaxations, all Moriscos except a Frenchman penanced for blasphemy. In that of January 7th, 1607, there appeared 33 Moriscos, of whom 1 was relaxed, besides 6 whose cases were suspended, and in the trials torture was employed 15 times. The fluctuations in the number of cases can be accounted for by evidence occasionally enabling the tribunal to make a raid on some Morisco village when, as they were all Moors at heart, the whole community would be gathered in. Thus, in 1589 and 1590, the little settlement of Mislata, near Valencia, furnished 100 cases, and we are told that in the town of Carlet there were 240 households that observed the fast of Ramadan. In fact, as the Moorish faith of the Moriscos was notorious, the whole population was at the mercy of the Inquisition, and the comparative moderation shown by the records may perhaps be explained by a system of secret bribery or compositions whereby immunity was purchased. The possibility of this is suggested by a case which throws considerable light upon the manner in which the inquisitorial power was exercised. The family of Don Cosme, Don Juan, and Don Hernando Abenamir of Benaguacil ranked among the first of the old Moors of Valencia. The brothers were rich and influential. They held licenses to bear arms, and Inquisitor Miranda had appointed them familiars, a position which they resigned at the instance of the Duke of Segorbe, on whose lands they dwelt, for he said that they had no need of such protection, as they had only to appeal to him if aggrieved. In May 1567, during the absence of Inquisitor Miranda, the fiscal presented to the other inquisitor, Geronimo Manrique, a clamosa against the brothers. Their arrest was vetoed, but in view of the importance of the case, the Suprema was consulted, which confirmed the vote, and on July 1st the warrants were issued. The accused could not be found. Edicts summoning them were published, and on January 12th, 1568, Don Cosme presented himself. It is his trial that has been preserved, but presumably the others took the same course, except that Don Hernando's name disappears towards the end, probably in consequence of death. At the first audience, Don Cosme said that he presumed he had been baptized when a child, yet he did not consider himself a Christian but a Moor. He had through life performed Moorish rites, and had gone to confession only to conform with the edicts, but in future he desired to be a Christian and to do whatever the inquisitors might require. He offered no defense in the various stages of his trial, but on July 15th, in consequence of the crowded condition of the secret prison, he was given the city as a prison on furnishing security in 2,000 ducats. Notwithstanding this, he visited Madrid, where, for 7,000 ducats, he purchased for himself and his brothers a pardon from the king. The Inquisitor General and the Suprema, and he, also exercised important influence in securing the Concordia of 1571. His stay in the capital was prolonged when, after an interval of nearly 3 years, the tribunal suddenly revived his case, May 25, 1571, and on June 6th it summoned his bondsmen to produce him within 9 days, a term extended to 12 days on their protesting that it was notorious that he was in Madrid on business with the Suprema. This action brought from the Suprema a curt letter stating that Don Cosme complained that, after compounding his case, it had been revived, and ordering the tribunal to drop the matter and explain its motives. This it did, and received from the Suprema a second order to do nothing, but to send the papers and await instructions. Subsequently, Don Cosme returned to Valencia and exhibited certificates of the pardons for himself and his brothers to Juan de Rojas, then inquisitor, who told him to go enhorabuena, for they were pardoned and the Inquisition had nothing further to do with them. 6 years passed away when suddenly, without further evidence being sought for, on September 3, 1577, the Suprema returned to the tribunal the papers in the cases of Don Cosme and Don Juan, and ordered it to summon them, examine them, vote on them, and report to the Suprema for its decision. Don Cosme by that time seems to have been impoverished and was supporting himself by farming the revenues at Genoves. After some delay he was brought to the prison December 24th, and his trial was resumed. At first he refused to be examined, alleging his pardon, but it was elaborately explained to him that it was not intended to interfere with it, but to render it operative, for which it was necessary for him to abjure his errors and to be reconciled, to which end he must make full confession as to himself and his accomplices. If he refused, it would show that he desired to remain in his old errors under excommunication. After some fencing, he submitted and described how about the age of 12 his mother had taught him to perform the Zala and fast the Ramadan, and to believe in one God, that Santa Maria was a virgin and holy, but not the mother of God, that the Lord Jesus Christ was a Son of God and Prophet of God, who had ever spoken the truth, and it was a sin not to believe in what he had uttered, but that Mahomet was also a prophet of God, whose utterances were to be believed. He had also been taught to commit no murder, not to covet his neighbor's daughter, and not to bear false witness, all of which would seem to indicate that there was developing among the Moriscos an intermediate faith which in time would have become Christian had opportunity been allowed. Don Cosme further declared that since his first arrest he had always been a Christian and desired to live and die in the faith of Christ. He repeated all the Christian prayers accurately, both Latin and Romance, and wished that he had been born among Christians, as it would have been better for him both in body and in soul. This went on until February 21st, 1578, when he was allowed the city as a prison, under bail, and on March 26th he was permitted to return home, keeping himself subject to summons. Then 15 months elapsed, until July 17th, 1579, his case was voted upon in discordia, requiring its reference to the Suprema, which, October 2nd, ordered torture at discretion for Don Cosme and Don Juan. Preliminary audiences, however, were prescribed in order that they might discharge their consciences and satisfy the evidence, especially as to accomplices, giving them to understand that this was necessary to enable them to enjoy the pardon of 1571. Under this the trial was resumed, but the record ends before the stage of torture was reached, and the archivist, Don Julio Melgares Marin, who copied it, assumes that the case remained suspended. Probably either the two brothers had succeeded in raising a sum sufficient to satisfy the Suprema, or they were recognized as too poor to be worth further prosecution. From such a case as this, it can readily be conceived how efficient an instrument was the Inquisition in exciting and perpetuating among the Moriscos an abhorrence of the religion imposed upon them by force, and scarce known to them save as an excuse for cruelty and exaction. To some extent this was recognized by the governing powers. After the wise toleration had been discarded, which had rendered the Mudejares contented subjects, the apostasy of the neophytes was the source of grave concern in the spiritual field, and their known hostility was the cause of even greater disquiet in the sphere of statesmanship. For more than 3/4 of a century it was the subject of a constant series of efforts and experiments, alternating between moderation and severity. With an efficient and honest administration, something might have been accomplished by a consistent policy, but vacillation, incompetence, and greed resulted only in increasing exasperation. The story is long and intricate, and the barest summary must suffice here to indicate its leading features and the causes of the failure to assimilate the races, on which depended the peace and prosperity of Spain. We have seen the mistaken policy adopted in Granada. In Valencia it was less reasonable in spirit, but failed miserably in execution. After the Germania and the Edict of 1525, some futile attempts were made at missionary work among the so-called converts, but the situation, in 1526, is correctly described by Navigero, the Venetian envoy, who says that there was so little care about teaching them, priestly gains being the main object, that they either were as much Moors as before or had no religion of any kind. It was self-evident that to Christianize a large population, scattered over the land, for the most part in exclusive communities, would require a complete organization of parish churches with schools and all the necessary appliances. A basis for this existed in the property of the mosques, which Clement VII in 1524 had ordered to be converted into churches, and in the tithes which were now imposed as a fresh burden upon the converts. These were spoils which all, who saw a chance for gain, hastened to grasp. To recompense the lords for the expected loss of tribute from their vassals, who were promised to be treated in all things like Christians, the tithes were made over to them, in return for which they were to provide the churches with what was requisite for divine service, while the revenues of the mosques were expected to furnish foundations for benefices, the patronage of which was given to the lords. For this, as we have seen, the requisite papal authority was procured, but the measure was attacked in innumerable suits, some of which were carried up to the Roman Rota, with the consequent interminable delays. In some fashion 213 mosques were converted into churches in the Archbishopric of Valencia, 14 in the See of Tortosa, 10 in Segorbe, and 14 in Orihuela, but the object kept in view was the revenues, and not the religious training of the Moriscos. Nearly 10 years passed away with nothing accomplished. A thorough reorganization was seen to be necessary, and papal faculties were obtained, empowering Cardinal Manrique to provide persons to instruct the converts, to erect and unite churches, to appoint and dismiss priests, to regulate tithes, and to decide summarily all the suits that were expected from archbishops, bishops, chapters, abbeys, priests, and secular lords, thus rendering him and his delegates independent of the bishops who thus far had done nothing. Under this, in 1534, Manrique dispatched commissioners with detailed instructions, including provisions to be made for a college to be founded for the instruction of Morisco children, who should in turn instruct their parents. The scheme, however, though well intended, was wrecked on the money question, which to the end proved an obstacle frustrating all intelligent work in conversion. The revenues of the mosques, the tithes and first fruits, seemed to disappear, swallowed up by noble and prelate, and although they derived their incomes in great part from the labor of the Moriscos, it seemed impossible to wring from them what was necessary to support the new establishment. In 1544, Saint Thomas of Villanova, then Archbishop of Valencia, urged the emperor to place zealous and exemplary rectors in the Morisco villages, with ample salaries, to enable them to distribute alms, but it does not seem to have occurred to him that this was part of his duty and that of the Church. Manrique's commissioners established 190 rectories, endowed with the beggarly stipend of 30 crowns a year. It was impossible to find suitable priests for such livings, and the complaint was general that they were, for the most part, ignorant and depraved, creating repulsion rather than attraction to the religion which they assumed to teach. Many were non-resident and neglected their duties entirely, or found vicars at still lower salaries to replace them. There was no one to inspect them or keep them in order. A pension of 2,000 ducats a year had been levied on the Archbishopric of Valencia to maintain the projected college for Morisco youths, but 2/3 of this was diverted to support the rectories, and the rest was made up from various sources, not always adequate, for some holders of benefices refused to pay the moderate assessments made on them. It was in vain that one effort after another was made to remedy these deficiencies. The indifference of the ecclesiastical authorities, or their opposition when asked for funds, paralyzed every plan devised. In 1564 the Cortes of Monzon pointed out the failure of all attempts to instruct the converts, who were punished for their ignorance, and they made some remedial suggestions. Philip, in response, assembled a junta under the presidency of Valdez, the conclusions of which were embodied in a royal cedula. This confided the instruction of the Moriscos to the bishops in their several dioceses, who were to appoint proper persons and keep them under supervision, treating the neophytes with the utmost kindness, rewarding the good according to their deserts, and appointing more prominent among them the familiarships. Archbishop Ayala, on his return from this junta, called a provincial council, but the bishops took no action to carry out the provisions of the cedula, contenting themselves with inflicting heavy fines on those who did not have their children baptized at birth in the best clothes that they could afford, on alfaquies who visited the sick, and on secular officials who neglected to denounce Moorish observances. The pious hope was expressed that by compelling them to attend Mass on Ash Wednesday, Maundy Thursday, Good Friday, and All Saints, they might be attracted to Christian worship, and their salvation was cared for by ordering them on the deathbed to give something for the benefit of their souls, in default of which the heirs must at least have 3 Masses sung for them. This was the spirit in which the prelates conceived their duties towards those whom clerical pressure had made their spiritual children, and to whom they owed great part of the revenues. Juan de Ribera, who, in 1568, succeeded to the Archbishopric of Valencia, was a man of a different stamp. He preferred the radical cure of expulsion, but so long as the Moriscos remained, he recognized the duty of laboring for their conversion. In 1575 he held a conference with the bishops of Tortosa and Orihuela, Segorbe being vacant, when it was agreed that the rectoral stipends were inadequate, as there were no offerings at the altar, which led many to abandon their cures, while those who would accept the position were mostly unfitted, through ignorance and character. It was therefore resolved to increase the stipends to 100 crowns. The king made a contribution, and a sum of 7,000 ducats per annum, or 7,350 libras, was assessed on the bishops and those who enjoyed the tithes of the Moriscos. Ribera's share of this was 3,600 ducats, levied on the income of his table, which was 40,000 ducats, so that the assessment was 9%. The rest fell upon ecclesiastics, except a negligible amount to be paid by 5 laymen. A brief of June 16, 1576, was obtained from Gregory VIII confirming this arrangement, and Ribera punctually paid his portion to the Taula, or the Bank of Valencia, but the other churchmen were recalcitrant. The share of his cathedral chapter was 800 libras a year, which it not only refused to pay, but organized a league to contest the whole measure. The procrastinating resources of litigation were limitless, and in 1597 Philip sent to Valencia the licentiate Covarrubias to settle the matter if possible. For 3 years he labored, and finally induced the chapter to obey the papal brief, but on some pretext it refused to abide by the agreement, and the litigation continued. The chapter of Segorbe, although its portion was only 70 libras a year, threatened to raise a tumult if it was forced to pay, and sent its treasurer to Rome to work for the revocation of the brief. In 1604 it procured an inhibition on the execution of the brief, but finally in 1606 the matter was decided against the chapters. By this time their arrearages amounted to 150,000 crowns, which Philip III forgave them, and for the few remaining years they paid their assessments. Meanwhile, Ribera's contribution had gone on accumulating with interest until it amounted to 157,482 libras, 13 shillings 11 pence. Of this, about 32,000 libras had been expended on the rectories. In 1602, 60,000 were devoted to the College for Morisco youths, and in 1606, 31,000 were given to endow a girls' college. Part went for expenses, and in 1607 a balance of over 13,000 was given to the Collegiate Seminary of Corpus Christi, which he had founded. Thus the well-intended plan came to naught, like all other attempts, through the covetousness and the indifference of those whose duty and interest alike demanded their earnest cooperation. What might have been accomplished by zealous Christian prelates can be gathered from the experience of Feliciano de Figueroa, Bishop of Segorbe. He had long been Ribera's secretary and was thoroughly familiar with the question. Promoted to the see of Segorbe in 1599, he writes in 1601 that there were 20 Morisco villages in his diocese. At his own cost he put resident rectors in them, with doctrineros, or religious teachers, and 12 preachers, supervising the whole work himself. Already he reports a notable reformation in the adults, while the children manifested affection and readiness to embrace the faith. Moreover, during the past 40 years, many Moorish ceremonies had fallen into disuse. Again in 1604 he describes his continued labors without discouragement, although he complains of the obstacles thrown in his way by the secular authorities, who aided the alfaquies in opposing his efforts. This alludes to a serious difficulty which aided in bringing about the catastrophe. The lords of Morisco vassals were actuated by the most purely selfish motives. Exploiting their dependents to the utmost, they feared that, if the latter became Christians in fact as well as in name, they would be unable to extort the imposts and tribute which they exacted almost at discretion, for the Moriscos were helpless and defenseless, and the pledges that they should be treated as Christians were forgotten. The lords therefore discouraged the missionary work and, as far as they could, protected their vassals against the Inquisition. When the latter obtained evidence of this interference with conversion, it did not hesitate to prosecute the highest nobles. In 1570 it condemned Don Sancho de Cardona, Admiral of Aragon, to abjure de levi, a fine of 2,000 ducats, and to reclusion in a convent at the pleasure of the Suprema, reclusion which proved perpetual, for he died in the convent of his confinement. He deserved much more if the testimony was true which asserted that he advised his vassals to appeal to the king, to the pope, and finally to the Grand Turk, to induce him to threaten to persecute the Christians in his dominions if the Moriscos were not left in peace, and further that he advised them to rise and promised to arm them if they would do so. This was not the only case, for in 1571 the Master of Montesa and 2 other nobles appeared in an auto for the same offence, and in 1578 2 others were the subjects of investigation. The lords further made themselves obnoxious by seeking to protect their vassals from the ceaseless exactions of the alguaziles set over them to see that they attended Mass regularly, and to fine those who did not, or who worked on feast days. These gentry were paid by a half or a third of their collections. Their position was not enviable, threatened as they were both by lords and the Moriscos in the remoter districts, and it was impossible to fill the position with men of fitting character. End of section 44. Section 45 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 8, Chapter 2, Spheres of Action, Moriscos, Part 7. These spasmodic and fruitless efforts to convert the so-called converts were accompanied with frequent relaxations of the rigid canons against heresy. Interesting, because they infer a dim conception that toleration, after all, might be a more practical method of winning human souls than oppression and persecution. Unfortunately, this fluctuating policy was the most irrational that could be devised. The Moriscos had been so sedulously taught to abhor Christianity and to distrust their conquerors that leniency could be regarded only as dictated by fear, and as affording license to follow more undisguisedly the practices of their ancient faith, while the alternations of severity only increased their hatred of the religion of their oppressors. Edicts of grace were the favorite resort when there was a disposition to show moderation, but these, as we have seen, were for the most part nugatory, because they were contingent on recorded confessions and the obligation to denounce accomplices. The recorded confession rendered the penitent liable to the terrible penalties of relapse, and as the latter was sure to occur, the Morisco naturally hesitated to incur the liability. To obviate this objection, the unprecedented concession was made of suspending the canons concerning relapse. This could be done only by papal authority, and it was repeatedly tried. The earliest instance seems to be a brief of Clement VII, December 5, 1530, empowering Manrique to appoint confessors with faculties to absolve penitents, even if they had relapsed repeatedly, with secret absolution and penance, and to release them and their descendants from all penalties, disabilities, and confiscation. The reason alleged for this liberal condonation of apostasy being the lack of priests in the Morisco districts to instruct the converts in the faith. It was not, however, until 1535 that Manrique transmitted this to the Valencia tribunal with orders to execute it, and even then it does not seem to have exercised much influence on the number of trials, though if honestly put into operation it would have superseded them. This policy continued to be followed spasmodically, and grants exonerating from the penalties of relapse were repeatedly made during the rest of the century. There was also in the Edicts of Grace the necessity of denouncing accomplices, which the Moriscos, to their credit, could rarely persuade themselves to do. Bishop Figueroa of Segorbe pointed this out to Philip III as a matter of supreme importance, as it required them to accuse their parents, their wives, and their children, which even the secular laws pretermitted as a matter so horrible to human nature. Still it was required by the canon law, and could not be omitted without special papal authority. Philip II was so convinced of its impolicy that when a crucial effort was to be made to test whether the Moriscos could be converted, as an alternative to expulsion, by an Edict of Grace on the most favorable terms, he endeavored to have this condition removed. But Clement VIII, as we have seen, Volume 2, page 462, while granting in 1597 an edict covering relapse and conceding that confession could be made to the episcopal ordinaries, insisted that confession must include full denunciation of the apostasy of others. Various causes delayed the publication of the edict until 1599, after Philip III had succeeded to the throne. Great preparations were made for it as a final experiment. Rectors, preachers, and commissioners were sent through the land, under detailed instructions from Ribera, who told them that the work was difficult but not impossible. Ribera's fund was drawn upon for the colleges. The barons were to found schools for the instruction of young children, and a hermandad was organized to place girls in convents or in the families of old Christians. The edict was duly published in Valencia, August 22, 1599. Its term was for only 1 year, but was extended to 18 months. Philip III eagerly awaited the result, which was conveyed to him in a report of August 22, 1601, by the tribunal. During the 18 months of the edict, the inquisitors said, only 13 persons had come forward to take advantage of it, and these had made such fictitious confessions and had so protected their accomplices that they deserved condemnation rather than absolution. Some of them, indeed, had already been denounced to the Inquisition, so that they had evidently been impelled by fear rather than by the desire of conversion. The inquisitors went on to describe the Moriscos as Moors who would always be Moors, and, if the Inquisition did not convert them, it at least compelled them to sin with less publicity, and thus diminished their evil example. This failure may be regarded as virtually deciding the fate of the Moriscos. Archbishop Ribera emphasized it in 2 strong memorials addressed to Philip III, and expulsion came to be recognized as the only solution of the situation, although the vacillation and irresolution of the court postponed for some years the execution of the measure. A glance at the tables in the appendix will show how little influence the successive edicts of grace had on the operations of the Inquisition, which reaps its harvests irrespective of them. Yet those tables reveal that between 1540 and 1563 there were periods during which the tribunal was idle, at least as to cases of heresy. These intervals represent some remarkable efforts to try the effect of moderation, which, although neutralized by lack of cooperative work in winning over the converts, merit examination as measures without example in the career of the Spanish Holy Office. The nobles of Valencia complained forcibly of the disquiet caused among their vassals by the operations of the Inquisition, and the Cortes petitioned that 30 or 40 years might be allowed for their instruction, during which they should be exempt from prosecution. Charles assembled a junta of prelates and theologians, which suggested various plans of moderation and conciliation, from among which he selected that of granting a term of grace for past offences, allowing them to confess sacramentally to confessors, and that a period should be provided for their instruction, during which the Inquisition should not prosecute them. This period was liberally fixed at 26 years, with the warning that, as they should use or abuse it, it would be extended or shortened. We have seen the failure to provide them with churches and instructors, and it is scarce surprising that they commenced to live openly as Moors, saying that, as they had 30 years in which to do as they pleased, they would take full advantage of it. This could not be permitted, and the effort to convert by toleration came to a speedy end. The tribunal, which had no cases in 1541, 1542, and 1543, resumed operations and had 79, 37, and 49 in 1544, 1545, and 1546, a portion of which, however, were undoubtedly the Judaizers prosecuted for revoking confessions. Volume 2, page 584. Then in 1547 came a reversion to a milder policy. A brief, dated August 2, 1546, was obtained from Paul III, of so liberal a character that it virtually superseded the Inquisition, by granting faculties to appoint confessors with full power to absolve in utroque foro, both sacramentally and judicially, even those who had been condemned by the Inquisition, and to relieve them and their descendants from all disabilities. Unfortunately, the faculty to appoint confessors was conferred on Antonio Ramirez de Haro, who had for some years been acting as apostolic commissioner in Valencia, with extensive powers over everything relating to the Moriscos. But he had, in 1545, left Valencia on a summons, as Bishop of Segovia, to attend the Council of Trent, from which summons he succeeded in getting himself excused, and had not subdelegated his authority. According to the Archbishop St. Thomas of Villanova, this made little difference because the brief was ineffective, inasmuch as it required abjuration de vehemente, entailing relaxation for relapse, to which none of the converts would expose themselves. He therefore suggested that more extensive faculties should be obtained to absolve and pardon without legal forms, seeing that these people had been forcibly converted, that they had never been instructed, and that their intercourse with Barbary indisposed them to Christianity. What followed is strikingly illustrative of the procrastination and neglect that rendered Spanish administration so ineffective. The commission of the Bishop of Segovia superseded both the inquisitorial and the episcopal jurisdiction, and his absence left everything in confusion. Archbishop Thomas wrote, April 12, 1547, to Prince Philip that since the bishop had gone, the Moriscos had daily become bolder in performing their Moorish ceremonies, as there was no one to restrain them, and no time should be lost in getting him to subdelegate someone who could come at once. Promises were made that a person should be shortly sent, but the habitual mañana postponed it indefinitely. On November 10th, the Archbishop again represented the complete liberty enjoyed by the Conversos, with no one empowered to correct them, but his representations were neglected, and in 1551 and 1552 he was still calling for someone authorized to keep the Moriscos in order. Even when, in 1551, the Bishop of Segovia, who still retained his commission, appointed the Inquisitor Gregorio de Miranda as delegated commissioner, he granted him no inquisitorial power, and the Valencia Moriscos remained for 10 years longer free from persecution. This anomalous condition explains why the tables show only a few cases in 1547, 1548, and 1549, and then an entire cessation up to and including 1562, the former being probably the unfinished work of previous years. In 1561, Paul IV empowered Valdez to grant faculties to the Archbishop of Valencia and his ordinary to reconcile secretly the new Christians. In those cases which could be judicially proved, the confessions were to be made before a notary and delivered to the tribunal, where they remained of record against both the penitent and his accomplices, while in cases that could not be proved, the penances were to be purely spiritual. This fresh experiment indicates a revival of interest in the Morisco question, to be necessarily followed by a return to the old methods. In 1562, accordingly, the tribunal began to act in Teruel, where the town of Zia had the representation of an asylum for malefactors. It was exclusively Morisco, no old Christian being permitted to reside there. Finally, all restrictions were removed, and in 1563 the Inquisition was vigorously at work, with 62 cases, and held 2 autos, in which appeared 9 cases from Zia. After that, there was no further interference with its functions, and it continued to the end to contribute to share its rendering Christianity odious. What Bishop Ayala thought of its influence in this direction is indicated by his offer, in 1564, to undertake the instruction of the Moriscos at his own expense, but only on condition that the Inquisition should have nothing to do with them, except in cases of open and defiant sin. Even without the aggravation of the Inquisition, the condition of the Moriscos was deplorable. They had been promised, in return for baptism, that they should have all the privileges of Christians, but this, like all other pledges, was made only to be broken. Enforced conversion had added to their burdens and had brought no compensatory relief. They were Christians as regards duties and responsibilities, but they remained Moors in respect to liabilities and inequality before the law. In 1525, the syndics of the Aljamas pointed out that in order to enjoy their religion, they had been subjected by their lords to many imposts and servitudes which they could not render as Christians, for they would not be allowed to work on Sundays and feast days, wherefore they asked to be taxed only as Christians. To this it was replied in the Concordia of 1528 that they should be treated as Christians, and that to avoid injury to parties, investigation should be made to prevent injustice. Their lords, however, did not admit this, and in the same year the Cortes of Valencia declared that they retained all their rights over their vassals who were forbidden to change their domiciles. The lords accepted the tithes and the first fruits as a compensation, but merely added these fresh burdens on their vassals who were powerless to resist. Charles recognized this injustice and his responsibility for it, but he dared not raise a conflict with the nobles, and he sought to shield himself behind the awful authority of the Inquisition. He therefore procured from Clement VII, July 15, 1531, a remarkable brief reciting that when the Saracens were converted, the barons and knights, in compensation for the losses inflicted on them, were empowered to exact from their vassals the tithes and first fruits. But they have not only enjoyed these new imposts, but have continued to extort the personal services and acofras and other demands of the ante-conversion period. Thus the converts, unable to endure these accumulated burdens, allege them as justifying their retaining their old customs and disregarding the Christian feasts and ceremonies. As Charles had asked him for a remedy, and as he knew nothing of the matter, he committed it to Manrique with power to hear complaints and render justice, enforcing his decisions with censures. The role of protector of the Moriscos was novel for the Inquisition, and Manrique kept the brief until January 1534, when, in sending Fray Antonio de Calcena and Antonio Ramirez de Haro as commissioners to organize the Morisco churches, he informed them that the king ordered the Concordia to be enforced. The new Christians were in all things to be treated like the old. They were to investigate secretly and report whether this was the case. Apparently, the Inquisition shrank from the unaccustomed task. There is no trace of its intervention in behalf of the oppressed Moriscos, and its only prosecutions of the nobles were for favoring their vassals against persecution. As for the Cortes, their sole efforts were directed to increase the burdens of the vassals, and in case of their condemnation to profit by the confiscations. Thus they were mercilessly pillaged. Besides the division of the crops, for which 1/3 or 1/2 went to the lord, and besides the tithes and first fruits, there were innumerable imposts of all kinds and forced loans or benevolences. In 1561, one of the numerous consultas on the Morisco question alludes to the hardship of forcing them to live like Christians and pay like Moors. The king, it added, ought to relieve them from these unjust impositions, but it would throw the whole kingdom into confusion and impede the work of conversion, so the commissioners ought to see how it could be brought about that they should pay no more than the Christians. This continued to the end. In 1608, Padre Antonio Sobrino, S.J., argued that one of the chief obstacles to conversion was the tyranny of the lords, and in addition to the exactions in money and kind, he alludes to the forced labors imposed on them, on meager wages and still more meager food, or frequently with no wages. In fact, they were virtually tallables et corveables a misericorde, and their oppression was tempered only by the ever-present apprehension of rebellion, and in the coast districts by the facilities of escape to Africa. Even their ecclesiastical persecutors were almost moved to pity by the hopeless misery of their lot, but we are told that there was no compassion felt for this, as it was generally deemed advisable to keep them impoverished and in subjugation. The control of the lords over their vassals was further safeguarded by a pragmatica of Charles V in 1541, forbidding the Moriscos of Valencia, under pain of death and confiscation, from changing either domicile or lord, and anyone accepting them as vassals without special royal license was fined 500 florins, or was scourged in default of the money. Granadan and Castilian Moriscos were threatened with death for entering Valencia, and this, in 1545, was extended to those of Aragon. This ferocious legislation was repeated in 1563 and 1586. Akin to this was the suicidal policy of forbidding the immigration of those who were recognized as dangerous domestic enemies. This, as we have seen, was begun by Ferdinand and Isabella and was rigidly persisted in, partly, no doubt, from a pious scruple of allowing the baptized to apostatize in Barbary, and partly to protect the lords from the loss of their vassals. In time, this was enforced in Aragon by the Inquisition, which published edicts to that effect, including the guidance over the mountains of emigrants by Christians. In the auto of June 6, 1585, the tribunal punished 2 who were seeking to leave the country, and 2 who served as guides, and scourging and imprisonment for a woman. Not only was this a grievous hardship, by depriving the oppressed of all hope of relief, but it was a fatal error, for if the discontented had been allowed to expatriate themselves, the remainder would have commanded better treatment, and the Morisco question, which for half a century distracted Spanish statesmanship, might have settled itself without the desperate expedient of expulsion. Disarmament was another precaution entailing a grievance which was keenly felt. We have seen it in Granada, and that in Valencia it was a prudent preliminary to enforced baptism in 1525. In the Concordia of 1528, the Moriscos asked that their arms be restored to them, and were told that they would be treated as old Christians. This promise, like the rest, was broken. The Pragmatica of 1541, among its other restrictions, included that of bearing arms. This was not enforced, and in 1545 orders were sent to carry it into effect, but the methods suggested show that it was regarded as a dangerous business, and the purpose was abandoned. In 1552, St. Thomas of Villanova urged that it should be done, and so did Inquisitor Miranda in 1561. Finally, in 1563, the work was done by a sudden simultaneous action of the lords, when the inventories compiled show that in 16,377 Morisco houses there were seized 14,930 swords, 3,454 crossbows, and a long list of other weapons, indicating how industriously the Moriscos had provided themselves. In Aragon, the matter was confided to the Inquisition. The Tribunal of Saragossa issued a decree, November 4, 1559, forbidding the Moriscos from carrying arms, but the nobles appealed to the Suprema and procured its indefinite suspension. The question was revived in 1590, but a quarrel with the Archbishop on a point of precedence delayed its consideration, and then the troubles of Antonio Perez distracted attention. Finally, in 1593, Philip II ordered the disarmament, the execution of which was entrusted to the tribunal. 2 inquisitors traversed the land and collected 7,076 swords, 3,783 arquebuses, 489 crossbows, 1,356 pikes, lances, and halberds, and large numbers of other weapons. Knives were permitted, but these increased in size until they became formidable. After 2 or 3 officials of the Inquisition had been killed with them when making arrests, a royal edict of 1603 limited them to 1/3 of an ell in length and required them to be pointless. The result of these precautions was seen when the edict of expulsion was enforced, and the desperate wretches who essayed a hopeless resistance were slaughtered. End of section 45. Section 46 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 8, Chapter 2. Spheres of Action, Moriscos, Part 8. The growth of the absurd cult of limpieza brought another hardship of no little moment. At first, there was a disposition to exempt Moriscos from its exclusiveness. When, in 1565, Philip II was trying conciliation, he ordered that leading and influential Moriscos should be appointed as familiars, and we have seen that Inquisitor Miranda gave commissions to the brothers Abenamir. Paul IV forbade admission to holy orders to the descendants of Jews to the 4th generation, and in 1573 Gregory VIII extended this to the Moriscos, but the Cortes of Monzon in 1564 had decreed that those trained in the Morisco College of Valencia should be allowed to hold benefices and the cure of souls among their people, and we are told that it graduated some good priests and preachers and doctors of theology. Yet in time the exclusion became general, and throughout Spain no distinction was made between descendants of Jews and Mudejares. In a land where a career in office, secular or ecclesiastical, was the ambition of every man who had a smattering of education, this barrier condemned to obscurity able men who naturally devoted their energies to stimulating disaffection and provoking revolt. Navarrete, as we have seen, even thinks that the necessity of the expulsion would have been averted but for this, that the Moriscos could have been Christianized if they had had the opportunity to identify themselves with the nation and to share in its public life, in place of being driven to desperation and to hatred of religion by the indelible stigma imposed upon them. The baptism of Morisco children furnished a perpetual source of irritation. Rigid regulations were prescribed to ensure the administration of the sacrament, as it was essential to their salvation and to rendering them subject to inquisitorial jurisdiction. No Morisco woman was allowed to act as midwife, but in every village there was a Christian midwife, carefully selected and instructed. She kept watch on all pregnant women, under a fine of 100 reales for every case she missed. After putting the infant to the breast, her first duty was to notify the priest and alguazil, after which she was not to leave the bedside save for indispensable household duties. The baptism was performed the same day or the next, and careful registers were kept, so that identification could be secured. There is doubtless truth in the universal assertion that, on returning home, the father scraped and washed the spots touched by the chrism, in the belief that he thereby effaced the sacrament. Marriage was the source of infinite trouble. The Church had prohibited unions within the 4th degree of kinship, and by inventing spiritual affinity it had complicated and enlarged the incestuous area, while by assuming for the Pope the profitable power of selling dispensations, it admitted that the restriction was purely artificial. Among the Moors, marriage between first cousins was permitted, and as the Moriscos dwelt confined in their morerias, or in small, isolated villages, without power to change domicile, intermarriage throughout the generations had created such complexity of relationship that unions lawful under the canon law must have been exceptional. We have seen the question raised in the Concordia of 1528, with the result that existing marriages and betrothals were dispensed for, but that future ones must conform to the canons. This was a virtual impossibility. The rectors sought to make their subjects purchase dispensations, but we are told that they rarely did so, that in some places they merely told the lord that the parties were of kin, and that if he made no objection the marriage would take place, an indifference for which more than one noble was prosecuted and publicly penanced. Under such circumstances there could have been no Christian marriage rites, and the union was legally pure concubinage, or at best clandestine marriage, which the Council of Trent in 1563 pronounced invalid. It was probably the conciliar definitions that induced the Cortes of Monzon in 1564 to petition that faculties should be afforded for obtaining dispensations from the commissioner of the Santa Cruzada, who possessed the requisite faculties, and further that the offspring of such unions should be legally legitimate. To this not unreasonable request the bishops of the Council of Valencia in 1565 replied by threatening excommunication and other penalties on all marrying within the prohibited degrees, and on all concerned in evasions of the canons. The matter was universally admitted to be of supreme importance, but it was treated with the customary negligence and procrastination. At length, in 1587, Philip II represented it to Sixtus V, but he only obtained a brief, January 25, 1588, granting to the Valencia bishops, for 6 months only, faculties to validate such marriages, legitimate the children, and absolve the parents in utroque foro, with salutary penance, for all of which no fees were to be exacted. It is not likely that the officials took much interest in performing this gratuitous labor, or that the Moriscos, even if they chanced to hear of the brief, exposed themselves to the annoyances which it entailed. The last recorded action in the matter is that Philip, in 1595, resolved to apply for another brief of the same nature. He doubtless obtained it with the same nugatory result. The Moorish rule to eat no meat slaughtered by the uncircumcised was made the pretext for some troublesome intermeddling. In the Granada decree of 1526, Charles V forbade all slaughtering by Moriscos in places where there was an old Christian. Where there was none, the priest was to designate a person to perform the office. Little attention appears to have been paid to the matter until Archbishop Ribera issued an edict prohibiting Moriscos from eating meat that had not been slaughtered by an old Christian. This was trespassing on the jurisdiction of the Inquisition, and in 1579 the Suprema called upon the Valencia tribunal for a report, including what Bishop Gallo of Orihuela had done with regard to the same matter. The tribunal replied that the edict was obeyed, but that the Moriscos would eat no meat slaughtered by old Christians, except in a few places, under compulsion, by their lords. The edict ought to be perpetuated, for the refusal to eat the meat of a Christian butcher was proof of suspicion, requiring prosecution by the Inquisition. In Orihuela there was doubt whether a cow killed at Aspe had been properly slaughtered. The Moriscos refused to eat of it, for which the Murcia tribunal punished a number of them, leading Bishop Gallo to order that, at Aspe and Nobelda, the butchering should be done by old Christians. It was probably this which led to general legislation forbidding Moriscos to follow the trade of butchers, or even to kill a fowl for a sick man, a law repeated as late as 1595. Subjected to the perpetual exasperation of interference with their habits and customs, to the oppression of their lords and the persecution of the Inquisition, denied all opportunity to rise in the social scale, forbidden to enjoy the faith of their ancestors, while sedulously trained to hate the religion imposed on them, and despairing of relief in the future, it is no wonder that the Moriscos were discontented subjects, eager to throw off the insupportable yoke and to rise against their oppressors. They were, however, but a little more than 500,000 of souls, weaponless and untrained, in a population of 8 or 10 millions, a negligible quantity in the vigorous days of Ferdinand and even in the earlier years of Charles V. The Spanish monarchy, however, had squandered its strength in distant enterprises, even before the fearful drain in the Netherlands. The exhaustive effort required to crush the Moriscos of Granada showed that it was already bankrupt in resources. That episode was a warning which Spanish statesmanship might well take to heart, and year by year the fear grew greater of what might be the fate of Spain if internal enemies should unite with external. There had been long a source of humiliation and annoyance, though not in itself of danger, in the ravages of Moorish corsairs along the southern coast, for which the Moriscos were held responsible. Undoubtedly they aided by conveying information, maintaining relations with Barbary, and availing themselves of the razzias to escape thither when they could, but the primary fault lay in the incredible fatuity of a policy so preoccupied with foreign ambitions and the fatal Burgundian inheritance that it neglected the protection of the Spanish shores, until it became a proverb that these were the Indies of the Turkish and Moorish sea rovers. Complaints of these ravages commence with the Christianization of Granada and continue uninterruptedly for more than a century, while the measures to guard against these attacks were spasmodic and miserably insufficient. Boronat gives a list of 33 descendants between 1528 and 1584, but this cannot include the innumerable landings from small vessels to carry away bands of Moriscos and such pillage as could hastily be gathered. Little raids, such as that picturesquely described by the Cervantes, with its characteristic feature of the fortified church, in which the Christians of the seacoast village defended themselves, while the Moriscos eagerly hurried to embark. In the larger expeditions, the Moriscos sometimes escaped in considerable numbers. In 1559, Dragut carried off 2,500. In 1570, all those of Palmera were taken. In 1584, an Algerine fleet removed 2,300, and the next year another fleet took away the whole population of Callosa, all of which was exceedingly damaging to the lords who lost their vassals. These raids were practically unresisted and unavenged, for the coasts were unguarded by land or sea. Occasionally, as in 1519, we hear of a few hundred troops sent, when news was received of an expected hostile fleet. Sometimes there were negotiations between the central government and the exposed provinces to maintain a force on the water, but the inadequacy of these precautions is illustrated by the bargaining in 1547, when the Catalan Cortes complained of the irreparable damage inflicted by the Moorish corsairs, and asked that 6 of the Castilian galleys be sent to winter there. Prince Philip would only promise that he would do what was suitable, which brought an offer that Catalonia would equip and man 1 galley, while Valencia promised 1 or 2, and Philip acceded to the request that the Castilian galleys should cooperate with them. Another expedient was based on the assumed collusion of the Moriscos with the corsairs, and it seemed easier to exclude them wholly from the coast than to guard it effectually. As early as 1507, Ferdinand undertook to depopulate it from Gibraltar to Almeria, but the experiment proved a failure. It was tried again repeatedly, in various savage laws to prevent Moriscos from traveling within prescribed distances from the sea, and from holding communication with the corsairs, but this naturally effected nothing. In 1604, the Cortes of Valencia even proposed to enlist the cooperation of the Moriscos by suggesting that they should redeem all Christians captured and enslaved on the Valencian coast, in return for which the rigor of the Inquisition should be relaxed and their evidence against each other should not be required. But it is needless to say that the plan was rejected. While this matter of the corsairs was comparatively trivial in itself, it bore a disproportionately large share in the discussions on the Morisco question, and undoubtedly had its influence on the final decision. The result indeed showed that there was a connection between the Moriscos and the corsairs, for one of the benefits derived from the expulsion was relief to the coasts. Vastly greater, however, in the eyes of the statesman was the impending danger of rebellion, coincident with attack from Barbary or from the Turk, or in later years from France. Even as early as 1512, Peter Martyr, in describing the disturbed condition of Granada, declared that if some daring pirate leader should march into the interior, the population would rise, and as Ferdinand was occupied with the conquest of Navarre, all would go to ruin. In 1519, there was a scare in Valencia over a report that the Moors of Algiers were coming to seize the kingdom, in concert with the Moriscos. It is somewhat remarkable that, when a conspiracy was discovered in 1528, the eagerness of the Valencia tribunal to defend its jurisdiction actually led it to protect the conspirators. The authorities had arrested Pierre de Alba and his mother-in-law Isabel as leaders of the plot. The tribunal claimed them as apostates, and when they were sent to it for examination, it threw them into its prison and refused to surrender them, although the viceroy demanded them as essential to unraveling the details of the conspiracy. Cardinal Manrique was obliged to dispatch a special courier with a letter expressing his surprise, as the safety of the state was the first consideration, but even then the tribunal only gave them up with a warning that they must not be made to suffer in life or limb. When Philip II returned to Spain in 1559, he called for a report on the Moriscos, and the information submitted to him comprised an account of a plot with the Turks for an invasion. In 1565 a number of arrests were made on charges of treasonable correspondence with the Turk, and it was public rumor that 30,000 Moriscos were enrolled, awaiting only the capture of Malta to rise in aid of an invasion. The French ambassador, who reported this, subsequently added that the story of the conspiracy was contradicted, but the Moriscos were so badly treated by the Inquisition that despair might readily lead them to rise in arms to aid the Turk. In 1657 the trial of Jeronimo Roldan by the Valencia tribunal revealed evidence of envoys from the ruler of Algiers with a letter urging the Moriscos to rise, together with plans to organize and arm them. It is true that the rebellion of Granada showed that there was no such eagerness to invade Spain as was apprehended, but, on the other hand, if, with the aid of 500 or 600 Moors and Turks, the insurgents had taxed to the utmost the power of the kingdom, what was the prospect if a powerful fleet, holding command of the sea, should land a heavy force of trained and well-armed fighting men? During the rebellion, the Venetian envoy, Sigismondo Cavalli, pointed out that assistance from Barbary would involve a kingdom in the greatest straits, for there were about 600,000 Moriscos to help an invader. So in 1575, Lorenzo Perulli, estimating them at 400,000, described them as the source of perpetual danger. The peril constantly increased with time. It was universally recognized that through the drain to the colonies, the external wars, and the growth of the celibate clergy, the old Christians were constantly diminishing in numbers, while the Moriscos were rapidly increasing. The material and especially the military resources of Spain were becoming gradually exhausted, and Spanish statesmen looked forward anxiously to the time when, as Fray Bleda tells us, the Moriscos hoped eventually to reconquer the land with the aid of the Moors and Turks. Nor was this all, for, with the pacification of France under the able control of Henry VIII, there loomed before them a new and more dangerous enemy. Henry had a long debt of vengeance to pay, but was awaiting his opportunity. He was in alliance with the Turk and had no conscientious scruple as to Moslem aid. Even as early as 1583, while as yet he was only King of Navarre, there was a scare over an asserted combination between him and the Turk for an invasion in combination with the Moriscos, which led the Suprema, in January 1584, to order from the Saragossa tribunal a report on all the evidence in the records as to plots for rebellion. This was furnished in detail and shows the incessant vigilance and constant anxieties, since 1565, to which the disaffection of the Moriscos had given rise, and their correspondence not only with the Barbary states and the Turk, but with the French Huguenots. A portion of the evidence was undoubtedly manufactured by the spies in the pay of the Inquisition, but there was enough of genuine to show that plots and intrigues were constantly on foot among the Moriscos. Henry IV was quite ready to utilize their disaffection in furtherance of his plans for the overthrow of the Spanish monarchy, and in 1602 he entered into negotiations with them, through the Marshal Duke de la Force, his governor in Bearn and Navarre. They promised to raise 80,000 men and to deliver 3 cities, one of them a seaport, and, as an earnest of their resolve, they paid to La Force at Pau, in 1604 or 1605, 120,000 ducats, but Henry decided that the moment was not favorable and the plan was postponed. Then in 1608 there came a fresh alarm through negotiations of the Valencian Moriscos with Moulay Sidan, a pretender to the throne of Morocco, to whom they promised 200,000 men if he would bring 20,000 and seize a seaport, while certain Hollanders agreed to furnish transportation. Philip III was so impressed with this that in sending the report to the Royal Council he ordered it to consider the matter to the exclusion of everything else. He admitted the defenseless condition of Spain. Moulay Sidan was its declared enemy. Sultan Ahmed I had his hands free from the war with Persia and had suppressed his own rebels. Spain's Italian possessions were exhausted and ripe for revolt, while at home the Moriscos were impatient for liberation. The council was therefore ordered to consider the means of preserving peace, short of butchering them all. This scare passed away. Moulay Sidan rejected the Morisco overtures, and Ahmed sent his fleet against the coasts of Italy. The impression remained, however, the final impulsion had been given, and thenceforth the expulsion of the Moriscos was only a question of means and opportunity. Its execution can scarce be said to have been premature, for, although those of Valencia were deported in the autumn of 1609 and those of Aragon in the spring of 1610, Henry IV still relied on those who were left to aid him in his plans for the destruction of Spain. A part of his designation was an invasion by la force with 10,000 men, trusting to the cooperation of the Moriscos, with whom negotiations had been resumed. La Force was in consultation with him, and was in his carriage on May 14, 1610, when, in the Rue de la Ferronnerie, the knife of Ravaillac gave Spain a respite. It was evidently supposed that the expulsion had been imperfect and that Spain was still an easy prey. The Baron de Salignat, French ambassador at Constantinople, wrote to Henry May 2, 1610, that no matter how many Moriscos had been banished, enough remained to give the Spaniards trouble. War that elsewhere would cost a crown would not there cost a maravedi, and when it should begin, Spain would find it more difficult to raise a maravedi than it would be to raise a doubloon elsewhere. As events turned out, these were vain speculations, but they have interest as showing how, in the estimation of her enemies, Spain had fatally crippled herself by the mismanagement of her Morisco subjects. To the Spanish statesmen of the time, the situation had become one from which extrication was imperative, at whatever cost. End of section 46. Section 47 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 8, Chapter 2. Spheres of Action, Moriscos, Part 9. It can readily be believed that the matter had long before awakened the earnest solicitude of Philip II and his councillors. As early as 1581, when in Lisbon consolidating his rule over Portugal, he formed a junta of his chief advisers to formulate a definite conclusion. That which they reached was the merciful one of sending to sea all the Moriscos who would not be catechized or did not desire to remain, embarking them on worthless ships which were to be scuttled, for it was deemed unwise to add to the population of Africa. It was resolved that, when the fleet returned from the Azores, the plan should be executed by Antonio de Leyva, but when the fleet arrived, it was wanted in Flanders, and the project was abandoned. When, in 1602, Philip was informed of this, he expressed his pleasure, because it justified what was then in contemplation. As Fray Diego de Chaves, confessor of Philip II, was a member of the junta, there could have been no conscientious scruples concerning this wholesale murder. The Church for centuries had taught that death was the penalty for heresy. This was past discussion, and was accepted as a matter of course, so that anything short of it was a grace undeserved. Slavery, the galleys, the mines, castration, were mercies for which the culprits should feel grateful. So all theologians taught, and so Fray Bleda learnedly set forth in his hideous book, the Defensio Fidei, which was approved in Rome after careful examination, and was printed at the expense of Philip III. Yet for the honor of humanity it must be said that there were a few rare souls who held that religion should be spread by love and charity, At least we may so assume from a memorial presented to the Lisbon junta, setting forth that the proper means of conversion had never yet been tried, that the cure had failed through the use of violence, for the disease was not incurable and the fault lay in the methods adopted. Christ had sent forth the apostles to convert the world by preaching the gospel, and the effort should be to find teachers of exemplary life who would preach with love and gentleness. The memorial recited calmly and temperately the mistakes that had been made in the use of coercion and the absence of instruction and persuasion, and it proposed a series of measures which show that the writer was familiar with the difficulties of the task, the essential condition of which was that those entrusted with it should persuade themselves that it was not impossible. The junta contented itself with proposing that if the king so desired, the memorial could be sent to the prelates of Valencia, Aragon, and Granada for examination and report. It seems to have been so sent, but only 2 answers are on record. Archbishop Ribera replied with the alternative of immediate expulsion, or, what would be better, thinning out the Moriscos by appointing a body of special inquisitors who should execute speedy justice until there should be so few left that they could be expelled without trouble, thus calmly proposing to burn men and women by the 100,000. A shade less ferocious was the suggestion of the Inquisitor of Valencia, Jimenez de Reynoso, who favored expulsion to Newfoundland, under the guard of soldiers, who should receive allotments of land and vassals, similar to those of the conquistadores in the New World. Such an expulsion averted the danger of increasing the African population, and was recommended, with a characteristically savage addition, by Martin de Salvatierra, Bishop of Segorbe, when, in 1587, his advice was sought by Philip. He responded by a long and brutal attack on the Moriscos, and suggested deportation to Newfoundland, where they would speedily perish, especially if the precaution were taken of castrating all the males, old and young. It is to the credit of Philip II and his counselors that after the failure of the Lisbon project of 1581, they refused to entertain the inhumane suggestions of their ecclesiastical advisers. The matter continued to be threshed out, over and over again, in repeated juntas and councils, in innumerable consultas, and in the system, which Philip had reduced to perfection, of endless talking and writing, which served as an excuse for inaction. One device after another was discussed, such as reducing all the Moriscos to slavery, or sending the able-bodied to the galleys, but the idea of expulsion gradually forged to the front. In this confused tangle of prejudice, passion, and fanaticism, it is refreshing to meet with a more statesmanlike view, expressed in a letter of the royal secretary Francisco de Iraquez, October 3, 1594, concerning a paper submitted to him by the king from some zealous but unpractical person, who argued that the existing scarcity arose from overpopulation, which would be relieved by the expulsion of the Moriscos. So far from this being the case, said Iriaquez, Spain had less inhabitants than for the last 2 or 3 centuries. If the presence of this vile race were as safe as it was profitable, there was not a corner of the land that should not be placed in their hands, for they alone would bring fertility and plenty by their skill and thrift, which would reduce the price of provisions and with them that of other products. Cheapness was not caused by scanty population but by dense, if the people would work. The high prices were the result of the vice, the idleness, the luxury, and the excessive superfluities indulged in by all classes. The panic fear entertained of the Moriscos is reflected in an elaborate memorial presented to Philip III on his accession in 1598 by the Marquis of Velada, who had been his tutor and was his mayordomo mayor, seriously urging Sicilian Vespers to prevent them from adopting the same expedient. Yet the simpler solution of allowing the irreconcilables to depart was not without its advocates, and at one time came near to adoption. In 1598, Don Martin Gonzalez de Seorigo submitted to Secretary Iriaquez the suggestion that they should be permitted or required to leave Spain, scattering the rest throughout Castile, on their abjuring their heresies, and subjecting them to the restrictions imposed on the exiles from Granada. Even as late as 1607, the Junta de Tres, to which the whole affair of the Moriscos had been entrusted, in a consulta of January 1st, favored the plan of allowing all who would not accept Christianity to betake themselves to Barbary, pointing out the futility of the objection that this would increase the power of the Moors, and this it repeated October 29th, adding the suggestion that the Moriscos of Castile should be scattered and confined to agricultural labor, in all of which Philip signified his concurrence. This was too sensible and humane to suit the ecclesiastics, who were bent on getting rid of the obnoxious apostates by expulsion or extermination, and Spain was not to be allowed so easy a solution of the difficulties created by a century of fanaticism and wrongdoing. In the irresolute and vacillating policy of the court, a final effort was made, as we have seen, to conciliate and instruct, in the Edict of Grace of 1599, under conditions that rendered it nugatory. Its failure in 1601 was followed by the memorials of Archbishop Ribera urging expulsion, and at any subsequent efforts to convert, such as a junta of bishops held in 1608 and 1609, were merely to keep the Moriscos amused and in ignorance of the more drastic measures proposed, during the years in which Philip III and his advisers discussed and rediscussed the question, pondered over details, and avoided an irrevocable decision. When, under pressure of the alarm about Moulay Sidan, Philip called upon his Council of State for an immediate decision, it admitted that there had been too much delay and that the matter must not be left for the next generation, for the Christians, through wars and religion and dissolute lives, were constantly diminishing in numbers, while the Moriscos, through peace and frugality, were multiplying until time they would be the majority. The alternatives of massacre or slavery, or the galleys, or allowing the discontented to emigrate were barely alluded to, and expulsion was in the minds of all. The external relations of Spain rendered the opportunity propitious, and it ought not to be wasted. The work should commence with Valencia, which was the most dangerous centre, and the other kingdoms could be kept quiet with assurances that the expulsion was not to go further. The opposition of the nobles could be bought off by granting them the real and personal property of their vassals, and preparations should be made to have a powerful fleet off the coast by the end of spring, and sufficient forces on land to crush resistance. As the Inquisition was in the habit of making many arrests, it could readily seize the influential Moriscos so as to deprive the rest of their leadership. This sketched out the plan eventually followed, and the only partially dissentient voice was that of the royal confessor, Cardinal Fray Geronimo Xavier, who pleaded the forcible baptism and the futile endeavors to instruct by ministers, many of whom were of lives so depraved that they wrought harm by their evil example. He asked that efforts to convert should continue, and if, by the time set for expulsion, there was no prospect of improvement, the proposed rigor would be justified. A process could then be formed by the Inquisition as to their apostasy, when they could be condemned for treasons against God, or, if rebellion were proved, for treason against the king. This last suggestion refers to a characteristic scruple. Ribera had alluded to it in his second memorial, to the effect that expulsion would be an invasion of ecclesiastical jurisdiction, depriving it of inflicting the canonical punishments, but this, he suggested, could be removed by application to the Pope. It was doubtless in view of this scruple, and to avoid interference by the Inquisition, which was interested in maintaining the existing situation, that the Edict of Expulsion represented the measure as purely secular, caused by the treasonable correspondence of the Moriscos with the enemies of Spain, and by the necessity of placating God for their heresies. Still, there were irresolution and delay, and the die was not cast until, in April 1609, the Council of State presented a consulta unanimously agreeing on expulsion, and virtually determining that the work should commence in autumn, the interval being employed in organizing the militia, bringing troops from Italy, and assembling squadrons to command the coast. Early in May, orders were sent to the viceroys of Sicily, Naples, and Milan to have the galleys in readiness, and, at the end of June, the squadrons were instructed to rendezvous at Majorca on August 15th. Even after this, there were evidences of hesitation and vacillation, but the plan was adhered to. Early in August, Don Agustin de Mejia, an officer of high rank, who had distinguished himself at the siege of Ostend, was sent to Valencia, ostensibly to inspect the fortifications, but armed with full powers to carry out the expulsion. He bore a letter from the king to Ribera, expatiating on the influence which the latter had had in leading him to a decision. Ribera had obtained more than he had bargained for. His somewhat selfish theory had been that, by expelling the Moriscos from the rest of Spain, those of Valencia and Aragon could be controlled, and he shrank from the loss and misery to be inflicted on his immediate surroundings. As late as December 19, 1608, he had urged this view in a letter to the royal secretary, arguing that they were an injury to Castile and Andalusia, while their removal would be ruin to Valencia and Aragon, now the most flourishing kingdoms of Spain. The larger cities, he said, lived on the provisions brought by the Moriscos. The churches, hospitals, monasteries, brotherhoods, pious bequests, nobles, gentry, and citizens depended on their services and were supported by the censos charged on their communities. He often wished to die rather than to witness such destruction. So, when Mejia reached Valencia August 20th, and after conference with the Viceroy Caracena, Ribera was sent for and read the royal letter. He repeated these arguments and proposed that all three should join in appeal to the king to commence with Andalusia. When the conference ended at 4 p.m., he was still firm, and was told that a courier for Madrid would start at midnight, when he could write what he saw fit. On reflection, he concluded that the king wanted obedience, not advice, and he sent to the palace, in time for the courier, a letter to the king, and word to Mejia and Caracena, setting forth that the royal resolution came from heaven, and he would further it with all his power. Still he could not reconcile himself to the prospect of poverty. On August 23rd he wrote to Secretary de Prada, repeating his urgency that commencement be made with Castile and Andalusia. On September 3rd he said to Fray Bleda and the Dominican prior Alcocer, "Padres, we may well in the future have to eat bread and herbs and mend our own shoes." The secret had been admirably kept, but the mission of Mejia on a duty so incompatible with his rank caused suspicions which grew from day to day. The Moriscos commenced to fortify their houses, to cease laboring and bringing provisions to the city, which suffered in consequence. The nobles brought their families to town to be prepared for the worst, and Ribera's action in increasing his guard and laying in stores of victuals increased the excitement. The Estamento Militar, or House of Nobles, held 2 or 3 stormy meetings, in which it was resolved to send a deputation to the king to represent the ruin which expulsion would bring upon every class in the kingdom, where 11 millions of ducats were invested in the censos charged on the Morisco communities. The envoy went bust. When they reached Madrid, they were told by the king that it was too late, for the edict had been already published in Valencia. Everything, in fact, had worked with precision. By September 17th, the fleet, consisting of 62 galleys and 14 galleons, conveying about 8,000 disciplined troops, had reached their stations at Alicante, Denia, and the Alfaques de Tortosa had commenced landing the men. Possession was taken of the Sierra de Espadan, while Castilian cavalry guarded the frontiers. When all was in readiness, royal letters to the Jurados Diputados and the Estamento Militar were read, and on the 22nd the edict was published. The comparative liberality of the terms and the short notice allowed manifest the sense of weakened power. Under irremissible pain of death, within 3 days after publication, in the several towns and villages, all Moriscos were to depart for the port of embarkation designated by a commissioner. They could take such portable property as they could carry on their backs. They would find vessels ready to carry them to Barbary, and would be fed on the voyage. During the 3 days all must remain at home awaiting the orders of the commissioners, and after that anyone absent from his domicile could be robbed by the first comer and carried to a magistrate, or be slain if offering resistance. As the king gave to the lords all real and personal property not carried off, any firing of houses or harvests or hiding of portable things would be punished by putting to death all the inhabitants of the place. In order to preserve the houses, the sugar mills, the rice crop, and the irrigating canals, 6% of the Moriscos were allowed to remain. The same permission was given to those who, for 2 years, had lived among Christians without attending the meetings of the aljamas, as well as those admitted to communion by their priests. Children under 4 years of age desiring to stay could do so, with consent of parents or guardians. Children under 6, whose fathers were old Christians, were to stay, together with their Morisco mothers. If the father was a Morisco and the mother was an old Christian, he was to go, and children under 6 were to stay with their mother. Sheltering fugitives was forbidden, under pain of 6 years of galleys, and all soldiers and old Christians were strictly forbidden to insult or injure Moriscos by word or deed. As an evidence of good faith, after every installment had been carried to Barbary, 10 were allowed to return and report to their fellows what their treatment had been. The publication was followed by days of anxious suspense. The people, we are told, rejoiced, for they hated both the Moriscos and the nobles, and there were symptoms of a rising against the latter. The lords grieved over the ruin of their lands, and the religious communities over the loss of their enormous investments in censos. The Moriscos at first were inclined to resist, and after vainly offering large sums to the viceroy, they sought to arm themselves by forging plowshares and reaping hooks into pikes, with which slings were their only weapons. Then suddenly their purpose changed. They were awed by the large bodies of disciplined troops and by the cavalry on the border. A meeting was held of their alfaques and leaders in which it was agreed that resistance was hopeless, and that, in the case of defeat, their children would be brought up as Christians, while prophecies were talked of, which promised an unexpected blessing. Consequently, it was resolved that all should go, including the 6% allowed to remain, and that anyone who stayed should be regarded as an apostate. This had such an effect that those who had been offering large sums to be included in the 6% now refused to stay, although asked to name their own terms. The Duke of Gandia, who had an enormous sugar crop and who could get no other skilled labor to work in his mills, vainly offered whatever they might ask. The only condition they would accept was the free exercise of their religion. The Duke applied to the Viceroy, but Ribera declared it to be a concession beyond the power of king or pope to grant, for they were baptized. The nobles, for the most part, loyally accepted this situation and aided in the execution of the decree. The Duke of Gandia, who, next to the Duke of Segorbe, had the largest number of vassals, wrote to the king, October 9th, that on September 28th the Marquis of Santa Cruz had embarked for him 5,000 of them, whom he desired to be the first, in order to quiet the apprehensions of the rest as to the safety of the voyage. To protect and reassure their vassals, a number of the nobles, the Duke of Gandia, the Marquis of Albaida, and others, accompanied them and saw them safely on shipboard, and the Duke of Maqueda even sailed with them to Oran, the point of debarkation. All, however, were not thus self-sacrificing. Bishop Balaguer of Orihuela reported, October 31st, that some were retaining their vassals by threats or by force, and that, unless energetic commissioners were sent, many would be kept. The Moriscos objected to abandoning their personal effects to their lords and sought to convert what they possessed into money. Gandia and some others permitted this, but many insisted on their rights, and on October 1st the Viceroy issued a proclamation forbidding all sales, but this led to imminent danger of rebellion and was wisely abandoned. The land became a universal fair in which stock, produce, and household gear were sold at a fraction of their value and finally were given away. The Grau, or port of Valencia, while the exiles were awaiting fair winds, became a bazaar, in which exquisite Moorish garments, rare embroideries, rich gold and silver laces, and the like were bought for a song. As soon as the first shock was over, of abandoning home and possessions, the prospect of reaching a land where they could openly profess their faith and escape paralyzing oppression stimulated them to intense eagerness to leave Spain. They contended for places in the first embarkation, and the commissioners had no trouble in assembling and leading them to the designated ports. Troops escorted them to protect them from the savage greed of the old Christians, who gathered in bands, robbing and often murdering those whom they encountered. Royal edicts commanding swift justice were issued, gallows were erected along the roadsides, and executions were numerous, but it was impossible to prevent outrages. In spite of this, the Moriscos pressed forward to the shores. At Alicante they came with music and song, thanking Allah for the happiness of returning to the land of their fathers, which suggests how simple a solution of the question it would have been to permit the emigration of the discontented. Many, indeed, distrusting the royal faith, preferred to charter ships and pay for transportation, which was encouraged by providing elaborate regulations to ensure, as far as possible, their safe passage and fair treatment. All the Spanish ports were ordered to send their ships to the Valencia coast, even discharging those which were loaded, and all arrivals were pressed into service. Seeing this eagerness, the promise of free passage was broken after the first embarkation, and the royal galleys charged the same fare as the private vessels, 75 reales per head for all over 16 and 35 for those younger. In all there were 3 embarkations, occupying about 3 months, and including, according to lists kept at the ports, over 150,000 souls. This eagerness to go was, however, not universal. There were many who, not unreasonably, felt little confidence in the royal faith and preferred the chances of resistance. Gathering into bands, they sought refuge in 2 easily defensible positions, one on a peak in the Val de Aguar, where their numbers were reckoned at from 15 to 25,000, and the other in the Muela de Cortes, where there were said to be about 9,000. Mejia paid no attention to them until the business of embarkation was nearly concluded, when they were readily reduced. In the Val de Aguar it was a massacre of the weaponless wretches, rather than a battle. 3,000 Moriscos were slain and only 1 Spaniard, Bautista Crespo, who was killed by his own firelock. The survivors, starved, frozen, and dying with thirst, surrendered at discretion, November 28th, and were conducted to the port of embarkation, but many perished of exhaustion on the road, and many women and children were stolen by the soldiers and sold as slaves, while of those who embarked but few reached Africa. At the Muela de Cortes they surrendered on the promise of safety to life and property, provided they embarked within 3 days, but the soldiery, disappointed at the loss of expected booty, fell upon them. Only 3,000 were brought to the seaports, and more than 2,000 scattered among the mountains, where for a year or two they gave much trouble. They had elected as king Vicente Torrijos, who was tracked to a cave and brought to Valencia, where he was put to a cruel death December 18th. He died as a good Christian and made a most edifying end, for we are told that he had been a most liberal almsgiver, and was devoted to the Virgin and to the religious orders. This ended the only open resistance to the expulsion throughout Spain. End of section 47. Section 48 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 8, Chapter 2, Spheres of Action, Moriscos, Part 10. The unexpected ease of the affair in Valencia, regarded as the most dangerous district, quickened the preparations for the other kingdoms. Thus far it had been represented as confined exclusively to Valencia, but the rest felt that their turn was to come, and remonstrances were showered upon the government, which met them with equivocating denials and assurances. The mask was gradually thrown off. Towards the end of October, the Marquis of San German was sent to Seville to prepare for the expulsion from Murcia, Granada, and Andalusia. Murcia succeeded in obtaining a suspension of the decree, which was published for the other provinces on January 12, 1610, after the galleys and troops had been brought from Valencia. It gave the exiles 30 days, subsequently reduced to 20, after which they were threatened with death and confiscation without trial or sentence. Their lands were confiscated to the king for the service of God and the public, but they were allowed to sell movable property and carry away the proceeds in merchandise bought of Spanish subjects, but were forbidden to take bills of exchange, jewel, bullion, or money beyond what was needed for transportation. They could take their children with them, provided they went to Christian lands, which led many to charter vessels, ostensibly for France, but in reality for Africa. In spite of the reports of the cruelties perpetuated in Algiers on the Valencia exiles, they are said to have gone with cheerfulness, and many of them sought Morocco. By April, Andalusia was reported clear of Moriscos, and that a few remained on the coast of Granada, waiting for vessels. The whole number was estimated at from 80 to 100,000, besides 20,000 who had voluntarily gone in advance. They were reported to have carried much wealth with them, which is not improbable, as many, especially those of Seville, were rich and prosperous and held positions of honor. A significant incident was the desire of Cordova to retain 6% of them, and, when this was refused, it petitioned for the retention of 2 Morisco saddlers, for the encouragement of horsemanship, especially as they were old and childless. Apparently, there were no Spaniards capable of making harness. Yet at first there were some exceptions made. It had been represented to the king that there were many descendants of Mudejares voluntarily converted prior to the enforced baptism, who were Spaniards in dress, language, and religion, including many beatas and persons avowed to chastity. Accordingly, an order was issued February 7, 1610, to the bishops to examine all such cases and report to San German those whom they found worthy to be retained. This, however, amounted to only a brief reprieve. Their cases were referred to the Royal Council, and those who did not, within the impossibly brief term of 30 or 60 days, obtain favorable decisions, were hunted like wild beasts and forcibly carried off. Expulsion from Castile had been resolved upon by the Council of State September 15, 1609, but was deferred to wait the result in Valencia. In preparation, an attempt was made in October to organize the militia, by enrolling 1 in 5 of the able-bodied men, a measure twice attempted in vain by Philip II, but it met with resistance which forced its abandonment, for there was no military ardor in Spain, even for local service. Then an enumeration of the Moriscos was ordered, which, in conjunction with events of Valencia, aroused much excitement. Appeals to the court were unanswered, while orders to the magistrates intended to quiet alarm only increased it. Many commenced to sell their lands, and this diminution of prospective confiscations was met, towards the end of October, by prohibiting sales, but they were continued under various devices. On November 3rd, the Count of Salazar was appointed to superintend the expulsion from Old and New Castile, La Mancha, and Extremadura. From their anxiety to sell their lands, he assumed that they mostly would go voluntarily, and he suggested granting of permission to emigrate. This was adopted, and a royal cedula of December 28th allowed them to leave Spain within 30 days under the same conditions as those of Andalusia. Such multitudes arranged to pass through Biscay into France that the term was extended for 30 days, and on January 19, 1610, Salazar was sent to Burgos to register them and issue certificates. Under this arrangement, 16,713 persons of 3,972 families were registered up to May 1st, when intimations that further admissions to France would be refused turned the stream to Cartagena, where 10,642 embarked, nominally for Christian lands, in order to retain their children. The prohibition to carry money or jewels was naturally evaded as far as possible, and for infractions of it more than 30 were hanged at Burgos. There were also at hand obliging Portuguese brokers who undertook the transmission of the forbidden valuables and who were detected and prosecuted. A safer conduit was found through the French ambassador at Madrid, who received very large sums, to be repaid in various French cities. His steward was dispatched with the documents, but the Spanish authorities were on the alert. He was arrested at Buitrago and brought back to Madrid, whereupon the ambassador threatened that if the letters were open, thereafter no Spanish courier should pass through France without seizure of his papers. After an angry correspondence, the Spaniards yielded, and the steward was allowed to resume his journey. Aragon and Catalonia were next taken in hand. There had been much disquiet there, which the glozing assurances from the court failed to allay. The Old Christians began to maltreat the Moriscos, who ceased their labors and commenced to sell their movables, while their creditors and holders of censos became alarmed and proceeded to collect their claims with rigor. Envoys were sent to the king from Aragon with an elaborate memorial detailing the enormous damage to result from expulsion and the impolicy of reducing the diminishing population of Spain. Philip made fruitless efforts to prevent the mission from coming, and when it came it was put off with reassuring generalities. The edicts for Aragon and Catalonia were the same as that for Valencia, except in 2 points. The Catalan one retained children under 7 years of age, whose parents were going to infidel lands, which led them to make their way through France to Barbary. The other exception, induced by the expense of the Valencia expulsion, the cost of which had been swelled to 800,000 ducats, threw upon the exiles all the charges, not only of the journeys and voyage, but the wages of the superintending officials, and half a real per head as export duty on what they carried with them, all of which amounted to 24 reales at the Alfaques de Tortosa. The rich were required to pay for the poor, and the commissioners were unmerciful in their exactions, making them pay for the water in the brooks and the shade of the trees in their long summer journeys, besides exacting from them as wages much more than was due. The edicts were published simultaneously in Saragossa and Barcelona on May 29, 1610. No resistance was attempted, but there went up a cry of despair which moved even their persecutors to compassion. They protested that they were Christians and would die as such, even though torn to pieces, but it was too late for this, and they were led submissively in bands of from 1 to 4,000 souls, without guards, although they suffered severely from the brigandage of the Old Christians. This apathy of despair was most fortunate for Spain, as resistance would have been overcome with difficulty. The troops, embarked at the Alfaques de Tortosa, had not been paid since they left Italy. After vainly clamoring for their money, they disbanded, leaving none but the officers, who were fain to gather together such raw recruits as they could find. From Aragon, the number of exiles was estimated at 75,000, and from Catalonia at 50,000. France was inundated by the immigration. Henry IV had anticipated it, and in February had issued an ordinance permitting those who would profess the Catholic faith to settle in the lands beyond the Garonne and the Dordogne, while shipping should be provided for those desiring to sail for Barbary. Under this, the immigration from Castile had been taken care of, but his assassination in May threw everything into confusion, and there was no preparation for the 20 or 25,000 from Aragon who passed through Navarre or sought to make their way over the mountains. La Force, after some delay, arranged to admit them in bands of 1,000 each, so as not to oppress the population of the sterile district through which they had to pass, and thus they struggled on towards Marseille and other ports where they hoped to find shipping. There was one body, of some 14,000 souls, that was refused admission to France after they had reached Canfranc, the last Spanish town on the mountain road over the Pyrenees. They had paid 40,000 ducats for permission to go to France, besides the export duties on what they carried and the expense of the commissioners in charge of them. Forced to turn back on the long road to the Alfaques, so many of them sickened and died in the summer heat that it was feared that they would bring pestilence to the ships. In short, the story of the exodus from Aragon is one of heartless greed and reckless inhumanity. The dangers which had weighed so heavily on Spanish statesmanship were thus removed, but fanaticism and race hatred were not yet satisfied, and it was resolved to root out all traces of the old Moorish population. An edict of July 10, 1610, banished all Moriscos of Granada, Valencia, and Aragon, who were settled in the Castilian kingdoms, and this was followed, August 2nd, by a similar provision for the kingdoms of Aragon. These edicts exempted those who had lived as good Christians, but this was a point difficult to establish, and the claims under it were multitudinous and embarrassing. To save the trouble of deciding them, an end was put to the matter by banishing all who had thus far been exempted, even including the Moriscos Antiguos, descendants of the old Mudejares. This was effected by orders of March 22nd and May 3rd, 1611, to the corregidores, stating that it was for the service of God and the kingdom that the matter be perfected. Wherefore all who had previously been exempted and all who, after expulsion, had returned, were given 2 months to leave the kingdom, under the irrevocable penalty of death and confiscation, the only exceptions being priests, nuns, and the wives of old Christians with their children. This final rooting out gave infinite trouble. There was often nothing to distinguish these Moriscos from old Christians, in language, dress, or mode of life, and there was no lack of persons to harbor them, whether from compassion or to have the benefit of their services. Commissioners were sent to the different provinces with instructions that no privileges or antiquity should avail them, while the courts were expressly prohibited from interference. It was added, indeed, that those who bore the reputation of old Christians could appeal to the king, but his representatives soon grew tired of the multitude of perplexing cases thus thrust upon them. The number thus expelled was computed at about 6,000, exclusive of young children, who were given to old Christians to bring up. The difficulty of effecting this final clearance was increased by the number of exiles who persisted in returning, in spite of an edict of September 12, 1612, which consigned them all to the galleys. The work seemed endless, and finally it was confided to the Count of Salazar. In this he labored long and strenuously. At Almagro he found more than 800 returned exiles, of whom he consigned some to the galleys, others to the quicksilver mines of Almaden, and the rest he sent abroad at the expense of the magistrates, who had been remiss in detecting and punishing them. His greatest trouble, we are told, lay in deciding the numerous suits of those who claimed that they were not comprised in the edicts, and, to cut matters short, on October 26, 1613, he issued, in the name of the king, an edict commanding all Moriscos to leave the kingdom within 15 days. Any person receiving or harboring them was threatened with confiscation, and, as he included in this fiefs, castles, vassals, and royal grants, it shows that nobles were sheltering them. Finally, a reward of 10 ducats was offered for information leading to the capture of a Morisco. In this insane determination to purify the land of all trace of Moorish blood, and in the confusion of the process, many Catholics, as sincere as their persecutors, must have been consigned to infidel lands. The time came at last for the Moriscos of Murcia and the Val de Ricote to share the fate of their brethren. Influence had been exercised to procure the suspension of the edict of December 9, 1609, and of a subsequent one of October 8, 1611. But after the work was completed elsewhere, the Duke of Lerma and the royal confessor, Fray Aliaga, sent investigators, who of course reported them to be Christians only in name. Lerma insisted, Philip yielded, and a cedula of October 6, 1613, ordered Salazar to enforce the edicts. He was hurried from Madrid November 20th with instructions to lose no time, and in January 1614 some 15,000 were deported, although many old people and invalids were allowed to remain. Many women married old Christians in order to obtain exemption, and numerous husbands and wives of honorable birth entered religion, to the great enrichment of the monasteries, for which the bishops and the superiors of the orders cheerfully granted license. Early in February, Salazar returned to Madrid with his work accomplished, although some had escaped to Valencia, and had returned on being driven out from there. In 1615, Salazar reported that he had sent his assistant Manrique to Murcia to complete the expulsion, but there were still some Moriscos in Tarragona and the Balearic Isles, and he knew of others in Sardinia and the Canaries. For some years yet, the effort was continued to discover and eject those who were concealed among the old Christians, an effort complicated by the numbers who persisted in returning after experiencing the inhospitable reception accorded to them in Africa. They offered themselves as slaves to those who would receive them, and in this manner many succeeded in remaining. To prevent this, royal orders were repeatedly issued, but they were ineffective, and the royal council at length grew tired of reiterating them, so that Bleda, writing in 1618, deplores the fact that he would die without seeing his land purified of this evil seed. Total purification, in fact, was impossible. We are told that in Valencia, La Mancha, and Granada there are still communities which in dress, customs, and tendencies may be regarded as Moriscos with scarce any trace of Christianity, and Padre Boronat ascribes to this element the growth of modern skepticism and the mingled fanaticism and superstition which afflict certain portions of Spain. However this may be, insofar as the Inquisition was concerned, the expulsion was a success. In such of its records as I have been able to examine, the Cosas de Moros virtually disappeared, the exceptions being scarce more than enough to show that vigilance was unrelaxed. For a while, it is true, there were Morisco slaves to be looked after. A letter of March 14, 1616, from the commissioner at Denia asks for instructions concerning some baptized Morisco slaves who had plotted to escape to Barbary, which shows how carefully they were watched. Then the exiles who chanced to be captured in Moorish corsairs, or who were brought to Spain as slaves, or who were in the royal galleys, were subject to prosecution as apostates, because they had been baptized, until, in 1629, the Suprema mercifully decreed that they should not be molested unless they gave occasion for scandal. The scattering cases of Mohammedanism, which figure in the autos de fe subsequent to the expulsion, are mostly of Christian renegades captured at sea, or of Moorish slaves taken in the perpetual warfare of the Mediterranean, who were baptized under legislation of 1626, repeated in 1638 and 1712. Occasionally, however, we hear of a Morisco, such as Jeronimo Buenaventura, probably one of the children detained in 1609 or 1610, condemned to relaxation by the Tribunal of Valencia, transferred in 1635 to Valladolid, and in 1638 to Saragossa, to be burnt for pertinacity. Yet, in spite of the sleepless vigilance of the Inquisition, there were descendants of the old Moriscos who managed to preserve an organization for the perpetuation of their faith. In 1727 such a one was discovered in Granada, so numerous that it furnished 45 reconciled in an auto of May 9, 1728, followed by 28 more in that of October 10th. They must have been wealthy, for the confiscations proved so profitable that the Inquisition granted to the chief informer and his heirs a perpetual pension of 100 ducats. Probably one of these Granadans, escaped to Jaen, was the Ana del Castillo, condemned in the Cordova auto of March 4, 1731, as a herege Mahometana, to reconciliation, confiscation, and irremissible in prison. The latest allusions to these persistent Moriscos occurs in a report in 1769 by the Inquisition to Carlos III that it had verified the existence in Cartagena of a mosque maintained by New Christians. Details are lacking, but if there were prosecutions and convictions, they may safely be assumed to be the last endured by Moriscos. In the complete record of the operations of all the tribunals from 1780 to 1820, there is not a single case of a Morisco, and the only Mahometans are renegades. Contemporary estimates of the number of exiles vary from 300,000 to 3 millions, and the statistics furnished are too fragmentary to admit of accurate computation. In modern times, Llorente assumes a total of 1 million, while Llaner estimates at the same figure the total Morisco population, of whom 100,000 perished or were enslaved, leaving 900,000 exiles. Vicente de la Fuente reduces the number to 120,000, while Danvila y Collado, after a careful comparison of all official statistics, reaches an estimate of something under 500,000 souls, which Padre Boronat accepts. This is probably somewhat under the mark. The nearest approach to a contemporary official statement is that of Sebastiano Gili, the Luchanese envoy, August 12, 1610, placing the number at 600,000. This he doubtless procured at headquarters, for he adds that the ministers assured him that it was much greater than they had foreseen. Considering how large had been the Mudéjar population and its notorious fecundity, these figures indicate how many had been Christianized and had merged into the general mass. One cannot help concluding that with time and reasonable treatment there would have been no Morisco question to perplex the statesmen of Spain. The fate of the exiles paralleled that of the Jews in 1492, and indeed was even worse, for they were banished more precipitately, and were absolutely forbidden to return even as Christians. They were thrust into the new and strange life before them under most unpromising conditions, intensified by the inhumanity of their reception in the homes which they sought. The transit to Africa in the royal ships was doubtless safe enough, but the masters of the vessels chartered by them had no scruple in robbing and murdering them, despite the regulations adopted for their safety. Many who sailed were never accounted for as arriving. It was not that the Spanish authorities were indifferent. Fonseca relates that in Barcelona, on December 12, 1609, he witnessed the execution of the captain and crew of a bark which had sailed with 70 Moriscos. Falling in with the Neapolitan felucca, the united crews conspired to kill the passengers and divide the booty, amounting to 3,000 ducats. Under promise of pardon, a dissatisfied sailor revealed the crime, when not only were the Spaniards punished, but the viceroy wrote to Naples with details that enabled the authorities there to seize and execute the crew of the felucca. In France, La Force no doubt did what he could to minimize the sufferings of the outcasts, but their hardships were such as to call forth energetic remonstrances from Ambassador Salignac and from Ahmed I himself. Cardinal Richelieu tells us that some of the officials commissioned to superintend their passage were guilty of much thievery and even permitted murder, but they were punished with such severity that the outrages ceased. France, however, was only a place of transit. Some who passed through sought refuge in Italy, where their reception was not hospitable. In 1610 and 1611 the Holy See refused to allow those arriving at Civita Vecchia to remain, but in 1612 some 70 who reached Recanati and asked to be allowed to live as Christians were permitted to settle at a distance from the coast, broken up into small parties and under close surveillance. Barbary, however, was the destination of the vast majority of the exiles, whether direct from Spain or by way of France, and their reception by their fellow religionists was terrible. They were landed at Oran, whence they had to make their way to the Moorish states. They had the reputation of bringing money with them, and after the first embarkation had been safely convoyed by paying heavily for a guard, they were plundered and slain without mercy, and their women were taken from them. Even before the year 1609 was out, the Count of Aguilar, Governor-General of Oran, wrote that through fear of the Arabs many were remaining and were starving. 20 of their principal men had come to him, professing to be Christians, for they had not known what to believe until they had seen the abominations of the Moors, and now they desired to remain and die as Christians. In his perplexity, Aguilar threw them into prison and applied for instructions. What were given to him we know not, but there is doubtless truth in the statement of the Comendador de Nuestra Señora de la Mercedes of Oran that, what between disease and the atrocities of the Arabs, 2/3 of the exiles had perished. Indeed, the general estimate was that the proportion was at least 3/4. These horrors are heightened by the fact that in the vigorous determination to eradicate every vestige of Islam, and in the cruel haste of the process, many who were really Christians were cast upon the tender mercies of the infidel. Discrimination was difficult and doubt was settled adversely. A typical case is furnished in a petition, November 26, 1609, of Gaspar Galip, a priest and vicar of the General Hospital of Valencia, in favor of his 2 brothers-in-law, Francisco Castillo and Vicente de Alcazar. Galip himself was the son of a Morisco father and an old Christian mother. His sisters were Christians, and so were their husbands and children, 2 in each family, the latter being even ignorant that they had Morisco blood. Yet Ribera was pitiless, and both families were deported, doubtless to perish among unbelievers. Escalano tells us that in Tunis some of the Castilians continued to hear Mass and to live as Christians, and he prints a letter from a Valencian in Algiers expressing his determination to preserve in the faith. If remorse were possible to those who believed that they were rendering a service to God, it might have been felt by the prime movers of the expulsion when they learned that in Tetuan exiled Moriscos firm in the faith were lapidated or otherwise put to death because they resolutely refused to enter the mosques. These were true martyrs, and the Church might well have canonized them in place of beatifying their persecutor, Ribera. Among the arguments advanced in favor of expulsion was that the confiscation of Morisco property would bring permanent relief to the treasury and enable it to discharge the enormous and constantly increasing indebtedness. Undoubtedly, the amounts realized from the rapacious seizure of the property of the exiles were large. Already in October 1610, the Council of Finance reported that in Ocana and Madrid it had mostly been sold and that 200,000 ducats had been paid in. Whatever was the magnitude of the receipts, they were quickly dissipated to the greedy courtiers who profited by Philip's reckless prodigality. Sir Francis Cottingham, the English ambassador, in letters of March 4th and May 16th, 1610, reports that commissioners had been sent to the provinces to sell the houses and farms of the exiles, but the king did not propose to lighten the burdens of the state, for he was dividing the proceeds among his favorites in advance with scandalous liberality. To Lerma were assigned 250,000 ducats, to his son, the Duke of Uceda, 100,000, to his daughter, the Countess of Lemos, 50,000, and to her husband 100,000. We need not be surprised, therefore, to find Philip, in 1611, when appealing to the Cortes for relief, enumerating, among the reasons for his poverty, the expulsion of the Moriscos, in which he had postponed the interest of the treasury to the service of God and of the state. Thus, 900 years after the overthrow of the Gothic monarchy, Spain purified her land of the invader by a stroke which Cardinal Richelieu qualified as the boldest and most barbarous in human annals. The yearning for unity of faith was gratified, and the anxiety as to attack from without was allayed. That the price paid was heavy is seen in the premature decrepitude which overtook the monarchy during the rest of the century. The causes of decadence were many, but not the least among them must be reckoned the fierce intolerance which led to the expatriation of the most economically valuable classes of the population. End of section 48.
Section number 49 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Naomi Brewster, Melbourne, Australia. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea, Book number 3, Part 1, Spheres of Action, Protestantism. The fate of the little band of Spanish Protestants has, not unnaturally, excited the earnest sympathy of modern students. Much has been written about them. Their works have been gathered and reprinted with pious care, and the importance of the reformatory movement has been largely exaggerated. There never was the slightest real danger that Protestantism could make such permanent impression on the profound and unreasoning religious convictions of Spain in the 16th century as to cause disturbance in the body politic, and the excitement created in Valladolid and Seville in 1558 and 1559 was a mere passing episode, leaving no trace in popular beliefs. Yet coming when it did, it exercised an enduring influence on the fortunes of the Inquisition and on the development of the nation. At the moment, the career of the Holy Office might almost seem to be drawing to a close, for it had nearly succeeded in extirpating Judaism from Spain, while the influx of Portuguese New Christians had not commenced, and its operations against the Moriscos of Valencia were suspended. The panic, skilfully excited at the appearance of Lutheranism, raised it to new life and importance, and gave it a claim on the gratitude of the state, which enabled it to dominate the land during the 17th century, while its audacious action against Carranza showed that no one was so high-placed as to be beyond its reach. It gained, moreover, a firmer financial basis than it had previously enjoyed, while at the same time Inquisitor General Valdez was saved from banishment and disgrace. Yet more important even than all this was the dread inspired of heresy, which served as a reason for isolating Spain from the rest of Europe. excluding all foreign ideas, arresting the development of culture and of science, and prolonging medievalism into modern times. This was the true significance of the little Protestant movement and its repression, and it is this which deserves the attention of the student rather than the ghastly dramas of the auto de fe. Before the Lutheran revolt, there was much liberty of thought and speech allowed throughout Catholic Europe. Neither Erasmus nor popular writers and preachers had scruple in ridiculing and holding up to detestation the superstitions of the people, the vices, the greed, and the corruptions of the clergy, and the venality and oppression of the Holy See. The Franciscan Thomas Murner, who subsequently became the most virulent reviler of Luther, castigated the clergy, both regular and secular, with more vigour if with less skill than Erasmus. Erasmus himself, in his Enchiridion Militis Christiani, or Manual of the Christian Soldier, did not hesitate to stigmatize as a new Judaism the reliance reposed on external observances which had supplanted true piety, causing the teachings of Christ to be neglected, and the Enchiridion had been approved by Adrian VI, at this time the head of the University of Louvain. When, however, it became necessary, in order to cure these universally admitted evils, to strike at the dogmas of scholastic theology, of which these evils were the outcome, when Northern Europe was rising almost unanimously in Luther's support, and when the Curia recognized that it had to deal not with a mere scholastic debate between monks, but with a rapidly developing revolution, the necessity was soon felt of a rigid definition of orthodoxy, while the licence, which had been good-naturedly tolerated so long as it did not threaten the loss of power and wealth, became heresy, to be diligently inquired into and relentlessly punished. Men who esteemed themselves good Catholics, and had no thought of withdrawing from obedience to the Holy See, found themselves accused of heresy and liable to its penalties. Prior to the definitions of the Council of Trent, there was a certain amount of debatable ground, within which no authoritative decision had as yet rendered the speculations of the schoolmen articles of faith. Erasmus, for instance, had not been called to account for asserting that sacramental confession was not of divine law. But as the conflict grew more desperate, and the Church found defence of its outworks to be requisite, it became heretical to question the divine origin of confession, even before the Council had made it defied. We shall then find the chief sufferers from an inquisitorial action divided into two classes. Before the middle of the century they largely consist of the unconscious heretics, of men who, prior to the condemnation of Luther, would have been reckoned as undoubtedly orthodox. After 1550, with some exceptions like Carranza, they were those who had knowingly and consciously embraced more or less of the doctrines of the Reformation. Outside of these, another and by no means the least numerous class can be defined of those who incurred more or less vehement suspicion of heresy through mere carelessness, in the constantly increasing rigour of external observance. It is doubtless to the first of these classes that we may refer the earliest victims of so-called Lutheranism, who I have found recorded. Gonsalvo, the painter of Monte Alegre in Murcia, a resident of Majorca, relaxed in 1523 by that tribunal as a Lutheran. It is inconceivable that Lutheran errors could have penetrated at that time to Majorca, or that the Inquisitor could have had any clear conception of what they were, and, as Gonsalvo is described as a negative, he doubtless considered himself a good Catholic and perished because he would not admit himself to be otherwise. It was not until 1521 that the Curia was aroused to the necessity of preventing the dissemination in Spain of the new doctrines in the writings of Luther. The Nuncio Aleander, writing from Worms, February 18th of that year, mentioned that in Flanders Spanish versions of Luther's books were in press, through the efforts of the Mariani, and that Charles V had given orders to suppress them. Acting promptly on this, Leo X, on March 21st, addressed briefs to the Constable and Admiral of Castile, the governors in Charles's absence, exhorting them to prevent the introduction of such works, and Cardinal Adrian lost no time in ordering, April 7th, the tribunals to seize all the obnoxious volumes that they could find, an order which he repeated May 7th, 1523, together with instructions to the corregidors to enforce the surrender of the books to the inquisitors. Very earnest letters were also written April 12th and 13th, 1521, to Charles V by an assembly of grandees, and by the President and Council of State, urging him to adopt strong measures to prevent the spread of Lutheranism, which had been introduced into Spain and threatened to develop. These may be regarded as measures rather precautionary than called for by existing exigencies. So far as the records of the Inquisition have been searched, there is no trace, for some years as yet, of prosecutions for Lutheranism, save the solitary case above referred to. With the return of Charles to Spain in 1522, the influence of Erasmus seems to promise a perpetuation of the freedom and even license of speech, of which he was the protagonist. The emperor was his admirer, and he became the fashion among courtiers and churchmen pretending to culture. The Inquisitor General Manrique openly defended him, and so did the primate Alfonso Fonseca, Archbishop of Toledo. His immense reputation, the immunity conferred on him by the patronage of successive popes against the vindictiveness of the religious orders, provoked by his merciless ridicule and the futility of condemnations by scholastic faculties, seemed a guarantee for those who merely echoed the opinions to which he had given currency so wide. So it continued until in 1527 a translation of his Enchiridion was issued by Alonso Fernandez de Madrid, Archdeacon of Alcor. It was dedicated to Archbishop Manrique, who had it duly examined and authorized its publication. Its success was immediate, and it was universally read. From the standpoint of scholastic theology, however, it was too vulnerable not to invite attack from the religious orders. The pulpits, which they virtually monopolized, resounded with their denunciations until Manrique felt obliged to interfere. Many prominent frailes were summoned before the Suprema and sharply reproved for exciting the people against Erasmus, in defiance of repeated edicts. If they found errors in the book, they should denounce them to the Inquisition. The challenge was promptly accepted, and with the assistance of the English ambassador Edward Lee, subsequently Archbishop of York, a list of 21 articles was drawn up, ranging from Arianism to irreverence towards the Virgin and the denial of various essentials of sacerdotalism. These were submitted to an assembly of 20 theologians and 9 frailes, who disputed for a month over the first 2 articles. The debate promised to be interminable, and Manrique suspended it, at the same time issuing an absolute prohibition to write against Erasmus. As we have seen, however, he fell into disgrace in 1529 and was relegated to his see of Seville. Charles left Spain the same year, carrying with him some of the most powerful protectors of the Erasmists, and the inquisitors, who were largely frailes, were eager to detect the heresy latent in the latitude of speech which had become common among those who prided themselves on culture. A typical case of this kind is that of Diego de Uceda. to which allusion has already been made on other accounts. He was an hidalgo of Cordova, of unblemished old Christian stock. Although a courtier, he was studious and deeply religious, even entertaining thoughts of entering the Geronimite order. Greatly admiring Erasmus, the failure of the effort to condemn him by the Inquisition gave assurance that his works were approved, and Diego earned some reproof by constantly quoting his opinions and endeavouring to impress them on others. In February 1528, he was journeying from Burgos to Cordova, and one evening at Corrizo he fell into discussion with a man named Rodrigo Duran, who, with his servant Juan de Avila, was on his way to Seville to embark for the West Indies. The talk fell upon confession, and then upon images, in which Diego quoted the views of Erasmus, then upon miracles, when he expressed disbelief in a story of a Christian slave in Africa who prayed for deliverance to Our Lady of Guadalupe. His master overheard him, placed him in a chest, made his own bed on top, and slept there, with the result that next morning the chest was in Guadalupe with the master inside and the Christian on top. Something also was said about Luther, whose name got mixed up with that of Erasmus. Duran, on reaching Toledo, denounced Diego to the tribunal, his serving men furnishing the necessary contest, and went on his way to the Indies. Diego was tracked to Cordova, and was sent back as a prisoner to Toledo, where he vainly protested his orthodoxy and offered submission to the Church, although his frequent allusions to Erasmus probably did his case no good. He proved by witnesses that he habitually confessed 4 times a year, that he took all indulgences, and that he was a man of blameless life and strong religious convictions. But it was all in vain. I have already shown how he was tortured, confessed and then revoked, and how he was condemned to a humiliating penance, July 22, 1529, ruining his career and leaving an indelible stain on a family that had boasted of its limpieza. The danger impending over Erasmus was still more forcibly illustrated by the case of one who was regarded as perhaps the foremost among them in Spain. No one stood higher for learning and culture than Dr. Juan de Vergara. He had been secretary for Ximenes as Archbishop of Toledo, and subsequently to Fonseca, who succeeded to the primatial dignity in 1524. Ximenes had made him professor of philosophy at Alcala, where he had translated the Wisdom of Solomon for the Complutensian polyglot, and the treatises De Anima, De Physica, and De Metaphysica for the projected edition of Aristotle. He was an elegant Latin poet, and Menendez or Pelayo tells us that he was the father of historical criticism. He was regarded with favour by Manrique, and was a warm defender of Erasmus in the contest over the Enchiridion. We shall have occasion thereafter to treat of the adventures of the Alumbrada Francisca Hernandez, and the men whom she entangled in her toils. Among them was Bernardino de Tovar, also an Erasmist, half-brother of Vergara, who incurred her enmity by rescuing him from her clutches. To revenge herself, when on trial in 1530, she accused Vergara of holding all of Luther's doctrines except as to confession, and of possessing some of Luther's works, the latter accusation being true. But when, in 1530, Manrique ordered the surrender of all such books, Vergara, after some delay, carried them to the tribunal. Another of Francisca's disciples, Fray Francisco Ortez, when on trial, also accused Vergara of denying the efficacy of indulgences and abusing the University of Paris for condemning the writings of Erasmus, in which he said the Church had found no heretical errors. The tribunal collected some other evidence against Vergara and industriously searched for more, even as far as Flanders. In May 1530, a willing witness was found in Diego Hernandez, a buffoon of a priest, whom Mary Cathala had employed as confessor until she dismissed him for seducing a nun and asserting that it was no sin. This worthy produced a list of 70 Lutheran heretics, qualified according to their degrees of guilt, among whom Vergara figured as Fino Lutherano Endiosado, mystically abstracted. Whatever hesitation there may have been in arresting such a man, however, disappeared when it was found in April 1533 that he had been communicating with Tovar in prison by bribing the officials. The fiscal presented his clamosa, May 17, accusing Vergara of being a fautor and defender of heretics, a defamer of the Inquisition and a corrupter of its officials, and his arrest and imprisonment followed on June 24th. This occasioned general surprise. Archbishop Fonseca was deeply moved and endeavoured to obtain his release under bail for 50,000 ducats, or to have him confined in a house under guard, but the only result of his efforts was to lead the tribunal to shut up the windows of Vergara's cell, converting it into a dungeon and seriously affecting his health. The trial proceeded through the regular stages. He refused the services of an advocate, and on January 29, 1534, he presented his defence, denying nearly all the errors attributed to him, and explaining the rest in a Catholic sense. After this, a fresh accusation was presented based on his friendship for and correspondence with Erasmus, to whom he had induced Archbishop Fonseca to grant a pension. Fonseca had died February 24th, so that his evidence was unattainable, but Vergara pronounced the story as to the pension to be false, though had it been true it would have been innocent. Everyone knew that Erasmus had neither income nor benefice, never having been willing to accept either, and that he was supported by the liberality of gentlemen who contributed to him from all parts. Fonseca had only offered him an income if he would come to reside in Alcala, an offer which Ximenes had previously made. It was true that when Erasmus dedicated to him his edition of St. Augustine, Fonseca sent him 200 ducats, scarce enough, in the case of so large a work, to give the printers their customary pourboire. Fonseca felt this, and when he heard of the death of Archbishop Warham of Canterbury, 1532, who was accustomed to provide liberally for Erasmus, he said that he ought to pay for the printing of the book, whereupon Vergara wrote that he would send something, but it was not done. As for corresponding with Erasmus, popes and kings and the emperor himself were gratified to have letters from him, and in the printed collections of his epistles were to be found his answers to Vergara, showing that the latter had urged him to write in confutation of Luther. The day after this defence was presented, there came the most serious evidence as yet offered against him. This was from another distinguished Erasmist, then on trial, Alonso de Verruz, who testified that 4 years before, in a discussion whether the sacrament worked ex opere operato, Vergara ridiculed it as a fantastic opinion, and further that he did not hold as he should certain pious and Catholic doctrines. It is true that the Council of Trent had not yet pronounced, as it did in 1547, the self-operation of the sacrament to be defied, but the doctrine was coeval with the development of the sacramental theory in the 12th century, and was indispensable in vindication of its validity in polluted hands against the Donatist heresy. To deny it, even in disputation, could not fail to prejudice Vergara's case. which dragged on in spite of the efforts of his friends, and even of the Empress, to expedite it. At length, on December 21, 1535, he was sentenced to appear as a penitent in an auto de fe, to abjure de vehementi, to be recluded in a monastery for a year irremissibly, and to pay a fine of 1,500 ducats. In 3 months, however, Manrique charitably transferred him to the cathedral cloister, and on February 27, 1537, his confinement came to an end. He incurred no disabilities. His reputation seems not to have suffered, for he retained his Toledo canonry, and, as we have seen, he incurred in 1547 the displeasure of Archbishop Silecio by opposing the Statute of Limpieza. Verus was a similar victim to the revulsion against Erasmus. He was a Benedictine abbot of San Tholo, a learned Orientalist and the favourite preacher of Charles V, who had carried him to Germany. Envy of his favour at court caused his denunciation. Isolated passages in his sermons were cited against him, and he was thrown in prison in 1533. His incarceration lasted for 4 years, in spite of Charles's efforts for his liberation. It was in vain that he pleaded that some 14 years before Erasmus had been regarded as orthodox, and that he adduced the arguments which he had used against Melanchthon in the Diet of Ratisbon. In 1537 he was declared to be suspect of Lutheranism. He was required to abjure and was recluded in a convent for 2 years, with suspension from preaching for 2 more. Charles was so much interested in him that, notwithstanding his strenuous objection to papal interference, he procured from Paul III a brief of May 29, 1538, by which the sentence was set aside and Verus was declared capable of any preferment, even episcopal. When Juan de Savia, Bishop of Canaries, died in 1542, Verus was appointed his successor and died in 1545. Contemporary with these cases was that of Pedro de Lerma, a member of one of the leading families of Burgos. He was a canon of the cathedral and abbot of Alcala, renowned as a preacher and a man of the highest consideration. He had spent 50 years in the University of Paris, where the Sorbonne made him dean of its faculty. Happening to read some of the works of Erasmus, he was so impressed that they influenced his sermons. He was denounced to the Inquisition, which imprisoned him, and after a long trial he was required in 1537 to recant 11 propositions publicly in all the towns where he had preached, confessing that he had taught them at the instigation of the devil to propagate error in the Church. He was so humiliated that he abandoned Spain for Paris, where he was warmly received as dean of the faculty and where he died in 1541. The people of Burgos, we are told, who had regarded him with the greatest reverence, were so impressed by this that those who had sent their sons abroad to study at once recalled them. This atmosphere of all-pervading suspicion and this exaggerated sensitiveness to possible error exposed everyone to prosecution for the most innocently unguarded remark. Miguel Mesquita, a gentleman of Formique, Teruel, appeared January 19, 1536, before the Valencia tribunal in obedience to a citation and under the usual formula of being told to search his conscience. He intuitively recurred to Erasmus and related a talk which he had, some 5 or 6 years previous, with a Dominican, in which he had defended the Enchiridion on the ground that it had been subjected to examination without being condemned. This, however, proved not to be the cause of his summons, for Pedro Fora, a priest of Teruel, had denounced him as having said that Luther preached the gospel and was therefore called an evangelist, while the followers of the Pope were called Papists, and that Luther was right in maintaining that Scripture did not say that Christ gave power to St. Peter, but to all the apostles. Mosquito explained that he had been several times to Italy and had been sent to Flanders. The priest had asked him what was said about Luther, and he had merely gratified his curiosity by repeating what he had heard abroad in common talk. He earnestly implored to be released, for he had 8 children, 4 of them studying in Salamanca, and when suddenly carried off from home, he had left but 6 sueldos in his house. Fortunately for him, the inquisitors were not unreasonable, and on January 29th he was allowed to return to his family. But the case remained on the records to be brought up against him should any malevolent neighbour see fit to distort some careless utterance. End of section 49. Section number 50 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Naomi Brewster, Melbourne, Australia. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book number 8, Chapter 3, Part 2, Spheres of Action, Protestantism. Mysticism and Illuminism, which, about this time, commenced their development in Spain, furnished another source of accusations of Lutheranism, due to their common tendency to cast aside the observances of sacerdotalism and to bring the sinner into direct relations with God. But this field of inquisitorial activity demands separate consideration. Meanwhile, the above cases will probably suffice to indicate the way in which Catholics, who had no thought of wandering from the faith, fell under suspicion of partaking in the new heresies, and were consequently subjected to persecution more or less distressing. It would scarce be worth while to follow in detail the long succession of those who had similar experience. The case of Carranza has already been discussed. Fray Juan de Regla, confessor of Charles V at San Just, and one of the witnesses against Carranza, was imprisoned by the Saragossa tribunal and was required to abjure 18 propositions. Fray Francisco de Villalba, who preached the funeral sermon of Charles V, was denounced for Lutheranism and was saved only by the protection of Philip II. Miguel de Medina, one of the theologians of the Council of Trent, was so orthodox that in his Disputatio de Indulgentis he ascribes to indulgences a virtue so great that without them Christianity would be a failure. Yet this did not prevent his prosecution for defending certain propositions thought to savour of Lutheranism, and, after 4 years' detention, he died in prison with his trial unfinished. All these were cases of good Catholics, whose prosecution is attributable to the hyperaesthesia of orthodoxy. As regards the real Protestantism, there was necessarily a double duty, one with respect to its literature and the other to its professors. The former will be discussed in the next chapter, and it suffices here to point out that although there was as yet no organized censorship of the press, the possession or reading of any of Luther's books was forbidden under pain of excommunication in 1520 by Leo X in the bull Ex Surge Domine, and this was extended to the works of all his followers in the recension of the bull of Sena Domini by Adrian VI. We have seen the flurry produced in 1521 by the dread of the introduction of this literature into Spain, and it would appear that there was a demand for it, or that the German heretics were endeavouring to create one, for in 1524 we hear that a ship from Holland for Valencia, captured by the French and recaptured, was brought into San Sebastian when 2 casks of Lutheran books were found in her cargo, which were publicly burnt. Some 8 months later, 3 Venetian galeasses brought large quantities of similar books to a port in Granada, where the corregidor seized and burned them and imprisoned the captains and crews. As yet, however, there seems to have been no definite penalty save the papal censures for possession of this forbidden literature. We have seen Juan de Vergara similarly surrendering what he had. In 1527 we chanced to find a commission issued by the Suprema to absolve a fraile from the excommunication thus incurred, and in 1528 a similar one for the benefit of the Liciador Fray Diego de Ostudio. As regards heretics in person, the relations of Spain with the Netherlands and Germany at this period were too intimate for it to escape their intrusion. The earliest case I have met occurred in 1524, when a German named Blay Esteve was condemned by the Tribunal of Valencia. Again the same tribunal in 1528 tried Cornelius, a painter of Ghent, for saying that Luther was not a heretic, and for denying the existence of purgatory, the utility of masses, confession, etc. He had not the spirit of martyrdom, but pleaded intoxication, and that he had abandoned in Spain the errors which he had entertained in Flanders. He was sentenced to reconciliation and perpetual prison, and in the papers of the trial there is an allusion to the prosecution of Jacob Torres, apparently another Lutheran. Valencia, in 1529, had another case in the person of Malco de Württemberg, who came there by way of Naples. He preached in the streets, saying that he had searched the world in vain for a true follower of Christ, and he predicted that in 3 years the world would be drowned in blood. He was probably an Anabaptist, and, when on trial, he admitted that he had visited Martin Luther to learn whether the Lutheran sect possessed the truth. The tribunal referred the case to the Suprema, which replied that if he held any Lutheran errors, justice should be done. If not, the case was trifling, and 100 lashes would suffice. The papers are imperfect, and we can only gather that he denied Lutheranism and escaped with the scourging. Cases of this kind were doubtless occurring in the various tribunals, but it was some time as yet before systematic action was taken by the Inquisition. Clement VII addressed a brief, May 8, 1526, to the Observantine Franciscans, empowering them to receive all Lutherans desiring to return to the Church, who were to be reincorporated on accepting salutary penance, and to be absolved and relieved from all the penalties decreed by Leo X and by others. This was evidently designed for temporary effect in Germany, and although sent to Spain, it was too subversive of the exclusive jurisdiction of the Inquisition to be observed there. The earliest action of the Suprema to protect Spain from the dissemination of the new heresies would seem to be a letter in 1527 to the provisor of Lugo and of the Dominican provincial and Franciscan guardian there, about the heretics arriving at the Galician ports, and ordering them to inquire after Lutheran books, which they were required to seize. Corunna was one of the chief ports of commerce with the northern seas, thus calling for special watchfulness. And though a tribunal had recently been provided for Galicia, apparently on this account it seems not to have been in working order. Still, the heretics continued to come, and the Suprema issued, April 27, 1531, a Carta Acordata instructing the tribunals to publish special edicts of faith, requiring the denunciation of persons suspected of holding Lutheran opinions. Apparently the time had arrived when some definite position with regards to the growing danger had to be taken. There seems to have been doubt felt as to the authority of the Inquisition to deal with it, and as to the policy to be observed towards these heretics, for a brief was procured July 15th of the same year from Clement VII, empowering Manrique and his deputies to proceed against the followers of Martin Luther, their fautors and defenders, and a clause to this effect continued subsequently to be included in the commissions of the Inquisitor General. The brief, moreover, extended Manrique's personal jurisdiction for this heresy over archbishops and bishops, although these were not to be arrested and imprisoned. Impenitents were to be relaxed in accordance with the canons, while those who sought reconciliation were to be admitted with due punishment, and could even be dispensed for irregularity and be relieved of all disabilities and note of infamy. There was evidently as yet a disposition to treat these new heretics with special tenderness. For some time as yet the labours of the Inquisition in the suppression of Lutheranism were confined to foreigners, the most conspicuous of whom was Hugo de Calzo, a learned Burgundian doctor of both laws and author of serviceable Reportario de las Leyes, which saw the light at Valladolid in 1538, and again in Alcala in 1540. In 1532 he seems to have been prosecuted without conviction at Toledo, but fell again under suspicion and was finally burnt in 1551. It is true that Queen Mary of Hungary, sister of Charles V, did not escape suspicion, but the earliest undoubted heretic recorded of Spanish blood would seem to be Francisco de San Roman of Burgos. Engaged, while still a young man, in business in the Netherlands, his affairs took him to Bremen, where he was converted and became so ardent a proselyte that after various adventures he undertook to convert Charles V at Ratisbon. Persisting in the attempt, he was sent in chains to Spain, and as he refused to recant, there was nothing to do with him save to give him the fiery death that he courted, the first of the few Spanish martyrs to Protestantism. Carranza attended him at the stake and urged him to submit to the Church, but the ferocious crowd pierced him with their swords, a not infrequent occurrence at the auto de fe. We have no dates, but an allusion to Charles's expedition to Tunis would seem to place his career about 1540. Nearly at the same time there appeared another, who was classed as a Lutheran, although he seems to have worked out his heresies independently. All that we know of Rodrigo de Valero rests on the unreliable testimony of González de Montes, who describes him as a wealthy youth of Lebrija, near Seville, suddenly converting from the vanities of the world to an assiduous study of Scripture and the conviction that he was a new apostle of Christ. His special heresies are not recorded, but they lead to his trial by the Seville tribunal, which confiscated his property and discharged him as insane. He continued his apostolate, and, on the second trial, he was condemned to perpetual prison and San Benito. Here, in the obligatory Sunday attendance at Mass, he contradicted the priest until, to silence him, he was recluded in a convent at San Lucar de Barrameda, where he lay until his death. Valero was not without importance, for he was the perverter of Juan Gil, or Dr. Egidio, the founder of the little Protestant community of Seville, which came, as we shall see, to an untimely end. Egidio was a magistral canon of the cathedral, and a man of the highest consideration for learning and eloquence. Indeed, he was nominated by Charles V to the see of Tortosa, which was vacant from 1548 to 1553. On his post-mortem trial in 1559, evidence shows that, as early as 1542, he had preached to the nuns of Santa Clara on the uselessness of external works, denying the suffrages of the saints, and stigmatizing image worship as idolatry. A letter of Charles to Valdez, from Brussels, January 25, 1550, shows that Egidio was then on trial in Seville. Charles ordered Valdez to investigate the case personally in Seville and consult him before concluding it, all of which must be done speedily, for that church, Tortosa, must be provided with a prelate. Charles's solicitude shows that the matter was regarded as important. Egidio, in fact, was the centre of a little band of Lutherans whom the Inquisition was eagerly tracking. The Suprema wrote, July 30, 1550, to Valdez at Seville, urging him to expiate the case, and adding that it had written to Charles about the arrest of those in Paris and Flanders implicated with Dr. Egidio, and about Dr. Zapata, who had delivered Lutheran books to Antonio de Guzman. Yet when Egidio's trial ended, August 21, 1552, he was treated with singular moderation. He was obliged publicly to abjure as heretical 10 propositions which he admitted to have uttered, subjecting himself to the penalty of relapse for reincidence. 8 more propositions he recanted as false and erroneous, and 7 he explained in a Catholic sense, all of these being more or less Lutheran. He was sentenced to a year's confinement in the castle of Triana, and never to leave Spain. For a year after release he was not to celebrate Mass, and for 10 years he was suspended from preaching, confessing and partaking in disputations. Death in 1556 saved him from a harsher fate, although, as we shall see, his bones were exhumed and burnt in 1560. The mildness of the Inquisition shows that thus far there was no alarm to stimulate severity, nor was there any cause for it. We hear a good deal of the missionary efforts of the German or other heretics, but up to this time there is slender trace of such work. The only indication, and that being a very dubious one, that I have met with of such attempts is the case of Gabriel de Narbonne before the Valencia tribunal in 1537. He was a Frenchman who had learned heresy during 4 years spent in Germany and Switzerland. As a wandering mendicant in Spain, he spoke freely of his beliefs to all whom he met. When arrested, he confessed fully to all the leading tenets of Lutheranism and begged mercy. After a year's confinement, under threat of torture, he stated that he had been sent by the Swiss heretics to Spain as a missionary. There were 3 others, one named Beltran, who was likewise in Spain. One was destined to Venice and the other to Savoy. He had wandered, he said, on foot for 2 years through the whole peninsula, from Catalonia and Navarre to Lisbon, disseminating his heresies wherever he could find a listener, especially among the clergy. Had the tribunal believed his story, he would have been sharply tortured to discover his converts. As it was, he was merely reconciled with irremissible prison, while his nephew, another Gabriel de Narbonne, who spontaneously denounced himself as having been perverted by his uncle, was reconciled with spiritual penance and forbidden to leave the kingdom. It would seem as though the Holy See were desirous to arouse the Spanish Inquisition to a sense of its inertness in combating these dangerous innovations. For in 1551 Julius III sent to Inquisitor General Valdez a brief empowering him to punish Lutheranism irrespective of the station of the offender, a wholly superfluous grant, for he already possessed by his commission all requisite faculties, except as regards bishops, and the case of Carranza shows that they were not included in the brief. If the object was to stimulate, it failed, for the cases of Lutheranism continued for some time to be few and mostly of foreigners. The year 1558 may be taken as a turning point in the history of Spanish Protestantism, and up to that time the industrious researches of Ernst Schiffer into the records of all the tribunals have only resulted in finding an aggregate of 105 cases, of which 39 are of natives and 66 of foreigners. Of course, in the chaos of archives, no such statistics can be regarded as complete. But on the other hand, the tribunals were in the habit of classing as Lutheranism any deviation, even in a minor degree, from dogma or observance, or any careless speech, such as those of which we have examples above. As a whole, the figures are significant of the slender impressions thus far made on Spanish thought by the intense religious excitement beyond the Pyrenees. A few individuals, mostly those who have been abroad, are all that can be regarded as really infected with the new doctrines. Thus far there had been nothing of organization, of little associations or conventicles, in which those of common faith assembled for worship, for mutual encouragement, or for planning measures to disseminate their beliefs. But something of the kind was beginning to develop in Seville, where the teachings of Rodrigo de Valero and Dr. Egidio gradually spread through the widening circle. After Egidio's death in 1556, the leading figure was Dr. Constantino Ponce de la Fuente, who was elected by the chapter to the vacant magistral canonry, and who was a man of the highest consideration, having served Charles V in Flanders as confessor and chaplain. Another important personage was Maestro Garcia Arias, known as Dr. Blanco, prior of the Geronimite house of San Isidro, all of the brethren of which became converts, as well as some of the inmates of the Geronimite nunnery of San Paula. An influential beneficiary of the Church of San Vicente, named Francisco de Zafra, also joined the group, which, although largely composed of clerics, secular and regular, contained many laymen. We hear of two rag-pickers, Francisco and Antonio de Cardenas, while there was also a noble of the highest rank, Don Juan Ponce de Leon, of the great house of the Dukes of Arcos. Every class of society was represented in the little band, which numbered altogether over 120, besides Dr. Juan Pérez de Pineda and Julian Hernandez, who had sought safety in flight, probably about the time of the arrest of Dr. Egidio. In 1557, from some cause, suspicion was aroused and the tribunal commenced a secret investigation, which seems to have reached the ears of some of the inculpated, and 11 of the Geronimites of San Isidro sought safety in flight, among whom were 2 who became noteworthy, Cipriano de Valera and Casiodoro de Reina. This increased the suspicion, and certain writings of Dr. Constantino were subjected to examination. They had passed current without animadversion for 10 years, but in 1557 a Carta Acordada addressed to all the tribunals called attention to them, followed, January 2, 1558, by a list of books to be burnt, to which were added 3 of his to be seized but not burnt. Finally, the tribunal was able to obtain positive evidence against individuals. Juan Pérez, in the refuge of Geneva, had been busy in preparing propagandist works. To convey them into Spain was a perilous task, but it was undertaken by Julian Hernandez, who had spent some years in Paris, had then wandered into Scotland and Germany, and had become a deacon in the Walloon Church of Frankfurt. The story that he reached Seville with 2 large casks of Pérez Testament, Psalms and Catechism is probably an exaggeration, but he brought a supply of them, reaching Seville in July 1557. The books were deposited outside the walls and were smuggled in at night, or were brought in by Don Juan Ponce de Leon in his saddlebags. Julian made a fatal blunder with a letter and a copy of the Imagen de Anticristo, addressed to a priest, which he delivered to one of the same name who was a good Catholic. When the latter saw as the frontispiece the Pope kneeling to Satan and reading that good works were useless, He hastened with the dangerous matter to the Inquisition, which made good use of the clue thus furnished. Don Juan promptly fled to Ecija and Julian to the Sierra Morena, but they were tracked and brought back on October 7th. The other arrests speedily followed, and the prisons began to fill. With its customary unwearied patience, the tribunal traced out all the ramifications of the heretical conventicle, arresting one after another, as denunciations of accomplices were obtained from prisoners. Dr. Constantino and his friend Dr. Blanco were not seized until August 1558, and the first auto de fe was not celebrated until September 24, 1559. End of section 50. Section number 51 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Naomi Brewster, Melbourne, Australia. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book number 3, Part 3, Spheres of Action, Protestantism. Meanwhile, almost simultaneously, a similar association of Protestants had been discovered at Valladolid, then the residence of the court. An Italian gentleman, Don Carlos di Seso, said to be the son of the Bishop of Piacenza, had been converted about 1550, apparently by the writings of Juan de Valdez. He came to Spain, bringing with him heretical books and ardently desiring to spread the Reformed faith. He settled first in Logrono, where he made some converts, and then, through the influence of his wife, Isabel de Castilla, of royal blood and highly esteemed, he was appointed corregidor of Toro about 1554. There he converted the bachelor Antonio de Herrezuelo and his wife Leonor de Cisneros, Donna Ana Enriquez, daughter of Elvira, Marchioness of Alcanese, Juan de Ulloa Pereira, Comandata of San Juan, and others of more or less distinction, while in Pedrosa, a town lying between Toro and Valladolid, Pedro de Cazalla, the parish priest, also fell under his influence and became a missionary in his turn. Among his converts was his sacristan Juan Sanchez, whose imprudent zeal greatly alarmed Cazalla. In 1557, Sanchez left Pedroso for Valladolid, where he entered the service of Donna Catalina de Ortega, whom he soon converted, and with her Donna Beatriz de Vivero, a sister of Cazalla. Through them 7 nuns of the Cistercian house of Nuestra Señora de Belen were brought into the new faith. But the greatest conquest, about May 1557, was made when Beatriz de Vivero and Pedro Cazalla won their brother, Dr. Augustin de Cazalla. No ecclesiastic was of higher repute or greater influence with all classes. He was the favourite preacher of Charles V, who had carried him to Germany in 1543, where possibly his debates with heretics may have unconsciously undermined his faith. Next to him, among the converts, might be ranked the Dominican Fray Domingo de Royas, whose reputation for learning and eloquence was of the highest. He had been a fellow student of Pedro de Cazalla. He had accompanied Carranza to Trent in 1552, where he had encountered heretics, and since then some of his utterances had led his brother Dominicans to entertain suspicions. But when Beatriz de Vivero first sought to convert him, he was firm and even thought of denouncing her. In the autumn of 1557, however, Augustin Cazalla and Carlos de Seso won him over to heresy, and he in his turn brought in his brother, Don Pedro Sarmiento, and his nephew Don Luis de Royas, heir to the Marquisate of Pozo. As in Seville, the reformers thus included men of the highest consideration, socially and ecclesiastically, as well as those of the lower classes. Still, their numbers were few. The wild estimates of 500 or 6,000 are baseless, for they did not exceed 55 or 60, wholly without organization, being scattered from Logrono to Zamora, though the house of Donna Leonor de Vivero, the widowed mother of the Cazallas, served occasionally as a meeting place. Of her 10 children, 4 sons, Augustin and Pedro Cazalla, Francisco and Juan de Vivero, and 2 daughters, Beatriz and Costanza, were involved. The rest seemed to have escaped. She herself, after the prosecutions commenced, was only confined to her house. She speedily died and received Christian burial, but her bones were subsequently exhumed and burnt. Notwithstanding this, one of the sons, Gonzalo Perez de Cazalla, obtained, May 12, 1560, a dispensation from the causas arbitrarias. It was inevitable that such a propaganda should be discovered, and the only source of surprise is that it should have been carried on for 2 or 3 years without betrayal, but this came at last almost simultaneously from several sources. In Zamora, Cristobal de Padilla, steward of the Marchioness of Alcaide, was unguarded in his talk. Towards Easter of 1558, the publication of the Edict of Faith led to 2 denunciations, on which he was arrested by the bishop and thrown into the public prison. As he was not incommunicado, he was able to send word to his accomplices, and Herrezuelo promptly advised Pedro de Cazalla with warning that no reliance could be placed on Padilla's reticence. Even more threatening than this was the inconsiderate zeal of Francisco de Vivero and his sister Beatriz in seeking to convert 2 friends, Donna Antonio de Branches and Donna Juana de Fonseca. Their confessors refused absolution and Easter communion unless they could obtain full information. This they did, and the tribunal was speedily in possession of the names of nearly all the converts, and made arrangements to seize them all. Despite its profound secrecy, Dr. Cazalla chanced to hear it said that there were heretics in Valladolid who had been denounced by Juana de Fonseca. The purport of this was unmistakable, and wild confusion reigned among the little band. Desperate plans of escape were projected, but the time was too short. Some sought mercy by surrendering themselves and denouncing their accomplices. Others silently awaited arrest. Only 3 attempted flight. Fray Domingo de Royas, disguised in secular apparel, hastened to Logrono to Carlos de Seso, and the 2 tried to escape through Navarre. At Pamplona they secured a pass from the viceroy, but the agents of the Inquisition were in hot pursuit. They were recognized and conducted back under guard of 12 familiars and some mounted officials, which was rather for their protection than to prevent escape, for wherever they passed, crowds assembled with demonstrations of burning them. Fray Domingo was in mortal fear lest his kinsmen should slay him on the road, and it was deemed necessary to enter Valladolid at night to avoid lapidation by the mob. Of all concerned, the only one who succeeded in leaving Spain was Juan Sanchez, who found at Castro de Urdiales a vessel bound for Flanders, and he, as we have seen, was caught a year later and shared the fate of his associates. Inquisitor General Valdez, whose disgrace was imminent, promptly took advantage of the situation to save himself. It is easy for us now to recognize the absurdity of the fear that a couple of hundred more or less zealous Protestants in Seville and Valladolid could constitute any real danger to the faith so firmly entrenched and so powerfully organized in Spain. But at the moment no man could know how far the infection had spread. There was reasonable cause for alarm at the simultaneous discovery, in places so far apart, of heresy numbering among its disciples those of high rank in the world and of distinguished position in the Church. This alarm it was the business of Valdez to intensify in order to render himself indispensable, and the most exaggerated rumours were industriously spread. Abbot Illescas, who was an eyewitness, treats it as a most terrible conspiracy, which, if the discovery had been postponed for 2 or 3 months, would have set all Spain aflame, resulting in the gravest misfortune that had ever befallen the land. That hideous stories were circulated is shown by his assertion that matters too horrible to mention were proved. In the Castile house, nocturnal conventicles were held, abominable and satanic gatherings in which Lutheran doctrines were preached. The legend was industriously maintained. The Venetian envoy, Leonardo Donato, referring to the matter in 1573, says that if it had not been remedied with speedy punishment, everyone believes that the evil weed would have grown apace and would have infected all Spain. And this, perhaps, was not one of the least causes that induced Philip II to make peace with France and return home. So Inquisitor Paramo, towards the close of the century, tells us that no one doubts but that a great conflagration would have resulted had it not been for the vigilance of the Holy Office, and that, in the nocturnal conventicles held in the Castile house, the heretics polluted themselves with horrid wickedness. That the government should feel keen anxiety at the unknown proportions of the portentous discovery was natural. Charles V was nearing his end in the retirement of Ust, and Philip was in Flanders engrossed in the war with France. His sister, the Infanta Juliana, the temporary ruler, was a woman of very moderate capacity, and she and her advisers, in view of the religious disquiet in France and Germany, might reasonably view with dread the prospect of civil dissension, which in that age was the usual result of dissidence in faith. The outbreak in Seville had not excited much attention, but now this one at the court, involving such personages, portended unknown evils and came just in time to save Valdez from disgrace, as we have seen above. On March 23, 1558, the Princess Juliana had written to her father that when he had ordered the body of his mother Juliana to be transferred to Granada, she had commanded Valdez to accompany it, and then to visit his diocese in Seville. He endeavoured to excuse himself at the moment, but promised to arrange so as to obey shortly. Then, when urged to do so some days later, he raised further difficulties. It made no difference whether the body was buried then or in September. Everybody was endeavouring to drive him away. Troubles with his chapter required his presence at the court or in Rome. Besides, he was occupied with some heresies which had arisen in Seville and in Murcia, and was busy in endeavouring to get a subsidy from the Moriscos of Granada. Evidently he was belittling the Seville heresies, lest they should serve as an excuse for sending him hither, and when Juliana referred his letter to the Council of State, it insisted that he could be properly obliged to reside in his diocese. It can therefore be easily conceived how eagerly he grasped the opportune explosion in Valladolid, and how it was magnified so as to produce in the court a vastly greater impression than the more dangerous one in Seville. In a letter of May 12 to Philip, the Suprema briefly announced the discovery. The heretics were so numerous, and the time had been so short, that it could give no details, but it suggestively insisted on the necessity of the presence of Valdez to urge the matter forward, and it hoped that, with the royal favour, action would be taken for the salvation of the delinquents and the example and restraint of others. As we have seen, this produced immediate effect, for Philip, who had written June 5th that he must be relegated to his see, on the 14th countermanded the order. Charles had already been induced to take the same position. As early as April 27th, Juan Vázquez reported to him the arrest of Dr. Cazalla and the alarming outlook, adding that the remedy should be speedy and that the Inquisitor General and Suprema were actively at work. Charles was thoroughly aroused. He had spent his strength and his life in combating heresy. It had baffled his policies and frustrated his ambitions. It had been a thorn in the flesh, rankling and crippling him at every turn. It had fairly worn him out and driven him to abdication, and now its spectre broke in upon the repose for which his wearied soul and exhausted body had longed. He was appalled by the prospect of a renewal of the struggle in the only land as yet preserved from its influence, and his religious zeal was enkindled with the conviction that only by the enforcement of unity of faith could public order and even the monarchy itself be maintained. Accordingly, on May 3rd, he wrote to Juliana, asking her most earnestly to order that Valdez should not leave the court, where his presence was so necessary. She must give him and the Suprema all the support requisite to enable them to suppress so great an evil by the rigorous punishment of the guilty. Had he the bodily strength, he would himself come and share the labour. Juliana sent for Valdez and showed him the letter, which assured him that he had retained his position, and the work went on of arresting the heretics, reports of which were duly sent to Charles. The more he pondered over the situation, the more excited he grew. On May 25th, in a long letter to Juliana, he magnified the danger and the urgency of stern measures. "I do not know," he said, "that in these cases it will suffice to follow the common law, that the guilty of a first offence can secure pardon by begging mercy and professing conversion, for when at liberty they will be free to repeat the offence." The admission to mercy was not provided for cases like these, for in addition to their enormity, from what you write to me, it appears that in another year, if unchecked, they would have dared to preach in public, thus inferring their dangerous designs. For it is clear that they could not do so without organization and armed leaders. It must therefore be seen whether they can be prosecuted for sedition and disturbance of the Republic, thus incurring the penalty of rebellion without mercy. He goes on to instance his own cruel edicts in the Netherlands, under which the pertinacious were burnt alive and the repentant were beheaded, a policy which he urged Philip to continue, and which the latter practised in England, as though he were a natural king, leading to so many and such pitiless executions even of bishops. There must, he concluded, be no competencias of jurisdiction over this, for believe me, my daughter, if this evil be not suppressed at the beginning, I cannot promise that there will be a king hereafter to do it. So I entreat you, as earnestly as I can, to do everything possible, for the nature of the case demands it, and that the necessary action be taken in my name. I order Louis Quijada to go to you and to talk to such persons as you may direct. Not satisfied with this, Charles, on the same day, sent to Philip a copy of this letter and begged him to give orders for the unsparing punishment of the guilty, for the service of God and the preservation of the kingdom were at stake. Philip's marginal note on this was to thank him for what he had done, to ask him to press the matter, and to assure him that the same would be done from Flanders. We shall see that Charles's cruel desire was fulfilled, though it was done ecclesiastically and not by distorting the secular law. There followed a brisk correspondence between Valladolid and San Just, Charles burning with impatience and urging speedy action, and Valdez assured him that all possible effort was making by the Inquisition in its crippled condition for want of funds. Philip was kept advised and wrote to Juliana from his camp near d'Orleans, September 6th, expressing his satisfaction with what had been done. They were not to delay by communicating with him, who was busy with the war, but were to take orders from the emperor to whom he had written, asking him to take charge of the affair. Valdez was now master of the situation, both in this and the affair of Carranza, which hinged upon it to a large extent. To exploit it to the utmost, he addressed September 9th to Paul IV a letter in which he gave a brief account of the development of Lutheranism in Valladolid and Seville. He dwelt upon the dangers impending, the labours of the Inquisition, and the poverty which crippled its efforts. Adopting the argument of Charles V, he pointed out that this Lutheranism was a kind of sedition or tumult, occurring as it did among persons of importance by birth, religion and wealth, so that there were perils of greater evils if they were treated with the same benignity as the converts from Islam and Judaism, who were mostly of low estate and not to be feared. Lutheranism promised relief from church burdens which bore hardly on the people who would welcome liberation, while tribunals might scruple to relax persons of quality who would not patiently endure penance and imprisonment, and from their rank and the influence of their kindred great evils might arise, both to religion and the peace of the kingdom. A papal brief would be highly desirable, therefore, under which the tribunals, without scruple or fear of irregularity, could and should relax the guilty from whom danger to the Republic might be feared, no matter what their dignity in church or state, giving to the inquisitors full power to employ the rigour required by the situation, even if it went beyond the limits of the law. We have seen how successful was this appeal in establishing on a firm basis the finances of the Inquisition, nor was it less so in obtaining the cruel power for which Charles V aspired, and also a faculty which enabled Valdez to destroy Carranza. Allusion has already been made to the briefs of January 4th and 7th, 1559. By which Paul IV granted a limited jurisdiction over the episcopal order, and authorized the relaxation of penitents who begged for mercy, when it was believed that their conversion was not sincere. In both these directions, as was customary with the Inquisition, the limitation was disregarded, and the grant of power was freely exercised. Having obtained authority to set aside the law, the Inquisition was prepared to impress the people with a sense of the danger of wandering from the faith. Nothing was spared to enhance the effect of the auto de fe of Trinity Sunday, May 21, 1559, in which the first portion of the Valladolid prisoners were to suffer. It was solemnly proclaimed 15 days in advance, during which the buildings of the Inquisition were incessantly patrolled, day and night, by 100 armed men, and guards were stationed at the stagings in the Plaza Mayor, for there were rumours that the prison was to be blown up and that the stagings were to be fired. Along the line of procession, palings were set in the middle of the street, forming an unobstructed path for 3 to march abreast, intrusion on which was forbidden under heavy penalties, but this and the numerous guards were powerless to keep it clear. Every house front along the line and around the plaza had its stagings. People flocked in from 30 or 40 leagues around and encamped in the fields. Except the familiars, no one was allowed to ride on horseback or to bear arms, under pain of death and confiscation. The procession was headed by the effigy of Leonor de Vivero, who had died during trial, clad in widowed weeds and bearing a mitre with flames and appropriate inscription, and followed by a coffin containing her remains to be duly burnt. Those who were to be relaxed in person numbered 14, of whom one, Gonzalo Baez, was a Portuguese convicted of Judaism. Those admitted to reconciliation with penance more or less severe were 16 in number, including an Englishman variously styled Anthony Grasso, or Bagor, probably Baker, punished for Protestantism, like all the rest except Baez. When the procession reached the plaza, Augustin Cazalla was placed in the highest seat as the conspicuous chief of the heresy, and next to him his brother Francisco de Vivero. Melchor Cano at once commenced the sermon, which occupied an hour, and then Valdez and the bishops approached the Princess Juliana and Prince Carlos, who were present, and administered to them the oath to protect and aid the Inquisition, to which the multitude responded in a mighty roar. To the death! Cazalla, his brother, and Alonso Perez, who were in orders, were duly degraded from the priesthood. The sentences were read. Those admitted to reconciliation made the necessary abjurations, and those condemned to relaxation were handed over to the secular arm. Mounted on asses, they were carried to the Plaza de la Puerta del Campo, where the requisite stakes had been erected, and there they met their end. With one exception, they were not martyrs in any true sense of the word, for all but one had recanted, had professed repentance, had begged for mercy, and had given full information as to their friends and associates. Under the law, with perhaps 2 or 3 exceptions, who might be regarded as dogmatizers, they would have been entitled to reconciliation. But the brief of January 4th had placed them at the mercy of the Inquisition, and an example was desired. End of section 51. Section number 52 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Naomi Brewster, Melbourne, Australia. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book number 8, Chapter 3, Part 4. Spheres of Action, Protestantism. Of these there were only 2 or 3 who merit special consideration. Cazalla, on his trial, had at first equivocated and denied that he had dogmatized, asserting that he had only spoken of these matters to those already converted. As a rule, all the prisoners eagerly denounced their associates. He may have been more reticent at first, for he was sentenced to torture in Capitolanum. But when stripped, he promised to inform against them fully, which he did, including Carranza among those who had misled him as to purgatory. He recanted, professed conversion, and eagerly sought reconciliation. The tribunal insisted on regarding him as chief of the conventicle, and, on the afternoon preceding the auto, it sent to his cell the prior of the Geronimite convent of Nuestra Señora de Prado, with one of his monks, Fray Antonio de la Carrera, to endeavour to extract further information. As officially reported by Fray Antonio, they found him in a dark cell, loaded with chains, and with a pie de amigo encircling his head. He greeted them warmly, but, when informed of their object, protested that he had nothing to add to his confessions without bearing false witness against himself or others. For 2 hours they laboured with him in vain, and then told him that he was condemned to die. In the seclusion of his prison he knew nothing of the papal brief. He had fully expected to be admitted to reconciliation, and the announcement came like a thunderstroke. One version of the interview states that he fainted and lay insensible for an hour. Another that he was incredulous, asking whether it would be possible and whether there was no escape. He was told he might be saved if he would make a more complete confession, but he repeated that he had already told the whole truth. Then he confessed sacramentally and received absolution. after which he spent the time until morning in begging mercy of God and thanking God for sending him this affliction for his salvation. He blessed and praised the Holy Office and all its ministers, saying that it had been founded not by the hand of man but by that of God. He willingly accepted the sentence, which was just and merited. He did not wish for life and would not accept it, for, as he had misused it in the past, so would it be in the future. All this was repeated when the usual confessors were admitted to his cell, and when morning came and the San Benito was brought, he kissed it, saying that he put it on with more pleasure than any garment he had ever worn. He declared that, when opportunity offered in the auto, he would curse and detest Lutheranism, and persuade everyone to do the same, with which purpose he took his place in the procession. So great was his emotional exaltation that he fulfilled this promise with such exuberance during the auto that he had to be checked. After the sentences were read and those who were to be relaxed were brought down, when he reached the lower step he met his sister, who was condemned to perpetual prison. They embraced, weeping bitterly, and when he was dragged away, she fell senseless. On the way to the brasero, he continued to exhort the people and direct his efforts, especially to the heroic Huizalio, who had steadfastly refused to abandon his faith and was to be burnt alive. We might possibly feel some suspicion of the accuracy of all this, especially as the Inquisition took the unusual step of having an official report of his behaviour drawn up, and a briefer one attested June 5th by Simon de Quibizion and Francisco de Rueda, the notaries who recorded the delivery of the relaxed to the magistrates. We have, however, the independent testimony of an eyewitness, the abbot Illescas, who tells us that after the degradation, Cazalla, with mitre on head and halter around his neck, shed tears so copiously, and loudly expressed his repentance with such unexampled fervour, that all present were satisfied that, through divine mercy, he was saved. He said and did so many things that everyone was moved to commiseration. Most of his comrades in death showed resignation, and all retracted publicly, though it was understood that with some this was rather to escape burning alive than with any good purpose. It was otherwise with Huizalio, the only martyr in the group. He avowed his faith, and resolutely adhered to it, in spite of all effort to convert him, and of the dreadful fate in store for him. On their way to the brasero, Cazalla wasted on him all his eloquence. He was gagged and could not reply, but his stoical endurance showed his unyielding pertinacity. When chained to the stake, a stone thrown at him struck him in the forehead, covering his face with blood, but as we are told, it did him no good. Then he was thrust through the belly by a pious halberdier, but this moved him not, and when the fire was set, he bore his agony without flinching, and to the general surprise, he thus ended diabolically. Illescas, who stood so near that he could watch every expression, reports that he seemed as impassive as flint, but though he uttered no complaint and manifested no regret, yet he died with the strangest sadness in his face, so that it was dreadful to look upon him as on one who in a brief moment would be in hell with his comrade and master, Luther. Perhaps the most pitiful case of all was that of his young wife Leonor de Cisneros. But 23 years old, with life opening before her, she had yielded so promptly to the methods of the Inquisition that she escaped with perpetual prison. In the weary years of the Casa de la Penitencia, the burden on her soul grew more and more unendurable, and the example of her martyred husband stood before her in stronger light. At last she could bear the secret torture no longer. With clear knowledge of her fate, she confessed her heresy, and in 1567 she was put on trial again. As a relapsed, there could be no mercy for her, but recantation might at least preserve her from death by fire, and earnest efforts were made to save her soul. They were unavailing. She declared that the Holy Spirit had enlightened her, and that she would die as her husband had died, for Christ. Nothing could overcome her resolution, and in September 28, 1568, she atoned for her weakness of 10 years before, and was burnt alive as an obstinate impenitent. The remainder of the Valladolid reformers were reserved for another celebration, October 8th, honoured with the presence of Philip II, who obediently took the customary oath, with bared head and ungloved hand. It was, if possible, an occasion of greater solemnity than the previous one. A Flemish official, who was present, estimates the number of spectators at 200,000, and though he must have been hardened to such scenes at home, he cannot repress an expression of sympathy with the sufferers. Besides a Morisco who was relaxed, a Judaizer reconciled, and 2 penitents for other offences, there were 26 Protestants. The lesson was the same as in the previous auto, that few had the ardour of martyrdom. 13 had made their peace in time to secure reconciliation or penance. Even Juana Sanchez, who had managed to bring with her a pair of scissors and had cut her throat, recanted before death, but her confession was considered imperfect and she was burnt in effigy. Of the 12 relaxed in person, 5 manifested persistence, but only in 2 cases did this withstand the test of fire. Carlos de Seso was unyielding to the end, and when we are told that he had to be supported by 2 familiars to enable him to stand when hearing his sentence, we can guess the severity of torture endured by him. Juan Sanchez was likewise pertinacious. When the fire was set, it burnt the cord fastening him to the stake. He leapt down and ran in flames. It was thought that he had wanted to confess, but when a confessor was brought, he refused to listen to him. One account says that the guards thrust him back into the flames, another that he looked up and saw Carlos de Seso calmly burning, and himself leaping back into the blazing pile. Fray Domingo de Royes presented a brave front, and after his degradation addressed the king, asserting his heresies until dragged away and gagged. But when brought to the stake, his heart failed him. He declared that he wished to die in the faith of Rome and was garroted. It was the same with Pedro de Cazalla and Pedro de Sotelo, who were gagged as unrepentant, but who were converted at the brasero. Those who had merited mercy by prompt confession and denunciation of accomplices were as a rule not severely penanced, and in many cases their punishment was abbreviated. There would appear to have been some especially severe disabilities inflicted on the descendants of Carlos de Seso, extending to the female line, removable only by the Holy See, for in 1630 Urban VIII, at the special request of Philip IV, granted to Catarina de Castilla, granddaughter of Isabel de Castilla, wife of Carlos de Seso, a dispensation to hold honours and dignities, secular and spiritual. Thus was exterminated the nascent Protestantism of Valladolid. Meanwhile the Seville tribunal had been struggling with the mass of work thrown upon it by the capture of Julian Hernandez and Don Juan Ponce de Leon. So numerous were the arrests that the rule had been broken which forbade the confinement of accomplices together, and, as the circle widened, arrests had to be postponed in expectation of an auto-da-fe that should empty the cells. Until June 6, 1559, the tribunal asked for power to requisition houses to serve as prisons. To hasten the work, early in 1559, Bishop Manebrega de Tarazona, an old inquisitor, was sent to Seville to aid the tribunal, but he was excessively severe, desiring to burn everyone. He soon became involved in bickering and recrimination with the inquisitors Carpio and Gasca, of whom he complained bitterly. Votes in discordia were frequent. Appeals to the Suprema were constant, and the work was delayed. It was not until September 24th, 1559, that an auto could be celebrated. If all old Castile had poured into Valladolid, so all Andalusia manifested its religious zeal by crowding into Seville. 3 days in advance the people began to assemble, until the city could hold no more, and they were obliged to sleep in the fields. The stagings and scaffoldings were on the most extensive scale, and a place was specially provided for the Duchess of Beja and her friends, who apparently desired the pleasure of seeing her kinsman, Juan Ponce de Leon, relaxed. As was so often the case, the solemnities were somewhat marred by an unseemly contest for precedence between the civil and ecclesiastical authorities, which was renewed at the auto of 1560 and was not settled for several years. The services of 38 frailes and Jesuits were required to prepare for their doom those who were to be relaxed. The most prominent of the victims was Don Juan Ponce de Leon, who had remained hardened during his 2 years of confinement in the belief that a man of his rank would not be burnt. He was an ardent Protestant. He had founded in his lands a sort of church where worship was conducted in secret. He had gone to the brasero where, raising his hands to heaven, he had wished to God that he could be burnt there to ashes with his wife and children in defence of his faith, and he had said that if he had an income of 20,000 ducats, he would spend it all in evangelizing Spain. But when he learnt his fate that night, he professed conversion. On the staging, he busied himself in urging his fellow convicts to abandon their errors, and he made an exemplary end with tears and repentance. The next most conspicuous sufferer was the licenciado Juan Gonzalez, a famous preacher. He was of Moorish descent, and, when only 12 years old, had been penanced at Cordova for Moorish errors. Throughout his trial he had steadily refused to incriminate others, and during the night he answered the padre's exhortations with the Psalms of David. On the staging he talked heresy with his 2 sisters until he was gagged, and all 3 were burnt. The most interesting victim was Maria de Bohorques, aged 26, natural daughter of Pero Garcia de Xeres, a prominent citizen of Seville. She was a disciple of Cassiodoro de Reina, highly educated and thoroughly conversant with Scripture, in both its literal and spiritual senses. When the confessors entered her cell that night, she received them pleasantly and expressed no surprise at their fateful message. It was in vain that relays of frailes sought her conversion. Dominicans followed Jesuits, and Franciscans succeeding the Carmelites. She met all their arguments with biblical texts, and was the only one of the condemned who defended her faith. Thus she passed the night until summoned to the procession. On the staging, Ponce de Leon sought to convert her, but she silenced him, saying that it was a time for meditation on the Saviour. She treated the frailes who surrounded her as troublesome intermeddlers, but at 3 o'clock she yielded to their entreaties, relapsing soon afterwards, however, to her errors, and she was burnt. Another prominent culprit was Hernando de San Juan, master of the Doctrina Christiana for children in Seville. He was an obstinate heretic who resisted all efforts at conversion. After his sentence was read, the inquisitors asked whether he persisted in his errors, when he emphatically answered in the affirmative. Thereupon he was gagged, which he endured as though thanking God that it was given him to suffer for his sake. At length, however, he was persuaded by the frailes to escape burning alive by conversion, but his salvation, we are told, was uncertain, as he had been impenitent until then. Altogether, at this auto, there were relaxed in person 18 Lutherans, beside the effigy of the fugitive Francisco de Zafra. 2 of these were foreigners, Carlos de Bruyas, a Fleming, and Antonio Baldi, a Frenchman, master of the ship Unicornio. Evidently full use was made of the power to execute repentant converts, but whether any persisted to the end and were burnt alive cannot be gathered with certainty from any of the relations. The only guide we have is the general assertion of Velasquez that, in this and subsequent autos in Seville, there were 40 or 50 Lutherans executed, of whom 4 or 5 suffered themselves to be burnt alive. Besides those executed, there were 8 Lutherans reconciled, 3 abjured for vehement suspicion, and 10 for light suspicion, making 40 in all. 2 houses were ordered to be torn down and sowed with salt, those of Louis de Abrego and Isabel de Baena, which had been used for meetings. There were also 34 culprits for other offences, 14 Moriscos, of whom 3 were relaxed, 1 Judaizer reconciled, 4 bigamists, 2 blasphemers, 12 for holding fornication not to be a sin, and 1 false witness, making a total of 74 and giving the crowd ample entertainment. The work went on with unrelaxing vigour, but it was not until December 22, 1560, that another jail delivery could be arranged. Of this auto we have the dry official report, which shows that there were 14 relaxations in person and 3 in effigy, the latter being the deceased Dr. Egidio and Dr. Constantino and the fugitive Juan Pérez de Pineda. There were 15 reconciled and imprisoned, 5 abjurations de vehementi and 3 de levi, and there was 1 acquittal, making 41 in all, but soon afterwards there were 16 Spaniards and 26 foreigners discharged as innocent, showing how reckless and indiscriminating had been the arrests. Whether any of the relaxed persisted to the end and were burnt alive is not recorded, for the only remark accompanying the report is that there were no offensive speeches, because those likely to utter them were duly gagged in advance. Of these there were 2 or 3 deserving special notice. At the head of the list of sufferers stood Julian Hernandez, who had left his safe retreat in Frankfurt on the desperate errand of evangelizing Spain. He had lain 3 years in prison, and if González de Montes is to be believed, he bore unshrinkingly repeated torture without betraying his associates, and when carried back to his cell, would inspirit his fellow prisoners by chanting along the corridors, "Vencidos van los frailes, vencidos van, corridos van los lobos, corridos van." Montes adds that he persisted to the end when, after the faggots were lighted, a fraile had his gag removed in hopes of his yielding, and, disgusted with his obduracy, cried, kill him," when the guards thrust their weapons into him. It may be hoped that he was spared the final agonies, but there are not wanting indications that, towards the close of his imprisonment, his resolution gave way, and that he furnished evidence against his comrades. The one acquittal was that of Dona Juana de Borquez, wife of Don Francisco de Vargas, and sister of the Maria de Borquez, who had perished in the previous auto. She died in prison, and it was her fame and memory that were absolved. González de Montes says that her death was caused by atrocious torture, and the case has, thanks to Llorente, served as a base for one of the severest accusations against the Inquisition. In the absence of the documents, the truth of the story cannot be ascertained, But, if true, it manifests more readiness to render a righteous judgment at the cost of self-condemnation than we are accustomed to attribute to the Inquisition. Seville, as the chief commercial centre of Spain, naturally attracted many merchants and mariners, and this auto furnishes an illustration of inquisitorial methods of discouraging commerce. Among the relaxed there were 3 foreigners, a Frenchman named Bartholomew Fabrio and 2 Englishmen, William Brooks, and Nicholas Burton, either Burton or Britton. Of the 2 former we know only their fate, but of the latter we chance to have some details. Burton was a shipmaster or supercargo, who made no secret of the reformed faith in which he had been trained, wherefore he was arrested and all the merchandise in his charge was sequestrated. One of the owners, seeking to recover his property, sent a young man named John Frampton to reclaim it. After months of delay he was told that his papers were insufficient, when he went back to London and returned to Seville with what was needed. More delays ensued, and when he was cast into the secret prison on the charge that a suspicious book had been found in his baggage, the book being an English translation of Cato, his trial was protracted, though he made no secret of his belief. He was tortured until he fainted, and when his endurance was exhausted, he consented to adopt Catholicism. Burton was more persistent and was burnt. Frampton, after 14 months of confinement, escaped with reconciliation, confiscation, and a year of San Benito and prison, with orders never to leave Spain. All the goods under Burton's charge were confiscated. Frampton figured his own loss at £760, and the whole confiscations at the auto at the enormous sum of £50,000, doubtless an exaggeration, but the whole affair indicates that the profitable side of persecution was not lost to sight. End of section 52. Section number 53 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Naomi Brewster, Melbourne, Australia. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book number 8, Chapter 3, Part 5, Spheres of Action, Protestantism. The next auto was celebrated April 26, 1562, and comprised 49 cases of Lutheranism. There were 9 relaxed in person, and, as none of them are described as obstinate, it may be assumed that all were garroted. There was 1 effigy of the dead and 15 of fugitives. Of the latter, 9 were monks of San Isidro, among whom were Cipriano de Valera and Cassiodoro de Reina. That the native stock of heretics was becoming exhausted is seen in the fact that of the 33 persons figuring in the auto, 21 were foreigners, mostly Frenchmen. This was followed by another auto, October 28th of the same year, in which there were 39 cases of Lutheranism, of which 9 were relaxations in person and 3 of fugitives in effigy, none of the culprits being described as impenitent. There were 9 reconciliations, 17 abjurations de vehementi, and 1 de levi. The number of ecclesiastics is a noteworthy feature of this auto, for besides Prior of San Isidro, Maestro Garci Arias Blanco, there were 4 priests burnt in person and 1 in effigy, and 7 who abjured de vehementi. They contributed largely to the fines levied, amounting to 5,500 ducats and 50,000 maravedis. besides 4 confiscations of half the property. It may be remarked, moreover, that the officers and the crew of the ship Angel seem to have fallen victims in a body, for 3 were burnt, 6 were reconciled, and 4 abjured de vehementi. Trading with Spain was becoming more and more perilous. The little band of Seville Protestants was thus almost rooted out, and the succeeding autos showed a constantly preponderating number of foreigners. That of April 19, 1564, only presented 6 relaxations in person and 1 in effigy, of which all the former were of Flemings, and 2 abjurations de vehementi, both of foreigners. The next was celebrated May 13, 1565, in which there were 6 relaxations in effigy for Protestantism, the offenders having fled. Of these, only 2 were Spaniards, 1 being the last inculpated monk of San Isidro. Of 7 reconciliations, all were of foreigners, 6 being Flemish or Breton sailors. Of 5 abjurations de vehementi, 3 were of Flemings. There was also a cruel warning against harbouring and protecting these foreign heretics, for 2 Flemings of Puerto Real for this offence were visited, one with 400 lashes and the other with 200, besides fines and banishment. We have thus virtually reached the end of native Spanish Protestantism, but the impression produced by the Valladolid and Seville heretics is still profound. Philip II addressed, November 23, 1563, to the Spanish bishops, a letter enlarging upon the efforts of the Lutherans to spread their doctrines throughout Spain. In these perilous times, he says, the Inquisition must be aided by having everywhere those who will report to it all suspect of Lutheran or other errors. The bishop is to see to this, and also that preachers shall confine themselves to setting forth Catholic belief, making no allusions to heresies, even to confute them. Confessors are to be instructed to charge their penitents to denounce to the Inquisition all whom they know to entertain these errors. No one is to be allowed to teach school without a preliminary examination by both the ecclesiastical and secular authorities, who must be satisfied with his character and habits. It is evident that extraordinary precautions and universal vigilance were deemed necessary to exclude the obnoxious doctrines. Yet these efforts were rewarded with no new discoveries, for Spanish Protestantism was a mere episode, of no practical moment, save as its repression fortified the Inquisition and led to the segregation of Spain from the intellectual and industrial movement of the succeeding centuries. A few sporadic cases may be noted from time to time, but the persecution of Jew and Morisco had trained the nation too thoroughly in an enthusiastic fanaticism, and the organization of monarchy and church was too absolute for there to be any real danger that Protestantism could obtain a foothold. Yet the danger was deemed so pressing that extreme measures were justified to protect the land from the intrusion of foreign ideas. Philip II had lost no time, after his return from Flanders, in issuing the Pragmatica of November 22, 1559, by which all Spanish youth studying abroad were ordered home within 4 months, and all Spanish subjects for the future were forbidden to seek foreign lands for study under penalty, for laymen, of confiscation and perpetual exile, and for clerics of forfeiture of temporalities and loss of citizenship. The only exceptions allowed were the College of Albornoz of Bologna and those of Rome and Naples for Spaniards residing in Italy, and that of Coimbra of the professors there. It would be difficult to exaggerate the unfortunate influence of this in retarding Spanish development. Yet it was but the first of a series of measures which, by isolating Spain, crippled its energies in every direction. The spectre of active proselytism on the part of Protestants abroad was vigorously conjured up to stimulate vigilance and justify repression. Undoubtedly the refugees in the Rhinelands and Switzerland were earnestly desirous of evangelizing their native land, and they laboured industriously to this end. But the difficulties in the way were too great, and the reports as to their efforts were systematically exaggerated. Carranza, in his defence, dwelt on his exertions in Flanders to check this traffic. But though he was told of barrels full of a forged letter of Philip II and of a papal bull at the Frankfurt Fair for shipment to Spain, and of shops in Medina del Campo and Malaga to which heretic books were sent, the net results of his energy show how little substratum of fact there was in all this. The career of Julian Hernandez proves that men who took their lives in their hands might occasionally bring in a few books, but his fate was not encouraging. If sometimes a missionary undertook such work, his mission was apt to be brief. Hughes Bernat of Grenoble landed at Lequeito, Biscay, August 10, 1559, on such an errand. On the road to Guadalupe he fell in with a minim named Fray Pedro, who pretended inclination to Lutheranism and led Bernat to unbosom himself as to his plans and hopes, resulting in his speedy arrest by the Tribunal of Toledo, when he boldly confessed as to himself and was tortured to discover his accomplices. He was sentenced to relaxation in the auto of September 25, 1560, and as he is not described as pertinacious, he probably professed conversion when for some reason his sentence was not executed. In the trial of Gilles Tobobel, or Bonneville, at Toledo in 1564, we hear of Francisco Bourguignon, a French haberdasher, who in his trips from France brought with him heretic books, but they were for the benefit of a little Huguenot colony in Toledo. The number of such Frenchmen and Flemings in Spain was large, and this, rather than projects of evangelization, probably explains the greater part of the smuggling attempted or performed. There were constant rumours, however, of propagandism on a larger scale, which served to magnify the importance of the Inquisition and to justify interference with commerce. In 1566, Don Francisco de Alava, a Spanish envoy to France, was busy in Montpellier endeavouring to trace the agency by which heretic books were conveyed to Catalonia, where the number of Frenchmen was large, and in the same year Margaret of Parma, from the Netherlands, sent to Philip the absurd statement that 30,000 of Calvin's books had been transmitted through Seville, whereupon the Suprema issued vigorous orders for their seizure. In January 1572, it announced to all the tribunals that the Princess of Beam, Jeanne d'Albret, had recently held an assembly of Lutherans, in which it was resolved to send some of their ministers in disguise to Spain as missionaries. The utmost vigilance was enjoined to counteract this effort. All the commissioners were to be warned, and prelates be asked to order all priests and preachers to be on the watch. In June 1578, it sent letters to a number of tribunals, stating that advices from Valladolid showed that the heretics had printed a New Testament in Spanish with a Venetian print, and was flooding the lands with copies, and also that the heretic ministers had correspondents in Spain. Great watchfulness was therefore commanded at all seaports and frontier towns, and all persons found in possession of the prohibited volume were to be sent to Madrid for trial. A month later, this scare was renewed on the strength of information from Flanders, but the records of the Toledo tribunal at this period do not indicate that these efforts were rewarded with any captures. Whatever proselytizing zeal Protestantism may have had, passed away with the early years of the 17th century. The latest work of the kind of which we hear is that in 1603 the Prince of Anhalt introduced into Seville a number of copies of the Bible of Cipriano de Valera, and when Catherine, Duchess of Bar, sister of Henry IV, heard of this, she ordered 600 copies printed, and sent a Huguenot gentleman named Herason de Taret to the Duke of La Force at Pau to learn how to transmit them to Saragossa. When La Force gave him the name of parties there who could be trusted to handle them, but the death of the Duchess in 1604 put an end to the project. The 30 Years' War gave the German Protestants ample occupation at home, and after the Peace of Westphalia, proselytism was out of fashion. Yet it was a curious episode of the War of Succession that when in 1706 the Archduke Charles and his English allies seemed for a brief space to be at the point of success, when all the kingdoms of the Crown of Aragon had acknowledged him, and he even for a time occupied Madrid, the opportunity was seized to circulate a catechism of Anglican doctrine in Spanish and other books prejudicial to the faith. The energetic measures adopted by the Inquisition to meet this assault show the strength of its apprehension. It ordered the most careful watch to be kept at all ports and frontier towns. Edicts were to be published forbidding these and all other works of evil doctrine introduced by heretics, and inquisitors were told to be energetic in punishing the guilty, enforcing their sentences by censures, interdicts, and cessatio ad divinis, when, if these proved futile, they were to abandon, in solemn procession, the disobedient cities, even at the risk of their lives. The rising of the Spanish people in this same year soon limited the territory occupied by the Allies. We hear nothing more of the attempt at conversion under the shadow of the sword, and taken as a whole, the efforts to evangelize Spain have attracted vastly more attention than their intrinsic importance deserves. Unsuccessful as were the endeavours to introduce the new doctrines in Spain, there continued to be occasional cases of Spaniards embracing them partially or wholly, of which a few examples may be cited. There was arrested and brought to the Toledo tribunal, December 24, 1562, Hernando Diaz, a cowherd of San Roman, near Talavera. He was a simple-minded creature, who had been at times melancholico. In the Sierra Morena there had been much talk among the shepherds of the Lutheran doctrines made known in the Seville autos. While working there, he had heard of them. They fixed themselves in his wandering mind, and when the fit was on him, he could not help talking of his imagicones, as he called them, although his wife and daughter and his neighbours cautioned him against it. At his first audience he freely admitted having denied the power of pope and priest, and asserting that salvation came by faith and love of God and charity and love of one's neighbour, and not by the laws of the Church or by indulgences and images and pilgrimages. The inquisitors treated him kindly, exhorting him to cast aside these fantasies, which he professed willingness to do, but could not control them. Physicians were called in who bled and purged him. He begged for mercy, but could not conquer his beliefs. This went on for a couple of months, so he announced his conversion through the teaching of his cell companion, a priest named Juan Ramirez, who confirmed it, stating that Diaz had talked like a Lutheran until the feast of the conversion of St. Paul, when he had read to himself from his breviary the services of the day and had urged his conversion. Diaz had wept and professed his belief in the Church, and Ramirez held him to be sincere. Thus far the conduct of the case had been eminently humane and considerate. But when the Consulta de Fe met, May 17th, two of the consultors voted for relaxation, while the two inquisitors, the ordinary, and 2 others voted for reconciliation, confiscation, and irremissible perpetual prison and San Benito. At an auto held September 19th, the sentence was duly pronounced, and when the city of Toledo was assigned to him for a prison, he was thrust into the streets to take his chance of starvation. The case was not without interest, as showing that the sentences read at the autos might be as effective as the dreaded missionaries. A heretic of different calibre was Don Gaspar Centellas of Valencia, a gentleman of birth and culture. During his trial he evaded the accusation with skill, but when his counsel drew up for him a defence in which he was made to recognise the Roman Church and Pope as the Church of God, in which he wished to live and die, he refused to sign it. He renounced all defence and was obdurate to the arguments of the theologians, who were repeatedly summoned to convert him. There was nothing to do but to burn him, which was executed accordingly, September 17, 1564. His brother, Don Miguel Centellas, commendator of Montesa, was likewise exposed to a prolonged trial, but was acquitted in 1567. Connected with Don Gaspar was Dr. Sigismondo Arquer, who, though not a Spaniard, was a Spanish subject, being from Cagliari. His trial at Toledo occupied 9 years. He was unrepentant to the last, and when, in the auto of June 4, 1571, he was delivered to the secular arm, a curious debate arose. The official entrusted with the execution of the sentences declared that, under the law in other offences, there was no burning alive, and he ordered Arquer to be garroted. The pious zeal of the populace could not endure this ill-timed mercy. A riot occurred in which Arquer was pierced with halberds and other weapons. Fire was finally set, and so, half dead already, he was burnt. By this time it was rare to find a native Spaniard tried for Protestantism, and women virtually disappear as culprits. Moreover, the cases which are classed in the records as cosas de Luteranos were nearly all those which some trifling aberration or careless speech was qualified by the calificadores as savouring of Lutheranism, so that the statistics unconsciously exaggerate greatly the prevalence of Protestantism. Such cases were mostly treated with leniency, as that of Mosen Montserrat, a beneficed priest of the Church of San Salvador, accused in 1567 of Calvinism, to the Valencia tribunal, for saying that extreme unction was not as efficacious as formerly, that it was a mortal sin to administer the sacraments in mortal sin, and that the religious orders were not as strong as they had been. He escaped with having to revoke his utterances in presence of the chapter of San Salvador, and was celebrating 9 masses. So in 1581, Juan de Aragon, a peasant, was tried at Toledo on a charge of saying that masses for the dead were absurd, for the priest was a sinner who could do nothing with God, and that it sufficed to recommend oneself to God and the saints. He denied the accusation. The Consulta de Fe voted in discordia, and the Suprema merely sentenced him to abjure de levi, to hear mass as a penitent, and to pay a fine of 12 ducats. While such trivial matters form the bulk of the cases of so-called Lutheranism, there are occasionally more serious ones, such as that of Juan Lopez de Baltuina of Calatayud of 1564 at Saragossa. In his written defence there were sundry heresies, qualified as Lutheran, for which he was condemned to abjure de vehementi, to serve in the galleys for life, and never to read, write, or talk about theology. Nor were there altogether lacking cases, like those of Centellas and Arquer, in which conscientious conviction carried the delinquent to the stake, as that of Pedro Mantilla, a student of Verezil in Old Castile, who, in 1585, was relaxed at Saragossa as a pertinacious heretic, who was Arian in denying the Trinity and Lutheran in rejecting papal authority. The last relic of the movement of 1558 was the Catalan Pedro Gales, reckoned as one of the most learned Spaniards of the age, and highly valued as a correspondent by such scholars as Isaac Casaubon, Cuyas, and Arias Montano. As early as 1558 he had commenced to reject some of the Catholic dogmas, but he escaped suspicion and enjoyed intimate relations with Archbishop Antonio Augustin, who made him one of the interlocutors in his celebrated Dialogi di Emendatione Gratiani, the first assault on the authority of the false decretals. About 1563 he left Spain for Italy, where he made progress in heresy, leading to his prosecution by the Roman Inquisition and the loss of an eye under torture. Abjuration saved him, and in 1580 he returned to Spain, where Don Juan de Idiaque sought to secure him as tutor to his son Alonso. In 1582 he passed through Italy to Geneva, where he married and occupied the chair of philosophy until 1586. He rejected some of the Calvinist doctrines, and leaving Geneva, he taught in Nimes, Orange, and Castries, holding frequent disputes with Huguenot preachers. Accompanied by his wife and 2 little daughters, he was on his way to Bordeaux in August 1593, when the Leaguers at Marmande arrested him as a Huguenot. With his precious accumulation of manuscripts and books in 10 bales, he was delivered to the captain Pedro Saravia, who had been placed by Philip II at the service of the Marquis of Villas, governor of Guyenne. He made no secret of his belief, and Saravia was impressed with the extreme importance of the information which the Inquisition could extract from him as to his co-religionists. But the governor of Marmande refused to convey him across the border, and when Villas was applied to, he obligingly offered to hang or drown the heretic, but shrunk from the responsibility of extraditing him. The distracted wife was imploring the officials to liberate her husband, and Saravia was consumed with anxiety lest she should succeed while he was seeking the intervention of Philip. In this he succeeded. Gales was surrendered to the tribunal of Saragossa, where he freely admitted his faith and stubbornly refused conversion, but his endurance was mercifully spared by sickness and death after his 3rd audience, and as an impenitent his bones and effigy were burnt in the auto of April 17, 1597. In all, the cases of so-called Lutheranism collected by Dr. Schiefer up to 1600 amount to 1,995, of which 1,640 are of foreigners and 355 of Spaniards, and he estimates that he has succeeded in finding about 2/5 of the auto de fe of the 13 tribunals of the mainland. This probably conveys a reasonably accurate impression as to the comparative numbers of the 2 classes, but it would be a gross error to regard all the Spaniards as real Protestants, for the great majority may be assumed to have been Protestant only in the imagination of the calificadores. End of section 53. Section number 54 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Naomi Brewster, Melbourne, Australia. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book number 8, Chapter 3, Part 6, Spheres of Action, Protestantism. In the 17th century, scattering cases continued to occur from time to time among Spaniards, but their treatment indicates that there was no longer felt the necessity of making examples. Fray Juan González de Carvajal, a Benedictine who had been expelled from his order for repeated escapes, embraced Calvinism, which he confessed in France and obtained absolution. Again he confessed it judicially in the Roman Inquisition, and yet again in the Toledo tribunal, and was reconciled. Then, in 1622, he was tried in Valladolid, where he told all this freely, but with such signs of repentance that the consulta de fe voted only to reconcile him in a public auto, with 10 years of galley service and perpetual prison. While waiting an auto, he sought an audience, and confessed that he had again relapsed. There was no choice now but to sentence him to degradation and relaxation, but the Suprema mercifully modified this to reading his sentence in the audience chamber, where his San Benito was to be removed, perpetual deprivation of his functions as deacon, and lifelong imprisonment. There was less disposition to mercy in 1630 in the case of Maria González, widow of Pedro Merino of Canaca, one of the exceedingly rare instances of a Spanish female Protestant. To the Valladolid tribunal she freely confessed her belief and persisted in it, despite earnest and prolonged efforts to undeceive her. There was no escape from condemning her to relaxation, and the Suprema confirmed the sentence, but whether it would have been executed cannot be told, for persistent labours were crowned with success. She was finally converted, and the sentence was changed to reconciliation. There may have been subsequent cases of Spaniards relaxed for Protestantism, but I have not met with them. In 1678, Thomas Costellanos was kindly sent to an insane hospital by the Tribunal of Toledo. In 1718, Pedro Ortiz of Valencia was reconciled with perpetual prison in the Cordova auto of April 24th, and, in that of November 30, 1722 at Seville, Joseph Sanchez of Cadiz appeared as a Calvinist and Lutheran, and was reconciled with irremissible prison. The Augustinian Fray Manuel Santos de San Juan, better known as Betacosa, would, in the 16th century, have been burnt as an undoubted Lutheran, although when arrested in 1756, it was merely as a regulista or upholder of the supremacy of the state. His Ensayo de Teatro de Roma, circulated in manuscript, was an essay to prove this, in a manner highly offensive to the hierarchy, and for this he was relegated for 10 years to the strict convent of Risco. During his confinement he wrote tracts to prove that Rome was Babylon, that the existing church in no way resembled that of the apostles, that there should be no order higher than the priesthood, that capital punishment for heresy, as in itself a heresy, and other doctrines which no calificador could help qualifying as the rankest Lutheranism. But Betacosa was not relaxed, although he found associates to copy these heretical documents and circulate them. When his 10 years' confinement ended in 1767, he was again strictly secluded in a cell, from which in 1768 he managed to escape, eluding pursuit until in January 1770 he was recaptured and delivered to the Toledo tribunal. Here he underwent a second trial, resulting in a sentence of confinement for life in the convent of Sarria, Galicia, where he was to be kept incommunicado. This case illustrates why, during the decadence of the Inquisition, we hear little or nothing of Protestantism among Spaniards, although the spirit of persecution was unabated. Revolt against ultramontanism was no longer styled Lutheranism, but Regalism or Jansenism. With those whose dissidence went beyond discipline to dogma, it took the shape of the fashionable philosophy of the period and became naturalism or philosophism, deism or atheism, as the case might be. The Inquisition still did its work with more or less rigour, but the arena had shifted. While thus there had been little tendency to Protestantism among natives, since the inconsiderable outbreaks of 1558, foreigners furnished an ample field of labour. Spain had a reputation for wealth which rendered it attractive to the stranger. Its people held in contempt the arts and crafts in which Frenchmen and Flemings and Italians were adepts, and its internal peace seemed to offer a refuge to those whose industries were precarious in the incessant clash of arms through which the old order of things gave way to the new. Consequently, every city in Spain had a considerable population of foreigners, intent on earning a livelihood without much thought of spiritual matters. Some trials in the Toledo tribunal, about 1570, allude to French and Flemish printers then under arrest in Toledo, Barcelona, Alcalá, Salamanca, Valladolid and Granada. In 1600, the Count of Benavente, Viceroy of Valencia, estimated the number of Frenchmen there at 14 or 15,000, and added that there were vast numbers in Aragon. While many of these were undoubtedly Calvinists, seditiously concealing their faith, the majority were Catholics, more or less sincere, but even their orthodoxy was not of a quality to suit the Spanish standard. They had been accustomed to live in contact with heretics. They had no such fanatical horror of heresy as was universal in Spain, and they were apt to be careless in the observances which the Spaniard regarded as indispensable. All foreigners were thus subjects of suspicion, and the Catholic was as liable to arrest as the Calvinist. Jacques Zaccari, a dealer in rosaries and images in Burgos, in 1637, chanced to be relating his adventures with the heretics in France, who, in examining his baggage, had said, "Let him take these wares to Spain and bring us back good money," when one of his hearers expressed surprise that the most Christian king would let heretics dwell in his land. This led Jacques patriotically to defend them as good baptized Christians who lived righteously according to their law. He was asked how they could be Christians when they did not go to Mass and confess to priests, when in the heat of discussion he replied that there was not scriptural command of sacramental confession. For this he was denounced to the Valladolid tribunal. He was arrested and tried, and all his property was sequestrated. It is no wonder, therefore, that the tribunals were kept busy with these cases, and that the records are full of them, especially under the Crown of Aragon, owing to the propinquity of southwestern France, where Huguenotism was in the ascendant. In Saragossa, the relaxations for Lutheranism from 1546 to 1574, though amounting to only 7, were all of Frenchmen. Barcelona was more active. In an auto of May 16, 1561, there appeared for Lutheranism 7 Frenchmen, 1 Piedmontese and 1 Maltese. In that of July 11, 1563, there were 34 Frenchmen, 2 Italians and 2 Catalans, of whom 8 Frenchmen were relaxed in person and 3 in effigy. In that of March 5, 1564, there were 28 Frenchmen, 2 Catalans and 1 Swiss, of whom 8 Frenchmen were relaxed in person and 2 in effigy. From a report by Dr. Zurita of his visitation in the summer of 1564, we obtain a glimpse of how these autos were fed. At Perpignan, for Lutheranism, 5 persons were arrested with sequestration, of whom 4, and possibly all 5, were French. At Castellón de Empúries, Maestre Marquian, a Frenchman, was sent to Barcelona for trial. Jean d'Aclin, a Frenchman of Aldas, escaped arrest by flight, and the arrest was ordered of Pierre Bayrach, a Frenchman of Flassa. When, simultaneously with this, the ambassador St. Sulpice complained to Philip II of the cruelty exercised on his fellow countrymen, who were peaceably plying their industries, without creating scandal, the king coolly replied that the Inquisition acted without regard to persons, but nevertheless he would speak with the Inquisitor General. The complaint of cruelty was justified in the rebuke which the Suprema administered to the Tribunal of Barcelona in 1568. As a result of de Soto Salsa's visitation, allusion was made to a case in 1565 of a Frenchman named Anton Aymeric, arrested without evidence. His first audience was held at his own request February 23rd, the second on July 27th, when without more ado he was tortured and sentenced to reconciliation and confiscation. In another case of a Frenchman, Armand Jacobat, he was tortured without confession, but subsequently admitted some Lutheran errors, begging for mercy and desired to be converted, in spite of which he was relaxed and burnt, for which the Suprema held the tribunal to be gravely in fault. What became of those not burnt is seen in a report of December 1566 to Charles IX, by his ambassador M. de Fortescue, that 70 poor Frenchmen, prisoners of the Barcelona tribunal, had been condemned to the galleys and had been delivered in November to Don Alvar de Bazan, who had taken the fleet to winter near Cadiz. In February 1567 he writes that, on complaint to the Duke of Alva, the latter had assured him on his honour that they were all dogmatizing Huguenots, that Frenchmen were never arrested for Protestantism if they had not said or done something scandalous. This was as mendacious as the repeating promises to release the galley slaves, which were always evaded until Fortescue recommended the seizure as a hostage, at Narbonne, of Andrea Doria, the naval commander-in-chief. At last, on December 20th, he reported the sending of royal letters to Doria to release them, but it is fairly questionable whether the order was obeyed. Again, in a list of complaints made by Charles IX to Philip, there was one concerning 5 of his subjects arrested in Havana and sent to Seville for trial, to which Philip replied that he was not accustomed and did not desire to interfere in such affairs, but nevertheless he would have the Inquisitor General requested to order the tribunal to dispatch these cases with all speed. A more pleasing international episode is connected with the case of Robert Fitzwilliam, an Englishman, condemned by the Seville tribunal to 10 years of galleys and perpetual prison. He was received on board February 25, 1578, and in November 1582 his wife Ellen presented herself in the court of Madrid with a letter from Queen Elizabeth to Philip II, representing that the poor woman had beseeched her interposition, and that the liberation of the husband would be a favour which she would be glad to reciprocate. Under any other jurisdiction, the granting of such a royal request would have been a matter of course, but the assent of the Holy Office had to be secured. The existing papers fail to inform us of the result, but that it was favourable can scarce be doubted, for the devotion of the faithful wife made a strong impression even on the hardened officials, whose correspondence alludes to her in terms of respect and admiration. More summary was the process when, in 1572, the Barcelona tribunal sent a commissioner into French territory on some duty, and he was seized and held as a hostage for a Frenchman arrested by the tribunal, leading to an exchange of prisoners. The Val d'Andorra furnished another source of international questions, for the Barcelona tribunal claimed jurisdiction over it, while Jeanne d'Albret, as Queen of Navarre, held that it was her fief. In 1572 she put a French Vega there to administer justice, whereupon the inquisitors commenced to gather information about him as a presumable Huguenot, and the Suprema ordered them to arrest him if sufficient evidence could be found. But as the attempt was likely to prove dangerous, it need not be made unless the Viceroy would furnish a sufficient guard, which apparently he declined to do. All foreigners, thus, were objects of suspicion, and the jurisdiction of the Inquisition was stretched to the utmost to prevent their infecting the faithful. In 1572, the Suprema ordered the tribunals of Aragon, Catalonia and Valencia to see that no Frenchmen were employed as teachers of reading and writing anywhere within their districts, experience having shown the dangers thence arising. Intercourse with foreigners was dangerous and was discouraged. In 1568, Inquisitor Morel, in reporting a visit to San Sebastian, expressed a desire to punish those who received and entertained and had particular friendship and dealings with French and English strangers, sometimes even giving them information enabling them to escape arrest, on all of which the Suprema commented by characterizing these as grave cases, which should have been sent to Logroño for trial. The Spaniard, too, who went abroad was an object of suspicion, and was held to strict accountability for his acts during his absence. In the Barcelona auto of June 21, 1627, there appeared a merchant of Marisa who, while in France, had listened to Huguenot preaching and had eaten flesh on Friday, for which he was penanced in 1,000 ducats and was recluded in a convent for 3 years. That under these influences, coupled with the growing poverty of Spain and the curse of its debased currency, the number of resident foreigners diminished greatly after the opening of the 17th century, may be assumed from the reduction in the cases of Protestantism in the records. Those of Toledo from 1575 to 1610 show a total of 47, of which the last one occurred in 1601, while those from 1648 to 1794 contain only 11. In Valladolid, the reports of 29 years, between 1622 and 1662, show only 18 cases. In the Madrid Tribunal from 1703 to 1751, there is only a single case of a Huguenot. In the 64 autos celebrated by all the tribunals between 1721 and 1727, there are only 3 cases. In Valencia, between 1705 and 1726, there was but a single case, a Calvinist who spontaneously denounced himself. Scattering and imperfect as are these statistics, they suffice to indicate how rapidly the number of foreign delinquents fell off after the year 1600, and that this was not the result of progress in enlightenment and toleration we shall see hereafter. It was simply that the Inquisition had succeeded in its efforts to limit intercourse between Spain and its neighbours, and to isolate it from European civilization. If this was the case in regard to nations presumably Catholic, we can readily conceive how much greater vigilance was exercised towards those which had lapsed into heresy. Commercial intercourse with them was unavoidable, but it was a necessary evil, to be restricted within the narrowest limits by deterrent regulations. For a while, indeed, the heretic trader took his life and fortune in his hands when he ventured to make a Spanish harbour, as we have seen in the case of the good ship Angel. Even castaways were legitimate prey of the Inquisition, as was experienced by 17 English sailors of a fishing boat, who were captured by a French vessel and were thrown on shore in Fuerteventura, one of the Canaries. They were tried and escaped burning by conversion, after which 4 of them, Richard Newman, Edward Stevens, John Ware and Edward Stride, managed to escape. As this showed them to be impenitent, they were prosecuted in absentia for relapse, and their effigies were solemnly burnt in an auto of July 22nd, 1587. The number of merchant vessels touching at the Canaries, in fact, furnished to the tribunal at one time the major portion of its work. A record of prisoners entered in its secret prison during 6 months of 1593, showing 13 belonging to the German ship San Pedro, 17 to the Flemish ship La Rosa, and 15 to the Flemish ship El Leon Colorado, besides a dozen English sailors whose vessel is not specified. These comprise all hands, officers and crews, merchants and passengers, and presumably, if the cargoes were not confiscated, they were effectively looted in the absence of their guardians. That such was the motive, rather than the protection of Spain from the infection of heresy, is inferable from a sentence of the Granada tribunal in 1574, condemning to reconciliation and lifelong galley service Jean Marino, a Frenchman resident in Malaga, because he had warned some Protestant sailors not to enter the port of Almeria. When there was prospect of a fat confiscation, indeed, the Inquisition paid little respect to the justice of the case, or to the parties who might suffer. There was a long dispute between Rome and Madrid over 2 cargoes of alum, which the papal camera was sending to England, when the ships were seized and the cargoes sequestrated by the Tribunal of Seville, on the ground that the English crews were heretics. This barbarous policy necessarily made itself felt in the cost of foreign commodities, especially after the troubles in the Netherlands had cut off or reduced that portion of the carrying trade. Under this pressure, in 1597, an exception was made in favour of the Hansa. Instructions were issued by the Suprema that, when its ship arrived with merchandise, the persons in them were not to be interrogated about their religion, nor on that account were the ships or cargoes to be sequestrated or confiscated, unless while in port they had offended against the Catholic faith, and in such a case only the property of the delinquents was to be seized. Search, however, for prohibited books was to be made, as was customary with Catholic vessels. There was also an approach to admitting the Dutch in a royal order of February 27, 1603, providing that Holland vessels and crews bearing passports from the Archdukes of the Netherlands were to be allowed entrance to Spanish ports, and their persons and property were to be secure. But this was revoked December 11, 1604, subject to the 12 months' notice provided in the order. A treaty of peace with England covering this matter was ratified by James I, August 1, 1604, and by Philip III, June 16, 1605. During this interval, in November 1604, an English ship with a crew of 20 men coming for a load of corn touched at Messina and then at Palermo. In the latter port it was visited by the officials of the Inquisition, when the men admitted that they were Protestants and wished to live in that faith. They were all arrested and appealed to the Viceroy, the Duke of Feria. He was powerless save to write a private letter in which he declared that the arrest was a disservice to the king and tended to destroy the treaty agreed upon, wherefore the Inquisition ought to dissemble and treat the heretics well, for the public good. The inquisitors thereupon assembled 10 consultors, reaching the conclusion that the Englishmen could be liberated only on condition of giving ample security that they would go to Spain and present themselves before the Inquisitor General. For strangers this was a virtual impossibility, and it doubtless proved to be so, for in 1605 we hear a certain Englishman, who had been admitted to penance with the San Benito, and required to live for 2 years in certain monasteries for instruction in the faith. They had contrived to escape, but were tracked and found on board a French ship without their sanbenitos. As the tribunal did not care to support them, they were ordered to be distributed separately to monasteries in the mountains far from the sea, where they were for 10 years to perform labour without pay. When such irrational cruelty was habitual, international comity and the commercial interests alike demanded that a curb should be placed on the irresponsibility of the Inquisition. Accordingly, in the English Treaty of 1604, Article 21 provided that the vassals of King James, coming to or residing in the Netherlands or Spain, should not be molested or disturbed on account of matters of conscience, so long as they gave no occasion for scandal, and that corresponding instructions should be issued by the king. This Philip did, under the same date of June 15, 1605, ordering that English subjects should not be held accountable for acts prior to their coming to Spain. While in Spain they were not to be compelled to enter churches, but if entering voluntarily, due respect must be paid to the venerable sacrament, and if it was met on the street, they must kneel, or take another street, or enter a house. If anyone were prosecuted for contravention of these rules, only his own property was to be seized, and not a vessel or cargo, or the goods of others in his charge, and to the observance of all this the king pledged his royal faith and word. The Suprema had previously, December 11, 1604, issued instructions similar to those of 1597 for the Hansa. On July 14, 1605, it transmitted to the tribunals the articles of the treaty, but it seems to have objected to the royal declaration, for it delayed until October 8, embodying its provisions in a Carta Acordata. This was too reasonable to be acceptable to Spanish fanaticism. Archbishop Roberta, in 1608, varied his efforts for Morisco expulsion with an earnest appeal to the king, expressing the grief which he had never ceased to feel since he heard of the peace with England, fearing as he did the offence given to God, which would bring many evils on Spain. His affliction had increased in view of the excesses committed by the English in Valencia, living publicly in their religion and causing great scandal and evil example to the faithful, and at much length and with many instances he proved that peace with infidels was forbidden by Holy Writ. This memorial was duly considered in the Council of State, when the Commendator Mayor of Leon reported the king had ordered the Inquisitor General to be notified, so that he might instruct the tribunals to exercise great vigilance and to punish all who gave occasion for scandal. When in 1609 the 12 years' truce was concluded with the United Provinces, the Dutch naturally claimed the same privileges as the English, and these were embodied in Article 7 of the treaty. The Inquisition did not submit quietly to this restriction on its powers, and in 1612 it issued a Carta Acordata, repeated in 1616, asserting that these privileges applied only to transient strangers, and that those who were resident and kept houses were subject to the tribunals in all matters of faith like any Spanish subjects. It invoked, moreover, an old regulation of 1581, ordering special watch to be kept on them, so that what they did in private as well as in public might be known, full reports being sent to the Suprema. In 1620 it revived another instruction of 1581, forbidding the foreigners in the seaports to keep inns or lodging-houses. Whether any trouble arose from these arbitrary constructions of international compacts does not appear, but at least they manifested a desire to render the position of foreign heretics as precarious and uncomfortable as possible. End of section 54. Section number 55 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Naomi Brewster, Melbourne, Australia. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea, Book number 8, Chapter 3, Part 7, Spheres of Action, Protestantism. When the truce with Holland expired in 1621, of course, the privileges of the Dutch were withdrawn, and when war with England came in 1624, the Inquisition eagerly assumed the office of purifying Spain from heretical infection. Inquisitor General Pacheco informed the king that papal permission had been necessary to enable Philip III to enter into the Treaty of 1605. Now that the peace had been broken and the causes of the papal permission had ceased, he was, as Inquisitor General, obliged in conscience to obviate the evils of Catholic intercourse with such pertinacious and pernicious heretics as the English and the Scotch, by not permitting them to remain in His Majesty's dominion, for otherwise he would be lacking in his duty to the king and to his office. He had therefore ordered an edict to be published that all Englishmen and Scotchmen who were not Catholics should leave the king's dominions within 20 days, notifying them that after that date they would be punished by the Holy Office. As it was a weighty matter, of which the king should be notified, Pacheco added that he had not wished to execute it without informing him, and he could issue such orders as he saw fit. It may be assumed that Philip did not approve of this insolent invasion of the royal power, for it was not until April 22nd, 1626, that he issued a proclamation forbidding all commercial intercourse with England, and ordering the confiscation of all English goods imported in contravention of its commands, when the Inquisition followed by a Carta Acordata of May 29th, prescribing the prosecution, in the regular way, of all English heretics who had sinned against the faith. When peace was restored in 1630, Article 19 of the treaty revived the article of 1604, and Philip, as before, promised to provide that English subjects should not be molested so long as they caused no scandal. As before, the Suprema followed this, January 28, 1631, with detailed instructions that those who kept house should be treated as Spanish subjects and should be subjected to special surveillance. This unjustifiable distinction between transient and resident foreigners gave ample opportunity for molestation and blackmail. It was construed as applying the index of prohibited books to residents, for in 1645 we find the Canary Tribunal ordering its commissioner at Orotava to search the house of the English merchants and report whether they found any forbidden books or books that had not passed the censure. The duty was performed and lists were forwarded, not only of books but of pictures and prints, and as nothing objectionable was reported, we may not uncharitably surmise that the commissioner's labours were not unprofitable. As the rule had no legal basis, it probably called forth protests, for in 1652 the Suprema submitted the question of its legality to a number of calificadores, who unanimously agreed that it was not in accordance with the treaties, when presumably it was withdrawn. The espionage to which foreign merchants were exposed is portrayed in 1648 by Pedro de Villarreal, commissioner at Bilbao, who reports that there were 16 houses in which the English and Dutch traders were lodged. He was confident that nothing heretical could escape his notice, for the keepers of the houses were faithful spies and very zealous in matters of religion. A treaty of commerce with Denmark in 1641 places the Danes on the same footing as the English, and in the Treaty of Munster January 30th, 1648, the Dutch obtained the same terms, while a special article placed the Hanse towns on the same footing as Holland. Meanwhile, in 1645, the English merchants in Andalusia, by a payment of 2,500 ducats in silver, had secured certain commercial privileges, one of which indicates how grudgingly their treaty rights had been interpreted. A foreign heretic appearing in court, either as party or witness, was asked whether he was a Catholic. If he replied in the negative, his oath was not received. This humiliating and injurious distinction was abrogated, and the Englishman's oath was declared to be legal and binding, like the Spaniards. But it was difficult to make the courts accept the innovation, and the royal order, issued March 19th, had to be repeated June 26th and again November 9th. By the Munster treaties, this privilege was extended to Holland and the Hanse towns, and it was confirmed by the Treaty of Utrecht in 1713. We have seen how difficult it was to make the Inquisition respect municipal law, and it was not likely to regard international obligations. Excuses could readily be found to bring the hated foreign heretic under its jurisdiction, and, in the chronic penury of the time, the opportunity of rich confiscations was not likely to be lost sight of. In 1621 we hear of a number of Englishmen arrested in Malaga, with sequestration of property, and the same occurred in Seville in 1622. Of one case we chance to have details, that of George Penn, brother of Admiral, then Captain Penn, and uncle of William Penn, the founder of Pennsylvania. He was in no sense a bigoted Protestant, or he would scarce have married a Catholic wife in Flanders. He took her to Seville, where he conducted a prosperous business until 1643, when he was arrested. His account of his sufferings is manifestly exaggerated, though we may believe him when he says that he was tortured until he confessed all that was required of him, that he was a heretic who had married a Catholic in Antwerp, intending to take her to England and pervert her and their children from the faith. He was required to abjure in a public auto, and ordered to leave Spain within 3 months, while his wife was taken from him, and he says was married to a Spaniard. The property confiscated amounted, according to disinterested appraisers, to £6,000 of his own and £6,000 belonging to other parties. On his return to England, beggared and broken in health, he sought to obtain redress. In about 1664, Charles II appointed him envoy to Spain, to enable him to urge his claims to advantage, but being then 63 years old, he did not venture to go. During the negotiations at Utrecht, William Penn endeavoured to obtain consideration of this case, but apparently without success. The superb imperturbability of the Inquisition as to international obligations is evinced in a case occurring soon after the Treaty of Munster. Paul Jerome Estagema, a citizen of Horn, was arrested at Alicante and tried by the Valencia tribunal. Influential people in Holland urged his release, and the Dutch ambassador, Anthony Brun, made forcible representations to the king, who wrote September 15, 1651, to the Suprema, urging a prompt decision of the case and pointing out that, under the treaty, Estagema, as a citizen of the United Provinces, was not subject to the Inquisition. The royal request was treated with absolute indifference. Ambassador Brun kept urging the matter, and on December 16th Philip repeated his application to the Suprema, and asserted the necessity of satisfying the Hollanders. Then the Suprema condescended to forward the royal letters to the tribunal, telling it to dispatch the case without delay, which could readily be done as the trial had been finished on September 7th, and ordering it to report the sentence when pronounced. At this period, political exigencies rendered both France and Spain desirous of an alliance with England. Don Alonso de Cardenas, the Spanish ambassador, endeavoured to negotiate a treaty with Cromwell in 1653 and again in 1655, but the Protector insisted on larger toleration. In the draft of the projected treaty, Articles 22 and 35 not only repeated the previous provisions, but added that Englishmen conducting business in Spain should be permitted, in their houses and ships, to perform divine service in their own manner, and to use their Bibles and other books, and that they should not be arrested for doing so, or their property be sequestrated. When the treaty was submitted to Philip, he sent these articles to the Suprema for its advice, protesting that he was unalterably resolved to risk all his dominions and spill the last drop of his blood, rather than to yield anything that would be a disservice of God, or prejudice in the least degree the purity of religion. In response to this, the Suprema declared that the royal words ought to be recorded in imperishable bronze. It easily proved that by divine, canon and municipal law, a sovereign had no right to permit such toleration. It quoted Gregory XV as ordering in 1622 all rulers under heavy penalties to expel all heretics from their dominions, and it pointed out that heretics employed Catholic servants who would be corrupted, and that all cognizant of heresy incurred mortal sin and excommunication if they did not denounce it. These arguments were as applicable to the treaties of 1605, 1630 and 1648 as to the proposed one, but they sufficed. It was rejected, and Cromwell returned to France. Doubtless Admiral Penn felt a special personal satisfaction when he avenged his brother by wresting Jamaica from Spain in 1655. A secret treaty in 1657 between the wandering Charles II and Philip pledged the former to bring about freedom of conscience in England, but was discreetly silent about toleration in Spain. With the Restoration in 1660, peace ensued, and the Treaty of 1630 was revived. In 1663, when a new treaty was discussed, England again put forward the stipulations of Cromwell, and Philip again consulted the Suprema with the same result. On Philip's death in 1665, the Treaty of December 17th continued in force the provision of 1630 and extended to all Englishmen the privileges granted in 1645 to those of Andalusia. When in 1667 the Treaty of Madrid defined more clearly that the pretext of conscience should not be used to inflict injury on Englishmen, or raise any dispute so long as no manifest public scandal was caused, nor offence committed. In this shape the relations between the kingdoms continued. The Treaty of Utrecht in 1713 and those of 1763 and 1783 merely confirmed that of 1667. With France, of course, relations were wholly different. When the Huguenot was grudgingly tolerated at home, he could expect no protection for his religion abroad, especially when, as in Spain, he could reside only by pretending Catholicism. The Peace of the Pyrenees, November 7, 1659, merely provides in Article 5 that the vassals of each power shall give free ingress, residence and egress in the territories of the other, observing the laws and customs of the country. This did not, however, preclude reclamation in cases of special malfeasance, as when, in 1772, the French ambassador Villars complained of an outrage in Majorca. A French ship arriving there from Barbary, September 6th, with a cargo of wheat, chanced to have as a passenger a Huguenot of position, M. de la Fente, governor of the Bastion de France, with a large sum of money. On learning this, the inquisitor arranged to seize him and embargo his property. He assembled a force and armed 2 vessels with which to take possession of the French ship, and he would have done so had not M. de la Fent prevailed upon the master to make sail. The Queen Regent forwarded this to the Suprema, October 28th, for explanation, but it was not until November 19th that it replied, merely saying that the Inquisitor of Majorca had reported, on September 21st, the arrival of a heretic, and that on October 3rd it had ordered him to take such action as comported with the service of the Queen, the public peace, and the consideration due to the subjects of the French king, who were to be treated like the English and the Dutch. As the attempt had failed, the Suprema made the best excuse it could, but with manifest equivocation, for the French heretic had not such treaty protection as the English. This was manifested after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes in 1685, when it was thought that fugitive Huguenots might have settled in Spain. In 1687, the papal nuncio and the French ambassador called the attention of the Inquisitor General to the matter, suggesting that the Holy Office should not permit their residence. Carlos II seconded their representations and issued a cedula, February 28th, ordering his officials to lend all necessary assistance to the Inquisition. The Suprema sent this to the tribunals and followed it, June 14th, with detailed instructions, ordering a general perquisition to be conducted through the parish priests throughout Spain. Each tribunal was to collect the results, investigate them, and vote, reporting the vote to the Suprema. Extreme vigilance was enjoined, and the Suprema was to be kept informed. Judging from such statistics of the period as are accessible, this proved to be a false alarm, lending to no results. But nonetheless it indicates a dread inspired by the prospect of the intrusion of foreign heretics. There seems to have been a similar scare in 1698, when the Suprema instructed the tribunals to order all their commissioners to report whether, in their districts, there were any heretics, transient or resident, giving in detail the nationality, sect, occupation, etc. of each one, and this without loss of time. This policy continued. In 1784, similar lists were called for. The answer from Valencia showed how successful had been the exclusion of Protestants, and how precarious was the position of those who ventured to reside in Spain. The tribunal reported, August 29, 1785, that it had instructed its commissioners everywhere, and where there were no commissioners, satisfactory persons, to make the secret investigation, with the result that there were no Protestants in the Kingdom of Valencia, except in the city, where there were two, Monsignor Champagne, a Frenchman, and Duclos, whose nationality could not be ascertained. Both were Protestants, although it was difficult to verify the fact, on account of their extreme care in attending church and in accompanying the sacrament when it was carried to the sick. With the outbreak of the French Revolution, the desire to exclude heretics extended itself to foreigners generally, with the view of completely isolating Spain. In 1791, a decree of Carlos IV required all foreigners to be registered. Those who desired to be naturalized must be Catholics and take the necessary oath of allegiance. Transient residents were compelled to take out licenses, in which, among other details, their religion was specified. They were not allowed to exercise any profession or art or craft, or to follow any retail trade, or even to be servants, and all engaged in such pursuits were given 2 months in which to leave the country. When, however, the peace of 1795 put an end to the disastrous war with the French Republic and aroused apprehension of an approaching rupture with England, there was a feverish desire to placate France, showing itself in a royal cedula of May 1st, 1796, prohibiting all tribunals, including the Inquisition, from molesting Frenchmen on account of religion. but those only were to be recognized as Frenchmen who wore the tricolour cockade. When war broke out with England, a further advance was made. Carlos ordered his representatives abroad to assure all foreign powers that in Spain strangers enjoyed full liberty of conscience, and in August 1797 he forbade the Inquisition to trouble foreigners about their faith. We may be permitted, however, to doubt the sincerity of this. When, in the same year, the attention of the Valencia tribunal was drawn to a German merchant named Johann Foch, who called himself a Protestant, it applied at once to the Captain-General to know whether he held the licence authorising his residence in Spain, not being a Catholic. It proceeded with the case but suspended it because of his marriage with Bernarda Maria Pellicer, a parishioner of Santo Tomas. End of section 55. Section number 56 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Naomi Brewster, Melbourne, Australia. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea, Book number 8, Chapter 3, Part 8, Spheres of Action, Protestantism. This liberality, whether genuine or not, was only a passing episode. The document of 1801 shows that the decree of 1791 was still in force, and that the Inquisition was relied upon to carry it into effect. It is a series of questions addressed by the Suprema to the tribunals, with the answers from Valencia, and explains itself. Question: whether prior to the royal order of 1791 foreigners not Catholics were allowed to reside, in the cases provided by the treaties, and if they were not permitted, what measures were taken to ascertain whether they professed Calvinism? Answer: in case of their not having the benefit of those treaties, as soon as the tribunal had knowledge of them, it made the requisite investigation, and, on ascertaining it to be true, it notified them to quit the kingdom, if they had not special permission from the king. Question: if investigation led to the belief that a stranger was Catholic, and it was subsequently found that he was not, but that he did not speak ill of our religion or cause scandal or insult sacred objects, to what punishment was he condemned? Answer: no recent case of this kind has occurred, but from some former ones it is deduced that the Suprema was consulted. Question: have those who established themselves in Spain, in virtue of the royal order of 1791, complied with the formalities which it prescribes? Answer: as no advice has been sent to this tribunal by the Junta del Comercio y Moneda, nor by the Intendente of the kingdom, it is inferred that no non-Catholic artists have established themselves, or else that the prescription to advise the tribunal has not been obeyed. Question: whether they, non-Catholic foreigners, contract marriage with Catholics, and, in that case, what is the religion of the children? Answer: but one case of such marriage is known, that of Juan Foch, a German of Lindau, who called himself a travelling merchant, with Bernarda Maria Pellicer of this city. This was in virtue of a papal brief passed by the Council of Castile, and with the royal exequatur, providing that he should allow his wife to remain a Catholic and his children to be brought up in the same faith, and she promised to persuade him to conversion. They were married privately, outside of the church, and without banns or other public ceremonies. We learn from the vicar of Los Santos Juans, where they live, that they cause no scandal, comply with the obligations, and that a boy has been baptized. Question: since the royal order, about how many non-Catholic strangers have established themselves, naming some of the principal ones and their nations or sect? Answer. This could be answered only by examining the registers required to be kept by the Captain General and the Royal Justiciars. This tribunal can only have notice by denunciations, which has occurred only with Foch. Question. How many autillos publicos have been held with strangers since 1759, when Carlos III ascended the throne? State the name, country, religion and principal offences. Answer. Since 1759 there has been no autillo publicos for strangers. This document has interest not only as showing the continued vigilance as to foreign heretics, but as indicating how thoroughly successful had been the policy of exclusion. The district of the tribunal embraced a long stretch of sea coast, including such commercial cities as Valencia and Alicante, yet the non-Catholic stranger was still almost unknown, as he had been when the report of 1785 was made. Spain was a land to be shunned by all, who were liable to be dealt with by the Inquisition, and it was left to its isolation. For those who ventured it, concealment of heresy was worse than its avowal. David Bonaran, a French Protestant domiciled in Bilbao, succeeded in passing as a good Catholic. Becoming converted, he applied to the tribunal of Logroño to abjure his errors, and to be incorporated in the Church, when in 1791 he was promptly prosecuted for having feigned Catholicism. This sensitiveness survived the Peninsular War and was vigorous to the last. In 1816 there is considerable correspondence respecting the wife of Don Rufino de Aja, settled in Bilbao as a merchant, who had married in England a Protestant named Donna Juana de Ansel, presumably Jane Hansel. From this it appears that, after a discussion lasting nearly a year, she was given the alternative of leaving Spain or of conversion, and she accepted the latter. This persistent dread of heretics is vividly reflected in one of the last acts of the Suprema prior to its suppression. In 1819 it issued an elaborate series of instructions for the guidance of commissioners at the seaports in the vistas de navios, or examination of all ships on their arrival. This principally intended to prevent the introduction of prohibited books, which will be considered hereafter, but the sections devoted to the heretics show that the regulations adopted at the Treaty of 1605 were still in force. Foreign heretics were not to be prosecuted for acts committed abroad, but for anything done in Spain and causing scandal, they were to be arrested and transmitted to the tribunal for trial. They were not to be compelled to enter churches, but if they did so, they were to pay due respect to the sacrament, and, on meeting it in the street, they were to kneel or remove themselves out of the way. Strangers were forbidden to keep public houses for the entertainment of Protestant shipmasters and sailors and travellers. The commissioner was to be vigilant in ascertaining and reporting to the tribunal everything they said against the Catholic faith, how they behaved in public and in private, and whether any scandal was caused to the faithful. Spain was the same as it had been 2 centuries before. There was one exception, however, to the prohibition of the hated presence of heretics on Spanish soil. Constantly recurring war necessitated the employment of whatever troops could be had, irrespective of their spiritual condition. It was the German bands of Lutherans under George Fronsberg who sacked Rome for Charles V in 1527. Foreign mercenaries were continually in Spanish service, and they grew more indispensable in the 17th century with the decline both in population and military ardour. The revolts of Portugal and Catalonia in 1640 rendered Spain the battlefield, and recruits from any source were welcome. who of course could not be subjected to inquisitorial interference no matter what their faith. The Inquisition in vain pointed out the dangers thence arising. In a consulta of November 13, 1647, the Suprema related with grief that 400 German soldiers landed at San Sebastian on their way to Catalonia were disseminating their errors, distributing heretic books and outraging images. There was no help for it, and after war had ceased on Spanish territory, the employment of foreign regiments continued to excite its susceptibilities. In 1668, the Suprema, arguing in a consulta for the maintenance of its prerogatives, urged that they were especially necessary, in view of the presence of such bodies of soldiers, many of whom were heretics. Still, there was an effort made to preserve the Spanish organizations from wolves in sheep's clothing. Fernando VI issued a decree, December 31, 1756, imposing the death penalty on any heretic who pretended to be a Catholic in order to enlist, and in 1765 Carlos III modified this to expulsion from the kingdom under pain of 10 years' labour in the bang, adding that, if the heretic when enlisting had sworn that he was a Catholic, he should run the gauntlet twice before expulsion. There was some slight compensation for the presence of these heretics in the field which they furnished for missionary work. There were frequent conversions, especially when the chaplains were zealous for the salvation of souls. One of these was Francisco Colombano Burke, chaplain of the 1st Swiss Battalion, who held a faculty for this purpose as Commissioner of the Inquisition. He writes May 23, 1764, from Tarragona to the Barcelona Tribunal, forwarding the abjurations of 6 converts in the Swiss regiment of St. Gall, and giving the names of 24 others who were ready for conversion. They were duly gathered in when there proved to be 10 Calvinists and 15 Lutherans. The exclusive jurisdiction of the Inquisition over heresy rendered its interposition necessary in this, for it alone could admit the heretic to incorporation in the Church. It alone could judge of the degree of his sin, determine whether he was rightfully a son of the Church through baptism, and whether he was worthy of admission through repentance. In theory, he was a heretic spontaneously denouncing himself, and when these conversions became frequent, early in the 17th century, they took the form of a regular trial, in which the fiscal acted on one side and the convert had counsel assigned to him on the other, while, in the form of abjuration administered, he pledged submission to the penalties of relapse in case of backsliding. Indeed, the Suprema felt it necessary, April 22, 1605, to warn the tribunals that foreigners coming forward voluntarily and confessing their errors were not to be imprisoned but were to be welcomed. Their reconciliation was to be in the audience chamber without San Benito or confiscation, and with spiritual penances only. Then they were to confess their errors sacramentally and receive absolution for their sins. Heresy, even congenial, was a mortal sin to be duly atoned for. Subsequently, the rigour of these formalities was abandoned and the process was facilitated, although it was still formidable. Printed instructions for commissioners, apparently drafted in the 18th century, prescribe a minute examination into the life and history of the convert and his motives, so as to be satisfied that his object is really salvation. All details as to his baptism are to be specially inquired into, so as to be assured whether or not he is really baptized, and, if there is any doubt, proceedings are to be suspended until the tribunal can be consulted. He is also made to specify all the errors of his former religion, and to utter a profession of faith in which he promises to reduce, as far as he can, all heretics to Catholicism and to denounce them to the Inquisition. He is also to be asked whether he knows of any heretics save those permitted for the sake of trade, and whether any of the latter have transgressed the conditions of their residence. Also, whether he has ever professed Catholicism, and whether he has been instructed in it sufficiently to incur the obligation of its profession, in which case he is required to abjure and to be formally reconciled, and is absolved from the excommunication which he has incurred, while, if he has never known Catholicism, he is absolved ad cautelam. If he is less than 25 years of age, a curador is to be appointed with all the formalities, who is to be present and consent to all the proceedings. There is suggestiveness in the contrast of this cautious detail with the multitudinous sprinkling by which Jews and Moors were incorporated into the Church. Among converts, the most curious case in the records is that of Johann Heinrich Horstmann, with many aliases, of Borgenstrich, who supported himself during a long life of trading on the rivalry between Protestantism and Catholicism. Born about 1663, he was educated as a Catholic by the Jesuits of Prague. When about 25, he changed his religion at Dresden, studying at Wittenberg, and for many years wandered through Germany, living on charitable contributions given to him as a convert. He even went to England, where the Archbishop of Canterbury and York assisted him. When in the Protestant canons of Switzerland, he supported himself as a Catholic ready for conversion, and in the Catholic ones as a Lutheran seeking salvation in the Church. Finally, in the latter capacity, he hit upon the lucrative device of saying that he had been baptized in the Lutheran fashion of one person administering the material and another the form. Theologians would pronounce this invalid, and that rebaptism was necessary. Some prominent person would be induced to act as godfather, and would encourage him with a donation of 20 or 30 ducats, and possibly there was an additional collection from the faithful. On this he traded for the rest of his life, varied with an episode of having himself circumcised in Amsterdam, and living for some years on the Jews there. This subsequently gave him trouble, for in Rome he was recognized as a Jew. He was tried by the Inquisition and sent to the galleys for 10 years, after which he resumed the profession of a candidate for baptism. From Lisbon to Paris and Naples, he imposed on the credulity of the faithful, and it was reckoned that in all he had been baptized 21 times. A second visit to Spain, however, brought his career to an end in his 89th year. Repeated baptisms in Cadiz, Madrid and Valencia aroused suspicion. All the tribunals were ordered to be on the watch for him, and after a year of searching, he was arrested at Valencia in 1751. He told his story freely and fully. At first he said that his repeated baptisms were merely to gain a living, but subsequently he asserted that he was possessed by a demon, whom he hoped to eject by the repetition of the rite. The consulta de fe voted that, as an apostate and relapsed heretic and diminuto, he had forfeited his life, but that efforts should be made to save his soul, after which another vote should be taken. At this conjuncture he fell mortally sick. He refused to speak to those who sought his salvation, and when one of them told him, if he desired to die in Calvinism, to squeeze his hand, he squeezed it with such a grip that assistance was necessary to unloosen it. Thus he passed away in his heresy on February 28, 1752. The body was buried in unconsecrated ground in a box of quicklime, and in an auto held August 26, 1753, the bones and effigy were reduced to ashes and scattered. Thus, when divested of legendary amplification, Spanish Protestantism is seen to have been of importance only as serving to tighten the bonds which restricted the development of the nation. One of the most efficient means of this end remains to be considered in the censorship of the press. End of section 56. End of chapter 3.
Section 57 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Meilinger. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 8, Spheres of Action. Chapter 4, Censorship. Part 1. Censorship of the press was not the least effective function of the Inquisition in arresting the development of the Spanish intellect. That it should suppress the utterance of heresy in print as well as in speech would appear to be inevitable, and yet no such power was included in the commissions of the earlier Inquisitors General, nor at first was this regarded as one of its duties. It is true that, as early as 1490, it burned a large number of Hebrew Bibles and other Jewish books, and, soon afterwards in Salamanca, it consigned to the flames in an auto some 6,000 volumes of works on Judaism and sorcery. We have seen also that Jimenez in Granada burnt a mass of Moorish MSS, but these were extrajudicial acts which there was none to call in question. In the instructions issued by Torquemada and his immediate successors, there is no reference to censorship as an inquisitorial duty, and in the earliest manual, printed in Valencia in 1494, the only allusion to it is the prescription, derived from the canon law, that anyone obtaining possession of a heretical book is bound, within 8 days, to burn it or to deliver it to the bishop or inquisitor. In fact, the matter was not regarded as pertaining especially to the Inquisition. The earliest provision for censorship, called forth by the development of the art of printing, is a faculty granted March 17, 1479, by Sixtus IV to the rector and dean of the University of Cologne to proceed with censures against the printers, sellers, and readers of heretical books. Alexander VI, in 1501, assumed it to be an episcopal function, when he called on the German bishops to keep a vigilant watch on the press. So Ferdinand and Isabella, in 1502, when they promulgated the earliest law regulating the issue of books, made no mention of the Inquisition. This law formed the basis of all subsequent legislation, and its uncompromising character foreshadowed the relations that were henceforth to exist between the government and the intelligence of Spain. No book was to be printed, imported, or exposed for sale without preliminary examination and license. In Valladolid, this duty was imposed on the president judges of the royal courts, in Toledo, Seville, and Granada on the archbishops, in Burgos on the bishop, and in Salamanca and Zamora on the bishop of Salamanca, who were to act through examiners, paid by a moderate salary, not oppressive to booksellers and printers. When the MS had been thus licensed, it was, after printing, to be carefully compared with the sheets to see that no changes had been made. Any book printed or imported and offered for sale, without such license, was to be seized and publicly burnt. The printer or vendor was incapacitated from continuing in business, and was fined in twice the amount received for any copies that he might have sold. That the censorship thus created was enforced with more or less regularity may be inferred from a remark of Chancellor Gattinara, in 1527, reassuring Erasmus against expected attacks, that nothing was permitted to be published in Spain without careful previous examination, and he fervently wished that an equally wholesome rule could be established in Germany. The motive for this sharp and comprehensive legislation can only be conjectured. Before the Reformation, there was little demand for the services of the censor. The Church was worldly. Its supremacy in all matters of faith and discipline seemed to be so immutably established that it regarded with good-natured indifference abstract speculations, such as those of Marsilio Ficino, Pomponazzi, and Agostino Nifo, and concrete ridicule like that of Sebastian Brandt, Thomas Murner, and Erasmus. It was otherwise when the Lutheran revolt threatened the overthrow of Latin Christianity and spread with such rapidity that no man could foretell its limits. We have seen that, as early as 1521, Rome called upon Spain to prevent the introduction and dissemination of Lutheran writings, and that Cardinal Adrian promptly assumed that it was the function of the Inquisition to do so. There is no trace of any delegation of such faculty from either the Holy See or the civil power, but his action was not likely to be called in question, and the civil authorities were under oath to obey the mandates of the inquisitors, where the faith was concerned. Accordingly, his decree in April 1521 is couched in the most absolute terms. The books in question had been prohibited by the inquisitors and spiritual judges, wherefore the tribunals were instructed to order, under heavy censures and civil penalties, that no one should possess or sell them, whether in Latin or Romance, but should, within 3 days after notice, bring them to the Inquisition to be publicly burnt. The edict was to be published in a sermon of faith, and after publication, anyone possessing or selling them, or knowing that others possessed them and not denouncing the offenders, was to suffer the penalties announced by the inquisitors, while all ecclesiastical and secular authorities were ordered to render whatever aid might be necessary. Thus, at a bound, the Inquisition claimed and exercised the power of enforcing the prohibition of condemned books. The next step, that of condemning books, would seem to have been taken, in 1525, in an order to the vicar of Alcalá de Henares to seize all copies of a certain book of expositions of the Psalter. Then followed, in 1530 and 1531, various edicts showing the activity of the Inquisition in exploiting its new field of action. The heretics were printing their work under assumed names, or adding heretic commentaries to authorized books, for the detection of which the utmost vigilance of the tribunals was invoked. A clause was to be added to the Edict of Faith, requiring the denunciation of all such works. The tribunals were to send executory letters to all towns, demanding the surrender of Luther's writings, and discreet persons were to be appointed to investigate the bookshops in search of this evil literature. When, in 1535, the Tribunal of Valencia admitted that it had neglected to do this, it was commanded to make the appointments forthwith and to have all condemned books seized. The Inquisition had assumed and was exercising authority to condemn books, to seize those in circulation, and to punish their possessors, although it had no formal authority for any of these acts. It seems to have felt that the punishment of offenders, at least, required papal faculties, and when Inquisitor General Tavera, in 1539, succeeded Manrique, a clause was inserted in his commission empowering him and his successors to proceed against those who owned or read heretical books. The authority of the Holy Office was thus complete with regard to books after they were printed, but as to the equally important function of granting licenses to print, its policy at first varied somewhat. The law of 1502 had confided this duty explicitly to judges and bishops, but, in 1527, the Inquisition invaded this by granting licenses for Antonio de Obregón's translations of some of Saint Bernard's and San Vicente de Ferrer's works. Even individual inquisitors seem to have arrogated to themselves power to grant licenses, for, in 1530, the Suprema forbade them to do so, but it assumed for itself entire control of the matter in 1536 by issuing orders that no book should be printed without a preliminary examination by the Holy Office. Reflection, and possibly experience, however, showed that this assumption of power carried with it a responsibility that occasionally might prove embarrassing, for books which it thus approved might subsequently, in the growing sensitiveness of orthodoxy, be condemned, and the Carta Acordada in 1550 definitely prohibited all such licenses, adding that the Suprema did not grant them. It was wiser that preliminary approval and subsequent judgment should be in different hands, and this was provided for in an edict of Charles V and Prince Philip in 1554, confining to the Royal Council the duty of issuing licenses, after careful examination of the MSS submitted, which, in the case of all important works, were to be retained for comparison with the printed sheets. Yet the Inquisition retained the right to stop the printing of any book denounced to it as heretical, and it seems for a while to have occasionally issued licenses, for a Carta Acordada of 1575 alludes to the approval of books and their licensing by inquisitors. This was probably the end of it, and the Inquisition tacitly declined to risk its reputation for infallibility by approving books in advance, which it might subsequently have to condemn. The Inquisition thus restricted itself to the duty of condemnation. The prohibition might be total and the book be wholly suppressed, or partial, in which case its circulation was suspended donec corrigatur, until it should be expurgated of passages regarded as erroneous, misleading, or offensive. For this duty it provided no machinery, and did not profess to take the initiative. In the Edicts of Faith, it was made the duty of everyone to denounce whatever was contrary to the faith, and there were plenty of acute theologians and captious critics to whom it was an agreeable task to call attention to any word or sentence or proposition to which exception could be taken. The book was then submitted to calificadores, and with their verdict, whether for suppression or expurgation, was submitted to the Suprema, or the book itself might be sent there for examination. In any case, the decision rested with it, and was communicated to the tribunals by an edict, which was read in all the churches, and affixed to their portals, so that no one could plead ignorance. All who possessed the inculpated book were summoned, within a limited time, to surrender it for suppression, if it were prohibited, if objectionable passages were to be blotted out, and this under penalty of excommunication and fine, with threat of prosecution for persistent disobedience. Everything thus centered in the Suprema, whose action was required in even the most trivial matters, and its correspondence on these affairs was incessant. As condemnations and expurgations multiplied, it became impossible to trust the records of the tribunals or the memory of the faithful. Some authentic list or catalogue was required to aid inquisitors in their work, and to warn booksellers and readers, and thus gradually was developed the Index Librorum Prohibitorium or Expurgandorum, which has become one of the most efficient of instrumentalities for repressing the human intellect and aiding the forces of reaction. Henry VIII has the credit of setting the example in a brief list of prohibited books issued in 1526, although in the same year Charles V published in the Netherlands a plakat naming half a dozen authors whose books were to be burnt. The earliest allusion that I have met to such a catalogue in Spain occurs in a letter of September 1540 from the Suprema to Loazes, then Inquisitor of Barcelona, complaining of the inefficiency of the efforts to prevent the importation of prohibited books, which the Germans were using every means to disseminate, while merchants and booksellers felt no fear of the penalties imposed by the Inquisition. Greater activity and heavier punishment were necessary, for which instructions were enclosed, with a list of prohibited and suspected books, to which Loazes was to add his suggestions. This was merely for use within the Inquisition. The first formal printed index was compiled, in 1546, by the University of Louvain. A copy of this was sent, in 1547, to the Inquisitor General Valdés, at Seville, who forwarded it to the Suprema. This had it printed, with an appendix containing the books prohibited in Spain, and sent it out, September 1st, to the tribunals, with some MS editions of the later prohibitions. This is the earliest Spanish index, hitherto unknown, which has left no other trace, and it serves to mark the commencement of another duty undertaken by the Suprema, that of examining books for the purpose, without awaiting denunciations, for in 1545 there is an order to pay Dr. Alvaro de Moscoso 40 ducats for labor of this kind. Then, in 1550, the University of Louvain issued an enlarged list, and this, by order of Charles V, was reprinted and circulated by the Inquisition in 1551, with its own additions, constituting what has been reckoned as the first Spanish index. The energies of the Suprema were now turned to the Scriptures. Vast numbers of Latin Bibles had been circulated, correct as to the text, but rendered insidiously dangerous by heretical notes and commentaries. Many of these were contained in the Index of 1551, and diligent search was made for others at Salamanca and Alcalá. and their errors were scrupulously noted. The results of these labors were communicated to the tribunals, with orders to examine all the Bibles seized under the Index of 1551. If among them were found editions not in the list enclosed, they were to be scrupulously examined by learned men and be sent to the Suprema, which would then determine what was to be done with the great accumulation of corrupt Bibles in the land. It concluded not to order a wholesale destruction, and in 1554 it issued the first expurgatory index, devoted to the Scriptures, specifying the edition and the passages to be borrado, or blotted out. This was sent to the tribunals with orders for its publication everywhere. All the Bibles seized, and all that might be brought in, were to be expurgated and returned to their owners with a certificate. After the expiration of the term of grace allowed, the most strenuous efforts were to be made to ascertain whether any prohibited or unexpurgated Bibles remained in the hands of individuals or institutions, the owners of which were to be punished with the utmost rigor. It was evidently the books conveyed by Julian Hernandez that furnished a fresh list sent to the tribunals, October 22, 1557, of works described as printed in Venice and brought from Flanders and Germany by a Spaniard to Seville. Edicts concerning them were to be published everywhere, and bookshops were to be sedulously searched, and anyone found in possession of them was to be punished with the greatest severity. This was followed, September 2, 1558, by an additional list of books ordered to be burnt. The Suprema was thus obtaining material for an independent index. Paul IV had caused one to be compiled in 1557, which was printed and suppressed to appear in 1559 in an authentic form. The Spanish Inquisition, however, already asserted its independence of the Roman Holy Office in these matters. The excitement over the Lutherans of Valladolid and Seville suggested a comprehensive prohibition of heretic books. Valdez procured from the Pope the necessary delegation of power, and, in 1559, the first indigenous index appeared. It was distributed to the tribunals with instructions that all books contained in it were to be called in. Those of the heretic authors were to be publicly burnt in the autos, and the rest carefully stored, making lists of them and their owners, which were to be sent to the Suprema for its action. Books on the humanities and Catholic books with heretic notes, if the latter could be effaced, were to be returned to the owners. All anonymous books and books without imprint of place and printer, and all books printed abroad since 1519, were to be seized and examined, and, if found suspicious, were to be detained. The general clause in the index, covering all books savoring of heresy, was explained to mean that everything not contained in it that was heretical or suspect was to be seized, and whenever there was doubt, the Suprema was to be consulted. The preparation of the index had been a work of no little labor and perplexity. Among others, the learned Dr. Francisco Sancho had for some years been employed by the Suprema in examining and seizing books, and, early in 1559, he wrote that he had a large number in his possession, and that in the course of his duties many doubts had arisen, which he set forth in a series of questions. One of these suggests the difficulty of censorship applied to a theology undergoing reconstruction at the Council of Trent, but which was assumed to have been unalterable from the beginning. Sancho calls attention to the clause in the edicts forbidding all books containing anything against the faith and the Church and its observances. There are many books, he continues, containing such errors, as those of Richard of Amar, Cayetano, the Master of Sentences, Origen, Theophylact, Tertullian, Lactantius, Lucian, Aristotle, Plato, Seneca, and others, much used both in and out of the schools, and it is doubted whether they can be permitted under condition of noting the errors. The Suprema shrank from the absurdity of suppressing the works of the most eminent medieval theologians and the leading classics, and it graciously allowed their circulation until further orders. The issue of the index was followed by a vigorous search through all the bookshops and libraries of Spain. Examiners or revisers were appointed everywhere, with instructions to scrutinize all collections of books, whether in shops, monasteries, universities, or private libraries, to detect not only those named in the index, but all others containing suspicious matter. All owners of books were commanded to submit them for examination, under penalty of excommunication and 200 ducats. Not only the prohibited books, but all regarded as suspicious were to be sent, together with information as to their owners, to the Suprema, which would do justice in the premises. End of section 57.
Section 58 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joseph Tabler. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea. Book 8, Chapter 4, Part 6. Spheres of Action, Censorship. The examination of all the books accumulated in Spain was a formidable undertaking, but it was attempted to the discomfiture of all men of culture and learning, and the raising of innumerable questions which gave ample occupation to the Suprema. A specimen of this is found in the report of Fray Pedro de Quintanilla of Valladolid concerning books in his hands belonging to Bartolome de Robles, a prominent bookseller. Most of these, he says, are of Erasmus, such as the Adagia, paraphrases, and annotaciones, which are not prohibited, and he thinks may be returned to the owner, to which the response is that books of Erasmus, not in the index, may be returned. Then there is Conrad Gessner, de Piscibus et de Avibus, containing only the painted bird and fish, which he thinks may be returned, which is assented to. Then there is a book called Petrus Galatinas, containing a tract de arte cabalistica. If this were removed, some who have examined it say that the rest is good, to which the reply was to take out the cabalistic tract and return the book. Then there are other books which have prologues or annotations by heretics, and he thinks that if the names of such authors were blotted out, the books might be returned, as to which he was told to specify the books. We can readily conceive the exasperation caused by this laborious and meddlesome trifling, and its repressive influence on the studies of the learned. All this was in furtherance of a savage pragmatica, evidently motived by the Lutheran scare. It was issued September 7, 1558, by the Infanta Juana in the name of Philip II, and shows that the civil power cooperated with the Inquisition while providing an effective machinery for a state censorship. It recited that, in spite of the law of 1502 and the labors of inquisitors and bishops, there were many heretical works in circulation, and that foreign heretics were making great efforts thus to disseminate their doctrines, while there were also many useless and immoral books, so that the Cortes had petitioned for a remedy. It was therefore ordered, under penalty of death and confiscation, that no bookseller or other person should sell or keep any book condemned by the Inquisition, and all such books should be publicly burnt. The index of prohibited books must be printed, and every bookseller must keep a copy exposed where the public could consult it. No books in romance printed abroad, even in the kingdoms of Aragon, were to be imported under the same terrible penalty, unless they had a printed license from the Royal Council. But books in romance, previously printed abroad and not prohibited by the Inquisition, were to be presented to the local magistrates, who were to send lists of them to the Royal Council for decision, pending which they were not to be kept for sale under pain of confiscation and exile. Moreover, a general inspection was ordered of all books in the kingdom, those in bookshops and private libraries by the bishops, in conjunction with royal officials and universities, and those in religious houses by the superiors of the orders. Everything regarded as suspicious or immoral was to be sequestrated until judgment should be passed upon it by the royal council, and this was to be repeated annually. Existing and foreign books being thus provided for, a stringent censorship of the press was organized. Death and confiscation were decreed for anyone who should give out for printing a book without first submitting it to the royal council for examination, when, if found unobjectionable, a license would be issued. To prevent alterations, every page of the manuscript must be signed by a secretary of the royal chamber, who must rubricate every correction and state at the end the number of pages and corrections. After printing, the manuscript must be returned with 1 or 2 printed copies for comparison. Every book must have in front the license, the tassa or price at which it was sold, the privilege, if there was one, and the names of author, printer, and place of publication. New editions were subject to the same regulations, but legal documents and official papers of the Inquisition and the Cruzada indulgence were excepted. Even writing was subjected to the same restrictions as printing, for death and confiscation were threatened for all who should own or exhibit to others a manuscript on any religious subject without submitting it to the council, which should either license it or destroy it. This ferocious law was confirmed in 1627 by Philip IV and remained unrepealed until the Revolution, its enforcement being rigorously enjoined by Carlos IV in 1804. That anyone suffered death for its violation is unlikely, and inquisitorial trials of theologians show that they accumulated masses of papers on religious subjects without thought of submitting them to the royal council. But the impediments which it threw in the way of authorship were rigidly enforced, and cooperated with the Inquisition in exercising a most repressive influence on the intellectual progress of Spain. It was not difficult to secure from the papacy its aid in rendering this censorship effective. The Suprema, in its letter of September 9, 1558, to Paul IV respecting the Lutheran development, called attention to the negligence of confessors in requiring their penitents to surrender prohibited books and to denounce offenders, and Paul, in a brief of January 5, 1559, commanded all confessors in the Spanish dominions to inquire of penitents whether they owned or read such works, or knew of anyone owning or printing or selling them, when absolution was to be refused, unless the books were surrendered or the culprits denounced. For obedience to this, on the part of confessors, remission of sins was promised, while negligence was threatened with fines, deprivation of functions and benefice, and disability for reinstatement, penalties which were discretional with the Inquisitor General. Thus papal, royal, and inquisitorial powers were concentrated in the effort to purify the land of heretical literature. By the edicts of faith and by the confessional, the whole population was enlisted as spies and informers on those who contravened the prohibitions, which rapidly succeeded each other in the inquisitorial edicts, and all readers of books were required to denounce any passages which might seem to them suspicious or offensive. It is probably to this latter source that are attributable most of the incredibly trivial expurgations with which the later indexes are burdened. How it sometimes fared with authors indubitably orthodox but careless in expression is exemplified in the case of the Maestro Fray Hernando de Santiago, who in 1597 published at Salamanca, of course after the preliminary censorship, his Consideraciones sobre todos los domingos y fiestas de la Cuaresma. It was denounced to the Inquisition as containing some heretical propositions, and many that were erroneous and scandalous. The Toledo tribunal summoned him, and after examination voted to suspend his case, with a reprimand and ordered to be reticent in his sermons and to write no more scandalous books, which was an admission that the work contained nothing especially objectionable. The Suprema, however, set the vote aside and ordered his trial to be vigorously pushed and all his papers to be seized. A struggle, prolonged until 1602, ensued over an infinite number of expressions to which the calificadores took exception, resulting in his being severely reprimanded in the presence of representatives of all the religious orders, with banishment from Castile and suspension from preaching for 3 years, the first year of which was to be passed in reclusion in the monastery of Cuenca as a penitent. From his book were to be expurgated all the passages noted as objectionable by the calificadores, and the list of these as printed in the indexes is formidable in length rather than in quality, for captious criticism had wreaked itself on the minutest points. It was justified in correcting Assur king of Persia to Assur king of Assyria, possibly also in altering the day when Peter renounced Christ to denied Christ, but only slavish adulation could require that the day when a tyrant king should be changed to tyrant captain. Still, the indomitable maestro was not silenced, for in the following year, 1603, he issued another book, Consideraciones sobre los Evangelios de los Santos, for which he escaped prosecution, though his book likewise found its way into the index with, however, a small array of expurgations. Inquisitorial censorship, it will thus be seen, by no means confined itself to suppressing the works of foreign heretics, for which it was primarily instituted. Had it done so, it would have exercised a sufficiently benumbing influence on Spanish intelligence, for it excluded many works because of their authors rather than of their contents, and it never was able to settle definitely the troublesome questions arising from works of high scientific and intellectual merit, in which the authorship or an occasional passage might offend the hypersensitiveness so zealously cultivated. This was sufficiently restrictive on culture, not only in itself but in the obstruction which, as we shall see, it imposed on the introduction of all books from abroad. But even more unfortunate in its influence was the censorship extended over the whole field of native literature, interposing barriers on authorship seeking publicity, and exposing even the most orthodox writers to the danger of seeing their works suppressed, or to the humiliation of having them disfigured with blotted passages in which the perverse ingenuity of some theological expert might detect possible danger to the unwary. Yet, to do the Spanish Inquisition justice, in this it was more considerate than the Roman censorship. In 1564 appeared the Index of Pius IV, known as the Tridentine Index. This is the basis of all succeeding Roman indexes, which are strictly of prohibited books. That is, all books to which exception of any kind could be taken were prohibited, whether their errors were systematic or only occasional. No indication was given as to what were the objectionable points, although the author, by humble supplication to the congregation of the index, might obtain information and reprint his book with corrections at the risk of its being again prohibited. The Spanish Inquisition was more laborious, for it prepared expurgatory indexes in which, when books were not absolutely prohibited, the objectionable passages were designated, and when these were borrado, or blotted out, the book could be circulated. Working thus on different lines, there was little harmony between Spain and the Holy See. In fact, as we shall occasion to observe, the Inquisition asserted entire independence of the Roman censorship, disregarding its prohibitions and issuing its own without reference to Rome. This commenced early, as is shown in some curiously contradictory utterances in 1568 respecting the Tridentine Index. February 7th, a Carta Acordada orders the observance of the Spanish Index of 1559. Then another of June 14th recites that the Tridentine Index is not observed and that persons are using books prohibited in it, wherefore inquisitors are to order it to be obeyed and to tell preachers to urge this from their pulpits. Finally, a third carta, a fortnight later, on June 29th, practically revokes this by commanding that the Index of 1559 is the only one to be followed. What between the activity of the press, the widening knowledge of heretical literature, and the increasing sensitiveness of criticism, the work promised to be endless, and preparations were soon under way for the preparation of a new index. The labor proved to be no light one. The tribunals, the prelates, and the universities were called upon for information. As this was received, it was sent to Maestro Francisco Sancho, who selected from the University of Salamanca a junta to frame from these materials the new index. Then Sancho left Salamanca and recommended as his successor his assistant, Dr. Diego de Vera. The Suprema grew impatient, and in a letter of December 6, 1572, it charged the theologians of the university with the prosecution of the work. In view of its importance and the urgency of speedy completion, it was to be preferred to all other business and was to be pushed forward unremittingly. They doubtless labored conscientiously and disputed zealously, but the result was still far off. In 1574, we hear that the index was expected to be completed shortly. In 1575, the Licenciado Velarde, in charge of the matter, was urged to complete it. In 1578, it was so far advanced that it was submitted to the universities for their revision, and in 1579 they were asked for their opinions on the general rules drawn up to accompany it. Still there was delay, for the outcome of this careful and prolonged labor was a vast increase over previous indexes, appearing in 2 volumes, known as the Indexes of Quiroga, the Inquisitor General. The first was an index of prohibited books, issued in 1583, consisting mostly of the names of authors, all of whose works were forbidden. This was followed in 1584 by an expurgatory index, the first of its kind, giving the expurgations necessary to render current the works enumerated. A Carta Acordada of October 16th contained directions for the enforcement of its prescriptions. Although it had been published in the principal towns, it was to be published again on a Sunday or feast day, after convoking the people by proclamation, when it was to be read after the sermon in the same way as the Edict of Faith. The preacher was to announce that all persons having prohibited books were to deliver them at once to the tribunal, or to a person designated in each town. Those having books to be expurgated could do so in their own houses, but within 6 months must submit them to the said persons for approval and signing, without which they would not be considered as expurgated. Obedience seems to have been slack. On June 13, 1585, the time limit was extended for 4 months. Then successive prorogations followed, and in 1587 a further delay was accorded until the end of 1588. The business was as interminable as the labors of the Danaides. Already in 1586, the theological faculties of Salamanca, Alcala, and Valladolid were informed that omissions had been reported, and they were asked to assemble and consider what should be done. In 1594 we hear of preparations on foot for another index, and Dr. Neroni, abbot of Alcalá, was instructed to form a junta of doctors and masters competent for the work. Progress, however, was interrupted by the strife which arose between the Dominicans and the Jesuits over the propositions of Molina and the insoluble questions connected with sufficing and efficacious grace. The correspondence on the subject was continuous and voluminous. All the theologians of Spain, who were numerous and highly vocal, were involved in a prodigious uproar which monopolized the energies of the censorship. Even the Inquisition was powerless to restore peace between the raging factions, and in 1598 the strictest orders were sent to all the universities forbidding debate or discussion on the subject, and any allusion to it in lectures. Yet the tempest continued to growl, and even in 1612 we find an edict concerning it. Still the work was making progress with enormous labor. We happen to learn that in 1596 the Tribunal of Murcia was instructed to confide to Dr. Arce and his brother the expurgation of Theodore Zwinger's Theatrum Vitae Humanae, an enormous work in 8-folio volumes published in Basel in 1565. How long they were engaged upon the task may be inferred from the fact that in 1610 the tribunal was ordered to give to Padre Arce the copy of the book on which he had labored, and the result appears in 38 pages of the index occupied by his expurgations. In 1605 we find commissions granted to sundry calificadores to take from the bookshops whatever books they needed for examination. A junta was formed, probably in 1608, the members of which received the liberal salary of a ducat a day, and in 1610 lists of books were sent to all the tribunals with instructions to submit them to learned men for consideration. The expenditure was large, for it was not until 1612 that the new index, known by the name of Sandoval y Rojas, the Inquisitor General, saw the light. It was both a prohibitory and an expurgatory index in one stout volume. End of section 58.
Section 59, A History of the Inquisition of Spain, by Henry Charles Lea, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Brick. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea, Book 8, Chapter 4, Part 3. Spheres of Action. Censorship. The next index was issued under the authority of Inquisitor General Zapata in 1632, forming a large folio. Then, in 1640, another appeared in a still larger volume known as the Index of Sotomayor. 67 years elapsed before the publication of another, in 1707, under Inquisitor General Vidal Marin. Its preparation had been entrusted to Antonio Alvarez de la Puente and Fernando Gallego Calderon, the latter of whom died, and the work was carried to completion by the former. It contained not only the list of Sotomayor and the works of condemned and expurgated during the interval, but many others discovered by the industry of the compilers or by the revisers appointed by the various tribunals, under orders of May 31st, 1706, to examine all books, shops, and libraries. It occupied 2 folios of rather smaller size than the single one of its predecessor. The next index was issued in 1747 under the Inquisitor General Prado y Suesta in one large folio. Its preparation had been committed to 2 Jesuits without supervision who abused their position by gratifying the interests of the Society of Jesus through including a large number of authors who had never been condemned, giving rise to a long debate of which more hereafter. Although this index was thoroughly discredited, it was not until 1782 that the Suprema invited proposals for a new one. A memorial, apparently by a member of that body, in response to this, pointed out the inconvenience of the previous issues, with their constant growth rendering them costly and difficult to consult. The writer suggested the Roman Index of Benedict XIV as a model of all the works to be gathered into one alphabet. the long lists of expurgations to be replaced with the Roman Dana Corrigator, and a reference of the edict denouncing them. Allusion was made to the many intricate and delicate questions involved, largely owing to the irreconcilable pretensions of the Roman and Spanish Inquisitions, and to the conflict between the royal prerogative and the papal claims. Thus, he says that the Roman condemnations were not to be regarded unless they emanate from the Congregation of the Index, not the Roman Inquisition, or the papal brief, and even the Congregation prohibited many books meriting no theological censure, because they were adverse to the assumptions of the Curia. Then there was the difficulty of the preserving an impartial balance between the rights of the crown and the power of the Church, and of determining the numerous questions presented by many books, and the circumspection necessary to distinguish between rights and claims, between exterior and interior discipline, and between discipline and dogma. In fact, the construction of an index involved much beyond the mere definitions of theology, for it affected the large issues of national policy as well as the multitudinous interests of whole classes of society and religious organizations. As the writer said, the task was too great for any one man, however wise and learned. It could only be performed by a carefully selected junta. Most of these suggestions were adopted by Indice Ultimo, which appeared in the 1790 in a moderate-sized volume, easy of reference, although the absence of expurgations deprived the possessors of books requiring correction of the facilities afforded by the ponderous tomes of the older indexes. During the long intervals between the successive issues, the tribunals were expected to compile for themselves lists of the books condemned in the frequent edicts sent to them. In 1781, we find the Valencia tribunal taken to task for not knowing that a French translation of Robinson Crusoe had been prohibited by decree of January 16, 1756, and it was told that if it had not kept such a list, it must seek for one in some tribunal that they had done so. Booksellers likewise were expected to note all new prohibitions in the copies of the indexes which they were required to keep, and a decree of 1627 instructed the tribunal to furnish to them copies of all edicts as they appeared, so they could not plead ignorance and escape punishment. As regards the performance of expurgation, so long as the published index was merely prohibitive, it was necessary for the owner to deliver the book to the tribunal or to a commissioner to have the objectionable passages blotted out, and some documents of 1563 and 1568 show this to be the practice. When the expurgatory index of Quiroga appeared in 1584, we have seen that owners were empowered to do this and that they were negligent, which perhaps explains why the privilege was subsequently withdrawn. It was difficult to enforce obedience, and the duty was troublesome, leading to the expedient of licensing professional expurgators who were authorized to do the work and give certificates of its due performance, with the condition that, when working in libraries, if they found prohibited books, they would seize and deliver them to the nearest commissioner. When the books were delivered to the tribunals for expurgation, the habitual delays must have been exasperating. In 1688, we find Don Juan de la Torre, whose patience was exhausted, obtaining from the Suprema a letter to the Valencia tribunal ordering it to expurgate a book of his and to deliver it to him. We can scarce wonder that owners were negligent, as a remedy for which a Carta Acordada of October 5, 1712, ordered the tribunals to state in their edicts that the expurgations were on record there, and all owners were to send their books to have the offending passages blotted out by persons deputed for that purpose. Then in 1790, the owner was again permitted to do on one condition of presenting the book within 2 months, to show that it had been done. But, as the Indice Ultimo gave no indication of the expurgations required, it was left for the owner to discover them. No matter what plan was adopted, expurgation rendered the ownership of books a source of anxiety and trouble, and exercised a deterrent influence on the diffusion of culture, for there was no class of literature, whether fiction, poetry, history, devotion, statecraft, law, or science, as well as theology, in which some lynx-eyed critic could not discover a phrase or sentiment which called for revision. Edicts were continually being issued describing the expurgation of individual books, sometimes 30 or 40 years after their publication, and frequently on the most trivial grounds. And the lover of literature or science had to be constantly on the watch to escape the penalties of neglect. The process of expurgation was the application with a brush of a coat of printing ink to the peccant word or passage, so as to render it perfectly illegible. When the Mexican tribunal took a notion to condemn all engraved portraits of the saintly Juan de Palafox, Bishop of Puebla, the face was thus dubbed over with ink so as to render the features indistinguishable. When, in a book, the length of the offending passage made this too troublesome, the ruder process was adopted of tearing out the pages regardless of the innocent matter thus removed and destroying the connection of the parts thus sundered. Literature was of small account to the butchers of books. Booksellers and book buyers were subjected to constant investigation conducted in the rudest manner, the influence of which could not fail to be most depressing. The examination of bookshops and public and private libraries, which we have seen attempted as early as 1530 and resolutely prosecuted in 1559, was a settled policy and was pushed with special vigor after the issue of every new index, but it was not limited to those times. The correspondence of the Suprema is full of letters and instructions showing the unremitting vigilance with which the work was carried on. In 1600, the tribunals of the Valencia, Barcelona, and Murcia were ordered to send to the Suprema the books of the Constable of Castile, a work of some duration, for, in 1602, there is still a box of them on the way. Then the Seville tribunal was instructed to examine the books of Fray Diego Davila and forward those which Montoya had indicated. Then the Murcia tribunal was told to send to Dr. Montoya the books of Don Juan de Joses. In 1602, the books of the confessor to the Queen were ordered to be sent to the Suprema. All these were private collectors whose tastes or zeal for learning subjected them to these vexations and humiliations, to the unlimited detention of their cherished books, to loss from carelessness or pilfering, and to the irreparable damage of artistic bindings. The mere possession of books rendered the owner an object of suspicion and investigation. If this was the case with private collectors of all ranks, we can readily appreciate the endless troubles and ruinous prosecutions to which booksellers were exposed. In this same year, 1600, the Suprema advised the Toledo tribunal that Dr. Juan Martinez had been examining the bookshops of Madrid, resulting in the statement enclosed, as to which it was to do justice, the customary formula in prosecutions. This is merely an indication of the continuous warfare waged against culture and learning, from which no one was safe. In 1627, a decree commanded booksellers, under penalty of 40 ducats and excommunication, to report all prohibited books and those requiring expurgation which they might meet in private libraries. In 1618, the Seville tribunal was ordered to seize all the Hebrew books that had belonged to Arias Montano. Even the royal library of the Escorial was subjected to the most humiliating regulations. When the Index of 1612 appeared, the Geronimite prior of San Lorenzo petitioned the Suprema, stating the wish of the king that the prohibited books should not be removed or expurgated, as it was distinct from the convent library, and the only keys to it were held by him and the chief librarian. Thereupon the Inquisitor General sent Fray Francisco de Jesus to examine and report the arrangements of the library, after which, on November 12, 1613, it decreed as follows: all books which are literary and not religious or offensive by authors of the first class, those of whom all the works were condemned, are to be separated, marked, and have a prefatory note that the author is condemned, but permission is given for them to remain where they can be read by the prior, the chief librarian, and the professors of the college. All books by such authors treating of religion and cognate matters such as chronologies, sacred histories, and histories of the popes, seeing that the king does not wish them removed, shall be stored in a separate room, always locked as in an archive, and no one shall read them save the prior and chief librarian, by special license of the Inquisitor General and Suprema. There shall be 2 keys, locks, one kept by the chief librarian and the other by the Suprema, and 2 lists shall be made of them, one kept in a locked room and the other by the Suprema. With these shall also be placed 2 MSS by heresiarchs from the MS department. Rabbinical books and the Bibles in Romance can remain, but shall be put in a separate case and be marked as prohibited, but they can be read as hitherto by the prior, chief librarian, and professors. The fraile in charge of the pharmacy of the convent, but he alone can read books on medicine by authors of the first class. For distillation of quintessences and other matters of importance, a quarantine against the deadliest infection could scarce have been more carefully devised. There was a slight relaxation in this when, in 1616, Inquisitor General Sandoval was at the Escorial and extended to all the professors of the college the privilege of reading books of the first class on religion. After the Zapata Index of 1632 appeared, the question again came up, and Inquisitor General Sotomayor confirmed the arrangement of 1613. On the publication of his index in 1640, the frailes of San Lorenzo petitioned the Suprema that the library, as belonging to the king, should not be expurgated under the new index. To this the Suprema replied in a consulta to the king, November 16, 1641, arguing that, as the library was the greatest in the world and belonged to the king, it was especially important that it should set the example of containing nothing contrary to Catholic doctrine. Still, there might be a secluded place in which all books by heretic writers and of evil doctrine could be set aside, and the key of it be kept by the Inquisitor General, on condition that the library should furnish to the Suprema whatever books it might need. There can be little doubt that some such arrangement was reached. The vigilant supervision over bookshops and libraries was unrelaxing, and the depressing influence which it exercised on the book trade and on culture in general can be estimated from the regulations accompanying the Index of Vidal-Marin in 1707. The tribunals were authorized to appoint an unlimited number of revisores de libros, empowered at such times as suited to them to examine the public libraries and auctions and bookshops. The revisor was to require from the booksellers inventories of stock and to see that these were complete. He was to order sent to his house or to that of another revisor all prohibited books and those requiring examination, and report the result to the tribunal. He was to expurgate and certify with its signature all books requiring expurgation. He was to report all omissions or contraventions by booksellers of the rules of the index, and for this his inspections must be frequent. He was to familiarize himself with these inventories, and also with those which the booksellers were obliged to render to the tribunal at the beginning of each year, with details of all sales made during the year, so that he should become thoroughly informed and the booksellers be deterred from committing their customary frauds. All this was to be done at the expense of the owners of the books, or, in the case of public libraries, of the town. As this was expected to produce much dissatisfaction by licentious talk against the index, was to be reported for due punishment. The expected dissatisfaction was not lacking. The powers granted to the revisers gave so large an opportunity for oppression and extortion that the position was eagerly sought. Commissions were recklessly multiplied until the number of these literary spies and blackmailers aroused general complaint. Nor was this mere temporary abuse, for a letter of the Suprema, October 5, 1712, calls attention to the excessive number of appointees and the evils thence arising, for the palliation of which it proposed to issue an edict. This inspection of public and private libraries and of bookshops continued till the suppression of the Inquisition. We find June 25, 1817, the Seville tribunal sending to that of Madrid a list of books belonging to Juan Gualberto Gonzalez, royal fiscal in the Council of Indies, and on August 18th, the fiscal sends to an unnamed tribunal the translation for which it had asked for a list of books belonging to the Marquis of Narros, the linguistic attainments of the inspectors having apparently been insufficient. In the financial distress of the Inquisition, the work seems now to be performed by officials of the tribunals, doubtless eager to do anything that would bring in fees, for in 1819 we have the report of the Secretary of Valencia Tribunal that, in the inspection of the bookshop of Pedro Juan Malien, he had found a sermon in Italian which he seized as suspicious and which was duly submitted to the calificadores. End of section 59. Section 60. A History of the Inquisition of Spain by Henry Charles Lea, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Breck. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea, Book 8, Chapter 4, Part 4, Spheres of Action, Censorship. Death afforded an opportunity not neglected of expurgating private libraries. When the owner died, the Inquisition stepped in to investigate and to control the disposition of his books. In 1651, it would seem that all books had to pass through its hands, for in the case of Don Alonso de la Torre, the Suprema orders the Valencia tribunal to forward to it the packages delivered by the heirs, the prohibited ones separate for those approved. The instructions of 1707 apparently limit this interference to cases of sale, for they provide that when, on account of death or other cause, a library is sold, the bookseller must furnish the revisor with a list of all books and their prices, so that prohibited or suspected ones may be surrendered, for which the booksellers may take receipts. In 1748, the case of Dr. Teodoro Thomas, canon of the Cathedral of Valencia, indicates that the executors had to render to the tribunal a detailed statement under oath of the disposition made of all books and papers. The prohibited books were given to the Dominican convent, which had a license enabling it to hold them, and the rest were sold to Juan Bautista Malet and Manuel Cortes, booksellers. The papers were also accounted for. Those pertaining to cathedral affairs were delivered to the chapter. Those which seemed useless were burnt, and the servants sold some to an apothecary. In this case, the necessary preliminary of submitting an inventory to a revisor had evidently been complied with. When this was omitted, the resultant trouble is exemplified in the library of Gregorio Mayans y Ciscar, the most eminent man of letters of his day, who died in 1781. His library was large and valuable, and his widow sought to make the most of it for his children. She was a pious woman, but through ignorance did not observe the requisite formalities. She sold a large portion to the Augustinian convent, which had a license to hold prohibited books, and when she learned that this was unlawful, she made great efforts to get it back. The Augustinians resisted, but were finally obliged to submit. When she applied to the Suprema for a license to sell the prohibited books, which was referred to the Valencia tribunal, it replied November 8, 1803, that the Augustinian provincial had prohibited the license, and had been told that the convent had a right to hold them, but the widow had no right to sell them. The inquisitor sympathized with her, but pointed out that to grant her request would open the door to fictitious transactions, and he recommended that at most she should be allowed to sell those which the Augustinians had bought, for there were others. The library was large. It had taken long to make an inventory, and still longer to find a reviser to go over it and note the prohibited books. This, however, had at least been accomplished, and the widow had been furnished with 2 lists, one of the prohibited books to be surrendered to the Inquisition, and the others of those which must be expurgated before she could sell them. The Suprema, before deciding, required to see a list of the prohibited books sold to the Augustinians, which was duly furnished, and we may hope that in the end the widow was able to dispose of her husband's books, although the proceeds must have been woefully diminished by the fees and the expenses and the confiscation of those prohibited. There was scant encouragement in Spain for scholars to accumulate the means of study and research. While this case was dragging along, irreprehensible zeal in pursuit of prohibited books threatened a foreign complication. Leonhard Schuck, the Dutch consul at Alicante, died, leaving the French vice-consul as his executor. The house and effects were duly sealed with the royal seal during the execution of certain legal formalities, but the commissioner of the Inquisition called on the governor to remove the seal and to deliver the keys to him, so that he might inventory the books, papers, and prints, for he was informed that there were prohibited articles of all 3 kinds. The governor refused until he could consult the king, when the commissioner at night broke the seal, made his way in, and compiled an inventory and replaced the seal as best he could. The Dutch ambassador complained to Carlos IV, and the minister Urquijo, who was unfriendly to the Inquisition, took occasion to issue a Carta Orden of October 11, 1799, severely rebuking it for this and other similar occurrences, which had contributed greatly to increase its evil reputation abroad. This supervision over the libraries of the dead continued under the Restoration. In 1815, orders were sent to all commissioners to see that no books belonging to estates were sold at auction until exact lists were submitted to the tribunal, and its permission was obtained. And in 1817, when Fray Raimundo Garcia, prior of the convent of Montesa at Onda, died, the Valencia tribunal had his library examined, with the result of finding quite a number of prohibited books, mostly of Jansenist character. Despite the ceaseless vigilance of the Inquisition, the seekers after forbidden literature took the risk of gratifying their longings. This forbidden literature was necessarily foreign. Under the preliminary restrictions on printing which weighed with such deadly pressure on authorship, and under such vigilance as which prompted the Suprema in 1602 to order the tribunals to instruct their commissioners to seize all new books of those of new authors or new editions and report about them without delivering them to anyone. It was impossible that native works of dangerous tendency could reach the public, and censorship was confined to theological subtleties or to trivialities. The only real danger to be guarded against came from abroad, and the Inquisition's most effective service to obscurantism was rendered to the quarantine which it established to preserve the nation from the infection of new ideas. To this were directed the unremitting energies of the state, which found in the Holy Office its most useful instrument. We have seen above how early it took the alarm in 1521. In 1532, the Royal Council adopted the heroic measure of prohibiting the importation and sale of all recently printed books, a measure which, if enforced, would have cut off Spain from all foreign literature, without preventing the introduction of heretical books concealed in packages of other merchandise. If not speedily repealed, it at least soon became obsolete, and the function of guarding the land from the importation of heretical matter naturally fell into the hands of the Inquisition, which alone possessed the authority and the ability to decide between what was innocent and what was obnoxious. This function consisted of 2 duties, that of separating the wheat from the tares in books regularly imported through the custom houses, and the suppression of smuggling. Precisely at what time the Inquisition undertook these duties it would be impossible to say, but its activity and organization of the work would seem to date from the Lutheran scare of 1557 and 1558. In a letter of May 12, 1558 from the Suprema to Charles V, it declares that all the inquisitors had been instructed to use the greatest vigilance at the seaports and along the French frontier, but such was the audacity of the heretics that this did not suffice, as was proved by the number of books daily seized in spite of the most rigorous punishment. So, in its report of September 9th to the Pope, it stated that to prevent the importation of heretic books, inquisitors with their officials had been established along the coasts and in places of the greatest trade, which was a falsehood from the purpose of obtaining papal sanction for despoiling the Church, since no new tribunals were established, though the existing ones were urged to special vigilance. How this was exercised is detailed in a letter of October 25th from Seville inquisitors, in response to an exhortation to diligence. They declared that all possible care was taken. Instructions had been given for the visiting of all ships on arrival. No merchandise of any kind should be discharged or opened without the presence of a commissioner, who saw that were no books in the packages, or if there were, they were sent to the tribunal. All packages for Seville were sealed and not opened save in the presence of their inspector to see whether there were books enclosed. All books arriving were delivered to the tribunal and examined. When those found to be prohibited or suspicious were detained, it had not come to their knowledge that anyone had received and distributed books without this previous examination. This shows that already the system had been established, which continued with little modification to the end. All packages of books were carefully inspected, those prohibited or subject to expurgation, and the new and unknown ones regarded as suspicious were removed and sent to the tribunal to await its decision, which usually inferred consultation with the Suprema and indefinite delay. Every package of merchandise, moreover box, bale, or barrel, was opened in the presence of the commissioner in search of concealed books. Thus the whole importing commerce of Spain passed through the hands of the Inquisition, whose officials employed in business were unpaid except by the fees which they could exact from merchants, leading to interminable squabbles, insufferable delays, and grievous impediments to the commercial activity of the nation. The trade in books suffered especially. It evidently was regarded as a thing to be restricted as far as possible, and was subject to any caprice of the authorities. In the 16th century, orders were sometimes sent to special ports to forward all packages of books unopened, and finally this was adopted as a universal rule, the whole foreign book trade thus passing through the hands of the Suprema. A Carta Acordada of June 17, 1666, complains of the inobservance of these instructions, which must be obeyed by the commissioners at all the ports. The carriers must be bound under a penalty to return, within a fixed time, the receipt of the Secretary of the Suprema, and a separate letter of advice must inform the Suprema who he is and at what tavern in Madrid he is accustomed to lodge. No trade could be profitably carried on which was subject to such vexatious and costly interference, while the Suprema was constantly scolding the tribunals for their negligence. How their ignorant scrupulousness affected trade may be guessed by an incident occurring at Barcelona in 1666. A bookseller of that city imported a number of copies of a book just printed in Lyons, a Pharmacopoeia Medico-Chemica by Johannes Schilderius, M.D., physician in ordinary to the Republic of Frankfurt. In the index of 1640, the inquisitors found, among authors of the first class, the name of Joan Schroederus, qualified as Philosophus et Theologus, German, Luther, in August Conference, all of whose works were condemned. They seized the pharmacopoeias and reported to the Suprema, which ordered a copy forwarded. It was duly submitted to calificadores, and 5 months afterwards the tribunal was notified that the books might be delivered to the owner. The internal traffic in books was trammelled by the closest supervision. In 1645, the Valencia tribunal was instructed to issue no licenses to take books to Castile without a formal order from the Suprema. While their departure was thus closely scrutinized, a second inspection was required on their arrival, as appears from a petition in 1665 of Juan Antonio Benet, bookseller of Madrid, representing that in 1663 he had forwarded to Miguel Paiso, a bookseller of Barcelona, certain books, among which the Barcelona tribunal found and seized a copy of the works of Quevedo, in 2 volumes, which he praised to be released, as was printed in Madrid, which it enjoyed free circulation. It was the same with exports. In 1573, the books of some frailes going to Canaries required a special order from Suprema to commissioners in Seville, Granada, Cordova, and Badajoz, to pass them if there were none prohibiting among them. The instructions of 1707 provided that when books are to be exported, lists of them are to be submitted to the revisers that they may retain any that are prohibited or unknown to them and thus required examination. A transaction in 1788 shows that a special permit was required for each shipment of books to the colonies, and a royal order of August 8, 1807 prescribed that the examination should be made conjointly by the commissioners of the Inquisition, the royal revisor, and a delegate of the Juez de Imprentas. Even books in transit were subject to the watchful eye of the Inquisition, as we learn when, in 1560, some that had belonged to Cardinal Pole were shipped through Spain to Venice and were diligently investigated. Books, in fact, were regarded with almost an insane fear as the most dangerous of all articles of commerce, and the more thoroughly that Spain could be prevented from knowing what men were thinking and doing in foreign lands, the safer it was for society. The regulations adopted for importations were well adapted to protect the Spanish intellect from such dangers. The requirement of sending all packages to the Suprema unopened seems to have been abandoned, but other obstacles were sufficiently onerous. All books with which the commissioner of the Inquisition was not acquainted had to be submitted to calificadores or sent to the Suprema for decision. As foreign books, especially the new ones, came under this category, the subsequent delays and the risk of prohibition exposed the importing bookseller to hardships rendering trade almost impracticable. Thus, in 1772, Pierre Crozier, a bookseller of Valencia, imported a copy of Essays de Morale of Pierre Nicole. It had to be referred to the Suprema, which, by letter of August 29th, ordered it to be examined and reported upon. After the lapse of 4 years, we find Crozier still begging the tribunal to decide whether it will be permitted, as well as copies of Discours de Fleury, the Histoire de la Bible of Rayamont. If prohibited, he asks permission to sell them to someone who holds a license or to return them to France. How much longer he had to wait we can only conjecture. These impediments to importation were aggravated by a regulation of the Royal Council in 1784, requiring a license before a new foreign book could be exposed for sale, and out of the small number on which the dealer could venture to try to market, he had, when applying for a license, to give 2 copies and to pay the examining censor a real per sheet for reading it, with the prospect that if the license was obtained, the Inquisition might subsequently prohibit it. The books seized were detained by the tribunals, and their fate is revealed in a letter from that of Valencia, July 28, 1798. In answer to orders from the Suprema to return to Don Joseph Joaquin de Soria a copy of the Lettres Provinciales in 4 languages, and to send to Madrid under seal the books brought from Holland some 10 years before by Don Pedro Antonio Casas. The tribunal explained at much length its inability to comply. The practice of entering the name of the owner in books seized is recent. The accumulation of prohibited books is large, and the room in which most of them are stored is so hot and so infested with bookworms that in a fortnight a book is pierced through and through. And those of Casas were placed there or left in their boxes, there would not be a leaf remaining. Besides, a bookseller was formerly employed to come monthly and dust them, and he carried away all that he wanted, as appeared in his prosecution on that charge in 1789. This explains why only a portion of Casas's books can be found. As to Sorius Lettres Provinciales, 2 copies of that edition have been found, but each has a different owner's name. Verily, the Inquisition was the graveyard of books. End of section 60. Section 61. A History of the Inquisition of Spain by Henry Charles Lea, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Breck. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3 by Henry Charles Lea, Book 8, Chapter 4, Part 5, Spheres of Action. Censorship. The outbreak of the French Revolution brought fresh activity and redoubled watchfulness for the exclusion of dangerous literature. Politics and religion were inextricably intermingled, and the revolutionary propaganda was as much dreaded as the religious had been in the 16th century. In 1792, the Suprema ordered all the tribunals to be especially zealous in preventing the introduction of the books which the French were industriously disseminating for the purpose of exciting rebellion and imperilling religion and the monarchy. With this, it circulated a royal order commanding special examination of books and papers from foreign parts. Wherever there was a custom house, there were 2 revisers appointed, one royal and the other inquisitorial, who were to examine together all books and papers arriving. There were to be divided into 3 parts, those allowed currency and unknown works on history and science, which would be delivered to the owners, those included in the index to be retained by the inquisitorial reviser, and those unknown and suspected to be kept by the royal reviser until the king's pleasure could be ascertained. Thus the forces of the state and the Inquisition were marshaled together in defense of the faith and of the crown. Unfortunately, they did not always work harmoniously, for in 1805 these instructions were reissued with urgent appeals for cordial cooperation. It would be useless to follow in detail the numerous exhortations to vigilance in the succeeding years. In spite of the precautions, foreign ideas drifted through the custom houses and embodied themselves in the Constitution of 1812. And when the reaction came under the Restoration, the supervision of importations was confided exclusively to the Inquisition. In 1816, a question arose as to the functions of the Subdelegado de Imprentas and the Revisor Real, when Fernando VII decided that it pertained alone to the tribunals to decide what books should pass through the custom houses and that their permission was necessary. If these efforts to control the legitimate importation of books exercised an unfortunate influence on the intellectual development of Spain, its commercial interests suffered likewise from the precautions adopted to prevent the smuggling of the dreaded literature. These were known as the Visitas de Navios, which rendered the ports of Spain an object of dislike to all merchantmen, whether of native or foreign origin. Their systematization is attributable to the Protestant scare of 1558, when no means were deemed too radical which should serve to defeat the propagandist energy ascribed to the Spanish refugees and their heretical allies. When a vessel cast anchor before it could break cargo, it was visited by the representatives of various jurisdictions, health, war, and customs. Subsequently, health and war were combined under the name of almirantazgo, and there was added a visit from the commissioner of the Inquisition with this notary and alguazil. As these officials were unsalaried, they claimed to be paid for their time and for the expense of carriage and boat by fees exacted of the vessel. Then, after inspecting the crew and passengers and examining any books belonging to them, a guard was stationed to prevent the surreptitious landing of books. When the cargo was discharged, the commissioner opened and inspected every package, and if it was a bale of books, of course, each one had to be compared with the index. For all this, additional fees were charged, constituting a tax. not alone on the book trade but on commerce in general, deeply resented by all the commercial interests, nor was the opposition lessened by the arbitrary methods of habitual with all the officials of the Inquisition. Complaints of abuses became loud and numerous from all the seaports, while, on the other hand, the frequent reports of heretical machinations led to constant exhortations from the Suprema for increased vigilance. Some feeble attempts were made to check abuses. In 1602, there was a prohibition that visiting officials should require to have meals served, should place guards, or insist on having salutes fired. In 1606, it was forbidden for commissioners to take with them notaries or familiars who were merchants, and who were thus learned the nature of the cargo and had opportunities to buy or to sell. But no attention was paid to these reforms. Then, in 1607, a royal cedula provided that commissioners should levy no fees for visiting ships, and this was repeated in 1610. But these commands were disobeyed on the plea that they passed through the Council of Castile and not through the Suprema, wherefore, as the letter said, the commissioners were bound to obey them, but not to execute them. The royal attention was finally called to the injurious effect of the system on Spanish commerce, and in January 1632 a cedula was sent to the corregidores of the seaports, in which the king stated that he had been informed that the continual vexations inflicted on those who came to trade at Spanish ports, arising from the abuses practiced by the numerous officials visiting their ships at their arrival and departure, had not only been the cause of the decline of commerce, but of its total destruction, for every vessel was visited by so many jurisdictions that the exhortations and impositions were great and had much increase of late. He was therefore obliged to inquire that proper methods could be adopted to encourage trade on the part of both natives and foreigners, without abolishing the necessary visits and precautions. There followed a list of searching questions as to the number of visits, officials, fees, methods, etc., with a request for suggestions. Although directed nominally to the abuses of all the jurisdictions, the Inquisition evidently was especially aimed at, for copies of the cedula were sent by the Suprema to all the tribunals of the Crown of Castile. A junta was assembled to frame a reform on the basis of the information thus obtained. It sat until the end of 1633, but if it reached any conclusions, they left no trace of legislation or practice. The only paper laid before it that I have met is a complaint from Don Pedro de Bereda, customs inspector of Guipazcoa, of the excesses committed by officials of the Inquisition, under pretext of visiting the vessels coming to the ports of his district. The probability is that, as so frequently the case in Spanish administration, the junta did nothing but submit to the king long consultas representing the conflicting views of the individual members, and that the king by that time had lost his interest in the matter and cast them aside without reading. As was inevitable, the aggressiveness of the officials led to frequent quarrels. In 1616 there was one in Sardinia, in which the inquisitor excommunicated the governor of Sacer, when the viceroy retaliated with a decree banishing the inquisitor. It was published with trumpet and cymbals, and so frightened the inquisitorial people that the consultors did not dare to assemble, and the familiars took to the mountains. The affair was referred to the Council of Aragon and the Suprema, which effected a truce by annulling the acts on both sides. That the junta of 1633 brought no harmony is seen in a similar outbreak arising from the same cause in 1634, between the viceroy and the Majorca and the tribunal, which had to be carried up to the king. In 1635, the royal secretary addressed the Suprema, stating that a squadron was being organized for the service on the coast of Guipuzcoa, and that, to avoid the extortions and vexations of the commissioner at San Sebastian, the king desired that the head chaplain of the squadron should be appointed as commissioner, so that he could perform the duty of visiting the ships and prizes when they entered port. To this the Suprema returned in emphatic protest. Such visits were essential and not to be omitted. The cause of complaint was not the extortions of the commissioners, but their zealous discharge of their duties. As there is no endorsement of the consulta, the king apparently did not press the matter. Perhaps the bitterest struggle was that carried on by Bilbao for more than 100 years. As one of the busiest ports of Spain, it naturally recalcitrated against the burdens laid upon its trade. The system had scarce been fairly organized when, in 1560, complaints already came to the Suprema of extortionate and illegal fees. Bartolome de Robles, a bookseller of Alcala, represented that he had imported through Bilbao 40 bales of books, which were forwarded in one lot by 10 muleteers. They had all been duly examined and sealed, the commissioner charging 1 real for each seal, and then, in place of giving 1 certificate for the lot, he made out 40 certificates at 40 reals apiece. The Suprema forwarded this to the tribunal of Calahorra, Logrono, with a table of fees, commanding that all exorbitant charges should be returned to it for distribution of parties aggrieved. It was not alone the booksellers, but merchants in general, who suffered from the opening of their packages and the fees charged on each, and the shipmasters exposed to the extortions attendant upon the visits. The mercantile community of Bilbao was well organized, having a Casa de Contratación to regulate commerce, with a fiel or executive officer, a prior, and councils. They made their grievances heard, and a compromise was reached with the tribunal. In 1561, which was not observed, it was the same with another agreement made in 1567, and yet another in 1576, under which all fees were abolished. To enforce this, the Contratación brought suit, resulting in an agreement of 1577, confirmed by the Suprema, by which the commissioner received 50 ducats a year in lieu of all fees, except 2 reals on each package of books, the examination of which was admitted to be laborious. Trouble soon recommenced. In spite of repeated exhortation to moderation by the Suprema, fees were levied on every package and cask of merchandise. The Royal Cedula of 1607 abolishing fees was published February 18th, but received no attention, and in 1609 Bilbao sent a strong remonstrance to the king, to which Logrono tribunal replied, asserting it to be false. The labor was great, it always had been and must be paid by fees, which were always the subject of contention, especially at Bilbao, where there were a prior councils to defend the merchants. Then came the Royal Cedula of 1610, again abolishing fees, which received no more attention than the previous one. In February 1612, the Suprema wrote to Logrono that great complaints continued to come to the king, especially from Bilbao, and it suggested that an increase in the 50 ducats might be obtained in lieu of fees. Acting on this, a formal agreement was signed in July and confirmed by the Suprema, raising the annual payments to 2,000 reals, the 2 reals on book packages being retained. It is not likely that this was observed by the commissioner, for in 1616, at the request of the merchants and shipmasters, a return was made to the fee system and a definite scale was agreed upon. This scale, however, did not long content the commissioner, for in 1631 the complaints reaching the Suprema led to make an investigation, in which its fiscal admitted that the excessive fees and vexations were leading shipmasters to abandon those ports, especially Bilbao. The fees exacted were 50%, greater than the agreed scale. Vessels bringing fish were compelled in addition to give so many fish out of each barrel, and the delays were damaging. At the same time, the existing commissioner, Pedro de Villarreal, was highly commended. He had merely accepted conditions as he found them, established by his predecessors. His term of service extended from 1625 to 1662, and was subsequently looked back upon as a halcyon time of peace. This came to an end in 1663 with the appointment of a new commissioner, the licentiate Domingo de la Guina, whose excessive exactions and arbitrary methods excited the bitterest dissatisfaction. One thing which was the subject of special complaint was that, in place of examining merchandise in the warehouses of the consignees, he insisted on opening the packages on the quay, cutting the cords and scattering the contents, which were thus subjected to theft and to the vicissitudes of the weather. He even bored holes in casks of tar and explored the interior with a stick in the search for hidden books. Commerce on a large scale could scarce be conducted. Under such conditions, the prosperity of the port was seriously threatened. Passions on both sides were enkindled, and a controversy of the fierce kind raged for years. The Senorio of Biscay took sides with the merchants and represented forcibly to the Queen Regent the absurdity of ruining commerce and risking complications with foreign nations on the pretext of preventing the smuggling of prohibited books, considering the risks attendant on the attempt and the lack of purchasers for them if successful, in a community so ardent for the faith. Both sides resorted to extreme measures. The Contratación in 1667 ordered the merchants not to pay fees. The tribunal, with the approval of the Suprema, ordered Leguina to collect them. He seized goods and sold them by auction. He prosecuted some of the merchants and compromised them for money. The English and the Dutch ambassadors intervened with protests against the disregard of treaty stipulations. The Queen Regent annulled the decree of the Contratación, forbidding the payment of fees, and against this the Senorio of Biscay, in a solemn assembly November 7, 1668, protested as a violation of the fueros and adopted a decree prohibiting their payment. If attempts should be made to collect them, it would resist, and if other remedies failed, a junta general would be assembled to determine on further measures. Meanwhile, any secular official assisting Leguina was declared to be disabled for insaculación in the choice by lot by public office. This decree was published in Bilbao to sound of drum and fife with general popular rejoicing, and Leguina could find no official to resist him in his work, even his notary being disqualified for an office to which he aspired. Then the Council of Castile intervened May 15, 1669, with an order to Leguina to levy no fees for visiting ships, an action probably induced by a forcible protest from the Earl of Sandwich, the English ambassador, in which the exactions of the commissioner were represented in infractions of the treaties of 1665 and 1667. The serious character of the questions thus raised made an impression of the court and led to a royal decree of July 19, 1669, informing the Suprema that the vexations and excessive dues levied by Leguina on the commerce of Bilbao had aroused such hatred that means must be taken to avoid greater evils by removing the officials and replacing them with others who would perform their duties without arousing complaints. An immediate answer was required to this, but the Suprema waited until December 23rd and then reapplied in a long consulta, insisting that Leguina had been right from the beginning, that all laws or regulations infringing on the immunities of the Inquisition were invalid, and the mere attempt subjected its authors to punishment. As the Suprema was immovable, an attack was made directly on Leguina by royal letter and provision of the Royal Council, July 22nd, 1670. Ordering him to collect no fees for visiting ships and to make his visits as his predecessors had done. When this was served upon him, he made an unseemly reply and stopped the commerce of the ports until there were 18 ships waiting to discharge their cargoes. To overcome this, a solemn mandate in the name of the King and Queen Regent was addressed to him February 14th, reciting his misdeeds and ordering him to quit the kingdom or to present himself at court under penalty of 20,000 maravedis. When this was served upon him by a notary on February 23rd, he reverently placed it on his head and said he respected it as the act of his king. But the next day he served upon the notary his denegatoria, denial of jurisdiction, stating that he was simply the servant of the Suprema and of the Logroño tribunal, in which capacity he had complied with the obligations of his office, and the Suprema had never brought a charge against him, wherefore he supplicated the king to inform himself from the Suprema as to the matters contained in these royal provisions which had been obtained surreptitiously, and to recognize the justice of his reply and of his proceedings. The authority of the Suprema evidently was superior to that of the king. Thus baffled, the Queen Regent turned again to the Suprema with a decree of April 1, 1670, in which she rehearsed the agreements of 1561, 1567, and 1576, as providing that no fees were to be levied. The visits must be made in the former fashion so as to give no occasion of complaints of the violation of treaties, and Leguina must be removed. To this the Suprema replied, April 24th, insisting on the necessity of the visits. The resistance of Bilbao had proved contagious. The other ports were refusing to pay fees, and this would extend to the whole monarchy. the labor had to be paid for, and the Inquisition had no funds for salaries. It further explained that, in view of the hostility felt for Leguina, the Logroño tribunal had replaced him on January 3rd by Joan de Zabala, who had found himself unable to act, everybody being terrorized and refusing to assist him, so Leguina had resumed his duties. Then, on February 14th, the Council of State had intervened and allowed 18 waiting ships to discharge their cargoes without examination, which was an invasion of jurisdiction of the Inquisition and consequently null. At the end of February, Leguina had been replaced by Don Inigo Zebuar, who had been well received by the merchants, a fallacious welcome, for soon afterwards it was learned that Zebuar, though he reduced the fees, could get no assistance. His life was threatened, and he asked to be relieved on June 20th. End of section 61. Section 62. A History of the Inquisition of Spain by Henry Charles Lea, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Breck. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea, Book 8, Chapter 4, Part 6. Spheres of Action. Censorship. It would be a weariness to follow in full detail these obscure quarrels which were carried on with equal tenacity by both sides. A new commissioner, Pedro de Irazagarria Butran, was succeeded by Miguel de Jarabeytia, who were as little successful as their predecessors. At length, on May 26, 1680, the king sent to the Suprema a protest from the Dutch ambassadors as to the detention of vessels and damage to goods for the purpose of extorting illegal fees. This was followed June 26th by another from the ambassador of France, claiming that French vessels should be exempted and that only packages of books should be examined. Then, on September 4th, the king transmitted one from the English ambassador and accompanied it by a sharp message to the effect that at the moment it was especially desirable to avoid giving just cause of offense to England, and that a prompt remedy must be applied. It was not until October 22nd that the Suprema replied, insisting upon the enforcement of the visits. More books entered the port of Bilbao than all the other ports of the kingdom combined, and since these troubles began, the visits had been so impeded that immense numbers of books of evil doctrine were filling all the public and private libraries. The Suprema was willing to embroil Spain with half of Europe rather than to spend a few hundred ducats in salaries, and equally reckless was its assertion as to the commerce in books at Bilbao, when in 1648 it had called for the reports on the visitas de navios from all the northern ports. Commissioner Villarreal stated that no books had come to Bilbao for 8 years. At none of the other ports was there any allusion made to books, except at San Sebastian, where it was added that they rarely came. When we recall the 40 bales imported in one lot through Bilbao of Robles of Alcala in 1561, we can estimate the success of the Inquisition during the interval in securing the intellectual isolation of Spain and the flimsiness of the pretext on which was based this prolonged struggle. Still, the struggle went on, stimulated by fresh protests from the English and French ambassadors, and met by the Suprema with vociferous assertions of the masses of heretical literature introduced into Spain. At length, on June 12, 1681, the corregidor of Bilbao, Don Juan González de León, a member of the Royal Council and judge in the Chancellery of Valladolid, in conjunction with the general deputies of the Senorio, issued a proclamation imposing a fine of 50 ducats on all shipmasters, merchants, and others who would pay the fees, thus uniting the royal and provincial authorities in resistance to the Inquisition. The Suprema met July 17th by ordering Jarabeytia to collect the fees, in which, if necessary, he was to employ excommunication and collect evidence to prosecute those who impeded the Inquisition. This was a declaration of war, but it was accompanied with secret instructions that he was not to seize goods but to keep a record for future use, and that he was to lose no opportunity for reaching a compromise with the Contratacion, which could take the shape, as formerly suggested, of a lump sum in payment on every ship according to its tonnage. Here the documents at my disposal come to an end. But there can be little doubt that on some such basis a compromise was reached, as the Contratacion had shown a willingness to pay a handsome sum in gross, in the confidence apparently that when the stimulus of fees for each package was removed, the examinations would be nominal, and the commissioners would render their office a sinecure. Barcelona was much more fortunate than Bilbao. The opposition of the viceroy and the intervention of the Banco Regio prevailed against the efforts of the tribunal. In 1819 it reported that there was no trace of commissioners ever having visited ships, except when there were Jews on board, and that a letter of 1677 showed that the visits were not made because shipmasters would not pay the fees. Elsewhere abuses were rife. At Cadiz, among seafaring men, the Santo Oficio was generally known as the Santo Ladronacio, although there are, and in Malaga, a judicious system of bribery was established which removed most of the impediments of commerce, together with the obstacles of the importation of prohibited books. I have met with complaints about Valencia, Alicante, and other ports, and in view of the prevalence of official venality, it may be assumed that at least many commissioners use their virtually irresponsible power for profit, either by omitting supervision or rendering it unduly onerous. In 1705, an elaborate digest of all previous instructions was sent to the tribunals with orders to impress upon their commissioners the necessity of constant vigilance to prevent the introduction of prohibited books. Not only were bales, hogsheads, casks, packages, and especially packs of playing cards to be examined, but the chests and the beds of the sailors. Yet the utmost tact and dexterity were to be employed, so as to avoid exciting the repugnance felt by these visits. If any controversy arose, the commissioners were not to proceed judicially, but the matter was to be referred directly to the Suprema. In 1742 and 1764, there were royal orders issued prescribing rules and fees, which have interest only as showing the control acquired by the Crown over the Inquisition. In 1801, the Suprema called upon the tribunals for information as to details and fees, the answer to which from Valencia indicates the purely financial view of the matter entertained by the officials. Since the royal orders of 1742 and 1764, it said, and for many years previous, no visits has been made, because the fee for large vessels was 8 reals and 4 for small ones, while it was necessary to hire a carriage from the city of Grau and a boat to the ship, so the cost was greater than the gain. In Denia, the visits had been performed anciently, but for many years they had been abandoned. In fact, it had for the most part become simply an impost levied for the benefit of the Inquisition on ships from foreign parts. The suppression of the Inquisition by the Cortes de Cadiz in 1813 was followed by a decree stating that at almost all the seaports of Spain there was collected for the Inquisition a fee known as Derecho de Inquisición on all foreign vessels on those from foreign ports, and that in some places there was further levied on all packages of books and merchandise another fee for registration, all of which the Cortes now suppressed. With the rival of the Inquisition under the Restoration, the visitas de navios were naturally resumed whenever the opposition of shipmasters and foreign consuls permitted. Desiring to recognize the system, the Suprema, June 17, 1816, called for information, the response to which show that at the ports of the northern coasts, for the most part, it was maintained as far as practicable, while on the Mediterranean shore, except in Majorca and Valles Malaga, it was in a thoroughly demoralized condition. No visits were made to the ships. Where they could, commissioners collected fees from vessels arriving from foreign ports, but consuls raised objections, and when subsequently the Suprema ordered the commissioner of Cadiz to enforce payment, he could not persuade the consuls to assent, as they simply referred him to the ambassadors. The matter slumbered until in January 1819 the Minister of Marine, addressed to the Inquisitor General a complaint from the Hydrographic Office that it had been obliged to pay to a commissioner 8 reals for examining 2 cases containing articles for it. This opened the way, and the Suprema laid before the king a long consulta, urging a reorganization of the system and presenting an elaborate series of regulations for his consideration, as the matter was of immense importance to religion and the state. The scheme resuscitated all the old details in the most rigorous form. Indeed, as regards books, it provided that the packages should be sealed with sealing wax, the duties were to be paid, and the packages forwarded to the Suprema by the confidential person. No more effective plan could have been devised for preserving Spain from the contagion of foreign ideas. And even without this, the other provisions gave the Inquisition the power of embarrassing largely the whole foreign commerce of the land. The scheme is of interest as revealing the aims of the Inquisition on the brink of its extinction. How it was regarded by the court we have no means of knowing, for before it could be acted upon, the Revolution of 1820 put an end to the active existence of the Holy Office. The restrictions which censorship imposed on learning and culture were slightly relieved by the licenses which were granted to possess or to read prohibited books. In the struggle with heresy, its confutation required that some persons be allowed to read the works in which it was taught, and it became customary to grant the privilege to those whose firmness in the faith could be trusted. The bull Incessina Domini of Paul III in 1536 excommunicates all who read Lutheran books without papal license, showing that already licenses were issued and that the power was reserved to the Pope. This power was valuable, and the officials of the Curia to whom it was confided were subject to temptations which, in that age of venality, were not likely to be resisted. Inquisitors, moreover, assumed that it was included in their delegated apostolical faculties and undertook to issue licenses, leading to a multiplication of privileged persons which nullified to some extent the prohibitory edicts. To remedy this, in 1547 the Suprema revoked all such licenses and forbade their future issues by the tribunals, a provision which had to be repeated in 1549 and 1551. This still left the papal licenses to the hands of those possessing them, but these were similarly annulled in 1550 by Julius III, in a brief from which we learn that papal legates also issued them. They speedily multiplied again, and the Suprema took advantage of the Lutheran excitement of 1558 to procure their withdrawal. In its report in September 9th of that year to Paul IV, it represented that many prelates and frailes kept prohibiting books in which of edicts and censures, refusing to surrender them on the plea that they held papal licenses. In view of the danger thence arising to the faith, the Pope was asked for a brief revoking of all such licenses, ordering their surrender under heavy penalties and authorizing rigorous prosecution of transgressors. Paul did more than merely respond to this petition. By a brief of December 21st, he revoked all papal licenses, and then, by another of January 4th, 1559, he committed the execution of this Inquisitor General Valdez, who printed it in his index of that year. These briefs granted to the Spanish Inquisition no power to issue licenses. So jealously was this reserved to the Holy See that in 1574 Gregory VIII gave a special license to the Inquisitor General Quiroga, with a faculty to extend it to members of the Suprema in order to enable them to decide cases of heresy. This caution contrasts largely with the favors shown to the Society of Jesus. Pius V, while yet Inquisitor General, granted to the Jesuit general faculty to issue licenses. This was confirmed vive se vocis oraculo by Gregory VIII to establish it more firmly. He was asked to embody it in a brief, which he did, January 9th, 1575. Moreover, releasing them from any censures or other penalty by whomsoever inflicted, insofar as necessary to render the concession effective. Under this, the Jesuits claimed to be independent of the edicts of the Spanish Inquisition. by it asserted its jurisdiction. In 1584 we find Padre Mariana applying for and obtaining a license through the Toledo tribunal to read certain specified books, a license which was withdrawn the same year. Still more aggressive was its action when, in 1587, it learned that some books had been received by the Jesuit provincial, and the Suprema sent lists to them to the tribunals of Saragossa, Seville, Valladolid, with orders to examine them and detain such as they deemed proper. This assertion of control was repeated in 1602 when the Murcia tribunal was instructed to examine certain books belonging to the Jesuits and to return them if found unobjectionable. The earliest formal grant of power to the Spanish Inquisition to issue licenses would appear to have been made by Paul V early in the 17th century, but it had been exercised long before. The Index of Quiroga, issued in 1583 in its preliminary rules 3, 4, 5, and 8, assumes that the inquisitors can grant written licenses, but this power was held subject to the Inquisitor General and Suprema, for in the orders accompanying the distribution of the index, consultation with them was prescribed as a necessary preliminary. For some examples of the period, it would seem that only special and not general licenses were granted, and that much circumspection was used with regard to them. Even Philip IV had no general license until about 1640 he wrote the Inquisitor General, Sotomayor, that he had been amusing his leisure with Guicciardini's history until he was told that it was prohibited. He therefore asked for a license to read it and other prohibited books, not treating of matters of faith, for he would not accept a license to read them. A curious partial license was one granted in 1614 to Padre Guyo Sabil to read Catholic books in the English tongue. Apparently the language sufficed to render them prohibited. The tendency of the Spanish Inquisition to assert its independence of Rome in matters of censorship was especially manifested with regard to licenses. When in 1622 Gregory XV and in 1631 Urban VIII revoked all licenses, the Suprema declared that it was not the papal intention to interfere with the licenses granted by the Inquisitor General, and that they remained in force. The next step was to invalidate all papal licenses, and accordingly, January 18, 1627, the Suprema presented a consulta to Philip IV, representing that many persons in Spain obtained them, and supplicating him to order his ambassador to urge the Pope not to grant them, adding that meanwhile it was deemed necessary to issue an edict annulling them. Philip was not prepared to sanction so flagrant an assault on papal authority, and replied that he would ask the Pope to transmit them through the Inquisitor General, but that, until the answer was received, no innovation must be attempted. Urban took advantage of the request to assert his supreme authority in a matter for which the Suprema had not bargained, for he annulled all licenses, both papal and those issued by the Inquisitor General, the only exception being the one held by the Inquisitor General himself. As all the bishops in Spain were ordered to publish this brief, the Inquisitor could not suppress it, however humiliating it was. Cardinal Zapata accordingly published it, February 21, 1628, requiring the surrender of all licenses within 20 days, under heavy penalties, and when he issued his index of 1632, he included it in the brief and his edict. Urban pursued his victory by instructing Cardinal Maini to write, December 6, 1628, to Zapata, defining his authority to be that of granting licenses to learned persons who furnish security that they wish to combat heresy. But the licenses were to be limited in time and to require the recipients to show to the Inquisition what they wrote. This, however, was a failure, for no attention seems to have been paid to the prescribed limitations. The Inquisition continued its independent course and finally carried its point to a certain degree by instructing the tribunals that if papal licenses were presented to them, they were not to be admitted, but were to be forwarded to the Inquisitor General for his action. End of section 62. Section 63. A History of the Inquisition of Spain by Henry Charles Lea, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Breck. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3, by Henry Charles Lea, Book 8, Chapter 4, Part 7, Spheres of Action. Censorship. Towards the close of the 18th century, Llorente tells us that licenses were difficult to obtain. When an application was made, the Inquisitor General instituted secret inquiries as to the character of the applicant, and if the result was favorable, he was required to state his object and the nature of the works that he desired to consult. If the license was granted, it was limited to a specific number of books in a definite branch of literature. Permission to keep them was rarely granted, and all licenses accepted works directed against Catholicism, such as the writings of modern philosophers. Doubtless this strictness may be true of certain times, but the practice varied according to the temper of the Inquisitor General or Suprema. There sometimes was great laxity, if we may believe the reasons alleged in 1747 by Prado y Suesta, for revoking all licenses, for he says that on investigation he had found that they were not sought by men of learning, but by frivolous of both sexes to gratify idle curiosity. Many persons merely made a verbal request to read a single book and extended the permission to cover all that they wanted, while others, seeing that ignorant people were licensed, thought that the privilege was general and availed themselves of it without asking. Licenses, moreover, were by no means so restricted in character as Llorente asserts. Some issued by Inquisitor General Bonifaz and Beltran cover all prohibited books except Machiavelli, Sarpi, Council of Trent, works assailing the Catholic religion and obscenities. And we have seen that religious houses generally and even occasionally individuals held licenses enabling them to purchase from estates considering miscellaneous lots of prohibited books, the possession of which by deceased scholars show that they too must have enjoyed similar privileges. From the very numerous applications for licenses made about this time, it appears that they were customarily addressed to the Suprema, which referred them to the appropriate tribunal for report as to the age, the learning, and the judgment of the applicant. Under the Restoration, this inquiry was extended to his moral and political conduct, showing that discrimination was made in favor of those whose conservative tendencies were approved. We have seen the ferocious penalties of death and confiscation provided in the law of 1558 for unauthorized printing. With these the Inquisition had nothing to do, as its censorship was concerned only with books after publication, and its treatment of those who violated its rules was much more moderate. With its jurisdiction over them it allowed no interference even from Rome. For about 1565, it suppressed the papal Jubilee indulgence because it contained faculties of absolution for keeping prohibited books. In the Index of 1559, the penalties threatened for reading, possessing, buying, or selling prohibited books were excommunication, late sentencing, lache sententiae ipso facto, 200 ducats, and a menace of the prosecution for suspicion of heresy and disobedience. In the special edicts prohibiting individual books, there appears to be no established formula. Sometimes the penalty threatened is excommunication and 200 ducats, sometimes excommunication and punishment at discretion, sometimes excommunication, fine, and punishment at discretion. This discretion manifested itself in a great variety of penalties, moderate and severe, both as regards readers and booksellers, though the latter appear commonly to be more harshly visited. A rehabilitation granted September 28, 1647, to Luis Sanaran, bookseller of Saragossa, infers that he had been reconciled and deprived of his civil rights. Miguel Rodriguez, a bookseller of Madrid, for importing and selling prohibited books, was sentenced August 1, 1763, to reprimand, absolution ad cautelam, certain spiritual penances, all costs of the trial, and banishment from Madrid for 6 years, of which the first 3 were to be spent in an African presidio. This, of course, meant his utter ruin. At Lograno, in 1645, Fray Tomás de Nieva for teaching in his professorial chair from a prohibited book, was condemned to grave reprimand before his colleagues, to retract certain propositions, to 4 years' reclusion, and to perpetual deprivation of teaching and of voting and being voted for. On the other hand, in 1803, Don Jacobo Maria de Parga y Puga, for the inveterate habit of reading prohibited books knowing them to be prohibited, in contempt for many years of the authority of the Inquisition, was sentenced by the Madrid tribunal to 15 days' spiritual exercises and to private reprimand in the apartments of the Inquisitor. So, in 1816, the Suprema, acting on a sumaria and without subjecting the delinquents to a trial, sent to the Santiago tribunal a sentence on Juan Romero for reading prohibited books and on Josef Manuel Garcia for selling and recommending them, for they were to present themselves before the nearest commissioner, who was to reprimand and warn them for a repetition of the offense they would not be treated with the same benignity. Cases of infraction until a comparative recent period are not frequent. After the excitement of the Reformation was suppressed, intellectual activity in Spain seems to have been reduced to such torpor that the forbidden fruit was little sought. In Toledo record from 1575 to 1610, there is not a single case, nor is there one in the same record from 1648 to 1794. In the disturbance of thought preceding and during the revolutionary epoch, prosecutions became more frequent, although still not as numerous as might be expected from the importance claimed by the Inquisition for its services. From 1780 until 1820, in the whole of Spain, the total aggregate amounts only to 305. During this period, from 1808 to 1815 inclusive, the Inquisition was virtually dormant, having only 5 cases in all, which would leave for the remaining years an average slightly under 9. The crowding of 101 cases in the 6 years, 1801 to 1806, reflect the urgency with which the government of Carlos IV was endeavoring to restrict the press, and there were 20 in 1819, insignificant of the agitation leading to the revolution of January 1820. The slenderness of the whole record is the measure of the success which attended the combined action of the state and of the Inquisition in benumbing for nearly 3 centuries the Spanish intellect. Although censorship was instituted for the suppression of heresy and for keeping heretical books and propositions from the people, it developed its utility in many directions, more or less connected with its primary object. It was inevitable that it should wage incessant warfare with the countless editions of the Bible with Protestant notes and commentaries, and we have seen how industriously Valdez prepared for his expurgatory index of the Scriptures in 1554. It was, however, the vernacular versions that caused the greatest anxiety. Prior to the Reformation, there was practically no restriction on the circulation of the Bible in the vulgar tongue. It is true that in the early 13th century, the struggle with the Waldenses and the Cathari, who possessed versions of their own, led to prohibitions by Innocent III in 1199, and by Jaime I of Aragon in 1234, while the Council of Toulouse in 1229 prohibited the possession by laymen of any portion of the Bible, even in Latin, as well as the Breviary and the Hours of the Virgin in the vernacular, because they contained extracts. The decree of Pope Innocent became embodied in the Corpus Juris and thus remained familiar to canon lawyers. It was adduced in the Repertorium Inquisitorum of 1494, but only in a kind of obiter dictum, showing that at the time it was regarded as of no practical moment. Yet from the 13th to the 16th century there was no prescription of vernacular Bibles. The temporary causes which had led to the prohibition had passed away, and many translations were made, especially in Germany. One in Catalan by Bonifacio Ferrer, brother of San Vincent Ferrer, was printed in Valencia in 1478 under the editorship of the Inquisitor Jaime Burrell. It was natural that the use made of the Bible by the Reformers should cause the revival of these obsolete prohibitions. Even before the compilation of the indexes, we find Inquisitor General Tavera granting to the Duchess of Soma, wife of the Admiral of Naples, a license to keep and read a Bible in Italian. But the permission is limited to 1 year, showing how carefully it was guarded. It was therefore a matter of course that the Index of 1551 should contain a prohibition of the Bible in Spanish or any vulgar tongue. This zeal was intensified by the versions which the Spanish refugees Francisco de Encinas, Juan Perez, Cipriano de Valera, and Casiodoro de Reina perfected and strove to introduce into Spain. But the prohibition was not confined to these. It extended to all fragments and extracts, however orthodox the rendering, as though to keep the unlearned ignorant of the existence of the Bible, or at least to make them understand that it was a wholly forbidden book. The Index of 1559 condemns 22 editions of the Hours of the Virgin in Romance, together with all others containing similar superstitions, but the real objection was the passage of Scripture contained in them, and in 1573 all hours in romance were forbidden, as the Council of Toulouse had done in 1229. The extreme care with which the public was guarded from the Bible is seen in 1583 Index of Quiroga, which, in forbidding all portions of Scripture in romance, only accepts the fragments embodied in the canon of Mass, and the texts which Catholic writers may cite and explain, provided they are not printed alone but are in sermons and other works of edification. So unreasoning was this jealousy that, according to Espisueta, there were earnest men who desired to suppress vernacular versions of the Creed, the Pater Noster, the Ave Maria, and the Salve Regina. A zeal which found practical expression in 1674 when the Inquisition prohibited a work entitled Exercicios de Devotion because it contained translations of the Miserere, the Magnificat, the Te Deum, and the Athanasian symbol. The people were to be kept in such profound ignorance that the Sotomayor Index of 1640 prohibits not only the vernacular Bible and all its parts, but even summaries and compendiums of it, and as though to render it hateful in the Edicts of Faith, it was classed with the Koran and other Mahometan books, the possession of which was to be denounced to the Inquisition. It had to watch not only over its Spanish flock, but over its converts in the Indies when it found that the English Society of Propagation of the Gospel had caused versions to be made in Indian tongues and was circulating them in America. The unexpected missionary work called for fresh exertion, and in 1710 we find Clement XI congratulating Inquisitor General Ebafiez on his efforts and urging him to persistent watchfulness. This treatment of the Bible seems to have piqued the curiosity of the intelligent, for in 1747, Inquisitor General Prado y Suesta complains of the inordinate desire of many persons to have it in the vernacular, but among the mass of the people it produced the impression desired. In 1791, Villanueva tells us that they who once sought it now regard it with horror and detestation. Many care nothing for it and more are ignorant of its very existence. Yet within a decade of Prado's utterance, the policy of the Church changed. Although in 1713 Clement XI, in the bull Unigentius, had condemned the use of the Bible by the laity as a Jansenist error, yet only 44 years later, the Congregation of the Index in 1757 conceded the use of vernacular versions, if approved by the Holy See and accompanied with orthodox comments. This was followed in 1771 by a version of the Acts of the Apostles by Cantinacci, dedicated to Clement XIV, and in 1778 by the brief Intenta Liborum, in which Pius VI approved of a translation of the whole Bible by Archbishop Martini. The Spanish Inquisition promptly followed the papal example. In 1782, Inquisitor General Beltran issued a decree reciting that ample cause had existed for exceeding the Tridentine rule, but these causes had ceased, and in view of the usefulness of the sacred text, the Spanish rule was modified to conform to that of Trent, to the decree of the Congregation of 1757, and to the brief of 1778. In 1783, the Suprema ordered that the French version of the Le Maître de Saki would be freely allowed, and in 1790 there appeared in Valencia a complete Spanish translation by Cio de San Miguel, which was speedily and repeatedly reprinted. No such evils have followed as were dreaded for 2 centuries, showing how much wiser would have been the policy of meeting the heretic scriptures with an orthodox version, fortified with appropriate comments. The same jealousy of admitting the vulgar to too great a familiarity with spiritual things showed itself with regard to works of devotion and edification. In 1570, a consulta of the Suprema to the Inquisitor General recommended that the Catechism should not be printed in Romance. In the preface to the Index of 1583, the prohibition of works by men of the highest Christian repute, such as Fisher of Rochester, Thomas More, Geronimo Osorio, Francisco de Borja, Luis de Granada, Juan de Avila, and others, is explained, partly by books having been falsely attributed to them, partly by occasional incautious passages, and partly by their not being fitted for circulation in the vulgar tongue. The case of Obras de Cristiano of St. Francisco de Borja is illustrative. In the Index of 1559 it is simply prohibited. After his death in 1572 as General of the Society of Jesus, Quiroga in the Index of 1583 added, "only in Romance or other vulgar tongue." He was beatified in 1624, but the canonization proceedings were delayed in consequence of his book being in the Spanish Index, and in 1662 the Jesuit Procurator General applied to the Inquisition to rubricate the leaves of a copy and send it to the Congregation of Rites, so as to remove the impediment, but it was not until 1671 that he was finally enrolled in the Catalogue of Saints. The effort to suppress mysticism manifested itself about 1620 in numerous edicts to suppress books of mystic devotion and lives of men and women who evidently were mystics. Books of ritual were scrutinized with the same captiousness. June 15, 1568, the pontificals printed in Duefias and Valladolid were ordered to be seized. In 1583, some pernicious errors were discovered in the breviary printed in Salamanca in 1575. Even books so elementary as cartillas or primers could not escape. A Carta Acordada of November 6, 1577, alludes to a previous one of June 14th, ordering the suppression of cartillas containing an article entitled Castigo y Doctrina de Caton. Since then, it goes on to say there have been found in other cartillas various matters pernicious and contrary to the teachings of the Church, especially in those printed by Juan de la Plaza in Toledo. Wherefore all cartillas of every kind are to be seized in the shops and in the hands of children going to school, and orders are consequently given that no one, under pains and censures, shall hold, read, or sell them. There was little indeed to which the Inquisition could not extend the jurisdiction of its censorship. The Fifth Council of Lateran had alluded to the danger of the public peace arising from libelous attacks on individuals as one of the reasons for the examination and licensing of books before printing. But this was a purely secular matter, and the faculties conferred on the Inquisitor General looked solely to the suppression of heresy. Clement VIII, however, in his Index of 1596, included as subjects of condemnation defamatory memorials against religion or princes, and this opened the way to much else. It is true that an experienced writer assures us that although such writing can be suppressed by edict, it cannot be under pain of excommunication, but only as a command under pain of mortal sin, and that the Inquisition cannot proceed against the author unless the faith is involved. These limitations, however, were easily overpassed. We have seen how Inquisitor General Pacheco in 1623 condemned some legal documents in defense of the Chancellery of Granada, and commenced prosecutions of the council who had drawn them up. His successor, Zapata, in 1627, was a trifle more cautious in a conflict wherein the Inquisition was not concerned. The universities of Salamanca, Valladolid, and Alcala united in an attack on the Jesuits and their new college. When the Inquisition ordered the paper suppressed on the ground that it was anonymous and harsh in style, then Salamanca came forward and acknowledged the authorship. The Jesuit procurator still asked for its suppression, but the Inquisition decided that it was not the calidad de oficio and withdrew the prohibition, but still assumed authority to require the removal of asperities. Philip IV was dissatisfied as he favored the Jesuits and asked in what this case differed from others in which Pacheco had suppressed similar papers. End of section 63. Section 64. A History of the Inquisition of Spain by Henry Charles Lea, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Breck. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 3 by Henry Charles Lea, Book 8, Chapter 4, Part 8. Spheres of Action. Censorship. In 1687, the Tribunal of Toledo, in a quarrel with the Carthusian house of El Palur, suppressed 4 memorials of its adversaries to the king and punished the printer, Lucas Antonio Bedmar, with 4 years' exile from Toledo and Madrid. The grounds alleged were that they were scandalous, insulting, untrue, and defamatory of those mentioned in them. There was no assumption that the faith was in any way involved, and it was simply an expeditious way of putting an opponent out of court. Other similar cases will come before us presently, and meanwhile we may observe that there was even no scruple in prosecuting individuals in matters with which the Inquisition seemingly had no concern or jurisdiction. As in the case of Fray Bonifaz de San Pablo, tried in 1791 by the Barcelona Tribunal for attempting to print a satirical paper on his own Carmelite order, and in that of Josef and Jacinta Lopez, prosecuted by Toledo in 1797, on suspicion of having posted some pasquinades characterized as infamatorios y hereticales. The power of the Inquisition were so elastic that they included the privilege of self-definition. None dared to call them in question, and it seems have been invoked to supply any deficiency in the ordinary machinery of justice or of injustice. Still less concerned with heresy was an important field in which the censorial functions of the Inquisition were employed by the Crown. In its frequent struggles with the Holy See, in the Middle Ages papal domination encroached in many ways on the prerogatives of the temporal ruler, encroachments submitted to with more or less resistance by the loosely organized feudal monarchies. As these in the 16th century transferred themselves into absolutism, it was natural that they should grow restive, and the Reformation, which divided Europe into 2 hostile religious camps, gave to those sovereigns who remained faithful to Rome the opportunity of advancing their claims as the price of their support. The Spanish kings had always been distinguished by their resistance to papal pretensions, and though throughout the 16th century they sternly kept their people in the Roman obedience, they were none the less resolute in asserting the regalias or royal prerogatives, which in many ways conflicted with what Rome asserted as its rights. In the struggles thence arising, valuable assistance was derived from the works of legists, learned in the imperial jurisprudence and in the fueros, and those regalistas became especially obnoxious to the Holy See. Rome has never hesitated to use the powerful aid of the Index in supporting of ultramontanism, and it took special care to condemn and prohibit the books of the regalistas. It was important for a temporal sovereign to allow the suppression of works written in defense of his sovereignty, and the Inquisition, at least for a time, willingly supported the crown in this, not from loyalty, but because it afforded the opportunity of declaring and maintaining its independence of the hated congregations of the Inquisition and of the Index. When Melchor Cano in 1555, at the request of Charles V, drew up a memoir in which he assailed with the bitterest invective the pretensions of the Curia, and Paul IV summoned him as a son of perdition to Rome for trial, the Spanish Inquisition sided with the sovereign and did not put the obnoxious paper in the Index. Melchor Cano was forgiven, but the causes of dissension remained. One of the chief of these was the jurisdiction exercised by the papal nuncio, bringing in its train a long series of abuses, relief from which was sought by the recuso de fuerza, like the French appel comme d'Albus, admitting appeals to the Council of Castile from all ecclesiastical tribunals. The Curia claimed that to be an invasion of clerical liberty, and the struggle over it was long and envenomed. In 1591, Juan de Roa printed with dedication to the king and the approbation of the inquisitor a treatise entitled Apologia de Juribus Principalibus Defendis, arguing in favor of the royal jurisdiction in such cases, which excited no little indignation in Rome, where it was promptly condemned and burnt. Gregory XIV and the Roman Inquisition instructed the nuncio Millino to induce Philip II to follow this example, and the succeeding nuncio Caetano was ordered to labor with the utmost zeal to have the very memory of the book obliterated. So far was he from success that the Inquisition did not censor the work, and Philip rewarded the author with presentation to a priory worth 1,500 ducats per annum, of which he was promptly deprived by the nuncio on account of his unspeakable crimes. So bitter was the quarrel that Cardinal Baronius, in his annals, so far forgot the impartiality of an historian as to introduce an indecent personal attack on Roa in his account of the Priscillianus of the 5th century. This led to a rumor that his volume would be condemned by the Spanish Inquisition, whereat he complained loudly in a letter to Padre Antonio Talpa, inveighing against the incredible audacity of the Spanish Inquisition, which placed on its index whatever it chose. It was probably this case that led Clement VIII, in his rules prefixed to his index, which have been retained in all succeeding indexes, to order the expurgation of whatever was contrary to the ecclesiastical immunity, liberty, and jurisdiction. This did not prevent Spanish legists and theologians from defending the regalias. About 1600, Enriquez, one of the most learned doctors of his day, produced his De Clavibus Romane Pontificis, in which, like Roa, he maintained the recurso de fuesa by order of the papal nuncio. This was suppressed and burnt so successfully that only 3 or 4 copies have survived. That an organized government should permit with its territory an antagonist foreign power to suppress books defending what it claimed to be its rights was an anomaly which could not be patiently endured. Rome was immovable, and a clash was inevitable. In 1613 appeared the Tractatus de Cognitione per viam violentis by Geronimo de Ceballos, and in 1617 Philip III, on learning that its condemnation was under consideration in Rome, wrote earnestly to his ambassador to prevent it, and declared that such condemnation would not be received or executed in Spain. This may have delayed, but did not prevent the adverse decision which came December 12, 1624, when Philip IV carried out his father's threat. The Spanish Inquisition did not condemn the work, but merely ordered some clauses altered, and its independence in the matter of censorship was tacitly asserted. Rome persisted, and independence was definitely asserted. In February 1627, the Count of Onate, ambassador to the Holy See, reported the issue of a decree condemning books, some of which were in defense of the regalias. In June, Philip sent this to the Suprema asking its advice. It replied that when the decree should come, it would be examined and reported to the king without allowing its publication, for no ecclesiastic or layman in Spain could do so without orders from the Inquisitor General and Suprema. If such attempts were made, an appropriate remedy would be applied. The issue promptly came. The decree appeared April 12, 1628, and one of the books condemned was the Tractatus de Regia Protectione by Salgado de Somoza, president of the Royal Council and a vigorous upholder of the regalias. When the decree arrived, the king ordered the Inquisitor General to deliver it to him and wrote to all the bishops, forbidding them to publish it. Having thus established its independence, the Inquisition refused to recognize Roman condemnations of books of all kinds. When one was received, it caused the book to be examined by its own calificadores and voted on their report, either to approve or to condemn. Whatever was done was its own act, and not that of Rome. Another of the works condemned in the decree of April 1, 1628, was a book of extravagant Mariolatry entitled Elucidarium de Parce by the Jesuit Juan Bautista Poza, which had been tyrant in Spain for a couple of years. Poza wrote 2 abusive letters to Urban VIII asserting that the Roman congregations had no jurisdiction in Spain, where its own Inquisition was supreme, and in 1632 the congregation retorted by condemning all works. The Nuncio Monte made great efforts to have this published, but the Suprema had the books examined and only prohibited them until they should be expurgated. It was not all easy, however, to array the bishops in opposition to the Holy See, and in Valencia the self-willed Archbishop Acevedo claimed the right to publish the papal decree, and the tribunal there involved in some trouble with the episcopal officials. This was speedily followed by similar struggle over a vastly more important book of the Dialogo of Galileo on the Copernican system. In a consulta of December 13, 1633, the Suprema represented to Philip that under the papal delegations, the Inquisition had exclusive control over censorship in Spain. In Rome, prohibitions were issued by the congregations of the Inquisition and Index, which were similar bodies to the Suprema, and it did not recognize them, but only the Pope and its superior. The nuncios were always endeavoring to extend their jurisdiction and required to be watched to avert greater evils. The inquisitors of Cuenca had just written that by nuncio's order the provisor had affixed to the church doors an edict regarding a book entitled Galileo Galilei Florentine, without having first given notice to the Inquisitor General. The results of allowing the nuncio to do this were foreseen when the Count of Ornate reported from Rome the prohibition of certain books defending the regalias, and as the nuncios were continually endeavoring thus to invade the exclusive jurisdiction of the Inquisition in matters of censorship, the king was asked to sign the accompanying letter to the archbishops and bishops, similar to those dispatched in 1627. Of course, the king signed the letters. Whether the Suprema had Galileo's book examined or not, we have no means of knowing, but the Inquisition escaped the discredit of condemning him, and the name of the illustrious Florentine appears nowhere in the Spanish indexes. In the matter of regalistas, Philip, in a letter of April 10, 1634, to Cardinal Borgia, pointed out the unfairness of suppressing legal works defending his side of the controversy with the Holy See, in which the faith was not concerned, and he ordered urgent representations to be made to Urban VIII, with the intimation that, if Rome continued its course, he would suppress all books supporting the papal claims. Remonstrance was in vain. In 1640, Salgado de Somoza's Tractus de Supplicatione ad Sanctissimum was condemned. In 1642, Solozano's Disputaciones de Indiarum Jure, and in 1646, 6 or 8 similar works of which the nuncio was instructed to demand similar prohibition in Spain. Imperious as was this, the act was rendered doubly offensive by causing the condemnation to be published without transmitting it through the Inquisition, thus disregarding the independence claimed by the latter and the courtesy due to have a friendly government. Provocation so extreme could scarce have been ventured but for the desperate position of Spain, battling at once with France, with Portugal, and with Catalonia. Yet Spain was not sunk so low as to submit. After deliberation in the various councils, Philip, on October 16th, sent to the Suprema 3 consultas which they had presented, and ordered it to advise him. With unusual promptitude it replied October 20th, expressing its unreserved adhesion to the regalias claimed by the crown, which were founded in rights inseparable from sovereignty, in papal bulls, and in immemorable prescription. The unlawful act of the nuncio was of the highest prejudice. The books condemned had in no way transcended proper limits. Their authors were pious Catholics, and the works had been circulated in sight of the Inquisition, whose duty it was to watch over such matters. The consulta ended with a promise to suppress the papal decree and to make the fact known everywhere so as to avert the injury which its publication might have caused. Thus, supported by the indignation of all its advisers, Philip issued a decree in November ordering the papal decree to be suppressed. The nuncio was rebuked and told that the royal indignation would seek other means of expression. The ambassador at Rome was instructed to represent the deep resentment which was felt, and to tell the Holy See that this was not a mere matter of opinions, in which it could interfere and dictate to Spain about rights coeval with the crown and always uninterruptedly enjoyed. Opportunity was also taken to reassert emphatically the independence of the Spanish Inquisition and the nullity, without its approval, of the acts of the Roman congregations. Notwithstanding this, the progressive decadence of Spain encouraged the Curia to make another attempt. In 1687, when the nuncio sent a decree of the Congregation of the Inquisition to the bishops with orders to publish it, the Suprema lost no time in presenting 2 earnest consultas to the king, urging him to take prompt action in repelling this attempt to subject Spain to the Roman Inquisition. The persistence of the Curia was fruitless. The established custom resulted from these disputes, as described by an experienced inquisitor, was that when the nuncio received a brief from the congregations, he sent it to the Suprema, which ordered the book to be examined by its calificadores, and if they pronounced it objectionable, the Suprema issued a corresponding edict. Twice, he says, the nuncio, in order to evade these rules, caused edicts to be posted in the courtyard of his palace, but the Suprema abrogated them, punished those who did it, and reported to the king in order that he might warn the nuncio to observe the regulations. Sometimes, however, a brief came directly from the Pope. Then the matter was in the hands of the king, who retained it and supplicated the Pope that it should be published by the Inquisition. In Sicily, no brief was published without receiving the exequatur of the viceroy against the papal claims, achieved its independence of Rome, but it was fighting for its own hand, and when its object was attained, its allegiance to the Church outweighed its allegiance to the sovereign. When the question was between its own jurisdiction and that of the crown, its attitude was most decisive. The condemnation by Pacio of the arguments of Don Luis de Guibio in the competencia of the Chancellery of Granada was not an isolated instance of this. In 1637 there was a bitter controversy between the Seville tribunal and the royal audiencia over the banishment of a familiar by the latter, in the course of which the Suprema ordered the suppression of various arguments prepared in support of the royal jurisdiction, and among them one by Juan Perez de Lara, the fiscal of the audiencia, written in the strict line of his duty. To this the Council of Castile took exception, in a consulta complaining that it was of great prejudice to the regalias. The paper contained nothing contrary to the faith, rendering it liable to censure of the Inquisition. Wherefore the council asked that all the documents suppressed should be examined by disinterested persons, and that of the Suprema be ordered in future not to suppress any paper in favor of the royal jurisdiction without preliminary notice to the king. To this temperate expostulation the Suprema replied with lofty disdain. The king was told that he should answer all remonstrances, as Charles V did, May 17, 1519, to the Diputados of Aragon, quote, "As an affair of the Inquisition, it is not for us to interfere, nor can the fueros of the kingdom impede what the Inquisitor General does, as it is an ecclesiastical case." Unquote. It was astonished that there should be any question as to the power of the Inquisition established by papal bulls, decrees of councils, and inviolable custom, while the rule of the Index extends this power without limitation, at the discretion of the inquisitors. The regalias had been threatened was easy of disproof, for the peace and prosperity of the king's dominions were due to the unity of faith procured by the watchful care of the Inquisition. The object of the Council of Castile was to limit the jurisdiction of the Inquisition and to reduce its censorship to a matter of competencias, but the Inquisition alone could decide what belonged to it and what did not belong. Rome, it should no longer prove an ally of the crown in defense of the regalias. Llorente mentions 2 authors, Ramos de Manzano and Pedro González de Salcido, whose works it condemned for defending the royal prerogative. It could not be depended on for suppressing those which impeached the regalias, and the state, in defending itself, was obliged to resort to its own censorship, as in case of the work entitled Casos Reservados a su Santidad, attributed to Dr. Francisco Barambio in 1694. It never appeared in the Index, but a royal auto condemned it as subversive of the regalias and prerogatives of the crown, and ordered its suppression under pain of half confiscation and arbitrary penalties. End of section 64.